Su Che traveled to a world ravaged by ferocious beasts, becoming a failing teacher at a high school for special abilities, facing imminent elimination. Fortunately, he received the master system at the start of the chaos. Breaking illusions, the host can investigate abilities, techniques, and even defects in all things. Evolution, while the host enhances the other's strength and evolves their abilities, they can earn corresponding rewards. Thus, old dang, I'm a nature type F rank ability weak electricity, no, you are an SSS rank ability purple sky divine thunder. Teacher, I'm a strengthening type F rank ability gluttonous mole, no, you are an SSS rank ability devouring heaven and earth. Brother Che, I'm a special type F rank ability cursed physique, no, you are an SSS rank ability words become law. Years later, several empresses of the sequence emerged, vanquishing the ferocious beasts and leading humanity to the pinnacle. At a global celebration, when asked about the secrets to their achievements, the empresses simultaneously gave one answer: I am a disciple of Su Che. Chapter 1, Deep Blue. Fill me up. Thank you. After 2.5 years of hard work, I only awakened a strengthening type D rank ability heaven and earth chicken, destined to be a crude warrior. I envy the noble nature type awakeners. What's the use of nobility? The sisters Jiang Yueshi and Jiang Yuechi did awaken nature type F rank abilities, but no teacher is willing to take them as disciples. After all, this concerns the graduation rate, which is particularly important for a teacher's promotion that's not certain. After all, their aunt is Director Jiang Lianyue, who has an A rank mental ability. Perhaps someone will take them in to please Director Jiang. In the Great Xia Alliance. Pengcheng, First High School of Special Abilities. Second-year students, awakening event, really, I was a pig butcher in my last life, and now I'm teaching. Standing among the teachers below the awakening platform, Su Che couldn't help but sigh after confirming for several hours that he had really crossed over. He had thought it was just an ancient joke, but it turned out to be true for him. In his past life, he dropped out of high school and inherited his father's pig butchering business, living quite comfortably. Chapter 2, Two Divine Skills. Breaking Illusions and Evolution. At the awakening platform of the First High School of Special Abilities. Deep Blue. Give me some points. Su Che silently thought, his mouth curling into a Nike smile. However, looking handsome didn't last 3 seconds before his smile drooped again. The system showed no response. Don't mess around, introduce the functions. Su Che felt a bit anxious. Ding keyword detected. The functions of the master system are as follows. Breaking illusions, the host can investigate abilities, techniques, and even defects in all things. Evolution, while the host enhances the target's strength and evolves their abilities, they can earn corresponding rewards. Other functions to be unlocked, please explore on your own. Breaking illusions. Evolution. Carefully savoring the two skills provided by the system, Su Che's eyes gradually brightened. As expected of the master system, this breaking illusions is simply a divine skill tailored for teachers. The ability to investigate abilities, techniques, and even defects in all things is just too overpowered, since the ferocious beasts ravaged Blue Star. All abilities, techniques, and cultivation methods were developed by countless teachers through trial and error. But after so many years, the development of abilities and research into techniques by ability users are still in a stage of continuous trial and error. Advanced techniques are somewhat better, with not too many changes. Chapter 3, Accepting Disciples. 3 Hidden SSS Ranks. I've decided to take Jiang Yuechi, Jiang Yueshi, and Yishuan Yue as my disciples. Su Che's voice rang clearly throughout the awakening venue. His words seemed to carry some kind of magic, instantly silencing the previously noisy scene. At that moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a few seconds of silence, murmurs erupted, and exclamations filled the air. What? Su Che actually chose Jiang Yuechi, Jiang Yueshi, and Yishuan Yue as his disciples? Is he crazy? Oh my! Does he know he will be eliminated sooner or later and is just giving up? If I remember correctly, Jiang Yuechi, Jiang Yueshi, and Yishuan Yue all awakened F rank abilities, right? I can't understand it, really can't. Anyone with a normal brain would filter among the E rank ability students from top to bottom, right? What is he thinking? Due to Su Che's astonishing decision, the entire awakening venue was thrown into chaos, not only the teachers and students, but even the leadership, who had been observing from the sidelines, were stunned by Su Che's actions. Although the remaining students were all E rank and F rank awakeners, what did it mean to choose 3 F rank awakeners in a row?
Chapter 4. What you awakened is not an F-level talent, but an SSS-level talent. The crowd at the ability awakening site quickly dispersed. Jiang Lingyu took a deep glance at the awakening platform before turning to leave. As the director of education, she had many matters to attend to. Soon, only Xu Che, Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yushi, and Yishuang Yue remained on the large awakening platform. However, the expressions of the four were quite different at this moment. Xu Che was naturally very excited, his expression akin to that of someone who had stumbled upon a treasure. Yishuang Yue stood awkwardly in the corner, her gaze towards Xu Che noticeably increasing. The two sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yushi, looked at Xu Che with complex expressions, a mix of peculiarity, doubt, and a hint of unnoticeable emotion in their eyes. Despite their strong demeanor today, they had not actively introduced themselves when Xu Che accepted them as disciples. As if it didn't matter to them at all. But after all, they were just students who had just turned 18. How could they not feel disheartened seeing others awaken C-level, or even B-level abilities, while they only awakened F-level abilities? However, as children of a prominent family, they could only bury this disappointment deep in their hearts. Xu Che's choice today undoubtedly injected a warmth back into their cold hearts. Chapter 5. Dual Evolution of Abilities. Power Surge. Awakening Platform. In fact, what you awakened is not an F-level talent, but an SSS-level talent. Xu Che looked at Yishuang Yue very seriously. Yishuang Yue was immediately stunned, the tension and vigilance in her eyes slowly fading, replaced by a sense of peculiarity. At the same time, her gaze towards Xu Che gained a hint of pity. If she remembered correctly, this statement was first made by Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yushi. Such a clumsy reason did not sound like something a normal person would think of. To be precise, what you awakened is not the F-level ability, Gluttonous Mole, but the SSS-level ability, Heaven-Swallowing Tuncheon. Xu Che naturally understood the oddity in Yishuang Yue's eyes and immediately spoke out the information he had discovered. Oh, I see. Yishuang Yue nodded lightly, her expression showing no fluctuations. Xu Che's mouth twitched. People from Daxia do not deceive people from Daxia. You have to believe me. This time, Yishuang Yue did not answer immediately, but looked deeply at Xu Che several times before nodding seriously. Okay, I believe you. Really believe? Really? A liar must swallow 1,000 needles. Yishuang Yue's mouth moved for a long time, but she ultimately did not speak. Chapter 6. Extra Rewards. Binding the Personal Disciple. Boom. 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 A series of 3 auras, more than 10 times stronger than Yishuang Yue's, abruptly burst forth from Xu Che's body. Ah! Xu Che couldn't help but let out a groan as the violent power rampaged through his meridians. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that this power gradually weakened until it returned to calm. But this power did not disappear. It had completely merged into his entire meridian system. Is this the third tier, third level? Clenching his fists and feeling the abundant energy throughout his body, Xu Che couldn't help but smile. It should be noted that he was previously only at the first level of the third tier. And now he had suddenly advanced to the third level of the third tier in the blink of an eye. Calculated. This was at least equivalent to his painstaking cultivation for half a year. Assuming he also counted the cultivation resources provided by the school. In the Blue Star world, ability users can be divided into 9 tiers based on their strength, and each tier is further divided into 9 levels. At their Pingcheng First High School for abilities, even the principal, who has the highest cultivation, is only at the 4th tier of extraordinary cultivation. In Blue Star, only by becoming an extraordinary ability user can one truly be considered to have entered the door. Once one becomes extraordinary, major family clans, mercenary corps, and even the military will extend an olive branch. If it is a young and potential extraordinary, even the top families of the main base city will personally invite them. Chapter 7. Breaking Illusions, Continuous Power, 3rd Tier Middle Quality Luiying Grass. Pengcheng, Qiantong Yuan Community, Building 13, Unit 1. After the ability awakening ceremony in the second year, all students and teachers had half a day off. After bidding farewell to Yishuan Yue, Shuche followed his memory to find his family's mansion. Looking at the 33-story building in front of him, with a distance of no more than 50 meters between the buildings, Shuche's mouth twitched. In his memory, his family's mansion was in Unit 1, Room 3302 of Building 13, a spacious flat of 823 square meters. This was not a joke, but a genuine mansion, costing over $10 million. This was due to the special alloy mixed into the concrete material used to build this high-rise, which was enough to withstand attacks from flying ferocious beasts below the fourth tier. During the era of rampant ferocious beasts in Blue Star, they occupied the vast majority of human land and homes. The original social system completely collapsed, and most small countries were utterly destroyed by ferocious beasts. Only major powers like China, America, and Russia remained relatively intact. The surviving humans, after years of development and migration, ultimately formed 5 major national alliances. They are the Dacia Alliance, the American Alliance, the European Union, the Russian Alliance, and the Thousand Islands Alliance. Among the 5 alliances, in addition to their main base cities, there are a total of 23 satellite cities. Chapter 8, School Starts. Collect class cultivation resources. Qiantong Yuan Community, Home. Wow! It can even identify the shortcomings of spiritual plants. Looking at the illusory light screen in front of him, Shuche's mouth curled up. Although breaking illusions had long indicated that it could check the defects of all things, he only realized how perverse this ability was after experiencing it firsthand. As the son of a large spiritual plant cultivator, Shuche had essentially grown up among spiritual plants. The classification of spiritual plants is quite similar to that of ability users. The lowest tier is often the first tier lower grade, and the highest tier is naturally the 9th tier top grade. However, 9th tier spiritual plants can already be considered holy medicines, and it is said that they have all become sentient, something low-end cultivators like their family would never come into contact with in 8 lifetimes. The most expensive they sold was merely a 3rd tier upper grade spiritual plant, and they couldn't even reach the 4th tier. Spiritual plants above the 4th tier will undergo a qualitative change, and their prices are 10 times or more that of 3rd tier plants. Their family does not even have an extraordinary ability user, and cannot grasp such a business. However, the business of spiritual plants below the 3rd tier is not easy either. A single spiritual plant seed goes through a very complicated process from the growth stage to the maturity stage. Moreover, each type of spiritual plant has different growth habits and needs to be treated differently. A small mistake could lead to the death of the seedlings. Chapter 9, Young Master Liu Bo's Lackey Long Aoqian. First High School for Abilities, Logistics Department. Oh? Isn't this our beloved teacher Shuche from Pengcheng First High School for Abilities? Haha, don't rush to leave. Why not share some of your experience in being a sycophant with us? A mocking voice suddenly rang in Shuche's ears. Feeling the unmasked sarcasm in the tone, Shuche frowned tightly and immediately stopped, turning to look back. 3 young men were walking over not far away, one of whom was wearing a secondary teacher medal, while the other 2 wore primary teacher medals. The trio seemed to take the secondary teacher medal youth as their leader, and it was indeed this youth who spoke. He had sparse eyebrows, small eyes, a sharp chin, and high cheekbones. Upon recognizing the distinctive appearance of the speaking youth, Shuche's mind immediately recalled memories of this person. Long Ao Qian. Shuche's expression was somewhat peculiar. That's right, this youth with a socially awkward appearance was indeed named Long Ao Qian. Although the name sounds imposing, he was actually a sycophant, best at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He often relied on his boss, the star teacher Liu Bo, to pick on new teachers who lacked backgrounds. Obviously, this included Shuche, who had consistently ranked at the bottom in teaching performance. Chapter 10, Overwhelming. Taking and leaving with swagger. Logistics department. Everyone stood frozen in place, as if hit by a paralysis spell. A wave of intense gazes instantly converged on Shuchei. Gulp, the sound of swallowing saliva echoed in the air. Gulp, gulp, the sounds of swallowing continued in succession. Whether they were teachers from the sophomore sprint class, the freshman training class, or the senior liberal arts class, everyone stared wide-eyed at each other. Some expressions were so exaggerated that their eyeballs seemed ready to pop out. Others rubbed their eyes vigorously, still thinking they must have seen it wrong. Though everyone's expressions and actions varied, the shock on their faces was remarkably similar. Did I see that right? Shuchei just made a move. Yes, you saw it right, Long Ao-chan was indeed knocked out. Crazy. Shuchei has completely lost it. Has he really given up, because he knows he'll be fired sooner or later? How foolish. Offending Long Ao-chan is more troublesome than offending Liu Bo. This guy is just a pure scoundrel. Shuchei is doomed. Hurry and call the director, something big is about to happen. After the shock, the scene erupted into chaos, with everyone believing Shuchei was in trouble. But no one noticed a detail. Chapter 11, Messages from Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi. First Extraordinary High School. Teaching Building. 33rd floor, the westernmost corner. What a reality. Seeing the classroom, that was clearly converted from a storage room in front of him, Shuchei couldn't help but twitch his lips. The paint on the door of the classroom for the sophomore, 18, class hadn't even dried yet. Forget it. I'll endure for a month. After a month, no one will underestimate class 18 again. After experiencing the Long Ao-chan incident, he had gained some insight. Although this was a school, it was even more realistic than society, where strength spoke for itself. Rather than getting angry and calling for justice, it's better to demonstrate one's strength and earn the respect of everyone. With a creak, Shuchei pushed the door open and walked into the classroom. Although the classroom wasn't large, it felt quite spacious because there were only 3 desks and chairs. The names Jiang Yuli, Jiang Yushi, and Yishuang Yue were carved on the 3 desks, representing the few students in class 18. I wonder if the Jiang sisters will come today. Seeing the names on the desks, Shuchei couldn't help but think of what the 2 sisters said before leaving yesterday, and shook his head. Although the Jiang family is one of the 6 great families in Wei City, with wealth and power, they would definitely be able to find a formidable private tutor. Chapter 12, Library. Extreme Compression Breathing Technique. Second Canteen. Thud. Seeing the 5 ferocious pig legs and 10 pounds of iron rhinoceros meat laid out in front of her, Yishuang Yue couldn't help but swallow. Are these all mine? Actually, I'm not that hungry. Gulp, gulp. However, before she could finish her sentence, her stomach protested. Yishuang Yue's fair cheeks suddenly flushed with a hint of red. These are all yours, I'm full. Shuchei smiled and pushed the 3 parts of the pig leg and iron rhinoceros meat forward. Okay. Yishuang Yue's voice was as soft as a mosquito, and she elegantly pulled out a piece of cloth from her chest to place it on her collar before starting to eat with a knife and fork, glancing around as if feeling very shy. Shuchei frowned slightly but quickly relaxed. Patiently speaking, you need to understand, whether in school or society, others' opinions don't matter. What's important is your strength. As long as you have sufficient strength, no matter what you do, others will come up with explanations for you. If you lack sufficient strength, even if you do everything perfectly, others will still nitpick. After a pause, Shuchei added, do you understand? Chapter 13, Shuchei's Guess, Promotion to High-Quality Breathing Technique. First floor of the library. I choose this book, Extreme Compression Breathing Technique. Almost as soon as Shuchei finished speaking, Yishuang Yue made her decision without any hesitation. Please confirm. The other 2 breathing techniques in the light screen instantly turned into light spots and disappeared, leaving only extreme compression breathing technique shimmering. Confirm. The voice of the intelligent light brain announced, Yi Shuangyue from the martial arts intensive class has confirmed her selection of extreme compression breathing technique, registration completed, permissions granted. And she can go learn in the virtual space at any time. Xu Che and Yi Shuangyue were not surprised by the voice of the intelligent light brain. All the data in the library existed in virtual space, so it could only be learned in the virtual space. Continue selecting combat techniques, let's go learn together later. Xu Che smiled, clearly very satisfied with Yi Shuangyue's trust in him. Yi Shuangyue nodded, show me the martial arts introductions. Swish swish swish. The walls around them were instantly filled with the names of martial techniques, and the 369 combat techniques were densely packed, dazzling to the eyes. Wave-driving divine fist. Grade: low yellow grade heavenly gang body refining technique. Grade: medium yellow grade wind and thunder gun technique. Grade: medium yellow grade chapter 14, the so-called double standards. Director Song's inquiry. With a loud crash, the already dilapidated classroom door fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Xu Che narrowed his eyes. In fact, he had sensed the person's movements even before they kicked the door. Ever since his ability advanced to B-level, Majestic Python, his perception had improved significantly. Especially after upgrading the galaxy breathing technique, his perception had become even more pronounced. Xu Che, you really are here. A sharp, piercing voice like a broken gong rang out. Who are you? Xu Che's brows immediately furrowed into a knot. The person in front of him wore a secondary teacher medal on his chest, but had his face wrapped in layers of thick gauze, more tightly than a mummy. You ask who I am? You actually forgot who I am. This is all your fault. Seeing Xu Che's reaction, the gauze-wrapped man trembled visibly. Look at me. I am Long Ao Qian. Long Ao Qian blinked hard twice, and Xu Che looked at him with a strange expression before bursting into laughter. Long Ao Qian instantly turned red. You're still laughing. No, I'm not laughing. Xu Che covered his mouth and let out a series of giggles. Chapter 15, the rumored female lead Jiang Lianyue comes to support. Stop! Accompanied by a stern shout, a graceful figure appeared in the classroom at high speed. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, and her eyes seemed to contain stars. It was Jiang Lianyue. Director Jiang, what are you doing here? Seeing that the person was Jiang Lianyue, Songzhi's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile. Although he was an experienced director at the school, he had no advantage in front of Jiang Lianyue. In terms of strength, Jiang Lianyue was at the same level as him, both at the 3rd tier, 9th level. However, Jiang Lianyue was much younger, and had a high chance of breaking through to the 4th tier, her potential far surpassing his. In terms of background, Jiang Lianyue was backed by one of the 6 great families of Pengcheng, the Jiang family. Overall, the Jiang family was slightly stronger than the Liu family. Jiang Lianyue did not directly answer Songzhi's question, but scanned the room before finally fixing her gaze on Xu Che. After confirming that he was fine, she spoke lightly, Director Song, I was just passing by, but I just saw you trying to take action against a 2nd-tier teacher. What is going on? Songzhi's eyebrows twitched anxiously. He couldn't help but recall the moment Xu Che publicly accepted Jiang Lianyue's 2 F-tier ability nieces as his students. Chapter 16, Sprint Class Rankings. A bet of 600,000 Daxia coins. Pengcheng's first ability high school. The 2nd year, Class 18, classroom was in disarray. Xu Che, do you dare to bet with me? Realizing he would have to pay 300,000 Daxia coins, Long Ao Qian suddenly turned to Xu Che and spoke without warning. Just now, he had thought of a perfect solution. Hearing this, both Jiang Lianyue and Songzhi looked at Long Ao Qian with confusion, clearly not understanding what he was up to. No bet. Xu Che shook his head without hesitation. Based on his understanding of Long Ao Qian's tricks, he knew the other party was up to no good. No bet. Long Ao Qian's expression stiffened, completely caught off guard by Xu Che's unexpected response. And he blurted out, let S bet on the rankings of the sprint class a month from now. If your class ranks higher than mine, I'll not only hand over the 300,000 Dacia coins, but also publicly apologize to you. How about it? Do you dare to bet? Shuche still shook his head. No bet. Why not? Don't you want the 300,000 Dacia coins? Long Aotian was thoroughly anxious. Shuche cut to the chase. The 300,000 Dacia coins are already what you owe me. Why should I bet with you? Long Aotian was dumbfounded. He had originally thought to provoke Shuche into agreeing to a bet on the rankings, and then conveniently renege on the 300,000. Chapter 17, What I Want is Avatar. Reverse optimization of extreme compression breathing technique. So that is how it is. Looking at the illusory screen in front of him that only he could see, a glimmer of understanding flashed in Shuche's eyes. It turned out that the flaws displayed under breaking illusions were graded. Techniques like extreme compression breathing technique and star-shattering fist, which obviously had serious flaws, would prioritize displaying the most significant flaw and its solution. Hey, this makes things much easier. Shuche's gaze shifted to the solution for extreme compression breathing technique, and a smile crept onto his lips. As the saying goes, finding the correct answer is difficult. But finding the correct answer based on the wrong one is much simpler. This was precisely the case for extreme compression breathing technique. Knowing how to rectify its flaws also meant that the flaws could be infinitely magnified. If the flaw of extreme compression breathing technique is squeezing potential, then let S squeeze it to the max. What I want is Avatar. Suppressing his inner excitement, Shuche immediately took out paper and pen to reverse optimize according to the system's plan. This optimization took over half an hour, during which beads of sweat constantly seeped from his forehead. Finally, after an hour, Shuche let out a sigh of relief, his head already drenched in sweat. The reverse optimization was far more challenging than he had anticipated, but he ultimately completed it. Chapter 18, Another Breakthrough. Third tier, fourth level. The second canteen. The large second canteen fell silent as soon as Yi Xuanyue left, eerily quiet. At that moment, even a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. After a few seconds of such silence, the scene erupted. Is she Yi Xuanyue? Is she the Yi Xuanyue I know? Am I dreaming? I'm really dreaming. Pinching myself doesn't hurt. I knew it. Damn. You pinched me, of course, it doesn't hurt. Get lost. You're not mistaken, that is the real Yi Xuanyue. 10 adult males worth of food, and Yi Xuanyue finished it all by herself. And her eating speed could probably apply for the Dacia Guinness World Record. Has she been stimulated? I was in the same class as her in the first year, and the first half of the semester, she used to eat very elegantly. No need to say. She must have awakened her FT ability, and got stimulated. Maybe it's because of Shuche, the one who's always at the bottom. This is big news. Did you guys take photos? Hurry and post them on the forum. Remember to use a secondary account, and not the school network. Hurry, hurry. Chapter 19, Hey. I suddenly want to practice more. That night. Pengcheng's first ability high school. In an unremarkable single dorm room. Squeak. Accompanied by the lament of the iron frame bed. Shuche's third tier third level cultivation instantly broke through to the third tier fourth level. At the moment of breakthrough, Shuche's energy surged uncontrollably, flowing faster like turbocharging, filling every inch of his meridians. After a few seconds of this, it slowly returned to calm, and his whole body felt warm, as if every cell had undergone a massage. The next second, Shuche suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils rapidly shrinking to the size of a pin before returning to normal. Hiss, did I just break through? After confirming that he had indeed broken through to the third tier fourth level, Shuche's face revealed joy. It was worth noting that just yesterday, He was still a genuine bottom-tier third-level cultivator. Yet at this moment, he had been promoted to the third-tier fourth level. Although the third-tier fourth level wasn't anything remarkable, only placing him in the middle among second-tier teachers, the key point was that it had only been a day. His improvement in this day equaled several years of hard work for others, which was too exaggerated. And all he had done was guide Yi Xuanyue in the second evolution of her ability and complete her technique. Indeed, one gets what one gives. My hard work hasn't been in vain, this is what I deserve. Chapter 20, I'm different, my success is all due to my own efforts. With the crowing of a rooster heralding the dawn, a new day began. At the First Ability Senior High School, Class 10 of the second year is currently holding a unique mobilization meeting. 20 students, each with different appearances, but full of spirit, are all staring ahead with slightly odd expressions. Standing in front of them is Long Aoqian. However, at this moment, Long Aoqian still has his head wrapped in bandages, which looks somewhat comical. This inadvertently diminished his authority. Long Aoqian clearly noticed the subtle change in the students' expressions, and with a sudden eruption of his three-stage three-tier cultivation, he instantly swept through the entire classroom. Although he appeared to be in a bad state, his injuries were all concentrated on his face, and his cultivation had not regressed too much. Under this full-force eruption, the air in the classroom became somewhat tense. Instantly, all the students below turned pale, their faces flushed and breathing rapid. Only the three standing at the front were in slightly better condition, but relatively speaking. HMPH. Seeing that the time was right, Long Aoqian snorted coldly and said lightly, yesterday there was a bit of an accident, so our class's mobilization meeting was held today. Let's get one thing straight. In my class, strength is the most important. If anyone's cultivation does not meet the requirements, I'm sorry. I will immediately expel you from the class to prevent one bad apple from spoiling the whole batch and lowering our class's admission rate. Do you understand? Chapter 21, for the monthly test. The martial arts exam sprint class is in full swing. Pengcheng First Ability High School. After 2 days of adjustment since the start of school, the martial arts exam sprint class has completely gotten into its routine. Each sprint class is practicing intensively under the guidance of their teachers, all for the martial arts exam in 6 months. The countdown of 180 days is hanging prominently in each class. Of course, 6 months away still feels a bit far for the students. What lies ahead for all the sprint classes is the ranking of the sprint classes in 1 month. This not only concerns the honor of each class and teacher, but also their future cultivation resources. Therefore, each sprint class is more competitive than the last. What? The class next door starts at 8 o'clock. Alright, our class starts at 7 o'clock. What? The class next door has extended study after school. Alright. Our class has evening self-study. What? The class next door has homework after evening self-study. Alright, our class will have unified video practice at night. What? The class next door has shortened lunch to half an hour. Alright, our class will take all meals to go and cancel the afternoon nap. Everyone is showing their skills in this fierce competition. Not to mention there are 18 sprint classes in total. This is simply like 18 immortals crossing the sea, competing fiercely. Chapter 22, A Hundredfold Return. Breakthrough to 3-stage 5-tier. Shu Che has been in a good mood lately. After his strength improved, his waist no longer hurt. His legs no longer ached, and he could climb 100 floors without effort. Of course, he has heard some rumors circulating around the school. However, for him, the impact of these comments is minimal. The rumors merely suggest that he has given up on attending classes, and that his disciple has also given up on herself. But in reality, over these days, Yi Xuanyue's strength has been rapidly increasing. This is evident from Shu Che's own cultivation. Almost every night, he falls asleep accompanied by the crisp and pleasant sound of the system's notification. Just a few days after school started, he broke through to the 3-stage 4-tier cultivation. And now he is not far from breaking through to the 3-stage 5-tier. If the advancement to the 3-stage 5-tier is likened to filling a bucket with water, then his bucket is already filled to 60%. Don't underestimate this 60% if he relied solely on his own arduous training. It would take him at least 1 or 2 years. The 3-stage cultivation realm is divided into 9 tiers in total. The first 3 tiers are relatively quick to improve. However, by the middle 3 tiers, the difficulty of improvement increases dramatically. As for the last 3 tiers, the lowest 7th tier is equivalent to the sum of the first to 6th tiers, and the final 8th and 9th tiers are even more outrageous. Chapter 23, Countdown to the monthly test. Earning some extra cash. Time flies, as if a moment has passed since the stars changed. More than 20 days have passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, school has been in session for nearly a month. Only 3 days remain until the test for the martial arts exam sprint class. In 3 days, the first monthly test is about to arrive. In these last few days, the atmosphere throughout the second-year grade has become increasingly tense. Accompanying this tense atmosphere are various rumors and gossip. For example, students from Class 5 and Class 6 got into a fight over a verbal dispute, and in Class 15, a student was expelled for being unmanageable. Additionally, in Class 3, a student was urgently sent to the hospital due to overexertion. And so on and so forth. Of course, the most attention-grabbing news is still about Long Aoqian and Shuche. Their bet has been brewing for a month, and has attracted the attention of the entire school faculty and students. In these last few days, a shocking piece of news came from Long Aoqian's class. Someone actually broke through to the first stage 4 tier. It is unclear who spread the news, but it was confirmed in a very short time. As soon as it was confirmed, the news spread rapidly among all the faculty and students like snowflakes. Chapter 24, Focus on the martial arts arena. The monthly test begins. The sun hangs in the sky, casting warmth that rivals that of a sunny day. First ability Senior High School. Martial Arts Arena. The large martial arts arena is currently filled with many teachers and students. The dense crowd has almost surrounded the central awakening platform. The scale of this event is comparable to that of the Ability Awakening ceremony a month ago, if not slightly larger. Today is the first monthly test for the second-year martial arts exam sprint class. As the first test for the newly established sprint class, the school places great importance on this event. In addition to the head of the grade, Jiang Lianyue, personally presiding over it, Vice Principal Lei Ming is also present. Such a high-profile event naturally attracts the attention of the entire school, with nearly everyone who is free rushing to watch. Besides the event itself being appealing, a large part of the audience is also there just to see the excitement. The bet between Shuche and Long Aoqian has become widely known this month. And even the dark web has betting lines. Many people betting on Long Aoqian want to witness their pocket money coming in firsthand. Although the awakening platform is tightly surrounded by 18 classes, making it seem chaotic, the positioning of each class is quite significant. Chapter 25, The Strength of the Key Class. 3 First Stage 4 Tiers. Martial Arts Arena. Swish. As soon as Jiang Lianyue finished speaking, all eyes in the audience immediately focused on Class 1 of the second year. Naturally, most people's attention was unconsciously drawn to the extraordinary Liu Bo. Feeling the gazes from around him, Liu Bo slightly raised his head, revealing confidence. Zhao Jun, Zhong Kai. Feng Mingyuan, you 3 come up for the test. Yes. In Class 2-1, 3 students quickly stepped forward, each with confident eyes. Standing together, their aura immediately set them apart from the other students around them. These 3 were the geniuses who awakened B-level talents during the high school awakening ceremony. They were the absolute top students of Class 1. After the 3 of them cupped their fists in salute to Liu Bo, they successively stepped onto the awakening platform. At the center of the awakening platform hovered a sphere emitting blue light, which was the core of the intelligent optical brain. The intelligent optical brain core has rich functions. It can not only detect talent levels, but also assess strength without any difficulty. I'll go first. Zhao Jun, who was noticeably larger than the other two, took a deep breath and walked to the core of the intelligent optical brain. In the next moment, the core emitted a beam of blue light, enveloping Zhao Jun. During this time, the brightness of the light curtain could be clearly seen increasing step by step, gradually transforming from dim to bright. Chapter 26. Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi make their appearance. First stage triple. The results for Class 2-10, led by Long Ao Qian, quickly came in. They matched the previously circulated online information exactly. One person achieved first stage quadruple, and two others achieved first stage double, resulting in a final score of 8 points for the three representatives of Class 2-10, with a temporary ranking of 6th based on realm level. Jiang Lian Yu's voice completely confirmed the results of Class 2-10. At this moment, no one noticed that a hint of worry flashed in Jiang Lian Yu's eyes as she announced the results. Her gaze inadvertently swept over a corner of the martial arts arena. Although there were still 8 classes yet to be tested, making this ranking not entirely accurate, it had almost become a foregone conclusion. If the last 8 classes had strong abilities, they wouldn't have been assigned to the end. Class 2-10 should be secure in breaking into the top 6 for this month's test. Wow! Indeed, there was 1 first stage quadruple and 2 first stage doubles. And among those 2 first stage doubles, they were not far from breaking into triples. Besides Class 1, Class 2-10 was the second class to have a first stage quadruple student. They had already broken into 6th place, and the top 6 were almost secured. I really don't know how Shuche plans to win. Is he betting that Long Ao Qian's class will falter? If so, he clearly lost that bet. Chapter 27, A Thunderclap. Yi Shuangyu achieves first stage quintuple. On the empty awakening platform, the voice of the intelligent optical brain resonated clearly throughout the martial arts arena. Jiang Yu Li, first stage triple. Jiang Yu Shi, first stage triple. The fact that the Jiang sisters had a family inheritance breathing technique was no secret. Everyone knew that after their awakening, they would be at first stage double. But the problem was that breaking through from double to triple is much more difficult than breaking from single to double. Most of the sprint class students had E-level or even D-level talents, yet they hadn't even broken through to double. Moreover, the Jiang sisters both awakened F-level talents. Wasn't this speed a bit too fast? Almost immediately after the results were announced, the venue buzzed with discussion. Huh? First stage triple. Although this strength doesn't rank at the top, it's still among the best, right? Is this really the speed of an F-level talent? Have you forgotten? The Jiang sisters took a whole month off. It looks like they must have hired a famous teacher for special training at home, and with the Jiang family's financial power, they can provide unlimited resources. TSK, being rich is great. Even first stage elemental energy potions, unlimited supply, are not something an average family can afford. These two really hit the jackpot, otherwise, it would be impossible to break through in a month. Chapter 28, Counterattack. Monthly test class ranking second. Testing completed. First stage quintuple cultivation. Progress towards breaking through to first stage sextuple, 30. The voice of the intelligent optical brain was not loud. However, at this moment, it sounded like a thunderclap in everyone's ears. The scene eerily quieted down, as if the air had solidified. The entire martial arts arena resembled a still life painting, with every face displaying shock. After a few seconds of this silence, Lei Ming, with a massive physique, almost leaped up, his eyes wide as saucers. First stage quintuple. It's really first stage quintuple. Lei Ming's brow twitched violently, and his eyes fixed intently on Yi Shuangyu on the awakening platform, his breathing growing heavier. As the vice principal, he was very familiar with the detection process of the awakening platform. Just now, the brightness of the intelligent optical brain made him think of first stage quintuple instantly, but he hesitated to believe it. After all, in all these years, no student from the martial examination class in the first supernatural high school had achieved first stage quintuple in their first monthly test. Not to mention their school. Even in Peng City, only the children of major families with A-level talents could possibly break through to first stage quintuple within a month. However, geniuses with A-level talents are not easy to come by. Chapter 29, Ranking Challenge. Yishuangyu vs. Pan Hong. In the martial arts arena, as Jiang Lian Yu announced the results, Class 2, 18's ranking was firmly established. This also signified the complete end of this month's martial examination sprint class. However, this astonishing achievement made everyone's hearts tremble. Second, they actually came in second. It must be noted that according to the division during class assignment, Class 2, 18 was the weakest class. But now, Class 2, 18 had transformed and surged to second place, rising a full 16 ranks. In fact, Class 2, 18's score was only 1 point less than the key Class 1. This was too outrageous. This couldn't even be called a counterattack. It was like a complete transformation. How could they possibly rank second? What right does a mere clown have? In the crowd, Liu Bo opened his mouth. The disdain and contempt in his eyes had long disappeared, replaced by a serious expression. Although their class was still first, Xu Che's class points made him feel a slight threat. Previously, Class 2, which ranked second, only had a total score of 9 points. A full 3 points behind their class. But now, Xu Che's class was only 1 point less than theirs. This made it hard for him to accept. It was like seeing an ant that he could have easily crushed suddenly pose a threat to his life. Chapter 30, One Strike to Kill. The whole audience is shocked. In the martial arts arena, although the monthly test for the martial examination sprint class had ended, no one left the scene, in fact. More and more people rushed over upon hearing the news. The large martial arts arena was soon surrounded by layers of people. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on the central arena, all wearing expressions of eager anticipation. Generally, during the monthly test, very few classes would initiate ranking challenges. Challenging someone ranked much higher was rarely worth the risk, and even challenging someone ranked just 1 place higher was often not worth it. In the entire first supernatural high school, no one had initiated a ranking challenge for a long time. Therefore, Long Ao Qian's challenge immediately drew a lot of attention. Raw. In a battle between a first-level 5-fold and a first-level 4-fold, the strength difference seems a bit unfair, right? How could the first-level 4-fold possibly win? You must be new here and know nothing. The first-level 4-fold is called Pan Hong, a little genius who has awakened a C-level talent. While the first-level 5-fold is called Yishuangyu, who has awakened an F-level talent. The outcome is really hard to predict. I feel that Pan Hong has a greater chance of winning. If I remember correctly, both of them have enhancement-type talents, but males are naturally stronger than females. Plus, Pan Hong has a family breathing technique, and his ability level is in a suppressive position. The gap of just 1 level of cultivation doesn't seem significant to me. Chapter 31, Reassessment. Secondary evolution of abilities. The entire martial arts arena fell silent in an instant, quiet enough that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone turned to look at Yishuangyu, who stood with his hands behind his back in the center of the arena, their eyes wide with disbelief. Instant kill. 1 move instant kill. The rock-breathing technique combined with the earth fist made Pan Hong, with his first-level 4-fold cultivation, look impressive. In the eyes of most, Pan Hong was about to win, yet he was effortlessly killed in an instant. The muscular Pan Hong, who looked so formidable, was defeated by the seemingly harmless Yishuangyu with his slender arms and legs. Shock, disbelief, confusion, and other expressions flashed across the faces of the audience. For a moment, the entire scene resembled a still-life painting, with everyone interpreting the meaning of shock in their own way. Just then, a cold wind blew through, causing the hairs on many people's backs to stand up, and they couldn't help but shiver. The cold wind seemed to have flipped a switch, and the previously dead silence exploded into chaos. The scene instantly boiled over. The uproar surpassed anything that had come before. What a grand age of Tang! What did I just see? Didn't Pan Hong just have to win? Why is it that in the blink of an eye, it was Pan Hong who was thrown off the stage? Chapter 32, Show of Strength. Peak of third level fivefold. Shu Che, I warn you not to bully others too much. Hearing that Shu Che wanted to apologize in front of so many people, Long Aotian instantly turned red. At this moment, the martial arts arena was filled not only with all the teachers and students of the martial arts examination class, but also with many teachers and students from the first and second years. Not to mention Principal Lei Ming was also present. If he apologized to Shu Che in front of so many people, Long Aotian would never be able to hold his head up in school again. Bullying others too much. Teacher Long, do you want to go back on your word? Shu Che couldn't help but laugh. Our bet was witnessed by Director Jiang and Director Song. I am just executing the bet. You and I. Long Aotian was instantly speechless, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find words. Recalling the scene of the bet being made, regret surged to its peak in his heart. At the same time, there was even a hint of fear in his look towards Shu Che. It was clear that Shu Che must have known he would win, which is why he agreed to the bet, and invited the two directors to witness it. This level of cunning is simply terrifying. Teacher Long, with so many people watching, are you really going to go back on your word? Shu Che's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in Long Aotian's ears, shocking him. Chapter 33, Hard Resistance Against B-Level Ability Wind Blade. Unscathed. I'm numb. Completely numb. In the martial arts arena, everyone inexplicably felt a tingling sensation on their scalps. Today's martial arts examination sprint class monthly test nearly dropped their jaws in shock. First, they were astonished by Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's first-level threefold cultivation, then shocked by Yishuang Yue's first-level fivefold cultivation. Before they could recover from Yishuang Yue's first-level fivefold cultivation, they were stunned by the scene of Yishuang Yue instantly killing Pan Hong. Then, without giving them any time to react, the next moment Yishuang Yue was tested and found to have a secondary evolution of talent to a C-level talent. They thought everything would end there. But then, they witnessed Shu Che erupting with the peak of third-level fivefold cultivation, hard resisting Liu Bo's attack. Many people rubbed their eyes, thinking they must have seen it wrong. They had heard about Shu Che hiding his strength and defeating Long Aotian, and many had even witnessed it firsthand. But the problem was, at that time, Shu Che had displayed a strength of third-level threefold, not third-level fivefold. Gulp! Someone in the crowd swallowed hard. Gulp, gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed one after another. The next moment, another uproar arose. Peak of third-level fivefold. This is far too different from third-level threefold, right? This level of cultivation is among the best among second-level teachers. Isn't it? You call this the bottom of the barrel. Chapter 34, First, put the money in your pocket, a new bet worth 1.2 million. Not betting. Hearing Liu Bo's suggestion, Shu Che almost immediately refused without a second thought. There are a total of 3 monthly tests before the martial arts exam. The first monthly test is in the first month of school. The second monthly test is in the third month of school. The next month is too far away. He doesn't want to think about it now. Ridiculous, what else in his pocket is his own? He worked hard for a month just for that 600,000. And he can't let the duck fly away. If you win, you can take 1.2 million, don't you want that 1.2 million? Liu Bo had little interaction with Shu Che before and was momentarily bewildered by Shu Che's words. This was not what he had imagined. Since Shu Che appeared to be so greedy, shouldn't he agree? Not betting. Shu Che still shook his head firmly. That 600,000 was originally mine. Why should I use it to bet with you? Liu Bo clenched his fists under his sleeves. You're scared. Yes, you're right. Shu Che rolled his eyes. Too lazy to respond. He realized that Long Aoqian was indeed Liu Bo's lackey. Their thought processes were surprisingly similar. You? Liu Bo felt as if he had punched tofu, feeling uncomfortable all over. Chapter 35, Shocking Shudachuan, Luoying Grass came to life. Pengcheng First Advanced Ability High School. Similar to the awakening ceremony process at the start of school, after the monthly test of the martial arts sprint class, everyone was given a half-day break as usual. For this hard-earned break, both teachers and students of the sprint class cherished it very much. In a very short time, 18 students and teachers from the sprint class vanished without a trace. While the teachers and students were resting, the school's higher-ups were still working. There was no choice. Pengcheng First Advanced Ability High School was not only about the second-year martial arts sprint class. In the vice principal's office, Lei Ming was handling work after participating in the martial arts class monthly test, looking very serious. Don't be fooled by his explosive temper and carefree demeanor. He was extremely serious and responsible in his work, completing the day's tasks without delay. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the door was suddenly knocked on. And a man dressed as a secretary, with black-framed glasses gently pushed the door open. Principal Lei, there is a document here that needs your signature. Lei Ming nodded without raising his head. Come in. The secretary respectfully nodded and closed the door, quickly handing over the prepared documents to Lei Ming. Lei Ming did not rush to look at them. Instead, he waited until he finished with the materials in his hands before taking the documents. Chapter 36, Shu Dachuan. Repeatedly shocked. In the Qiantonjuan community, at home. Old Shu, I'm not guessing. Shu Che wiped his mouth and spoke, making a shocking statement. Shu Dachuan's pupils instantly trembled. And he tightened his grip on the Luoying grass in his hand. Shu Che quickly followed up. Actually, I was just guessing. Shu Dachuan's mouth slowly opened. His eyebrows trembling, and his expression suddenly turned somewhat resentful. You brat. Upon learning that Shu Che was just guessing, he felt a bit disappointed, but deep down, he strangely breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next second, Shu Che grinned. Ha ha, just kidding. This is actually a power I gained from the second awakening of my ability. Shu Dachuan rolled his eyes. Is it okay for you to joke with me like this? I thought you, wait. What did you say? Before he could finish, Shu Dachuan's pupils shook again. His body jerked back, causing the chair to make a screeching sound. He almost had to dig at his ears to confirm if there was something wrong with his hearing. Shu Che put away his playful demeanor and spoke much more seriously. Old Shu, my ability has evolved for the second time. I am now at B-level talent. He would not tell anyone about the biggest secret of that was without question. But he did not plan to hide the fact of his ability's evolution from Shu Dachuan. Chapter 37, Here Again. Your awakenings are not F-level talents, but SSS-level talents. First High School for Abilities, Logistics Department. The first monthly test of the martial arts sprint class had just ended, and it was time to collect class resources again. However, unlike last time, this time they needed to collect 2 months' worth of training resources at once. The same was true when Shu Che arrived. The queue was still long. There was no helping it. The commute from the third ring to the city center was quite a distance. Fortunately, there weren't too many people. And it should be settled in 10 minutes. After judging the number of people in his mind, Shu Che instinctively began to line up honestly. After all, deep down, he had always been a well-behaved young man who didn't like to stir up trouble. However, the trees want tranquility, but the wind does not stop. Shu Che wanted to stand in line quietly, but the people around him had other ideas. Ahem, so it's Teacher Shu Che. You're quite early today, I don't dare to take your time, why don't you go ahead? Good morning, Teacher Shu Che, I'm so sorry to be behind you, you go first. Yes, yes. Teacher Shu Che, please take the lead, we are not in a hurry, haha. Once a teacher saw Shu Che voluntarily give up his position, the scene suddenly became uncontrollable. One by one, teachers eagerly pulled Shu Che to the front of the line. Chapter 38, Breaking Through the Third Stage and Sixth Level. A-Level Ability, Qing Feng Jiao. Class 18. Grade 2 Classroom. Actually, you are not awakening F-level talents, but SSS-level talents. Shu Che's opening line was a bombshell. At this moment, it was just like the moment before. Strictly speaking, Yi Shuangyue's rise began with this statement. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi's pupils instantly shook. The muscles in their backs tightened, and they felt goosebumps spreading from their necks down to their arms. Reflexively, they exchanged a glance and read the deep shock in each other's eyes. Before coming to Class 18, the two had imagined many opening lines for Shu Che. For example, I am now at the third stage and fifth level. Being your teacher is more than enough, and from today on, you will train with me. Or, do you want to become like Yi Shuangyue? Train with me, and I guarantee that one day you will reach her level. And so on. They had even prepared their lines to cope with such situations. That's right, they had already discussed it before coming. Although Shu Che was already at the peak of the third stage and fifth level, and although Class 18 ranked second in the martial arts sprint class, they still chose to train at home. They understood that the reason Class 18 could achieve this result was entirely because of Yi Shuangyue. Chapter 39, Binding. Binding. The three personal disciples finally gathered. In the classroom. Boom. A momentum dozens of times more intense than before erupted instantly, and the violent energy swept through the entire classroom. The collision between energy and air immediately created waves of shock waves. Creak, creak. The classroom door, windows, and even the desks and chairs creaked from the vibrations. The whole classroom felt like it was in the center of a storm, and the air suddenly became extremely thin. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi suddenly opened their eyes, looking at Shu Che, who was at the center of the energy disturbance, with a hint of fear. Of course, while feeling fear, their minds were also a bit confused. Wasn't today supposed to be about them? With a trial-and-error attitude. The two had finally decided a few hours ago to try out the improved extreme compression breathing method. With their experience in the family breathing method, they quickly became somewhat familiar with the operation cycle of the breathing method. The moment they operated the breathing method, they were surprised to find that their entire bodies felt extremely comfortable, as if their cells were cheering. The abdominal meridians not only no longer hurt, but even felt as if they were in water, as if this breathing method was tailor-made for them. Unconsciously, the two couldn't help but operate it over and over again, gradually forgetting the passage of time. Chapter 40, Mistake. The awkward Jiang Lianyue. In Class 18's classroom, Shu Che's mouth was slightly open as he looked up at a 45-degree angle at the sky with a silly smile. If paired with drool at the corner of his mouth, people would believe he was the village fool. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi both looked at him with strange expressions. However, at this moment, Shu Che was completely immersed in joy and had no idea. Binding with one Yi Shuangyue had allowed him to soar from the first level of the third stage to the peak of the third stage in just 1 month. Now, with the binding of Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi, wouldn't his training speed triple? Ahem, Teacher Lao Deng. Teacher. Jiang Yuli softly coughed. Shu Che suddenly came to his senses, shook his head to clear his thoughts, and smiled at the two. By the way, demonstrate all the combat skills you've been training, and I'll see if there's anything I can improve. The most important issue of the breathing method had been resolved. And now it was time to tackle the combat skills. If the breathing method was likened to internal power, then combat skills were external power. Having strong internal strength and realm without knowing how to use or attack is not what a qualified strong person should be. His disciples, Shuche believed, should not only have strong talent, but also strong combat power. Hearing Shuche's fierce words, Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi trembled slightly. Chapter 41, The Candidate for a Third-Level Teacher. Jiang Lianyue felt a bit confused. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's words undoubtedly struck her mind like a giant hammer, leaving her feeling a bit dizzy. Her delicate red lips instinctively parted as if she wanted to say something, but despite opening and closing her mouth, no sound came out. The reactions of Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were completely different from what she had imagined. Didn't they agree yesterday to ask Shuche for leave today? What was going on? After the monthly test yesterday, they had half a day off, and as soon as she got home, she heard Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi discussing the leave. When the two decided to continue cultivating at home, she confirmed it several times, and both clearly stated that they had made up their minds to ask for leave early the next morning. Jiang Yueli even asked her to step in personally if they were late coming out of the classroom, indicating that there might be a problem. Now, having waited until lunchtime without seeing them come out, she immediately realized something was wrong and rushed over. But she never expected it to turn out like this. It was too embarrassing. Though her expression remained relatively calm, her toes were practically digging into the floor. Director Jiang, I think there might be a misunderstanding. Chapter 42, A Small Windfall. 90,000 Daxia coins credited. The first high school of supernatural abilities in Pengcheng. In a luxurious single dormitory, a handsome guy was excitedly sparkling with joy. This person was none other than Shuche. Just now, as he had made up his mind to cultivate seriously, the cultivation returns from his 3 good disciples arrived at the same time. Although each person only returned 10 times, with 3 people, it amounted to 30 times in total. Moreover, as the 3's levels increased, he could clearly feel the returning energy getting higher and higher. Even if he slacked off from now on and relied solely on the cultivation returns, breaking through a level in a month would be easy. If luck was on his side and he got a 100-fold return, he might accidentally break through on any random day. However, Shuche didn't slack off. Instead, he resumed his diligent practice of the galactic breathing method. As he always said, it wasn't just for that little improvement, but to solidify his own cultivation. Before the first monthly test, he had finally managed to integrate his 3rd-tier 5th-level cultivation seamlessly. But just the day after the monthly test, he had already broken through to the 3rd-tier 6th level, causing the energy in his body, which had been well organized, to become restless again. Let's do this. Taking a deep breath, Shuche's supernatural ability surged with emotion, and a glimmer flickered in his eyes. Chapter 43, Shocked Jiang Qianyang. I'll personally send you tomorrow. At the foot of Yunlong Mountain, in the brightly lit Jiang family villa. Through the shadows of the living room, 4 figures could be clearly seen. At this moment, one distinguished middle-aged man was excitedly gesturing while speaking, a bit agitated. No way. Absolutely not. So what if your teacher is already at the 3rd-tier 6th level? Isn't he just a 2nd-level teacher? How can he compare to the 3rd-level retired teacher I can get for you? It wasn't that he looked down on their teacher. He just felt that aside from Liu Bo from the Liu family, the other teachers in the martial arts crash course were not up to par. In short, he had one thing to say: you two just stay home and cultivate. Our family is wealthy. Isn't the training environment at home better than at school? After expressing his stance, Jiang Qianyang's face turned slightly red. However, seeing that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi clearly weren't listening, he looked helpless. He didn't understand what was wrong with his 2 precious daughters. After attending the monthly test at school yesterday, they had gone back to school early this morning. But upon returning home, they decided to train with the school teachers, which worried him greatly. It wasn't that he had anything against anyone. He just genuinely felt that the first high school of supernatural abilities in Pengcheng was not that impressive. Chapter 44. A grand gift for Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. The first high school of supernatural abilities in Pengcheng. Morning. It was the time when students were entering the school, and large groups of students were streaming in. However, almost every student looked at the road directly opposite the school gate with envious eyes. A luxurious black sedan was parked on the road directly across from the school gate. A bright red line ran across the entire front, looking both understated and luxurious. In Pengcheng, a sedan was a rare item, only the wealthy could possibly own one. Even if an ordinary family could afford it, they wouldn't have a place to park, and even if they had a place, they wouldn't have the money to charge it. In a city where electricity resources were so tight, a sedan represented status. Especially since the license plate of this all-black sedan was Susi 66666. Because of this license plate, many people recognized the car's owner. This car belonged to the Jiang family, one of the 6 major families in Pengcheng. Inside the luxurious sedan. What? You mean Shuche was only at the first level of the 3rd tier a month ago? He was known as the bottom student in school. And now he's already at the 6th level of the 3rd tier. Jiang Qianyang looked at Jiang Lianyue in shock, his voice faltering. After dropping Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi off at school, he began to ask Jiang Lianyue for information about Shuche. Chapter 45, Extreme Training and the Black Gold Card. First High School of Supernatural Abilities. Training Ground. Teacher, is this the grand gift you mentioned? Looking at the densely packed training plan in her hands, Jiang Yueshi's beautiful lips curved down into a frown. Training plan schedule. Arrive at school at 6:30 a.m., gather at 6:40, end training at 6:30 p.m. The specific plan is as follows. Plan 1, warm up, run 100 laps around the training ground. Plan 2, strength training, squats, 4 sets x 500 representatives. Deadlifts, 4 sets x 500 representatives, bench press, 4 sets x 500 representatives, time limit 30 minutes. Plan 3, explosive training, box jumps, 3 sets x 500 representatives. Medicine ball throws, 3 sets x 500 representatives, time limit 30 minutes. Plan 4, aerobic endurance training, run 300 laps around the training ground with a 100 kilograms load. Time limit 30 minutes. Plan 5, speed training. Plan 6, core training. Plan 7, extreme challenge. The page was filled with every training item given a time limit. But there was no time allocated for rest. What kind of training plan was this? It was clearly a death plan. This morning, when she saw Yishuang Yue receiving a black gold card, Jiang Yueshi thought everyone would get one. Chapter 46, Yishuang Yue breaks through again. First level, 6th tier. Second cafeteria. Inside a luxurious restaurant private room. Master, I didn't order these 3rd tier mid-grade blood foods. There must be a misunderstanding. Yishuang Yue looked confused, but her mouth was watering. The moment she saw the 3rd tier mid-grade blood food, every cell in her body seemed to roar, eager to devour the blood food right in front of her. If it weren't for her strong self-control, she would probably have already started eating by now. Even if she could barely control herself, Yishuang Yue's expression was extremely painful. No misunderstanding, no misunderstanding, you are a distinguished black card member, and this blood food is yours. The master chef smiled even more broadly. Not only that, starting today, you can enjoy a 3-tier medium-grade blood food set for both lunch and dinner every day. However, before Yishuang Yue could say anything, her stomach couldn't wait to issue an invitation to eat. The clear voice echoed in the luxurious restaurant private room, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. Dear guest, please enjoy your meal. If you have any questions, feel free to call me. The master chef greeted with a smile and turned to leave. Wait. Yishuang Yue bit her lip tightly. How much do these cost? Chapter 47 Sister, you know me. I love basic training the most. On the first floor of the teaching building. In the spacious and bright classroom of Class 2-1. Teacher, Yi Xuanyue is really disrespecting you. I already said that you appreciate her, and wanted to give her a chance to come to our Class 1. But unexpectedly she not only flatly refused, but also disrespected you. If it weren't for the people around, I couldn't help but teach her a lesson. Zhong Kai's face turned red, looking indignant. But the words that came out of his mouth were completely opposite to the truth. Oh? Really? Liu Bo's voice curved. Looking at Zhong Kai with a half-smile. Under Liu Bo's gaze, Zhong Kai felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up instantly. Trembling all over. He instinctively averted his gaze and lowered his head, forcing himself to say, "Really, Yi Xuanyue really said that?" Liu Bo gave Zhong Kai a meaningful glance before calmly replying, "All right, I understand." With his experience, he could see at a glance that Zhong Kai was not telling the whole truth. However, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that Yi Xuanyue did not show any intention of wanting to come to Class 1. Teacher, even if Yi Xuanyue's ability evolves for the second time, she is only a C-level talent, so I think there is no need to invite her to our Class 1. Chapter 48, A Small 3-Tier 7-Fold. Instant Breakthrough. Pengcheng First Ability Senior High School. Everything for the martial arts exam. After a short break following the first monthly test of the sprint class, each major sprint class was already gearing up. Moreover, this time, the various sprint classes were even more competitive than the first month. The top-ranking sprint classes were originally competitive. Especially the top 6, who received extra resources this time, naturally unwilling to lose that status. The classes ranked in the middle were even more competitive. Envious of the extra resources of the top 6, each working hard to push up and try to take their place. The classes ranked at the bottom were even more desperate, unwilling to remain in the last 6, as their resources would continuously subsidize the top 6. Making it feel like they were feeding others with their own flesh. How could they accept that? As time passed, the internal competition intensified. Originally 9-to-5 students were forced into a 6-to-9 grind, no, even harder than regular workers. Regular workers at least have 1 or 2 hours of lunch break. But the students in the sprint class did not. The originally double rest weekends gradually turned into single rest, then directly changed to 1 day off every 2 weeks. Just before the 2 weeks holiday began, it suddenly changed to 1 month off. Finally, it was announced that there would be no breaks at all. Under the pretext of making up for the holiday after the martial arts exam. Chapter 49, Qing Feng Jiao brings special abilities. Pengcheng First Ability Senior High School. In the luxurious single dormitory. Crack! The energy surged too violently in a short time, causing the surrounding air to compress and emit strange sounds. Even the air was like this, let alone the energy receiver Shuche. Ah! Shuche's forehead was immediately covered with fine beads of sweat. And his muscles bulged with blue veins wriggling like blue earthworms. In a very short time, faint blue patterns quickly formed under his skin. Although the color did not appear deep, it flickered with blue light with each breath, as if it were alive. This process lasted for several minutes before the strange energy gradually calmed down. The next moment, Shuche quietly opened his eyes. And the blue dragon shadow in his pupils became more solid. Although he did not deliberately emit energy, he exuded an extremely terrifying and heart-pounding aura. Like a peerless beast that seemed ready to devour anyone at any moment. Strange, why did this time take so long? Shuche was not surprised by his breakthrough. More than a month had passed since the last monthly test, and the breakthroughs of his 3 disciples were completely within his expectations. What puzzled him was why this breakthrough took so long, almost several times longer than usual. Chapter 50 Extreme Sprint Plan. Disciples' abilities evolve again. Class 18, Classroom. I announce that the Extreme Sprint Plan is now starting. Shuche's voice echoed clearly in the classroom. The so-called extreme sprint plan was not a decision he made on a whim, he had actually considered it for several days. The main reason was still Yishuang Yue. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's progress had slowed down considerably compared to the first month. First, there was Yishuang Yue. As Yishuang Yue's cultivation increased, her requirements for blood food also became higher. After breaking through to the first tier sevenfold, the effects of the three-tier medium-grade blood food were gradually diminishing. Even though the effects of the three-tier medium-grade blood food had decreased, Yishuang Yue's improvement speed still surpassed the entire school, even faster than the Jiang sisters. However, Xu Che still felt it was a bit too slow. Next were the two sisters, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. After nearly 2 months of extreme physical training, the previously atrophied meridians in their bodies had finally recovered. Their strength had risen from the first tier fourfold 2 months ago to the first tier sixfold, fully entering the top tier of the martial arts exam year. If nothing unexpected happened, their cultivation would be considered the strongest after Yishuang Yue. The improvement of the two seemed very simple, requiring only physical training, but in reality, it was far from replicable. Chapter 51 3-tier eightfold. Liu Bo, I am invincible. Truly heaven helps me. Hearing the system prompt sound in his ear, Xu Che felt that this world was so wonderful. It was so beautiful for a Virgo. Just as he was still worried about being a hair short of a breakthrough, Yishuang Yue lived up to expectations and lent a hand. Ah, that feels good. Xu Che first let out a long breath, then grinned, face the storm. Crack! Time seemed to freeze at a certain correct node. In an instant, Xu Che felt a buzzing in his head, as if it had been struck by a big stick. Terrifying energy poured in wildly from the Baihui point on top of his head, as if tearing through his scalp to transmit power. Crack! This time, Xu Che couldn't even let out a light grunt, only able to grit his teeth to resist this violent energy. Fortunately, after so many experiences, he was already very experienced. And this pain was completely within his tolerance range. Deep down, he actually hoped for the pain to be even more intense. After all, the more it hurt, the greater the strength he would gain later. This is what is known as pain and pleasure coexist, akin to M. However, while Xu Che was used to it, everything around him was suffering. The classroom of Class 18 was already small, and the decoration was hard to describe. Chapter 52, I must obtain the title of third-level teacher. The teaching building, first floor, Class 1 classroom. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master. To break through to the third level, 8th stage at such a young age. You truly are a dragon among men. Uncle Liu in a grey robe respectfully looked at Liu Bo, who had just walked out of the training room. His eyes filled with admiration. Although he himself was a third-level, 9th stage ability user, these words were truly heartfelt. The probability of a 30-year-old at the third level, 8th stage breaking into the 4th level was exponentially higher compared to a 70-year-old at the third level, 9th stage. In the entire Pengcheng First High School for Abilities, it seemed that the only person under 30 with a strength exceeding the third level, 8th stage was Jiang Lianyue. And now, there was one more. Uncle Liu. Please don't praise me too much, I'm still far from it. Liu Bo, with a rosy complexion, was clearly in a good mood. Although his words were modest, the pride in his eyes was evident. He indeed had the capital to be proud. Apart from the principal, vice principal, and a few older directors, he was the top among the second-level teachers. Jiang Lianyue didn't count, as she was already a third-level teacher, and held the position of director. Young master, you are too humble. With your strength, this year's promotion to third-level teacher must be yours. Uncle Liu, not foolish enough to just flatter Liu Bo blindly, knew how to navigate the situation. Chapter 53, One day until the monthly test. Earn some pocket money. Pengcheng First High School for Abilities. There was only 1 day left until the monthly test for the martial arts sprint class. On this day, every student in the martial arts sprint class was eager to use every moment, even for bathroom breaks. Tomorrow's monthly test was crucial, as it would determine the training resources for the next 3 months. The test would measure progress to the decimal point, and even among those at the same level. There were distinctions in strength, based on past monthly tests. It was not an exaggeration to say that every slight increase in progress could elevate a student by 2 or 3 ranks. What if they improved by 2 or 3 ranks and managed to escape the bottom 6? What if they improved by 2 or 3 ranks and broke into the top 6? What if they improved by 2 or 3 ranks and entered the top 3? Therefore, even though tomorrow was the monthly test, no class was slacking off. At this moment, in the spacious and bright classroom of Class 1, Liu Bo, with a rosy complexion and shining eyes, asked Zhong Kai, Zhao Jun, Feng Mingyuan, "How is your training progress?" Since his strength had improved to the 3rd level, 8th stage, he felt that the air in the school was sweet. Even more exciting for Liu Bo was that just now, his father had sent good news. Tomorrow during the monthly test, his father would publicly announce that the champion teacher of this monthly test would be promoted to a 3rd level teacher. Chapter 54, the second monthly test begins. A luxurious viewing lineup. As dawn broke, the sky was tinged with a faint golden edge, heralding the start of a new day. Today was destined to be an extraordinary day for Pingcheng First High School for Abilities. Because today was the second monthly test for the entire martial arts sprint class. Although there were 3 monthly tests before the martial arts exam, the second monthly test was actually the most important. The third monthly test, held just before the martial arts exam, was more of a comprehensive assessment. Regardless of the strength of each sprint class, there was no time left. But the second monthly test was different. Its results directly affected the training resources for the last 3 months. To make a comeback in the final 3 months before the martial arts exam, today's monthly test results were particularly vital. The school was clearly aware of this. So the specifications for this monthly test were extremely high. In addition to the increased leadership seats directly opposite the awakening stage, 2 high-end chairs were even temporarily set up beside them. According to tradition, the monthly test officially began at 10 in the morning. But by 9 o'clock, nearly all the martial arts sprint classes had already arrived. Besides the teachers and students of the martial arts class, the number of first and second year students coming to watch far exceeded that of the first monthly test. Chapter 55, 3 First Level, 6th Stage. The Unmatched Class 1. In the martial arts arena, at the leadership platform, although Song Yi's voice was not thunderous, it was clear and pierced the ears of everyone present. Especially with this explosive news, the previously silent scene suddenly became chaotic. Generally speaking, the selection of third-level teachers would occur after the martial arts exam. But this year it was unexpectedly fast. The champion of this monthly test would directly become a third-level teacher. No wonder so many people showed up today. Wasn't this rule set up for Liu Bo? Who could win against him in this monthly test? Didn't they say that there were breakthroughs to the first level, 6th stage in his class? So what? Didn't you know about the relationship between the Liu family and Principal Song Yi? Moreover, it was only a matter of time before Liu Bo received the title of third-level teacher. Did you really think someone could compete with him? Now it all made sense why the head of the Liu family suddenly came. It was to witness Liu Bo becoming a third-level teacher. After a brief moment of surprise, everyone finally understood why there was such a grand scene today. HMPH, Lei Ming snorted coldly and turned his head, his gaze clearly filled with disdain. He was a person who couldn't tolerate any sand in his eyes, and he was naturally unhappy with Song Yi's obviously selfish decision. Chapter 56, Yi Xuanyue takes the stage. First level, 8th stage shocks the audience. When the voice of the intelligent holographic assistant echoed throughout the martial arts arena, the spectators who had been deeply shocked by Zhong Kai's cultivation suddenly fell silent. For a moment, the entire martial arts arena was plunged into a brief, absolute silence. And one could even hear the sound of the wind. But this situation did not last for even a few seconds before being broken by the uproar of the crowd. What? Is there something wrong with my ears? Not one, but 3 first level, 6th stage. Oh my god, how is this possible? To have 3 people simultaneously increase by 2 stages to reach the first level. 6th stage in 2 months is more than 3 times harder than one person breaking through to the first level, 6th stage. Terrifying. No wonder this is an elite class. There have been instances in previous years where someone reached the first level, 6th stage during the second test, but never before have 3 people reached the first level, 6th stage together. I was wondering why teacher Liu Bo was so confident. It turns out he was bound to win. 3 first level, 6th stage, a total of 18 points. This might even set a new record for the second test. Who cares about records at this point? I think we can already congratulate teacher Liu Bo on becoming a 3rd level teacher in advance. When the rumor spread that there was a student in class 1 who had broken through to the first level, 6th stage, everyone believed that Liu Bo would surely secure the first place in the monthly test. Chapter 57, First Level 7th Stage. The Jiang sisters continue to shock the audience. Testing complete. First level, 8th stage. Breakthrough to the first order 8th level, 10. The voice of the intelligent light brain echoed throughout the martial arts arena. This sound was undoubtedly like a heavy bomb dropped into a calm lake. No, to be precise, it was like dropping 2 or 3 bombs or even more. First order 8th level. This is first order 8th level. At this moment, whether it was the teachers and students watching on site, or those from the martial arts examination class, regardless of whether they were on the leadership platform, or the heads of the 2 major families, everyone's expression changed to one of shock when the keyword first order 8th level rang out. Shock, disbelief, confusion, and other thoughts began to flicker across everyone's faces. For a moment, time seemed to stand still. After a few breaths, the immense shock and disbelief exploded in everyone's hearts, igniting a wave of discussions. If the intelligent light brain isn't malfunctioning, then I must be crazy. What the hell is first order 8th level? What is it doing here? This is high school. Not college. First order 8th level. Damn it, if I remember correctly. Last year's martial arts examination champion Zhong Yu from Pengcheng only reached first order 8th level when he participated in the martial arts exam, right? Doesn't this mean that Yi Shuangyue's level is already comparable to last year's champion? Chapter 58. A cliff-like lead, UCE ranks first. In the martial arts arena. Boom. At this moment, it was as if a lightning bolt struck Liu Bo's mind, leaving him stunned and trembling. His pupils shrank violently as if encountering a bright light, and his face became rigid like a stone sculpture. His mind went blank in an instant, feeling as if he had lost all thoughts. The 4 big words first order 7th level kept echoing in his mind, the sound growing louder until it occupied his entire consciousness. Staggering back a few steps, Liu Bo felt his body weaken and nearly stumbled to the ground, only feeling a tightness in his chest. His face changed from pale to green repeatedly, and his breathing became visibly rapid. How could it be first order 7th level? How could it be? Liu Bo murmured with his eyes closed and then opened them again, hoping desperately that this was just a dream. But unfortunately, when he opened his eyes again, he was still in the martial arts arena, and everything around him remained unchanged. At this moment, Liu Bo was deeply engulfed in despair and collapse. He realized that everything was indeed true. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi had truly reached first order 7th level. Just a second ago, he was still certain that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi could not break through to first order 5th level. But in the next second, the 2 proved their strength with their actions, and fiercely slapped his face. Chapter 59, Not giving up until the Yellow River, Liu Bo initiates a ranking challenge. Next. We invite the representative from Class 2 of Grade 11, ranked 3rd in the first assessment, to the Awakening platform for testing. The 3 representatives from Class 2 of Grade 11 are all at First Order 5th level, totaling 15 points, currently ranked 3rd. Next, we invite the representative from Class 3 of Grade 11, ranked 4th in the first assessment, to the Awakening platform for testing. The large martial arts arena continued with Jiang Lianyue's voice as the testing went on. But clearly, aside from the class currently undergoing the U-test on stage, everyone else present had their minds long since on the U-test. The surrounding teachers and students, as well as the leadership, were still thinking about the scene during Class 2-18's U-test. Originally, Yi Shuangyue's First Order 8th level cultivation was already shocking enough. But who would have thought it wasn't over yet? Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi's cultivation actually reached First Order 7th level. 1 First Order 8th level and 2 First Order 7th levels in one class, what a significant achievement. This means that the highest level students in this year's school all come from Class 2-18. This means that even if the 3 of them make no further progress in their cultivation from now until the martial arts examination, they can still get into an undergraduate program. This means that even though the martial arts examination hasn't started yet, Class 2-18's undergraduate admission rate has already reached 100. Chapter 60, One Punch Man. Yi Shuangyue ends the fight in 3 seconds. Wow, today was really worth it. I actually got to see a ranking challenge again. I remember that in the previous and even earlier sessions, no class had conducted a ranking challenge. And this year it has happened twice. It's not surprising, the 3rd level teacher position that seemed secure was taken away by Shu Che. So how could Liu Bo be willing to accept it? If it were me, I would also take a gamble, otherwise, it would be truly frustrating. Not to mention, I feel that in a best-of-3 format, Liu Bo's class has a pretty good chance of winning. Yi Shuangyue with her First Order 8th level C-class ability might not be beatable, but there is still a chance against Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi since Zhao Jun, Zhong Kai, and Feng Mingyuan are all B-class abilities. I think the same. The difference in ability levels can make up for the gap between First Order 6th level and First Order 7th level. As the saying goes, it's no fun to watch a show without a bit of chaos. The onlookers quickly began discussing the upcoming ranking challenge. The final conclusion was that Liu Bo's class had a slightly higher chance of winning. If it were a single elimination round, everyone would definitely believe that Shu Che's class could win. During the first U-test, Yi Shuangyue's overwhelming strength was evident to all. But if it were a best-of-3, Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi were indeed variables. Chapter 61, The Unbelievable Little White-Haired Jiang Yueshi, Everyone is Buddies. Hiss, the sound of gasping in shock repeatedly echoed, almost causing the climate to warm up. The spectators stared at each other with wide eyes, as if their eyeballs might pop out at any moment. Although 2 or 3 minutes had passed since the battle began, in reality, from the moment Yi Shuangyue made her move to the battle's end, it hadn't even taken 3 seconds. What the hell? 3 seconds to kill. Another one-punch knockout. Could it be One Punch Man? Buzz buzz buzz. After a brief moment of shock, the scene instantly turned chaotic, like a vegetable market. No way, no way. Is the gap between First Order 8th level and First Order 6th level really that big? Zhong Kai was actually blasted off the stage without even managing to defend or dodge. Although I guessed that Yi Shuangyue should win this round, I didn't expect it to be so fast. This isn't even a battle, it's just bullying. Damn. Zhong Kai is a genius with an awakened B-class ability. He is so much stronger than C-class abilities like Pan Hong, but why do I feel like he didn't last as long as Pan Hong? Pan Hong at least showed breathing techniques and combat skills, but Zhong Kai couldn't even use his abilities. It's an absolute gap in strength. Zhong Kai's level posed no threat to Yi Shuangyue at all. Our school has produced a monster Who would have thought that such immense power was hidden beneath that dignified and delicate face? Chapter 62, How to Fight. This is completely unbreakable defense. In the martial arts arena. On the competition stage. Jiang Yueshi vs. Zhao Jun. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the stage. Highly interested in the outcome of this duel. But just as the battle was about to begin, Jiang Yueshi's wise words suddenly rang out. Just use one level of strength, we're all from the same school, we're all buddies. Jiang Yueshi's remarks instantly made the atmosphere on site feel strange. Come on. With so many people watching, is it really okay to openly discuss cheating like this? Also, you are only at the first level of the 7th stage. And you haven't even started fighting yet. How can you be so timid? What can you win with this kind of cowardice before the battle? In an instant. Many people couldn't help but shake their heads. Even those who originally thought Jiang Yueshi had a higher chance of winning quietly changed their opinions at this moment. In a very short time, Zhao Jun's winning probability suddenly increased in the eyes of the crowd. AUV, my silly girl. Hearing Jiang Yueshi's outrageous remarks, Jiang Qinyang's old face turned red, and he unconsciously lowered his head. Although no one at the scene noticed him, his cheeks were still a bit flushed. Liu Lin, who was just a distance away, couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. However, this smile quickly disappeared after glancing at Jiang Qianyang. But the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. Chapter 63, Treated as a sparring partner. A draw. Zhao Jun was dumbfounded. Seeing his fireballs, released with all his strength, dissipate with a puff under Jiang Yueshi's shield, his pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhead. In an instant, he felt a surge of blood in his throat, as if it would spray out at any moment. Come on, being blocked by Jiang Yueshi is one thing. But the other party's performance is too relaxed and casual, right? The most important thing is that Jiang Yueshi is clearly holding an ice crystal shield. Isn't it common knowledge that fire melts ice due to elemental interactions? Moreover, his ability is a B-level strength of flame. Yet he can't even break through the opponent's defense. Crack! A silent sound of shattering echoed in Zhao Jun's heart, and a crack quietly opened in his Dao heart. Not only Zhao Jun, but everyone watching the battle also showed expressions of shock and doubt, feeling as if their worldview was being challenged. At this moment, countless astonished gazes were all focused on the ice crystal shield on Jiang Yueshi's arm. Although no one spoke, everyone's thoughts quietly exploded in their hearts. The scene they imagined of a fierce battle between dragons and tigers did not occur at all. The current situation is that the attacker is out of breath and unsteady on his feet, while the defender appears calm and composed. Chapter 64, Surrender. Sorry. I can't hear you. A draw. The battle between Jiang Yueshi and Zhao Jun dramatically ended in a draw. Although the final result given by the intelligent brain was a draw, everyone present knew that Zhao Jun had actually lost. He lost miserably, without a doubt. With no ability to fight back at all. No, to be precise, Jiang Yueshi didn't even make a move. Zhao Jun exhausted himself completely. If Jiang Yueshi had been a bit more proactive, if Zhao Jun had said his surrender a little faster, the outcome would have been different. Huff, huff. On the left side of the arena, Liu Bo was panting heavily, his heart racing, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. Just now, at the moment he realized Zhao Jun was about to surrender, his heart almost jumped to his throat. If they lost this round, it would mean that Class 2-1 had completely lost to Class 2-18. It also meant that Liu Bo had lost to Shu Che, lost the monthly test, and lost the opportunity for a Level 3 teacher quota. There is still hope, there is still hope. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Liu Bo turned to look at the soon-to-appear Feng Mingyuan, his expression extremely serious as he spoke. Feng Mingyuan, you will be facing Jiang Yueshi next. If I remember correctly, her ability should be lightning-based. You must remember to strike before she launches her attack. That way, the chance of victory will be greater. Chapter 65, Real Sparring Partner. Real Punching Bag. Bang! A ball of lightning exploded unexpectedly on Feng Mingyuan's chest. In an instant, electric currents burst forth. There was even a faint hint of purple light within. Just as Feng Mingyuan opened his mouth to surrender, his lips tightened instantly, his eyes filled with intense fear. And his pupils were instantly occupied by the purple glow. Ziz! The next moment, Feng Mingyuan's whole body convulsed, flailing like a veteran electrician who had worked for 20 years. Every muscle in his body tightened like iron, and he immediately collapsed to the ground, his face making intimate contact with the arena. His exposed skin turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and there was even a faint burnt smell. It seemed that even if he wasn't fully cooked, he was at least medium rare. At this moment, the entire venue was shocked. This time, everyone could see clearly that the lightning ball released by Jiang Yueqi was still only the size of half a fist. Yet, this half-fist-sized lightning ball rendered the enhanced ability user Feng Mingyuan completely unable to resist. Is this ability's strength too high? Is this really the strength that an F-level ability can have? Beautiful. Beautiful. My daughter is so impressive. Jiang Qianyang couldn't help but wave his fist vigorously. And the corners of his eyes even crinkled with a smile. Chapter 66, Shuche, Level 3 Teacher Quota. Handed over. The martial arts arena was terrifyingly quiet. Only a few unchanged sparrows occasionally flew by in the sky. A strange atmosphere quickly spread throughout the venue. No one expected that this ranking challenge would end in such a manner. One could say that from the very beginning, this ranking challenge was completely beyond everyone's expectations. In the first match, Yi Shuangyue fought against Zhong Kai, although Zhong Kai was knocked away with a single punch. The crowd was surprised by the result, but could accept it completely. However, by the second match between Jiang Yueqi and Zhao Jun, the situation became increasingly strange. Which ice-type ability user would condense an ice crystal shield as a weapon? Isn't that absurd? Even more outrageous was that this absurd ice crystal shield was utterly unharmed against a B-level strength fireball. It even exhausted Zhao Jun to the point that he couldn't break through the ice crystal shield's defense, ultimately leading to the shattering of his Dao heart. If the battle had been extended for a few more seconds, Zhao Jun would have already surrendered. Just when everyone thought the second match was already outrageous enough. They had no idea that compared to the third match, it was merely child's play. In the third match, Jiang Yueqi faced Feng Mingyuan. Before the fight began, everyone believed it would definitely be a fierce and high-level battle. Chapter 67, Toughened Up. Fist wins. Liu Bo, embarrassed and angry, takes action. I announce that from this moment on, Shu Che is promoted to level 3 teacher. Song Yi's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Especially for Liu Lin and Liu Bo, it sounded like a thunderclap. Liu Bo's pupils contracted sharply, as if faced with intense light. Then slowly expanded over the next few seconds. The last shred of hope in his heart was completely extinguished, and he felt close to despair. Liu Lin was not in a much better state than Liu Bo. His face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. Song Yi's announcement was undoubtedly like a hard slap in the face during a major competition. Not only did Liu Lin lose face, but it also meant that the Liu family lost face. Today, the Liu family had made a huge fool of themselves. Liu Lin's gaze lingered on Song Yi at the podium, and a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. Although he knew Song Yi had his own difficulties, his heart was still filled with anger. HMPH. With a cold snort, Liu Lin immediately turned around and left without looking back, showing no reluctance, and not even greeting anyone. He didn't even call out to Liu Bo. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind: to leave this damned training ground. To leave this damned school. Chapter 68, Not a Step Back. Withstand Liu Bo's peak attack. In the training ground, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Their expressions frozen on their faces. Shuchei, having won the third-grade teacher position, didn't he forget to publicly provoke Liu Bo with a demand for 1.2 million. Liu Bo, furious and embarrassed, retaliated by attacking Shuchei. Shuchei withstood Liu Bo's attack without taking a step back, completely unharmed. In less than a minute, these three events unfolded seamlessly. Everything happened too quickly and unexpectedly. By the time everyone reacted, it was all over. Yet, they all felt that something was off. After a brief moment of silence, the scene suddenly erupted into chaos. Wait, didn't Liu Bo just attack Shuchei? Am I seeing things? Could it be that I've been hallucinating from working too hard recently? No, wait, isn't Shuchei at the third level, 5th stage? How could he so easily block Liu Bo's attack? Did Liu Bo let him off easy? At this point, if Liu Bo could still control his temper. He truly is a genius, worthy of being from a prominent family. I feel inferior. What the hell, didn't Liu Bo just unleash 3 wind blades? And each one was much stronger than the last. I suspect Liu Bo has probably broken through to the third level, 8th stage. Chapter 69, third level, 8th stage. Could this kid really become my brother-in-law? The tension is rising. The atmosphere in the training ground is continuing to heat up. The air suddenly became incredibly thin, with the oxygen content further decreasing. Every person present, without exception, widened their pupils to the maximum. The next moment, they all began gasping for air like fish about to die of thirst. Their entire bodies, including their expressions and movements, were striving to convey their shock. The scene resembled a still life painting, with each person expressing their astonishment in their own way. It was to the extent that even a performing arts professor from the academy would call it impressive. The root cause of all this was very simple: Shuchei, at the third level, 5th stage, had once again withstood Liu Bo's attack at the third level, 8th stage without a scratch. No, to be precise, Shuchei should not be at the third level, 5th stage, he was at least at the third level, 8th stage. Only someone at the third level, 8th stage could explain how he easily blocked Liu Bo's full force attack. Buzzing. This astonishing scene was like a stone rolling off a cliff. The silent emotions finally released with a dull thud. The atmosphere reignited, but this time it was like adding fuel to the fire. Is this real? Is this reasonable? How could Shuchei possibly be at the third level, 8th stage? Wasn't he just at the third level, 5th stage 2 months ago? What is he doing here? Chapter 70, Shuchei, scan the code, it's more convenient. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, not only Jiang Qianyang, but also Lei Ming, Jiang Lianyue, and all the directors at the podium stood up simultaneously. This even included the usually calm Song Yi. Unlike the secondary teachers in the training ground, those who could sit at the podium were at least at the third level, 9th stage, not to mention the extraordinary Lei Ming and Song Yi. Although they hadn't undergone a smart brain test, they could still roughly gauge Shuchei's level of cultivation under his explosive display. At the very least, he was at the third level, 8th stage. Why say at least the third level, 8th stage? It was simply because Shuchei won too easily. It didn't even seem like a battle between practitioners of the same level. Before this, Liu Bo had always been the top of the secondary teachers. With his family's breathing technique combined with the B-grade ability Wind Blade, he was considered invincible in various matches. He was also recognized by the school as another great genius after Jiang Lianyue. Yet, this genius had absolutely no power to fight back against Shuchei. If Liu Bo was a genius, then what was Shuchei? A genius among geniuses. But the problem is, if Shuchei truly is a genius among geniuses, why had his grades and cultivation always lagged behind before? Could it really be, as the teachers below said, that he has been hiding until now? Chapter 71, People shouldn't at least not. The tense atmosphere in the training ground was instantly shattered by Shuchei's words. What the hell? Scanning the code is more convenient. What time is it, and you're still thinking about that one? 2 million. The expressions of the onlookers changed rapidly, and they gained a new understanding of Shu Che's audacity. Yi Xuanyue quietly lowered her head, while Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi exchanged glances, their faces slightly flushed. Jiang Lianyue's mouth opened slightly, her eyes twitching a bit. Jiang Qianyang silently opened his mouth, and judging by his lip movements, it looked like he was saying, impressive. Lei Ming's beard shook violently, and his serious expression nearly broke. Song Yi didn't show any special expression. The only difference was that his anger had multiplied several times. If it weren't for Lei Ming blocking him, he probably would have slapped Shu Che already. This was the first time in years he had seen such an arrogant teacher. Mr. Liu, let me help you, you can't delay this injury, we need to hurry. Shu Che ignored the strange looks from those around him, and bent down to help Liu Bo with his phone. Making money while bending down isn't embarrassing. After a series of operations, Shu Che held up the phone towards Liu Bo. Mr. Liu, look at the camera, that's right. Chapter 72. We're all in the same class, it's reasonable for abilities to evolve a second time, right? In the training ground. It had been over an hour since the second monthly assessment ended. Yet, the number of people present didn't decrease, instead, it increased by a significant margin. It was clear that these people had come at the invitation of friends to watch the ranking challenge. And this ranking challenge did not disappoint. 1 word, worth it. 2 words, thrilling. 3 words, truly exciting. 4 words, a feast for the eyes. Not only did they witness thrilling student competitions, but they also saw battles between the teachers of the sprint class. Finally, they personally witnessed the birth of a third-grade teacher. It was definitely worth the trip. However, as spectacular as the performance was, every show must come to an end. When Principal Song Yi took the unconscious Liu Bo away, everyone realized that it was all over. Except for the sprint class, the surrounding teachers and students quickly dispersed. However, they hadn't even walked far before. Suddenly, there were bursts of exclamations from the scene. B-level abilities. 2 B-level abilities. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi are actually B-level abilities. Indeed, their abilities have truly undergone a second evolution. I felt that their ability strength was off, turns out they are B-level. There are only 3 people with awakened B-level talents in the entire sophomore year of our school, right? And now suddenly there are 2 more. Chapter 73, Resources Double. Class 18 is promoted to Key Class. Teaching Building, Conference Room. While the students and teachers of the sprinting class enjoy a rare holiday, the school leadership is holding an extraordinary meeting. At this moment, the large conference room is already filled with people. Lei Ming sits at the front left of the long conference table, while Song Yi sits at the front right. Next to Lei Ming are several directors including Jiang Lianyu, and next to Song Yi are several leaders including Song Zhe. In short, all the school leadership except for the principal Wu Daoan are attending this meeting. Lei Ming scans the room and speaks first, no need to say more. The main reason for calling everyone here today is to discuss the issue of the key class. Now that the second monthly exam has ended, everyone must have seen the overall level of Class 18. Therefore, my proposal is that the only key class quota for the martial arts exam sprinting class should be given to Class 18. So we can maximize the use of school resources. After I finished speaking, who agrees? Who opposes? As soon as these words were spoken, the conference room fell silent. The leaders looked at each other, none of them spoke immediately, instead, their gazes turned towards Song Yi. Chapter 74, The Strange Shudachuan, the So-Called Truth. Clap. Shudachuan suddenly stood up, his chair pushed back more than half a meter. His phone fell from his pocket onto the table. 3rd stage, 8th level. Shudachuan's eyes widened, his mouth could even fit a light bulb. He kept looking Shu Che up and down, his shock seemingly about to overflow. He was sure he wasn't senile and remembered very clearly that his son was clearly at 3rd stage, 5th level just 2 months ago. How could he have soared to 3rd stage, 8th level in just 2 months? This rate of progress, crack. It was as if a bolt of lightning had split the fog in his mind, inspiration bubbles rising and bursting one after another. In the next moment, Shu Dachuan seemed to realize something, his pupils shaking as he blurted out, "Could it be?" What is it?" Shu Che asked. He noticed that Shu Dachuan seemed a bit off today. If it were him hearing that his son was at 3rd stage, 8th level, he would definitely be ecstatic. But Shu Dachuan's reaction was strange, as if the shock was not about the 3rd stage, 8th level, but something else. Also, just now in the kitchen, he had deliberately lowered his voice on the phone, which felt very suspicious. "No, it's nothing." Shu Dachuan shook his head with a complex expression, then as if uncertain, asked again, "Are you really at 3rd stage, 8th level?" Chapter 75, The Young Master's Early Life. Qiantong Garden. At home. Shu Che's expression suddenly froze. His gaze slightly dazed as he looked at Shu Dachuan for 2 seconds. After a few seconds, his pupils regained focus, his expression normal, but his heart churning. He guessed correctly, Shu Dachuan indeed had a secret to hide. But he never expected that this secret actually came from his mother. What is the so-called truth? Suppressing the anxious and uneasy emotions inside, Shu Che tried to keep his voice calm. According to Murphy's law, the more you don't want something to happen, the more likely it will happen. The calmness that he could usually easily achieve was particularly difficult at this moment. Even a 3-year-old could hear the instability in Shu Che's words at this moment. Shu Dachuan stiffly raised his head to look at Shu Che. Shock, disbelief, and other emotions surged instantly. "Are you deceiving me?" In a split second, Shu Dachuan realized he had fallen for a trick. Shu Che did not deny it. Trying to suppress his inner emotions, his expression very serious, "What exactly is the so-called truth? Tell me." Because of Shu Dachuan's words, all the questions buried deep in Shu Che's memory were instantly detonated one after another. In the era of universal abilities, human lifespan is also increasing year by year. Even those who awaken F-level abilities can easily live to 120 years old. Chapter 76, The answer is in the main base city. The answer is in the Shu family. I understand. I understand everything. After listening to Shu Dachuan's story, all of Shu Che's questions vanished without a trace. The so-called young master of the Shu family in the main base city is naturally his father, Shu Dachuan. The so-called female president of the Qiuyan society is naturally his mother, Shu Yanqiu. At this moment, Shu Che finally understood why Shu Dachuan had rejected the cooperation with the Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, and why he was so resistant to hearing about the main base city. At the same time, this also solved a question that had existed in Shu Che's childhood. He clearly remembered that his father, Shu Dachuan, was very strong when he was young. But as he grew older, it seemed that Shu Dachuan's vitality and strength were declining year by year. Shu Che thought it was just an illusion brought about by his own improvement in strength. Now it seems that it was entirely because Shu Dachuan had been using his life energy to extend his mother's life. He had extended the life of a mother who originally had only 1 year left to live for 7 years. What incredible perseverance. Looking at Shu Dachuan, who always smiled in his memories, Shu Che's heart felt like it was pierced by a steel needle, almost making him unable to breathe from the pain. What else do you want to know? I've already said everything I needed to say. After telling all this, Shu Dachuan seemed to age several years in an instant. Exhaustion evident on his face. Chapter 77, What should we call Teacher Shu? Call him Director Shu. Pengcheng First High School of Abilities. There are 2 paths at the school gate. The left side is a sidewalk, and the right side is also a sidewalk. But at this moment, the right sidewalk is obviously more eye-catching. This is because a luxury car, completely black, is parked beside the right sidewalk. The school security guard knows from the smell that this car belongs to the Jiang family. Inside the car. Little sister, did you remember what I told you? I know you're busy, but you must remember to personally invite teacher Shu Che to our home as a guest. We need to thank him properly. Jiang Qianyang said while taking out a gold card from his pocket and handing it to Jiang Lianyu. By the way, please help me pass this gold card to teacher Shu Che. There's not much money in it, just a couple of million. Just say it's a small token of our Jiang family's appreciation. Jiang Lianyu did not take the gold card. Her beautiful brows furrowing into a small knot. Why must I go to invite him? Can't you Li and Yushi go instead? Besides, wouldn't it be more sincere if you went personally? Hey, you Li and Yushi are juniors, having two juniors invite him lacks sincerity. Jiang Qianyang patted his chest. As for me, no matter how I say it, I'm still a fourth-tier extraordinary. Is it a bit unreasonable to personally invite a little guy who's only at the third-tier 8th level? If this gets out, it would be quite embarrassing. You wouldn't want your brother to be laughed at, right? Chapter 78, Next Step Plan, Special Training at Jirding Mountain Demon Cave. On the first floor of the teaching building. Buzz? The electric door opened, and Shu Che stepped into the classroom of the second year, 1 class. No, to be precise, it was now the second year, 18 class. TSK, as expected, this is the most luxurious classroom in the school, it's really big. Shu Che looked around in amazement. His eyes nearly unable to take it all in. Compared to this lavishly decorated classroom, the one on the 33rd floor looked like an unfinished house. There's even a dedicated lounge, and a dedicated training room. Seeing the separate areas, Shu Che's eyes lit up, growing more excited the more he looked. My God! What kind of hard life was I living before? Not bad, this classroom of Liu Bo's is indeed great. The more Shu Che looked, the more satisfied he became, but starting today, it belongs to me. As his gaze drifted, Shu Che quickly noticed the large box on the podium at the front of the classroom. The box was entirely black, and its material was indiscernible. But it was about the size of 3 large suitcases. This must be the class's cultivation resources. With a flash in his eyes, Shu Che stepped forward to open the box, and his pupils were instantly filled with a dense array of potions. Hiss! Taking a deep breath, Shu Che closed the box again, his lips moving. I hit the jackpot. Chapter 79, Wish Fulfilled. The rich girl is here. In the new classroom of the second year, 18 class. While Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters were cultivating, Shu Che was also sitting cross-legged in the dedicated training room. With a flash of his eyes, Shu Che focused his mind, breaking illusions. Name Shu Che, level 3rd tier 8th level, ability, A-class enhancement ability, Qingfeng Jiao, technique, Starry River breathing method, combat skill, breaking army fist technique, deficiencies 1. The technique has 68 errors, resulting in low efficiency of ability absorption. 2. The combat skill has 139 errors, resulting in low efficiency of power conversion. Plan 1. Optimize the breathing method. Given the host's strength, 60 points can still be optimized, marked, specific optimization plan. 3. Optimize the technique. Given the host's strength, 103 points can be optimized, marked, specific optimization plan. As expected. Seeing the number of points available for optimization in the breathing method and combat skill, Shu Che's pupils contracted slightly, but he was not surprised. It was about what he expected. The number of optimizable points at the 3rd tier 8th level was more than the combined total of the 3rd tier 3rd and 6th levels. Even so, the breathing method still had 8 unmarked points for optimization. The combat skill had even more, with a total of 36 unmarked points for optimization. Chapter 80, Off to the Potion Hall. I'm sorry, sir, we don't have that. Expansion pill. Jiang Lianyu paused, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. After thinking for a few seconds, she shook her head. I've never heard of it. Having been born into the Jiang family and possessing amazing talent, she had seen many elemental potions and pills over the years. But this name, expansion pill, was something she heard for the first time. All right. Shu Che couldn't hide his disappointment on his face. After receiving 5 million, the first thing he thought of was buying the expansion pill. Only the expansion pill could quickly enhance Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi. The faster they improved, the faster his strength would grow. Therefore, this expansion pill was particularly important to him. Jiang Lianyue pondered for a moment. If even I haven't heard of it, the expansion pill must be quite valuable. In Pengcheng, basic potions are sold in many places, but ancient formula pills like this are only sold in one place. Where? Shu Che's tone became somewhat impatient. Jiang Lianyue, Ha Pharmaceutical Group's Potion Hall. Ha Pharmaceutical Group, Potion Hall. Shu Che's eyes flickered, and he instantly recalled the text message on Shu Dachuan's phone. Clearly, the message was sent by someone from Ha Pharmaceutical Group. Ha Pharmaceutical Group is very famous in Daxia, and almost monopolizes most of the potion business. Chapter 81, Out of Stock. Order and wait half a year. Potion Hall, 2nd floor. I'm sorry, sir, we really don't have that. The staff's face flushed slightly, and they looked somewhat embarrassed. Seeing Shu Che's furrowed brow, the staff hurriedly explained, I'm sorry, sir, although the expansion pill is listed in our Potion Hall's directory, we have never had it in stock. Out of stock? Why? Shu Che's brow was already knitted into a knot. The staff looked apologetic. I'm very sorry, sir. But with my authority, I can't know more information. If you need, I can ask the manager to come over. Shu Che responded lightly. Okay, sir. I'll go get the manager right away. Please stay here and don't move. After saying that, the staff turned and jogged away. Before long, the staff approached the slightly grey-haired manager and whispered a few words in his ear. A few seconds later, the manager first looked at Shu Che with suspicion. And when he saw the 3rd-tier teacher's medal on Shu Che's chest, he nodded slightly. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I'm currently handling something. Would it be all right if I came to assess it after I'm done? It won't take much time. The manager immediately turned to the elegantly dressed silver-haired young man beside him with an apologetic expression. Chapter 82, Breaking Illusions, shows its power again. Wait a minute. This pill has a problem. Just as Mike was about to blurt something out, Shu Che interrupted. Shu Che's words seemed to carry some kind of magic. And the scene felt like it was put on pause. Instantly, all sounds disappeared. The air felt nearly frozen at that moment. Even a needle dropping on the ground could be heard. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, both customers and staff all focused their attention on Shu Che. Although Shu Che's voice was calm, the effect it caused was explosive. Saying that there was a problem with the pill at Ha Pharmaceutical Group's Potion Hall was enough to attract everyone's attention. Mr. Shu, what do you mean? Mike's eyes narrowed, uncertainty flickering in the depths. Although he had only assessed it for less than 3 minutes, he had observed everything that needed to be observed. From years of experience, he found no problem with this blood-gathering pill. Since the pill had no issues and the price was reasonable, he naturally intended to buy it back. Pills are different from potions. The profit from buying and selling them can be substantial. But with Shu Che's interruption, he suddenly felt a bit less confident. There is a problem with this pill. Shu Che calmly repeated. You're talking nonsense. Chapter 83, Level 7 Pharmacist Zideng. Yunlong Mountain, Jiang Family Villa. In the quiet room. How is it, Afu? You came to see me so urgently. Could it be that you have news about the expansion pill? Jiang Tianyang had just finished his training, and the yang energy circulating throughout his body instilled a sense of reverence in others. Afu slightly bowed. Master, I have checked. And there are no available stocks of expansion pills in Pengcheng, including those at the Haoyao Group's pharmacy hall. No? Jiang Tianyang raised his rugged eyebrows. Is the expansion pill so rare that it's worth its weight in gold? Afu shook his head. Not really. The retail price of the expansion pill is around 2.5 million great Xia coins. So cheap? Then why is there no stock? Jiang Tianyang was even more puzzled. It's like this, Master. The expansion pill is not a cultivation pill, but a relatively rare functional pill. The demand in Pengcheng is too low, so. Jiang Tianyang nodded. I understand. Since there's none in Pengcheng, there probably won't be in other satellite cities either. In that case, you can directly contact the headquarters of the Haoyao Group's pharmacy hall. They must have some. Let's buy 4 to make it a round number. Afu still shook his head. Master, I have already inquired. The pharmacy hall headquarters also has no stock. The fastest we can purchase is in half a year. Chapter 84. Perhaps this is talent. 3rd floor of the pharmacy hall. Inside the room. There is a problem with the pills on the left side. Shu Che said calmly in front of Mike and Zidane, his gaze resolute. It would be a pity to give up, after finally getting news of the expansion pill. Shu Che's voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in the room. Zidane was momentarily stunned, then raised his head to look directly at Shu Che. Mike suddenly felt goosebumps creeping from his neck down to his arms, and his scalp went numb. He almost blacked out and was about to cry. He never expected Shu Che would suddenly speak up at this moment. This would ruin him. If he angered Senior Zidane, even he, a mere store manager, would be implicated. Let alone the Pengcheng person in charge. Gulp. Mike's dry throat suddenly rolled, and he bowed as quickly as possible. Sorry, Elder Z. I'll take him away right now. Saying that, he tried to forcibly drag Shu Che away. This time, Shu Che did not resist and calmly followed Mike out. However, just as the two were about to step out of the room, Zidane's voice suddenly came from behind. Wait a minute. Upon hearing this voice, a smile flickered at the corner of Shu Che's eye. It worked. Given the other party's obsession with pills, he didn't believe they wouldn't be curious. Chapter 85, Elder Z. Can I choose again? 3rd floor of the pharmacy hall. Inside Zidane's private pill room, the atmosphere was strange. After Shu Che said, perhaps this is talent, the room seemed to turn into a frozen painting. Old Mike's eyes widened. Although he didn't make any sound, his thoughts were exploding inside. Come on, buddy. Saying you're fat while panting. Choosing the right elemental energy pill, and feeling good about it is one thing. Why are you showing off? Saying something about talent in front of Senior Z was like showing off a big knife in front of Guan Gong. This was it. This was going to be terrible. Quietly lifting his head to notice Zidane's expression, old Mike's heart sank. From what he understood of Zidane, the other party's expression clearly showed interest. There were only 2 outcomes when Senior Zidane became interested. One was that Senior Zidane was very satisfied, which would be a win-win situation. The other was that Senior Zidane was very disappointed, and that would be disastrous. But the problem was, could someone like Shu Che, who started at such a high tone, satisfy Senior Zidane? For a moment, old Mike regretted bringing Shu Che along. Good talent. Hair, interesting, very interesting. Just as Mike predicted, Zidane indeed became interested. And very much so. Chapter 86, No need to consider. I bow to you, Master. Elder Z, can I choose again? Shu Che suppressed his inner excitement, his eyes turning red with emotion. The effect of that diamond pill was simply extraordinary. Although it was incomplete, he felt his overall defense had at least tripled. The flowing blue patterns on his body faintly carried a golden glow, as if some unexpected change was occurring. It was as if the blue patterns were refining and digesting a certain essence from the diamond pill. Although he didn't understand the principle, he was sure that this change was beneficial. Choose again. Zidane's white beard twitched involuntarily, his eyes suddenly becoming complex. He scrutinized Shu Che several times. his gaze growing more peculiar. From Shuchei's eyes, he could see not a trace of relief, fear, or a sense of survival after a disaster. Instead, he sensed a hint of anticipation. Yes, anticipation. Especially combined with that previous statement, it made him feel like Shuchei was even more eager than himself. Is he trying to trick me into feeding him? A thought suddenly flashed through Zidon's mind. Guessing right once might be luck, guessing right twice could be a fluke. Chapter 87, Master, didn't you swear you wouldn't take disciples again? Night fell, and the stars twinkled. In the center of Pengcheng, apart from basic lighting, most shops had already turned off their lights. After all, in today's world where electricity is so expensive, the cost of keeping a sign lit all night far exceeds that of advertising. However, at this moment, there was one shop that was an exception. That was the pharmacy hall under the Haoyao group. Observant people could notice that the lights on the third floor of the pharmacy hall often stayed on all night, showcasing its extravagance. The illuminated room was Zidon's laboratory. About the overview and discussion of medicinal spirits, the advantages of medicinal spirits in ability evolution. The 18 methods of identifying medicinal spirits. The first method, the other party admits it themselves. The second method, forcing the other party to admit it. It is said that in certain male areas, medicinal spirits are 1 to 3 centimeters longer than normal males. Swish, swish, swish. Zidon was holding several large stacks of ancient books, flipping through the pages while drooling. The reason for not using a smart light brain, but instead painstakingly consulting ancient books is simple. Blue Star did not immediately start using smart light brain online storage after the beasts wreaked havoc. At that time, humans were still using primitive books to record information. However, due to the collapse of order and changes, the authenticity of the information in these ancient texts varies greatly. Chapter 88, I accidentally broke through to the third stage. 9th level. The next day, the sun shone brightly, scorching the earth. At the first superpower high school in Pengcheng, class 18 of the second year. In the training room of Yishuangyue. Little Leaf, how long do you think it will take to break through to the first stage, 9th level? Looking at Yishuangyue, who was diligently practicing at all times, Shuchei couldn't help but nod repeatedly, feeling very satisfied. Having outstanding talent is one thing, but perseverance is equally important. Outstanding talent and incredible perseverance make a true genius. Following this trend, Shuchei was confident that Yishuangyue's future achievements would be anything but low. Yishuangyue shyly replied, Teacher, I should be able to break through within a month. The energy contained in a high-grade blood food of the third rank far exceeds that of a medium-grade one. According to my estimation, before reaching the 9th level of the first rank, the effect of high-grade blood food of the third rank won't decrease significantly. A month, huh? Shuchei nodded. I understand. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you. Teacher Yishuangyue suddenly seemed hesitant. Shuchei's voice turned curious. Yishuangyue slowly raised her head. Her tone firm, thank you, teacher. I remember every meal of blood food you provided, and I swear I will repay you double once I start working. She was well aware of the price of beast blood food. As of now, the total amount Shuchei had sponsored for beast blood food far exceeded the combined salaries of her parents for several years. Chapter 89 Is the pulse-expanding pill really that precious? At dusk, the setting sun melted into gold. At the Jiang family's villa in Nanjiao Cloud Dragon Mountain, in the living room. Okay. Uncle Dong, I understand. It's all right, really, it's no trouble. I'll think of another way. Okay, goodbye. After hanging up, the smile on Jiang Qianyang's face gradually faded, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes became more pronounced. Sighing softly, Jiang Qianyang couldn't help but shake his head. What's with the sighing? Jiang Lianyue, who had just returned home, frowned, looking puzzled. She had just arrived home and saw Jiang Qianyang on a voice call, which lasted for more than 10 minutes before he hung up. The pulse-expanding pill was out of the question. Jiang Qianyang sighed, "TSK. I really didn't expect a small pulse-expanding pill to be so hard to buy." Pulse-expanding pill. Jiang Lianyue repeated softly, her tone rising a few notches. "You really went to buy the pulse-expanding pill?" "Of course, I can help with matters related to teacher Shuche, but unfortunately, I can't buy it. Even the Harbin Pharmaceutical Group has no stock." Jiang Qianyang was both amused and exasperated. "I finally found out where I could buy the pulse-expanding pill, and what happened?" They didn't even bother to respond. Jiang Lianyue looked even more confused. Chapter 90. That's right. Teacher Shuche is already at the 9th level of the 3rd rank. At the Jiang family's villa, in the living room. "What? There's another one." Jiang Qianyang's pupils trembled slightly, as he quickly took the pill from Jiang Yueshi's hand. He placed both pills in his palm. They looked identical. All signs indicated that these two were indeed genuine pulse-expanding pills. Realizing this, Jiang Qianyang faintly sensed that something was off. Clearly, there were no pulse-expanding pills available in Peng City, or even at the Harbin Pharmaceutical Group, so where did Shuche get the pulse-expanding pill? Moreover, why did the pulse-expanding pills end up with Yu Li and Yu Shi? Wasn't it supposed to be for Shuche himself? Various questions swirled in Jiang Qianyang's mind, causing his brows to furrow deeply. What exactly is going on? Why would teacher Shuche give you pulse-expanding pills? Jiang Lianyue was the first to react, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She realized that she might have misunderstood. Perhaps it was not Shuche who needed the pulse-expanding pills, but Yu Li and Yu Shi. Jiang Yuli replied, "Teacher Shuche said that taking the pulse-expanding pill would help us improve our cultivation speed. But he didn't say anything else." Right, what my sister said is correct. That's how it is," Jiang Yushi added. Chapter 91. Anxious, really anxious. Jiang Lianyue announces her closed-door training. At the Jiang family's villa. In the living room, Jiang Lianyue's expression was frozen on her face, like a petrified statue. "Yu Li. Yu Shi, what kind of joke are you two making?" In a split second, Jiang Lianyue reacted and couldn't help but shake her head. She remembered very clearly that during the second monthly assessment a few days ago, Shuche was clearly at the 8th level of the 3rd rank. It's known that after the 7th level of the 3rd rank, the difficulty of each subsequent level increases exponentially. To break through from the 8th level of the 3rd rank to the 9th in just a few days. That claim seemed a bit too outrageous. The key was that she had just believed this. She was truly scaring herself. Jiang Yushi shook her head vigorously. "Aunt, I didn't lie. Teacher Shuche really is at the 9th level of the 3rd rank, he told us himself." Jiang Lianyue's brows furrowed tightly, and her heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly tightened. "It can't be wrong. The aura emitted by teacher Shuche is similar to yours, aunt." Jiang Yuli confirmed. "Was?" Seeing the serious expression on Jiang Yuli's face, Jiang Lianyue felt as if her heart skipped several beats, and her blood rushed straight to her head. With her understanding of Yu Li and Yu Shi, she could confirm that they were not lying, they were telling the truth. Chapter 92. All students in Class 18 of the 2nd year have broken through. Jiang Lianyue was genuinely anxious. It wasn't about emotional issues, but about cultivation problems. Not long ago, just 3 months ago, Shuche was merely at the 1st level of the 3rd rank. In just over 3 months, Shuche had actually broken through to the 9th level of the 3rd rank. While she was still at the 9th level of the 3rd rank. Although she was about to break through to the 4th rank of the extraordinary, she was still at the 9th level of the 3rd rank. This made her feel an unprecedented pressure. Under multiple stimuli, Jiang Lianyue made a decisive choice to enter closed-door training. She would not come out until she became a 4th rank extraordinary, closing herself off completely. This news quickly spread throughout Peng City's top high school for abilities. Of course, everyone at school only knew that Jiang Lianyue was in closed-door training, but didn't know why she suddenly decided to do so. Even more so, they didn't know that Jiang Lianyue was prompted by Xu Che to make this decision. The only ones who knew the truth within the school were Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi, but the two clearly wouldn't reveal the truth. Thus, the heat of this matter quickly diminished. There were no shortages of new developments in the high school campus, and within a few days, the students and teachers had completely forgotten about it. Peng City's top extraordinary high school continued to operate as usual. Chapter 93 Explosive News. Jiang Lianyue advances to the 4th rank of the extraordinary. It has been nearly a month since the second monthly assessment, specifically 28 days. The entire Class 18 of the second year finally welcomed another breakthrough. Yi Shuangyue broke through to the 9th level of the 1st rank, while Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi broke through to the 8th level of the 1st rank. At this moment, the overall level of Class 18 of the second year could sweep through all high schools in Peng City without a doubt. Terrifyingly, this was still far from the limit of Class 18. There was no other reason. They still had a full 2 months before the martial arts examination. Of course, besides Xu Che, nobody else knew about the breakthroughs of Class 18. If the news got out, the entire Class 18 would be in for a rough time. Just the day after the entire Class 18 broke through, a shocking piece of news suddenly spread throughout the school. The news was simple. Director Jiang Lianyue had advanced to the extraordinary. Everyone knows that Jiang Lianyue is close to breaking through to the extraordinary level, and she could do it at any moment. However, breaking through to the extraordinary is incredibly difficult, and it's not uncommon to be stuck for a year and a half. Therefore, Jiang Lianyue's breakthrough immediately caused a huge sensation. For a time, discussions about Jiang Lianyue could be heard everywhere in the school. Chapter 94. The first extraordinary university of the Great Xia has arrived. Pengcheng's first extraordinary high school. Classroom of Class 2-1 in the second year. In the small exclusive training room, Liu Bo had a very ugly expression. Every day after training, seeing this cramped training room made his heart feel like it was filled with hot excrement. Although this classroom also had an exclusive training room, it was simply worlds apart from the original classroom. Not only did it lack a fresh air system, but even the door had to be manually operated. This made him, who was used to a fully smart environment, very uncomfortable. Of course, compared to the physical discomfort, the psychological discomfort was even stronger. Just thinking about how Xu Che enjoyed himself every day in his original training room made his heart bleed. It was unbearable. Ma Fei. Xu Che not only took away his position as a third-level teacher, but also snatched the title of the key class and occupied his classroom. In his eyes, it was almost no different from being completely cleaned out. Xu Che, you really deserve to die. Liu Bo gritted his teeth and cursed fiercely, but soon his expression changed, and his jaw couldn't help but twitch. Although the injuries Xu Che caused him had healed, it seemed to have left some aftereffects. His jaw began to hurt whenever he got agitated. Feeling the sharp pain in his jaw, Liu Bo's gaze turned cold. Xu Che, I will never let you go. Chapter 95. Returning to the potion hall, exploding old coins. The next morning. Classroom of Class 2-18 in the second year. I'm going to buy a few pulse-expanding pills. You guys stay in the classroom and consolidate your cultivation without moving. After instructing his 3 disciples, Xu Che turned and left without waiting for their reaction. With a clear purpose, he headed straight for the potion hall in the city. The 4 pulse-expanding pills given by Elder Z had already been consumed by Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi, and the effects were immediate. In just a month, the 2 had already broken through to the first stage, 8th level. The only problem was that the pulse-expanding pills were consumed too quickly. One could only last half a month. Now, knowing that there were still 2 months until the martial arts exam, he would need at least 8 more pills. Calculating at half a month per pill. So, before heading to the 9 Peaks Demon Cave trial, Shuche had to make a trip to his cheap master. Not to mention, this cheap master was really generous. Just as he walked out of the school gate and his gaze fell on the supermarket, Shuche paused slightly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he immediately walked into the supermarket. A few minutes later, he walked out again with a bottle of liquor in hand. Although this master was recognized very hastily, the necessary etiquette still had to be observed. It's definitely not because he wanted to take advantage of the situation. Weighing the liquor in his hand, Shuche quickly took the underground transport to the potion hall. Chapter 96, Testing Talent. What? It's already over. On the 3rd floor of the potion hall. Inside the room. Can you give me 8, no, 10 pulse-expanding pills? Shuche had a shy expression, but in reality, he was quite impolite. He felt that 8 pills might not be enough, so he added 2 more at the last minute. 10 pulse-expanding pills would be enough to support Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi in advancing to the 2nd stage. 10 pulse-expanding pills. Zideng shook his beard vigorously, and his expression was slightly off. Shuche's eyes showed strong anticipation. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Zideng's face. We really don't have any pulse-expanding pills in stock. Just thinking about how he had just confidently said there would be enough pills made Zideng feel a bit awkward. Pulse-expanding pills were functional pills. And the demand was always low. The 4 pulse-expanding pills given to Shuche had even been stored for over 5 or 6 years. No more. Shuche was stunned, his head buzzing. If there were no pulse-expanding pills, what would Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yuxi do? What would he do? Wasn't this a death sentence? Right, there are none. After a brief awkward moment, Zideng suddenly asked, I remember giving you 4 pulse-expanding pills, right? That is already enough for 4 people, isn't it? Chapter 97, Blossoming Again, maybe it's because of talent. Inside the potion hall, in the pharmaceutical room, Shuche had a confused expression, even showing a hint of helplessness. No. Just now the process was so fast that he didn't even get a good look before it ended. Now, how much did he understand? Wasn't this absurd? In an instant, he thought of the 1986 version of Journey to the West, where Benbow Erba was ordered by the 9-headed insect, go and eliminate the Tang monk and his disciples. What qualifications did he have? Zideng's eyebrows twitched urgently, and his expression was a bit off. After so many years of pharmaceutical teaching, he was very familiar with Shuche's kind of gaze. The eyes were clear and transparent, faintly revealing a hint of ignorance that had never been disturbed by knowledge. To put it bluntly, it was foolish. If it were anyone else, he would have unceremoniously said, You have no qualifications in pharmaceutical making, go home and play in the mud. But at this moment, facing Shuche, his heart was filled with entanglement, and it felt like 2 little people were fighting in his head. The red little person calmly comforted, why not take another look? Perhaps this medicine spirit body is just slow to comprehend at first. And it might belong to the type that accumulates thickly and bursts forth. The white little person, hands on hips, cursed, what nonsensical medicine spirit body. Look at his eyes. He clearly didn't understand anything, let alone understanding. I even doubt he didn't see it clearly at all. Chapter 98, My closed-door disciple is a medicine spirit body. It might still be because of talent. In the pharmaceutical room, Zideng kept repeating this sentence softly, his eyes slightly dazed. After a few seconds, his pupils gradually regained focus, but his heart was like a turbulent sea. To be honest, he hadn't lost his composure like this in a long time. Over the years, he had seen many geniuses, but these so-called geniuses were still quite different from him. The only 2 talents that were very close to him had already been accepted as his personal disciples. His disciple Zhuangyang had already become a level 5 pharmacist. And his cultivation had even advanced to the 6th stage master, becoming a professor at the Great Shia's first extraordinary university. Even so, he would only say it was pretty good, far from reaching a level that amazed him. But at this moment, Xu Che's performance had truly astonished him. It could even be said that the more disappointed he had been before, the more excited he was now. He was very sure that Xu Che didn't understand anything about making medicine, he was completely a blank slate. Yet under such circumstances, Xu Che could still keenly point out the issues in the medicine formulation. That wasn't even the most shocking part. The most astonishing part was that Xu Che not only could identify the problems, but also offered optimization suggestions. Don't be fooled by the small improvement in the final achievement. The significance behind it is very important. Chapter 99, Arrival. Supply base. The sun is high in the sky, with the sun shining 3 feet above. 4 figures are slowly approaching not far from the supply base in the Jirding Mountain cave. The young man at the front has sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, with a jawline that looks chiseled. Behind him closely follows a tall, elegant girl with waist-length hair. The last 2 in the group are short-haired girls. One with purple hair and the other with white hair. These unconventional hair colors, under the enhancement of their beauty, actually become a plus. Such an eye-catching combination would normally be the center of attention wherever they go. However, at this moment, the surrounding crowd is hurriedly looking down and moving quickly. So they don't pay much attention to the 4. The 4 are the entire class of sophomore, class 18, led by Xu Che. Can you hurry up a bit? We've been left far behind. Jiang Yuli frowned and said to Jiang Yushi, feeling the tension in his forehead. I want to walk faster too. But I just can't, Jiang Yushi said with a pitiable expression, you're not even helping me carry my bag. Up until now, Jiang Yushi's words sound very reasonable. But the next moment, Jiang Yuli replied without mercy, Jiang Yushi. How can you still have the face to say that? Who told you to carry such a big bag? Chapter 100, Entering. Jirding Mountain Cave. At the supply base of Jirding Mountain Cave. Even though it is already past 1 in the afternoon, the flow of people coming in and out of the base is still considerable. As the most famous cave in Pingcheng, Jirding Mountain Cave attracts not only the ability users from Pingcheng. Many ability users from the other 5 major satellite cities, and even the main base city come here to take risks. For instance, the number of adventurers from Yucheng, which borders Pingcheng, is not much less than that of the local residents of Pingcheng. Naturally, Pingcheng welcomes these continuous adventurers with open arms. This supply base standing at the entrance of Jirding Mountain Cave was officially built at great expense by Pingcheng. Of course, although this base belongs to the official side, it is not a monopoly. The forces within are deeply intertwined and extremely complex. However, the 3 most influential forces that everyone recognizes are only these 3. The strongest is naturally the official military base of Pingcheng. The Great Shia Army, especially the soldiers of Pingcheng, has a tradition of training in Jirding Mountain Cave. The slightly weaker force is the Fe Alliance Mole. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Compared to the official military of Pingcheng, the influence of the Fe Alliance Mole is indeed much weaker. However, the Fe Alliance Mole's influence extends beyond Jirding Mountain Cave. It has a presence throughout Great Shia, and even the 5 major alliances. Chapter 101, Battle. Jiang Yuli enters the state early. Above the supply base of Jirding Mountain Cave. Damn it, I'm exhausted. This Gao Huo really knows how to tire someone out. Li Suwei touched his shiny bald head, which reflected a faint glow under the sunlight, resembling a glowing egg. This year, he was assigned to review geniuses in the satellite city after being promoted to a professor position at the same time as Zhuangyang. He didn't mind. Since Zhuangyang chose Pingcheng, he went to Yucheng. The genius teacher in Yucheng is none other than Gao Huo. Just as he was heading to Yucheng, 9 To find Gao Huohua, he learned that Gao Huohua had already taken her disciples to Pingqing's Jirding Mountain Cave for trials, with no known return date. To avoid wasting time, he could only rush back to Pingqing from Yuqing. Unexpectedly, he was still a step behind. Gao Huohua had already entered the cave. Jirding Mountain Cave. Overlooking the supply base below, feeling the faint fluctuations of the barrier, Li Sui's expression became slightly serious. If it were any other cave in Pingqing, he could easily break through the barrier without alerting anyone. But facing Jirding Mountain Cave, he didn't dare to entertain the thought of forcing his way in. As the first professor of abilities in Great Xia, his authority allows him to uncover many secrets. Not to mention the terrifying existence within Jirding Mountain Cave. Just within this supply base, there are many powerful auras hidden, each of which is almost as strong as him. Chapter 102, Gao Huohua is stunned. Where did the first-grade superior fierce beasts go? Jirding Mountain Cave, outskirts. Boom! Accompanied by a rumbling sound, a rock-armored bear over 2 meters tall fell helplessly into the bushes. Dark red blood slowly oozed from the corner of its mouth, as its vitality quickly faded. After the rock-armored bear fell, 3 figures, robust and seemingly cloned, appeared behind it. The 3 wore battle suits with the words left, right, and front emblazoned on them. They were the 3 brothers who had appeared earlier in the supply hall. Nice. Your cooperation is getting more and more skilled. Behind the 3 brothers, Gao Huohua nodded in satisfaction and praised. The rock-armored bear is already considered one of the best among first-grade superior fierce beasts. You 3 managed to defeat it as a team at the 7th level of the first grade. Your strength is already a standout among the martial arts exam candidates in Yuqing. The top scorer of this year's martial arts exam in Yuqing will definitely come from among you 3, and of course, so will the 2nd and 3rd places. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, and a hint of joy flashed in their eyes. However, Gao Huohua quickly changed her tone, but you 3 shouldn't get too proud. There are always people stronger than you. Not to mention the main base city, just in Pingqing alone, according to the information I received. There was a student in the 2nd monthly test of the first ability, high school, who actually reached the 8th level of the first grade. Chapter 103, Stunned. Who is the fierce beast? Jirding Mountain Cave, outer area. It's a first grade 9th level and 2 first grade 8th levels. Gao Huohua spoke softly. Although her voice was not loud, it sounded like thunder in the ears of the 3 brothers. Gulp, the sound of swallowing saliva echoed. Gulp, gulp, the sound of swallowing saliva continued. The 3 brothers looked at each other, seeing a deep shock in each other's eyes. Is such a momentum really caused by a first grade 9th level and 2 first grade 8th levels? That's a bit too exaggerated, right? Boom! Just as the 3 brothers were lost in thought, 2 rock-armored bears were immediately sent flying, revealing a gap in the fierce beast group. Looking through the gap, one could clearly see a girl with waist-length hair. Although she was surrounded by fierce beasts, there was not a trace of panic on her face. Her gaze was calm, filled with confidence. How? It seemed that being sent flying by a human was a real embarrassment for the 2 rock-armored bears. The 2 bears quickly opened their large mouths and roared as they charged towards the girl in front of them, one on the left and one on the right, closing in as if they wanted to tear everything apart. It seemed like a long time had passed, but it was only a matter of moments. Chapter 104, Incredible Luck. Scoring points. Silence is the bridge tonight. Witnessing the clever cooperation between the purple-haired girl and the white-haired girl. Left, right, forward. The 3 brothers of the Xiang family suddenly fell into a long silence. Although the sounds of fighting surrounded them and the air kept vibrating, the atmosphere around them seemed somewhat solidified. No one spoke, but each person's thoughts exploded within. The elegant long-haired girl, untainted by a speck of dust, strolled leisurely. The purple-haired girl, whose desire for battle was fiercer than a fierce beast, struck with ruthless intensity. And the girl, who appeared reluctant yet obediently formed an ice shield. The presence of each of them caused a significant impact on their worldview. In New City, they were almost universally recognized as geniuses. But at this moment, compared to the first two in front of them, they felt as young as rookies. This had nothing to do with their cultivation levels. Even if their cultivation reached the first tier's 8th or 9th level, they were sure they could not match such combat power. The expressions of the three Xiang brothers were filled with shock, and Gao Huo's expression was equally unsettled. With his 4th tier extraordinary cultivation, he could see through the Xiang brothers much more clearly. He could tell at a glance that the long-haired girl had reached the first tier 9th level, and that she wasn't exerting her full strength. Chapter 105. I won't change my name or my family name, call me Liu Bo. In the outer area of the Nine Peaks Mountains Magic Cave. Compared to the first tier high-level Fierce Beast Tide, Yi Xuanyue and Jiang Yueqi were clearly much fiercer. This large wave of Beast Tide didn't last long at all, and was quickly slaughtered by the two, without any new fierce beasts to replenish their numbers. Behind Yi Xuanyue, the corpses of fierce beasts were splattered with brain matter, with severed limbs and broken legs everywhere. Behind Jiang Yueqi, the corpses of fierce beasts were neatly arranged, walking away in an orderly manner, and a gentle breeze carried the smell of roasted meat. Moreover, among the many corpses behind Jiang Yueqi, one could occasionally see bodies with a dent in their foreheads. Which were those that Jiang Yueqi had knocked down with her ice crystal shield. Even in such a perilous battle, Jiang Yueqi still adhered to the principle that defense is the best defense. After an exhilarating battle, she barely sustained any injuries. The only place she was hurt was from the bruise caused when Jiang Yueqi tightly grabbed and threw her. What a pity, it would be great if another wave came. Xu Che muttered softly, unable to hide his disappointment on his face. This wave of Beast Tide was roughly estimated to have brought at least 5,000 to 6,000 points. And if another wave came, he could gather the 10,000 points needed to purchase the 4th tier Fierce Beast Blood food. Chapter 106. A special training method, Lisa Wei's attention. After the sun set, the sky remained a deep azure for a considerable time before being replaced by nightfall. As night fell, the Nine Peaks Mountains Magic Cave immediately descended into a state where one could hardly see their own hand. Looking down from the sky, the Nine Peaks Mountains Magic Cave was pitch black, resembling a ferocious beast ready to devour anyone. Although the entire Nine Peaks Mountain was surrounded by darkness, one could still see scattered points of light here and there. These light spots mostly gathered in the outer area, with fewer lights as one ventured deeper. As for the deepest part of the Nine Peaks Mountains Magic Cave, it truly resembled a black hole devoid of any light. These light spots actually represented sources of fire. Generally speaking, each fire source represented a team of adventurers in the Nine Peaks Mountains Magic Cave. At this moment, in the central position of the outer area's fire source, Xu Che encouraged Jiang Yueqi, saying, "Come on, little purple-haired one, this meal depends entirely on you. The firewood is too wet to cook anything. It's all up to you." Xu Che kept giving Jiang Yueqi a thumbs up, with a barely noticeable smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Ever since he smelled the aroma of meat while harvesting loot during the day, he had been thinking about whether the lightning-type ability could be developed. To his surprise, it really could. As long as Jiang Yueqi could just control the intensity of the lightning ability, she could instantly cook raw meat without burning it. Chapter 107. Surprise Attack. Assassination. Vacuum Blade. In the outer area of the Nine Peaks Mountains Magic Cave, the time had already reached the latter half of the night, and the temperature was rapidly dropping. Fortunately, everyone in Xu Che's class was at least a first-tier 8th level, and with the campfire and sleeping bags, they could barely sleep. Crack! Xu Che silently added a few pieces of firewood to the fire. He looked at Jiang Yueqi, who was clinging to Jiang Yueqi like a gecko. And then at Yi Xuanyue, who was resting alone, leaning against a branch, and couldn't help but smile gently. The three of them were truly exhausted after the whole day. After finishing the roasted meat and drinking 0-degree ice water, they quickly fell asleep one after another. Sleep, sleep well. And tomorrow we'll earn another 3 or 4,000 points. Shuchei's gentle smile kept rising, clearly already treating the three of them as his underlings. The deep night in the Nine Peaks Mountains magic cave was exceptionally quiet. At this moment, apart from the crackling sound of the burning firewood, there was nothing else. Not even a bird chirped. As the hours passed, Shuchei began yawning repeatedly. It wasn't that he was extremely tired, but rather that staying up late was quite exhausting. Gradually, Shuchei's eyes slowly closed, seemingly resting, but also in a meditative state. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly swept through the area. The gentle breeze stirred up scattered leaves. Chapter 108, Revealing Strength. Did I ask you? In a corner of the jungle, behind a towering tree, Liu Shu in a grey robe was filled with disbelief upon seeing Shuchei rushing towards him. Impossible. How did he find me? This is impossible. Liu Shu's face was stiff, and his pupils uncontrollably widened, shock etched across his entire face. Strictly speaking, this was the second time tonight that Shuchei had stunned him. Just moments ago, Liu Shu was still astonished at how Shuchei could evade his vacuum blade without injury. Although his vacuum blade was only a sea-level ability, it was one of the stronger types in the sea-level nature category. Additionally, the vacuum blade had a characteristic of strong concealment, producing no sound at non-accelerated speeds. Only when the attack was accelerated would it create slight air fluctuations. Although this would reduce the strength of the vacuum blade significantly, based on his experience, it was still not difficult to severely injure a third-tier 8th-level opponent. However, he never expected that Shuchei not only dodged the first vacuum blade, but even caught the second one barehanded. This moment caused a huge upheaval in his mindset. After all, even he himself wouldn't dare to catch a vacuum blade with his bare hands. That was something capable of tearing through steel plates. Chapter 109, You don't just know you're wrong, you know you're about to die. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, Shuchei swiftly punched Liu Shu in the face. The speed was so fast that it even left an afterimage, and the surrounding air made a whistling sound. At such a close distance, even a third-tier 9th-level enhancer might not be able to dodge, let alone a nature type, plus Liu Shu, whose vitality was gradually fading. The outcome was obvious. Liu Shu took the punch head-on with his face. In an instant, his nose bridge was smashed, revealing jagged bone and blood gushed out, turning his face into a bloody mess. Being hit by such an explosive punch, Uncle Liu in the grey robe should have been sent flying, crashing into several large trees before collapsing helplessly. However, since he was caught by Shuchei by the collar, although he showed signs of being knocked back, he was forcibly interrupted by Shuchei. Without the process of dissipating the force, the pain increased by at least 20. Ah! My nose, you despicable little thief! How dare you! Are you out of your mind? Uncle Liu in the grey robe let out a piercing scream, his eyes instantly turning red like a crazed beast. Compared to the physical pain on his face, the humiliation to his pride made him feel even more furious. Chapter 110, Genius. Possessing traits at the 3rd rank, 9th level. Late at night, the Nine Peaks mountain dungeon was dark and silent. However, a certain area on the outskirts was experiencing unusual vibrations. Of course, to the Nine Peaks mountain dungeon, this level of commotion was akin to a tickle and did not attract the attention of various adventurer teams. But one gaze closely followed the unusual vibrations as they moved. This gaze belonged to Lisa Wei. After deciding to observe the 3 genius girls and their teacher, he had been hanging behind the middle-aged man in grey robes. From the middle-aged man's sneak attack on the young teacher, to the young teacher's perfect evasion and counterattack, and then to the two switching between offense and defense until the young teacher killed the middle-aged man in grey, he saw everything without missing a single detail. Because of this, Lisa Wei's expression was extremely rich and varied. Highly alert and with keen perception, he could perfectly evade ambushes. Calm-headed and strong in judgment, he could instantly locate the ambusher. Decisive in battle without hesitation, he showed no mercy to his enemies. Although the fight lasted less than 10 minutes, the qualities displayed by the young teacher made him greatly admire. Achieving this at such a young age meant he had a promising future, as long as he did not fall. Chapter 111, Lisa Wei was stunned. I didn't even blink. Is this a donkey? For some reason, Shu Chei's gaze was instantly drawn to the strange-looking animal in front of him. Even ignoring the shiny bald head of the person speaking, the animal was simply too eye-catching. It was impossible not to pay attention. One phrase could describe it: domineering presence. Clearly a mount, yet it held its head high with a look of disdain in its eyes, exuding an air of superiority. In contrast, the bald man sitting on it appeared quite ordinary, his entire body smooth and restrained, looking more like a servant than a master. At that moment, the bald man raised his eyebrows, his expression gradually freezing as if he were still painting. In a fraction of a second, his expression changed from rigidity to shock, then to astonishment. It was even more exaggerated than when he first saw Shu Chei at the 3rd rank, 9th level possessing traits. Thump! 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 With a stiff turn towards the snow-white creature beneath him, Lisa Wei's heartbeat gradually quickened. Oh no. The snow-white creature belonged to the Zhuan-He Wuji clan, rumored to carry a trace of the bloodline of an ancient sacred beast. Whether it truly had the sacred beast bloodline could not be verified, but its hybrid characteristics had indeed been preserved. As a standout among the Zhuan-He Wuji clan, the snow-white creature was no exception, looking quite peculiar. Chapter 112, An Invitation from Lisa Wei. Chaos. Lisa Wei's mind was in turmoil. It felt like thousands of horses were galloping through his heart. After witnessing the snow-white creature lose its temper, he imagined many possibilities. For example, he might not be able to control the snow-white creature, leading it to injure the young teacher in front of him. Or he might successfully control the snow-white creature, but still harm it. He even thought that the young teacher might be able to evade the snow-white creature's attack. In short, he had thought of every scenario. But he never expected such an outcome. The snow-white creature, enraged by a touch-sensitive spot, suddenly turned into a docile little lamb, and even wore an expression of enjoyment. This is unscientific. If it weren't for his confidence in his own strength, Lisa Wei would have doubted whether he had fallen into the illusion of a mental-type ability user. After all, the snow-white creature was a 4th-rank exotic beast, and it was very proud. Normally, it would never let anyone touch it except for himself, let alone engage in intimate actions like petting its head and mane. He remembered very clearly that it took him a whole month to achieve this level. This accomplishment ranked among the top in the Beast Mastery Hall at the school at that time. But the young man in front of him had managed to do it in less than a minute. Chapter 113, Token 1. A door that opens at any time. On a dark and windy night, a night for killing. In a certain area on the outskirts of the 9 Peaks mountain dungeon, towering trees were broken, and the scene was in disarray, as if a battle had just taken place. At the very center of the battle remnants stood 2 people, along with a donkey-like exotic beast. The first exotic ability University of the Great Shia. Shu Chei's heart skipped a beat, and his heartbeat began to accelerate slightly. This was the second time he heard the name of the first exotic ability University of the Great Shia from Lisa Wei. But unlike the first time, his expression could no longer maintain calm. The first exotic ability University of the Great Shia was one of the top institutions in Great Shia, a place that countless talented students aspired to. Of course, it was also a place that countless 3rd-rank teachers yearned for. The saying goes, a soldier who does not want to be an officer is not a good cook. And there was not a single teacher who could refuse an offer to teach at the first exotic ability University of the Great Shia. After a few seconds of excitement, Shu Chei suddenly froze and calmed down. As far as he knew, to enter the first exotic ability university of the Great Shia as a teacher. One needed to have 4th rank extraordinary strength and a certain graduation rate. There was no room for negotiation on these 2 points. Leaving aside whether Lisa Wei's identity as a teacher at the first exotic ability university of the Great Shia was true. With his current cultivation level and a graduation rate of 0, he couldn't even become a teacher there. Chapter 114, Collaborative Combat. Achieve the goal. Teacher 3. Accompanied by 3 voices, each with a different tone, but equally anxious. Soon, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi rushed out from the nearby forest. What are you doing here? Noticing the somewhat flustered expressions of his 3 disciples, Shu Che instinctively frowned. Didn't I tell you to stay put and not move? Sorry. Teacher, we were worried about you since you hadn't returned for so long. Seeing Shu Che safe and sound, Yi Shuangyue's expression visibly relaxed as she turned to Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi. They feel the same. Confirming that Shu Che was fine. Jiang Yueli couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yes, teacher, the noise just now was really too loud. It's great that you're okay. Jiang Yueshi nodded repeatedly. Her gaze suddenly falling on the light golden token in Shu Che's hand, and she curiously asked, Teacher, what is this? This, well, it's nothing much. Shu Che casually tucked the token into his pocket, and looked at his 3 disciples, feeling warm inside. It seemed that his teaching over the past 4 to 5 months had not been in vain. The 3 of them really cared about him. With this in mind, a smile slowly spread across Shu Che's face. All right, that's it for now, let us go back and rest. Chapter 115, A Double Bloom. The second token. Medicine Spirit Body. Upon hearing this key word, Zhuangyang's voice rarely took a turn. It was as if lightning had split the fog in his mind. And he instantly understood everything. How could junior brother be inferior to the medicine spirit body? He was, in fact, the medicine spirit body. Taking a deep breath, Zhuangyang's heart raced. If junior brother was the medicine spirit body, didn't that mean his abilities were far beyond this? This kind of physique in cultivation novels is not just a holy son. At the very least, he would be the best among the holy sons. Even in reality, it's about the same. The medicine spirit body is a rare existence in today's pharmacist community, with countless legends surrounding it. At this moment, he finally understood why Master Z was willing to break his promise to accept junior brother as his closed-door disciple. Based on the abilities junior brother had shown, only the medicine spirit body could explain everything. Any pharmacist would probably not refuse a disciple with a medicine spirit body. Master, why didn't you tell me sooner? After the brief shock, Zhuangyang's expression was filled with resentment. If he had known earlier that junior brother was the medicine spirit body, he definitely wouldn't have gone to Pengcheng's top extraordinary high school for review first. Chapter 116, What a Coincidence. I met a genius too. In the sky above Pengcheng, 2 figures were rushing by, one after the other. One had a square face and dark complexion, while the other had a shiny forehead and rode a strange beast. The 2 were none other than Zhuangyang and Lisa Wei, who were rushing from Pengcheng to Qingcheng for support. Lisa Wei, how come you're so fast? Principal Wu just notified me not long ago, and you're already here. Even if you have Baizu, it should still take some time to get from Yuqing to Pengcheng, right? Zhuangyang looked curiously at Lisa Wei, feeling something was off. But he couldn't quite put his finger on it. In any case, it felt strange in his heart. Hey, I finished the review long ago. I was just thinking of going back with you, and who knew it would be so coincidental that Principal would just happen to let us go to Qingcheng together. Lisa Wei's lips curled up in a barely noticeable arc. By the way, how did the genius from Pengcheng fare in the review? Did he pass? Not bad. He is above average among newly appointed teachers in previous years. Zhuangyang couldn't help but smile. How about you? My luck isn't as good as yours. Lisa Wei sighed lightly. He passed, but among past newly appointed teachers, he could only be considered average. Chapter 117, 4th Stage Beast Blood Food Acquired. Yi Xuangyue breaks through to 2nd Stage. 9 Pinnacles Mountain Demon Cave. As the sun set, the arc of the sun gradually blurred. In the peripheral area slightly closer to the center, rumbling sounds continued to emerge. Accompanying the rumbling were flashes of electric light. Little ones, the points are sufficient. I announce that the trial ends here. Shu Che, carrying 2 tactical backpacks that were more than a person's height, stood on a towering tree trunk and spoke loudly. His voice clearly reaching the ears of Yi Xuangyue and the Jiang sisters, who were still fighting. The moment Jiang Yueshi heard Shu Che's words, a joyful expression burst forth on her face, and she immediately retracted her ice shield to retreat. Yi Xuangyue was currently engaged in close combat, upon hearing the words. Her expression didn't change at all until she punched through the triangular head of the Zhuan steel mantis before retreating. As for Jiang Yuechi, it seemed as if she hadn't heard anything. Electric arcs danced around her, and her purple hair floated in the air under the electromagnetic effect without wind. Paired with her fiery eyes, adding a hint of madness and heat. Nearly 2 days of training had made her control over her abilities much more adept. The beast corpses behind her had turned from charred on the outside to completely black, until no traces were left. Chapter 118, Trust Level Increased, New Characteristic Devour. 9 Pinnacles Mountain Demon Cave Supply Base. In a certain cultivation quiet room, I finally reached the 2nd stage. Yi Xuangyue elegantly took out a handkerchief to wipe the corner of her mouth, her excitement in her eyes completely unhidden. Before her were neatly cut pieces of Komodo beast blood food. Although the Komodo beast is at the bottom among the 4th stage inferior beasts, it still exceeds the 3rd stage superior blood food by a significant margin. The two are not even on the same level. If she continued to consume the 3rd stage superior blood food, it would likely take at least another month or 2 to break through to the 2nd stage. However, with the aid of the Komodo beast blood food, she broke through almost instantly after just a few bites, which was simply unreasonable. Is this the power of a 2nd stage ability user? Yi Xuangyue thought, her abilities surging throughout her body. Feeling a strength at least twice as powerful as before. Yi Xuangyue's mind was stirred. Before this, she had never imagined that she could break through to the 2nd stage before the martial arts exam. At this cultivation speed, the hope of breaking through to the 4th stage before her vitality wanes is very high. The realm she had once dreamed of now seemed just a slight tiptoe away. Not only her strength, but it also seemed her abilities had grown stronger. Chapter 119, 1st Stage 9 Levels. The Jiang sisters both break through. No way. Did she just break through so easily? Upon hearing the system prompt in his ear, Shu Che's eyes flashed with surprise. He couldn't help but recall what Jiang Yuechi had just said in the evening. She had just mentioned that she could break through at any moment. And now she had successfully done so at night. This was a bit too fast, the breakthrough was too quick. Just 2 or 3 days ago, she had just broken through to the 1st stage, 8th level. In just a few days, she had reached the 1st stage, 9th level. This speed was even faster than cheating. It was evident that practical combat was indeed the most suitable training method for her. Witnessing Jiang Yuechi's breakthrough in just a few days, Shu Che had no more doubts. At the same time, he was even more determined about the idea of accompanying the Jiang sisters in training at the 9 Pinnacles Mountain Demon Cave. Unfortunately, he couldn't draw any characteristics this time. Shu Che felt a slight regret in his heart, but quickly returned to normal. At Jiang Yuechi's current training speed, she would definitely reach the 2nd stage before the martial arts exam. Although Jiang Yuechi was slightly behind, more than a month was still enough for her to reach the 2nd stage. This means that before the martial arts exam, he had a very high probability of breaking through to the 4th stage and additionally drawing 2 characteristics. With this thought, A noticeable arc slowly formed at the corner of Shu Che's mouth. Chapter 120. Another token from the First Extraordinary University of Daxia. In the center of Pengcheng. On the third floor of the apothecary hall. In the medicine-making room. Good disciple, today I've come to test you. Can you identify the problem with this elemental energy pill-S ratio? Although separated by a thick protective suit, one can still vaguely see Zideng's fiery gaze through the glass cover. Shu Che opened his mouth slightly. A trace of helplessness, and even a hint of grievance flashing in his eyes. He deeply regretted agreeing to come over after Zideng's trial ended. Goodness. As soon as he stepped into the first floor of the potion hall, just as his heels touched the ground, he felt a blur before his eyes. By the time his vision cleared, he was already equipped and appeared in the potion room. It took no more than 3 seconds from entering the door to appearing in the potion room, truly an automatic operation. And it wasn't over yet. Before he could figure out what was happening, Zideng's so-called test arrived. This might require me to observe for a while longer. Shu Che pretended not to see Zideng's burning gaze, his interest clearly low. This Yuan energy pill, once refined, will be yours. Noticing Shu Che's expression, Zideng's voice was calm, even exuding the composure of an old artist. I see. Shu Che raised his eyebrows, and his pupils suddenly burst with dazzling light. Chapter 121 Jiang Yueshi. This token looks so familiar. This is not the emblem of the top supernatural university in Daxia. After observing it back and forth, Shu Che found it increasingly familiar. Isn't this exactly like the token Li Siwei gave him? It's practically carved from the same mold. Oh? You know this? Zideng looked at Shu Che with some surprise. You're right. This is indeed the emblem of the top supernatural university in Daxia. That means, my senior brother. Shu Che slowly raised his head, his pupils shining. Could it be a professor from the top supernatural university in Daxia? That's right. Your senior brother is named Zhuangyang, and is currently a professor at the top supernatural university in Daxia. Zideng answered truthfully and even added, although he was just promoted this year. Senior brother Zhuangyang, weighing the heavy token in his hand. Shu Che secretly sighed at how many coincidences there are in this world. Leading 3 disciples to the 9 Peaks Mountain dungeon was meant for a good trial. But by a twist of fate, he received a token from Professor Li Siwei. Just after returning from the 9 Peaks Mountain dungeon, he received another token from his senior brother Zhuangyang. The key point is that both tokens came from the top supernatural university in Daxia. Chapter 122 Uncle Liu is dead, Shu Che is safe. Jiang Family Villa. Staring at the light golden token in her aunt's hand, Jiang Yueshi blinked her eyes repeatedly. A very strong feeling suddenly arising in her heart. She must have seen this token somewhere. And it should have been recently. But where exactly she had seen it, she couldn't recall at the moment. Following Jiang Yueshi's gaze, Jiang Yuli also knitted her brows tightly. Reminded by Jiang Yueshi, she also felt that the light golden token looked somewhat familiar. Jiang Lianyue smiled and shook her head. Seen it? You must be mistaken. This is a token that only professors of the top supernatural university in Daxia can possess. No, aunt, you have to believe me. I have definitely seen it somewhere. Jiang Yueshi shook her head vigorously, her eyes fixed on the light golden token. Okay, I've seen it. Jiang Lianyue said this. But she was somewhat dismissive in her heart. Really, just ask my sister, she must have seen it too. Jiang Yueshi still refused to back down. Whoosh! 2 pairs of eyes suddenly focused on Jiang Yuli's face. Jiang Yuli remained silent, her brows furrowing even deeper. See, I told you it was a mistake, right? Chapter 123 The Mysterious Black Envelope, personally opened by Shu Dachuan. Liu Family Study. Shu Che is safe and sound. Liu Lin's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in Liu Bo's ears. A huge shock and disbelief exploded on his face, and for a moment, his expression was quite colorful. How could this be? Uncle Liu is dead, why is he fine? Liu Bo's speech unconsciously quickened, and his face visibly turned uglier than someone suffering from constipation. He had arranged for Uncle Liu to kill Shu Che, but instead, Shu Che was fine and Uncle Liu ended up dead. It should be known that Uncle Liu's combat power was among the top in the family guards. This is simply worse than losing both the wife and the soldiers. No. To be precise, losing both the wife and the soldiers doesn't even express 1/10 of it. In an instant, Liu Bo recalled the scene of his right eyelid twitching violently, feeling a chill run down his spine. It turns out that the ancient saying passed down was not a superstition. You ask me? How would I know? Liu Lin suddenly stood up, leaning on the table and staring at Liu Bo, only speaking when the other party's gaze faltered. This time, you have really disappointed me. Liu Bo's gaze fell, and he looked dispirited. Dad, I was wrong. Wrong about what? Liu Lin's voice was stern yet unyielding. I shouldn't have sent Uncle Liu to kill Shu Che, otherwise, Uncle Liu wouldn't have had an accident. Liu Bo's hands bulged with veins. Chapter 124. The Jiang sisters advance to the second stage. Traits: paralyze, and are slow. At home, Shu Che sat at the dining table, his fingers continuously rubbing the surface of the black envelope, seemingly deep in thought. To open or not to open? His gaze fell again on the small words personally opened by Shu Dachuan, and Shu Che's movements paused, his heart already having an answer. When a person hesitates, it is often best to follow the first thought that arises in their heart. Shu Che's first thought was to open it, because the character Shu on the wax seal reminded him of the Shu family in the main base city. He certainly wouldn't miss any news about the Shu family in the main base city. Dad probably won't blame me, even if he does, he wouldn't dare hit me, yes. That's how it is. Quickly making up his mind, Shu Che pinched the envelope and gently twisted it, and the wax seal instantly crumbled. Half a sheet of white letter paper quietly peeked out from the black envelope, and under the light, one could vaguely see densely packed small characters. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Shu Che slowly pulled out the letter paper and carefully unfolded it. The moment the letter paper was opened, a multitude of elegant small characters came into view. The first sentence made Shu Che's pupils uncontrollably dilate. Big brother, I am your little sister Wanjuan. Counting this year. I don't even know how many years I've been writing to you, but I'm not even sure if you will see this line. Chapter 125. Breakthrough and Promotion. Fourth Stage. Extraordinary Realm. The Nine Peaks Mountain Dungeon is one of the top high-level dungeons in Pengcheng. Usually, the atmosphere in the dungeon is quite oppressive, with not even a single bird call. Because there are no normal birds left in the dungeon, only flying ferocious beasts. Due to the height advantage, these flying ferocious beasts are usually very calm, as the combat aftermath below doesn't reach them at all. Unless the large trees they perch on are cut down, they wouldn't even move an inch. But today, at this moment, at the center of the outer area of the Nine Peaks Mountain Dungeon, countless flying beasts surged from the center, fleeing in all directions, looking as if they were escaping from a disaster. Following the fastest flying beasts, a large number of ground beasts also rushed out in unison. The number of beasts was staggering and varied, ranging from high tier 3 to low tier 1. These beasts shared a common trait. They all fled in panic, as if encountering an enemy more terrifying than their natural predators. The once pristine underbrush and ground were instantly trampled into a muddy mess. Among the horde of beasts, one could even see dark golden deer and blazing lions running side by side, completely ignoring each other. Chapter 126. S-Class Ability. Radiant Sun Dragon. Radiant Sun Dragon. Upon seeing the ability level, Shu Che felt his heart race twice, then quicken with rapid breaths. Immediately, an indescribable tingle surged from his soles to the crown of his head. It turned out to be an S-Class talent. This is an S-Class talent. He spread his hands to repeatedly examine the golden patterns on his arms, his dry throat suddenly constricting. When his ability evolved from C-class, Thorn Serpent, to B-class, Majestic Python, he hadn't felt much. But when the B-class, Majestic Python, evolved into A-class, Azure Peak Dragon, he had a new suspicion. This suspicion was that the next evolution of the A-class ability, Azure Peak Dragon, might just transform into a dragon. However, a suspicion is just a suspicion. It cannot be counted until the moment of revelation arrives. Yet unexpectedly, the Azure Peak Dragon truly transformed into a dragon, and it was the Radiant Sun Dragon. Golden scales are not mere creatures of the pond, they transform into dragons upon encountering storms. For some reason, these words suddenly popped into Shuchei's mind. Thump! 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 Even after several minutes had passed, Shuchei's mood still couldn't calm down. After all, this is an S-class talent. Chapter 127, Dominance of Traits. Comprehensive Restoration Technique. Nine Peaks Mountain Dungeon, Central Outer Area. The trait is simply amazing. Overlooking the completely lifeless abyss dragon lizard beneath him. A smile flickered at the corner of Shuchei's eye. His evaluation of the trait, paralysis, rose another level. The moment he collided with the abyss dragon lizard, he determined that he would absolutely win. He was even confident that he could finish the battle within a minute. However, the appearance of a paralysis reduced the 1-minute battle to just 2 punches. One punch sent the body flying, and 2 punches crushed the skull. The abyss dragon lizard probably never understood why it suddenly couldn't move until its death. Alas, it ended too quickly. And he hadn't even tested the effects of a devour and a slow. Shuchei's lips curved slightly, feeling a bit smug. Teacher X3. Accompanied by the calls. Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters hurriedly ran over. Congratulations to you 2 sisters for breaking through to the 2nd tier. Shuchei's gaze fell on Jiang Yueqi and Jiang Yueshi, a smile in his eyes. Hey, just a little sprinkle, it's not that simple, just having hands is enough. Jiang Yueshi looked up at a 45-degree angle at the sky, her chin slightly raised, looking like a solitary expert. Chapter 128, A Pillow for a Nap. Personal transmission seats 2. Wow, it's like getting a pillow just as you're about to nap, so considerate. Shuchei couldn't help but smile. It felt like they knew he was going to the top ability university in the Great Shia, and provided timely assistance. If he could bind 2 more personal transmissions, the nightly cultivation return would become 5 times. The difference between 3 times and 5 times might not be noticeable in a day or 2, but over time, the gap would be astonishing. The day all 5 personal transmissions were bound, breaking through to the 5th tier master would be a piece of cake, right? Shuchei's smile widened. But soon it twitched a couple of times. In just a short while, his smile had somewhat stiffened. Meanwhile, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueqi, and Jiang Yueshi all opened their eyes simultaneously, a hint of joy flashing in their eyes. The 3 of them could clearly feel that after Shuchei's optimization, the power of their techniques and combat skills had significantly increased. Compared to the beginning, the current techniques and combat skills had at least a 200 increase in power, which was simply miraculous. It seems you all have gained quite a lot. Shuchei smiled at them. All right, since the training is complete, let's start the next task. Next task. Chapter 129, Songyi's Decision, Recruiting from Qingcheng. Liu Family Study. Although Songyi's voice was very calm, it made Liu Bo and Liu Lin's pupils shrink in unison. Liu Bo immediately became anxious. Master Song, I just want him dead. This was clearly not the answer he wanted. His mind was filled with a single thought, to see Shuchei dead. Shut up. As soon as Liu Bo finished speaking, he was loudly reprimanded by Liu Lin. What do you understand? Stay there, you don't get to speak. Unlike the previous reprimand, Liu Lin was clearly angry this time. Liu Bo's lips stubbornly moved, but in the end, he lowered his head and remained silent. After glaring fiercely at Liu Bo, Liu Lin resumed his smile. I'll listen to Brother Song, let's do as Brother Song says. Everyone is a 1,000-year-old fox. What are we playing, a chat? In fact, before inviting Song Yi, he had already roughly figured out the other's bottom line. The reason he had been foolishly following Liu Bo earlier was purely to gain more. The results proved to be effective, and he was very satisfied with Song Yi's promise. Although he pretended to look down on the Jiang family, he actually did not dare to provoke them, especially since a teacher from the Great Shi's top ability university had just emerged from the Jiang family. Chapter 130: Terrifying New Regulations for Martial Exams. Various parties shocked. Pengcheng, First High School of Abilities. 1 month before the martial exam countdown. The atmosphere in the school surprisingly relaxed significantly. The cafeteria no longer saw students hurriedly packing meals, nor was there a classroom lit up late at night. The reason was obviously not that the martial exam sprint class teachers had lightened up, but that the vast majority of martial exam classes were not in school. The last month before the martial exam is the annual practical trial period. At this moment, the vast majority of martial exam sprint classes were undergoing trials in various dungeons. Not only was Pengcheng First High School like this, but other high schools in Pengcheng, as well as those in Yucheng, Liangcheng, Yangcheng, and Lancheng, were the same. Every year, the martial exam may change in form, but it always involves facing beasts in combat. Therefore, the final month of practical trials before the martial exam is still taken very seriously by each high school. All students in the martial exam graduating classes were doing their utmost to enhance their strength. For most ordinary families, the martial exam might be the only chance to change their fate. Putting in a little more effort now could lead to a ranking surpassing tens of thousands in the final martial exam. This number is not an exaggeration at all. Penglai has a permanent population of 200 million, and the other 5 major satellite cities, Yucheng, Qingcheng, Liangcheng, Yangcheng, and Lancheng, are similar, bringing the total to about 1.2 billion people. Chapter 131: Everyone Breaks Through. A thousandfold return. Main base city. The First Ability University-affiliated High School of Daxia. From the name, one can infer that this high school is closely related to the First Ability University of Daxia. In fact, this is indeed the case. The First Ability University-affiliated high school is a high school run by the First Ability University of Daxia. As a subordinate institution, the high school naturally has the advantage of being close to the source. Every year, there are many special admission slots for direct entry into the First Ability University of Daxia. A saying has been circulating within the main base: getting into the First Ability University-affiliated high school is almost like having 1 foot already in the First Ability University of Daxia. The school's faculty and various facilities are top-notch even compared to other high schools in the main base city. Especially the teaching facilities for the martial arts exam sprint class are considered industry-leading. What is regarded as a precious one-time use first-level gravity chamber in other high schools is just standard equipment here. In elite classes, it's not uncommon for a classroom to be equipped with 2 or 3 of them. The martial arts exam sprint class I has 3 first-level gravity chambers. At this moment, inside the classroom of the martial arts exam sprint class I, a tall, elegantly dressed man with strikingly handsome features, even somewhat androgynous, is standing silently. Chapter 132: 4 Levels of Fourfold. Plans changed. Prepare to win. Penglai, First Ability High School. Class 18 in the classroom. Yay! Finally broke through. Jiang Yueshi. You are the best. After successfully breaking through to the second level and second fold, the excitement in Jiang Yueshi's eyes is about to overflow. Because a breakthrough means enhanced abilities, and enhanced abilities mean improved defenses. Improved defenses make it harder for enemies to break through, and if they can't break through, she won't feel pain. It's simply a perfect closed loop. But soon, the excited Jiang Yueshi's expression stiffens, as if she suddenly thought of something. Could it be that teacher Shu Che also broke through this time? It's not that she is overthinking, this has happened too many times before. Once this thought appears, it quickly magnifies and spirals in her mind, eventually occupying her entire consciousness. It shouldn't be this coincidental every time, right? Her big, dark eyes rolled twice as Jiang Yueshi muttered softly. With this question in mind, she cautiously pushed open the door to the training room. The moment the door opened, her pupils suddenly constricted, and she froze in place. What was meant to come would always come. If she wasn't mistaken. It seemed that teacher Shu Che was also breaking through. As if sensing something, Jiang Yueshi instinctively turned her head to the left, perfectly locking eyes with Jiang Yueli. Chapter 133, Astonishing Rewards from the Penglai Education Department. Penglai, Martial Arts Exam Factory. Everyone quiet. Just as countless martial arts exam students in Penglai were communicating and exploring, a voice like a bell suddenly echoed throughout the venue. The voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, and the slightly noisy scene quickly quieted down. Following the voice, a middle-aged man in an administrative jacket, with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, but an outstanding demeanor, appeared on stage. While most martial arts students were still curious about who was on stage, teachers from various universities recognized him at a glance. On stage was none other than Chen Yuliang, the director of the Penglai Education Department. Let me introduce myself, my name is Chen Yuliang, the director of the Penglai Education Department, and also the chief examiner of the Penglai Martial Arts exam this year. Chen Yuliang's expression was calm, but his sharp gaze swept across the venue. First of all, I want to wish all the candidates present to achieve satisfactory results and successfully enter their desired universities. After a pause, he continued, secondly, to further motivate everyone, I will announce a few decisions. First, any candidate who ranks in the top 100 in the total score of this martial arts exam will receive a scholarship of 100,000 yuan provided by the Penglai Education Department. Second, candidates who rank in the top 10 will receive a scholarship of 1 million yuan from the Penglai Education Department. Chapter 134, The Name of the Martial Arts Exam, Desperate Survival. The martial arts exam will start on time in half an hour. Please all candidates enter the exam room in order to connect to the virtual network. The time is 9:30. Above the martial arts exam factory, an electronic synthesized voice continuously played, full of AI flavor. However, many martial arts candidates were too preoccupied to pay attention to this and hurriedly headed to their respective exam rooms, looking very serious. After more than 10 years of hard work, this day is what everyone has been waiting for. No one can be relaxed. After this day, even if they were close classmates, they might not see each other again for a lifetime. Students who seem to have similar family conditions might have completely different fates in the future. This is the martial arts exam. All martial arts exam instructors, please gather immediately in the central virtual network hall. After most candidates entered their assigned exam rooms, the factory speakers announced again. Good luck. I'm waiting for your good news outside. After personally sending Yishuang Yue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi into the exam room, Shu Che turned and followed the instructions to the central virtual network hall. Wow! The moment he stepped into the virtual network hall, Shu Che couldn't help but exclaim. This was his first time in the virtual network hall, and he was shocked by the scene before him. Chapter 135, Survival Rules. Target P City. Penglai. Martial Arts Exam Factory. Central Virtual Network Hall. Just as all Penglai candidates' consciousnesses descended on the number 3 initial island, unbeknownst to them, the scene they were in was being synchronized and transmitted to the virtual screen in the hall. Under the virtual screen were thousands of seats. In the center of the front row sat Chen Yuliang, the director of the Penglai Education Department, along with several high-ranking officials. On either side were leaders from various universities. The principal of the First Ability High School of Penglai, Wu Daoan, vice principals Lei Ming and Song Yi, and Jiang Lianyue were sitting here. One could say that the entire front row consisted of important figures with status within the Penglai system. The second row was filled with important forces from various sectors of Penglai here to watch. For example, all 6 major families from the satellite city sent representatives to observe today. Of course, among them, Jiang Qianyang and Liu Lin came in person. The third row and beyond were occupied by the ordinary martial arts exam class instructors from various universities. Xu Che, with a level 3 teacher title, was naturally placed in the central position of the third row, which was much better than Liu Bo's corner position. However, at this moment, neither Xu Che nor Liu Bo had time to care about seating arrangements. Their eyes were fixed on the scenes displayed on the virtual screen, filled with awe. Chapter 136, the top 100 rankings of the Daxia martial arts exam released. With a command from the virtual chief examiner, Kagura, the martial arts exam officially began. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the central virtual network hall became lively. The exam, named Desperate Escape, left everyone present in shock, including high-ranking officials like Chen Yuliang, the director of the Pengcheng Education Department. Before this, no one in Pengcheng had any prior knowledge of the rules for this year's martial arts examination. The name Desperate Escape was indeed fitting, as it was a literal life-and-death struggle. The map was hundreds of times larger than those in previous martial arts exams. The rules were incredibly harsh, using a so-called toxic circle to herd all candidates into one area, and even encouraged them to kill each other. Wasn't this just breeding malice? Compared to these rules, past martial arts exams felt like child's play. The first hour was manageable, but after that, it was pure hell. Not only did they have to face ferocious beasts on the island, but they also had to watch out for attacks from other candidates. And if luck wasn't on their side, they might even have to rush into the circle. Only 50 survival points were awarded for the first hour. And even surviving in the first layer of the toxic circle wouldn't last a minute, let alone the second and third layers. Chapter 137, Confrontation in P City. Sniping from Bu Shui. Martial Arts Exam. Virtual Network Desperate Escape Map. P City. As the central city of the island map, P City had a natural advantage for movement, making it a subconscious choice for almost all martial arts candidates. However, this was both an advantage and a disadvantage. Easy movement meant fierce competition. Because of this, not many martial arts candidates chose P City as their spawn point. Nevertheless, with such a large base of martial arts candidates, many still descended upon P City at the start of the exam. At this moment, in a 3-story building near a wheat field in the eastern part of P City, 2 slender figures were crouched down, looking towards the west side of the road. One had mysterious purple hair, while the other had pure white hair. They were none other than the sisters Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi. On the roadside, a dozen hurricane-horned horses were cautiously advancing north along the edge of the road. The lead hurricane-horned horse was particularly vigilant, stopping occasionally to look around. It was certain that if anything unusual happened, it would be the first to flee. Should we make a move? Jiang Yushi whispered, pointing at the dozen hurricane-horned horses below. Wait a bit longer, we are not fully within my attack range yet. Chapter 138, Killing and Looting. Using their own methods against them. P City. The moment Yi Shuangyue heard the name Liu Bo, she understood everything. The root of all problems stemmed from Liu Bo. Although she didn't know how Liu Bo managed to arrange for transfer students before the martial arts exam, it no longer mattered. The current reality was that the 3 people in front of her would undoubtedly target their team. After a moment of thought, Yi Shuangyue cast a deep glance at Bu Shui, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Jingji, then turned and left without looking back. Let's go. Jiang Yuli and Jiang Yushi exchanged bewildered glances, not quite understanding Yi Shuangyue's actions. However, even in their confusion, they immediately followed. On one hand, it was because Yi Shuangyue was their senior sister, and on the other, because she rarely made decisions, once she did, she would never easily change her mind. Huh? What's going on? We are leaving just like that. What's happening? Are they scared? The departure of Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters left Bu Shuyi, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Jingji completely dumbfounded. Shouldn't the other party be furious at this point? Why did they leave without a word? They had prepared numerous provocative statements. And now it seemed wasted. Chapter 139, New Mechanism. Blood Red Pursuit Order. P-City, Central Urban Area. Wu Shuyi, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Jingji formed a circle against a watchtower, their faces wearing confident smiles. All around, companions were continuously driving various ferocious beasts towards them. In the face of the ongoing stream of beasts, the three used different methods, each showcasing their unique abilities like the 8 immortals crossing the sea. Wu Shuyi's arm muscles were full and defined, radiating strength. Each exertion made his muscles tense like springs, and every strike sent beasts flying, exhibiting extreme violence. Wu Zhongliang's fighting style was unique. A yellow electric glow flickered in his right hand, as if he was holding something. With a wave, a whip made of electricity lashed out, and any beast touched by it was instantly cleaved in two, as if sliced by space itself. Yet, he felt no discomfort from this bloody scene. Instead, there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. Jia Jingji's expression was indifferent, as he looked up. A rock spike shot up from the ground, often piercing through beasts before they could come close. Even if smaller beasts managed to sneak through layers of obstacles, Wu Zhongliang would quickly conjure a rock wall of corresponding size. Chapter 140, Don't Move, You're Surrounded by Me Alone. In the central virtual observation hall. Blood Red Pursuit Order. Upon hearing this name, everyone present was momentarily stunned. From its name, this mechanism seemed quite extraordinary. While Chandler's voice and visuals were synchronized to the observation hall, his image appeared above the island map, causing all candidates to perk up their ears. Without wasting time, Chandler stroked his beard and introduced, the so-called Blood Red Pursuit Order is quite simple. It means that every 60 minutes, or each time the toxic circle refreshes, the real-time coordinates of the top 100 candidates will be marked for 10 minutes. During this 10 minutes, killing a marked candidate not only grants all their points, but also an extra 50 points as a reward. Of course, if a marked candidate manages to survive until the marking ends, they will also receive an additional survival point reward of 20 based on their current score. After Chandler finished his introduction, the candidates on the island were unaware, but the observation hall was in an uproar. This rule was incredibly cruel and extremely unfair to those on the top 100 list. Surviving until the marking ended only granted a mere 20 points. But if they couldn't survive, they would be eliminated. Chapter 141, Bloodbath. Jia Jingji's Ambush. Don't move, you're surrounded by me alone. With Jiang Yushi's words, the countdown in the sky reached 0. At the moment it hit 0, the leaderboard hovering in the sky instantly changed. All the originally golden names turned blood red. Simultaneously, all candidates' wristbands emitted 2 beeps before automatically unfolding the full island map. On the map, the real-time positions of the 100 red dots were clearly visible, perfectly corresponding to the blood red leaderboard in the sky. Clicking on them even allowed the viewing of each red dot's corresponding candidate information. At this moment, the martial arts exam officially entered its second phase. Almost in an instant, all candidates' mindsets underwent a massive transformation. In the past, everyone's enemies were only fierce beasts, but now, apart from themselves, everyone is a potential enemy. However, the most significant change in mindset undoubtedly belongs to those who have made it into the top 100 of the Blood Red Pursuit Order martial arts exam. For them, enemies are everywhere. Zhu Shuyi, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Jingji are among them. Damn it! Zhu Shuyi angrily closed the map. We cannot linger here, or we will soon be attacked. Chapter 142, This is my strongest punch. I wonder if you can take it. How is this possible? Jia Jingji's eyes were almost popping out. He rubbed his eyes hard to confirm repeatedly, and his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Although he was very reluctant to admit it. The fact was that Jiang Yueshi's ice shield was indeed intact, not even a shard of ice had fallen. My rock spike is an A-level ability. How could it not penetrate an ice shield? Is it a gap in cultivation, or a gap in ability level? Jia Jingji's cheeks twitched violently. And he completely lost his composure. He had always been extremely confident in the penetrating power of his ability. Among this batch of martial arts exam candidates at Qingcheng First Experimental Middle School, his rock spike had broken through countless abilities claimed to have strong defenses. Things like body surface hardening couldn't even last a round against him. But today, his rock spike not only failed to break through someone else's defense, but instead ended up breaking his own defense. Not even able to penetrate Jiang Yueshi's ice shield in a sneak attack made his face burn with embarrassment. How despicable, a sneak attack. I'm getting angry. Jiang Yueshi turned her head and instantly locked onto Jia Jingji, her body posture subtly changing. Originally, the right hand held the ice shield in front. But now it was the left hand, and even her expression had become much colder. Chapter 143, Put in some effort. Haven't you eaten? While Zhu Shui was fighting Yi Xuanyue, Wu Zhongliang and Jiang Yueli weren't idle either. Crack! Wu Zhongliang swung his hand. And a long whip made of electric current struck the ground, leaving a shocking char mark. Come on, little purple-haired one, let me see your limits. Wu Zhongliang's eyes fixed on Jiang Yueli as he licked his lips, his fighting spirit surging. As a fervent warmonger, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Jiang Yueli remained silent, but the air around her became thinner under the surge of lightning arcs. Hey! Take my lightning 5-strike whip. Without warning, Wu Zhongliang launched his strongest attack. The lightning whip seemed to have a mind of its own, swinging up and down erratically, making it impossible for anyone to grasp its pattern. Don't be fooled by his apparent indifference towards Jiang Yueli, he was still very cautious. Just a moment ago, the distance between them was so great, and Jiang Yueli's purple thunder had considerable strength. Up close, it would definitely be even stronger. In this situation, the key to victory was speed, accuracy, ferocity. Speed means catching the opponent off guard, and he had achieved that. Accuracy means precision, and he had accomplished that too. Chapter 144, Elimination. Who said an ice shield can't kill? P City. Central area. Although Yi Xuanyue and Jiang Yueli had not yet eliminated their opponents, Zhu Shui and Wu Zhongliang were already at the end of their ropes and posed no threat. The only battle yet to be decided was between Jiang Yueshi and Jia Jingji. The reason their battle was so intense was not because Jiang Yueshi was only defending as imagined. At this moment, the one who could only defend was not Jiang Yueshi, but Jia Jingji. Thud, thud, thud. Jiang Yueshi sprinted forward with both hands holding the shield, her target extremely clear, directly aiming at Jia Jingji. Under her feet, sharp rock spikes continuously burst forth from the ground, each attack angle extremely tricky. However, Jiang Yueshi showed no signs of panic, and her speed did not decrease. The dual ice shield seemed to have opened a heavenly eye, always able to accurately block attacks at the first moment. Not only did she successfully block, but she also repeatedly used the rebound force to increase her speed. In a sense, these rock spikes were not attacks, but rather assistance for her. Didn't they say she only knew how to defend? Why has everything changed when it comes to me? Jia Jingji's face turned iron pale, and upon closer inspection, one could even see hints of paleness. Although the rock spikes were strong enough in attack, they also had a drawback, due to their physical nature. They consumed a lot of energy. Chapter 145, I'll make up the head, charge. P City. Damn Zhu Shui, you are so ungrateful. After a heart-wrenching scream, Wu Zhongliang collapsed to the ground, as if all his strength had been instantly drained. The tension he had built up in his heart completely dissipated, replaced by a wave of desolation. He understood that his martial arts exam was completely over. Being eliminated in the second stage, there was no chance of making it into the top 100, let alone the top 1,000 or 10,000. However, he did not want to give up at this moment. He stiffly turned his neck, forcing an extremely ugly smile. "Well, I was just joking," before he could finish his sentence. His voice abruptly cut off. At that moment, a bolt of purple lightning directly pierced through his head. His whole body trembled as if he had Parkinson's disease. And even the bones supporting his body became visibly clear. 3 seconds later, wisps of white smoke escaped from the top of Wu Zhongliang's head, accompanied by a faint burnt smell. With a thud, his face smashed to the ground, and then he turned into white light and vanished. Wu Zhongliang is out. The moment Wu Zhongliang was eliminated, an electronic voice rang out from Jiang Yueli's wristwatch. "Congratulations on killing the marked candidate during the Blood Red Pursuit Order. You will receive all of their current points and an additional reward of 50 points. Chapter 146, The Blood Red Pursuit Order ends, and the top 100 list refreshes. Peng City. Central Virtual Network Hall. Since the Blood Red Pursuit Order began, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became lively, with various exclamations and discussions filling the air. Compared to the mundane experience of the first stage, the Blood Red Pursuit Order was a complete dimensional strike, firmly capturing everyone's attention. The various exciting battles and dramatic comebacks made people's blood boil. It was so thrilling, with 20 to 30 people chasing a marked candidate, and in the plains. There was simply no chance of survival. Even if everyone spat at them, they would drown the opponent. In such a situation, survival could only be possible by entering the city and relying on terrain advantages. Not all marked candidates were so unfortunate, didn't you see? The top 10 candidates weren't being besieged at all, they were just thankful that others didn't come looking for trouble. As long as they had a normal head, they wouldn't easily provoke them. Not only were the marked candidates in danger, but the second stage posed a threat to all candidates. In just a few minutes, the number of eliminated candidates was nearly 10 times that of before. The teachers were all sighing, but their words revealed excitement. At this moment, in the second row of the hall. Chapter 147, From now on, we each have our own opinions. You call me brother, and I call him brother-in-law. Central Virtual Network Hall. The refresh of the top 100 list for the Great Sheer Martial Arts exam was like a boulder crashing into a crowd, instantly stirring up a commotion. Everyone was astonished to find that the name of Pengcheng High School reappeared in the top 50 of the rankings. This name was still the first supernatural senior high school in Pengcheng. Crazy, crazy. Another student from Pengcheng First Supernatural Senior High School has made it. Could it be that all the students from this school took stimulants today? How can they be so fierce? Urine tests. I officially apply for urine tests for all students from Pengcheng First Supernatural Senior High School. Not a single one should be spared. Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi are the twins from the Jiang family, right? Their little aunt, Jiang Lianyue, just advanced to the extraordinary level, didn't she? Is the Jiang family planning to showcase 4 extraordinary talents in the near future? I've heard of the Jiang sisters, but who is this Xu Che? How could he teach 2 students who made it into the top 50 of the martial arts exam rankings? Why have I never heard of him before? Perhaps I'm just ignorant. Xu Che is a teacher who has risen to prominence in the past 6 months. Liu Bo knows him, right? Xu Che is the one whose teaching results surpassed Liu Bo's and earned him the rank of 3rd-level teacher. As everyone gasped and discussed, various messages about Xu Che quickly spread throughout the hall. When it comes to Xu Che, one cannot help but mention the conflict with Liu Bo. Chapter 148. Even if someone breaks into the top 10, it is completely within the acceptable range. I'm set on this brother-in-law Xu Che, from now on. We each have our own opinions. You call me brother, and I call him brother-in-law. The moment Jiang Lianyue saw this text message, her originally upturned mouth gradually retracted. Her eyelashes trembled, and even her breathing became slightly hurried. After carefully watching it many times, she finally confirmed that the message was indeed sent by Jiang Qianyang. In her view, this message was simply outrageous to the extreme. Jiang Qianyang. Jiang Lianyue gritted her teeth, and suddenly turned her sharp gaze to Jiang Qianyang. Seeing Jiang Lianyue looking over, Jiang Qianyang, as if he had been prepared, grinned widely, pointed at the communicator, and gave a thumbs up. Jiang Lianyue's cheeks twitched uncontrollably, and she immediately felt an impulse to sew Jiang Qianyang's mouth shut. After taking several deep breaths, she barely regained her composure. She is a dignified fourth-tier extraordinary, and has already become a teacher at the top supernatural university in Great Xia. Jiang Qianyang's actions were infuriating. As if he were afraid she wouldn't get married. Although she was extremely angry inside, Jiang Lianyue couldn't help but ponder this question. Chapter 149, Hunting Squad. A chaotic and disordered farm. Island map. On the ground, the intense martial arts exam was in full swing. Almost every moment, hundreds of thousands of candidates were being eliminated. Some candidates died fighting fierce beasts, but most were eliminated by other candidates. The atmosphere was tense, stimulating, cruel, and bloody, filling the entire map. At the same time, in the sky above the island map, in a place invisible to all candidates and observing teachers, a lazy figure was leisurely sipping tea. From the long robe worn, it was clear that it was the attire of the virtual chief examiner for this martial arts exam, Shen Le. However, at this moment, Shen Le's appearance was completely different from before. To be precise, apart from the robe, everything else had changed, even the race. At this moment, Shen Le was only a little over a meter tall, plump, and covered in soft, dense grey-brown fur. The head was round, with a circle of black fur around the eyes, looking quite adorably silly. The black and white tail curled in rings, swaying up and down while sipping tea. If Xu Che were to see this, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. It was a raccoon. Spit, spit, spit. Shen Le spat out the tea foam from his mouth, quickly wiping the corner of his mouth with his little paw. Why is it so bitter? I don't know why the people of Great Xia love drinking tea so much. Chapter 150, Hunting. Who is the real prey? Pengcheng. Central Virtual Network Observation Hall. When the audience saw that the two unfortunate candidates were Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, the atmosphere at the scene instantly became extremely awkward. Many people stiffly twisted their necks, looking at each other, seeing the thick astonishment and strangeness in each other's eyes. Although Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi belonged to Pengcheng First Supernatural Senior High School, they were also part of the Pengcheng candidates, representing Pengcheng. It felt like schadenfreude, only to find it happening to oneself. It's over, it's over. It can't be this coincidental, right? Our Pengcheng has finally produced two candidates who broke into the top 50 of the martial arts exam. And they can't be eliminated like this, right? When they took the secondary monthly test, they were already at the first tier 7th level. Now they should be at the first tier 8th level, right? They should have a chance to escape, right? There should be hope, but it's very slim. The only chance is to break out before the other team completes the encirclement, otherwise these two sisters are really something. What are they waiting for at this time? Hurry up and retreat. What are they dawdling for? Waiting to be served. Oh no, this squad has clearly noticed the two sisters, and has already started to surround them. Chapter 151, Top 20 in the rankings. No, it's the top 10. Since the martial arts exam entered the second phase, numerous battles have been occurring simultaneously every moment. Although the panoramic screen has been divided into various large and small different screens, it is still difficult to showcase all the exciting moments. Even the displayed scenes generally do not last long. Just as the camera focused on the proudly standing Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, the image was immediately cut off. Although the image was cut, the gazes of everyone in the hall remained fixated on the screen that had just shown. The entire venue felt as if a silent spell had been cast, and in an instant, no one made a sound. 1 second. 2 seconds. About 2.5 seconds later, an incredible voice suddenly broke the silence in the observation hall. Is this a hallucination? The ones still standing are Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi, right? If they haven't been eliminated, doesn't that mean this statement seemed to have opened a switch? Like a boulder thrown into the lake, instantly creating ripples. The mindset of all the spectators was like the surface of the lake. That is right. Although it's impossible to determine what just happened, it's certain that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi haven't been eliminated. This means that Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi teamed up to eliminate the 10-member squad of the opposing team. Chapter 152, the third phase begins. Points and rewards. Martial Arts Exam Factory. Central Virtual Observation Hall. The scene was filled with waves of exclamations, one after another. If it weren't for the fact that all the materials used to build this hall were specially made alloys, the ceiling would probably have been blown off by now. Previously, when Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi broke into the top 20 of the martial arts exam, the crowd had already been excited to the point of losing control. But compared to the reaction when hearing that someone broke into the top 10 of the martial arts exam, everyone's previous performance suddenly seemed too conservative. At this moment, all the teachers present were excited, their faces flushed, looking from a distance like a bunch of red-skinned ducks. The top 10. This is the top 10 of the martial arts exam rankings. Every year, the top 10 of the martial arts exam rankings are tightly controlled by candidates from the main base city, just like Forbidden Meat. The performance of the 6 major satellite cities varies. But every year there are candidates from these cities who can break into the top 50 of the martial arts exam rankings. However, the top 10 has not appeared for nearly 100 years. As a member of the Pengcheng education system, how can the teachers present not be excited? How can they not be excited? It's like the national football team winning the World Cup by beating Argentina 70-0 in the finals. Is it really the top 10? Chapter 153, the 3 brothers of the Xiang family who are well versed in military strategy. Island map. As the figure of Shen Le dissipated, the martial arts exam top 100 list reappeared in the sky. The countdown was still hanging above the list. The moment the countdown ended also meant that the shrinking circle was completely finished, and it also meant the reopening of the blood-red pursuit order. However, at this moment, there were hardly any candidates in the map looking up, everyone was rushing along. No one wanted to be eliminated in the poison circle in humiliation. Candidates outside the safe zone were rushing into the circle, striving to avoid elimination by the poison circle. Candidates already in the safe zone were trying to move toward the center of the circle to ensure they would not be eliminated in the next round either. Because this round's safe zone just happened to cover the edges of 2 small islands, no one could guarantee whether the next safe zone would be on the North or South Island. Thus, many candidates gathered spontaneously around the bridge connecting the 2 islands, which is the southern and northern coastline of the 2 small islands. What happens when you reduce the area of a cage containing 100 ducks by half? The answer is conflict. After the 3rd stage began, even though it was still in the circle brushing phase, the conflicts had already escalated to a fever pitch. There were hardly any lone wolves among the candidates in the exam room, at least 3 to 5, or at most more than 10, walked together. And everyone on the island was on edge. Chapter 154, Luck Comes Knocking, Yi Shuangyue breaks into the top 3. Island map. A certain area south of the farm. Compared to the surrounding areas, this area appeared extremely special. Flashing arcs of electricity and dazzling flames flickered erratically. The ground occasionally vibrated with a rumbling sound. And the energy fluctuations were exceptionally obvious. All passing candidates, without exception, took a glance at most and hurriedly left as far away as possible. Such violent energy fluctuations. One could tell, there must be a problem. In fact, it was indeed the case. It looked dangerous, but it was not safe at all. Because at this moment, nearly 20 people were engaged in a chaotic fight in this area. To put it nicely, it was called a battle. To put it bluntly, it was called a siege. The target of the nearly 20-person siege was none other than Yi Shuangyue. Time was running out, it was time to end. Yi Shuangyue murmured. And with a point of her toes, her figure retreated instantly, creating some distance from everyone. But not even 2 seconds later. The small team in front surrounded Yi Shuangyue once again. HMPH, so your name is Yi Shuangyue, and you are actually a candidate from Pingcheng. I never expected that a small satellite city like Pingcheng could produce a candidate who made it into the top 10 of the martial arts exam rankings. But unfortunately, you are about to be eliminated. A slender boy who looked like a monkey, with eyes flickering as he spoke, sneered immediately. Chapter 155, Sky-High Rewards. The heart-wrenching director Yu Liang. Pingcheng Martial Arts Exam Factory, Central Virtual Network Spectating Hall. As the blood-red pursuit order time ended and the martial arts exam top 100 list refreshed, everyone's eyes once again turned to it. The atmosphere on site was slightly tense and solemn, and for a moment, no one made a sound. Making it onto the martial arts exam top 100 list does not mean everything is fine, there is still a risk of elimination. Due to the mechanism of the blood-red pursuit order, candidates who made it onto the top 100 list were even more dangerous than ordinary candidates. Many people present still clearly remembered Liu Bo, a teacher from Pingcheng First Ability High School. His student made it into the top 50 of the martial arts exam rankings, but was then eliminated, causing him to faint from anger. Everyone present was part of Pingcheng, and didn't he want to see the top 3 candidates being eliminated? In just a breath, everyone scanned through the top 50 of the martial arts exam rankings. When they saw the names Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi, many people breathed a sigh of relief. Their gaze continued upward, and when they saw Yi Shuanyue's name, everyone finally felt reassured. However, someone quickly noticed something was off. Yi Shuanyue's name seemed to be even higher than before, and there was even a bronze crown in front of her name. Chapter 156, The 12 Zodiac Signs. Snatching the Magnetic Storm Thunder Rhinoceros. Island Map. After the blood-red pursuit order ended, the safe zone rarely fell into a quiet atmosphere, and for a moment, almost no sounds of battle could be heard. But everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. As soon as the points reward task appeared, more bloody and thrilling battles would soon begin. Military base. On the northwest shore, on the west bridge spanning the 2 small islands, stood a young man with blonde hair, blue eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a cross hanging on his chest. In the vicinity of the location where the young man stood, there were no candidates within a 10-mile radius. Because all candidates who got close to him had already been eliminated, with not a single survivor. If other candidates from the main base city saw this young man, they would definitely recognize him at a glance. This person was William, from the First Ability University-affiliated High School of Daxia, and he was currently the undisputed number 1 on the martial arts exam top 100 list. It is said that the martial arts exam in Daxia is the fairest and harshest exam among the 5 major alliances, and almost every session produces many stunning candidates. However, it seems that it's not so exceptional now. Looking across the suspension bridge, William's smile was warm, but it felt extraordinarily hypocritical. Since the start of the exam, he had hardly encountered any obstacles. Chapter 157, Learning from Mistakes and Growing Wiser. Island Map, the 12 Zodiac Signs. Damn! Who was it that snatched our reward points ahead of time? Damn it! This is really frustrating. Looking at the devastated battlefield where almost nothing grew, Xi Yang's eyes were filled with anger. Upon learning that the Magnetic Storm Thunder Rhinoceros was worth 500 points, she had already considered those points as her own. The current situation was no different from being robbed, and this feeling of failure was very uncomfortable. It felt like a breath stuck in her chest that couldn't go up or down, making her feel very uneasy. The opponent's speed was too fast. It was unreasonable. Could it be that a large group of dozens of people did it? Xia Miao's expression was relatively calm. But there was also a gloomy aura about her. Of course, beneath the gloomy expression lay a hint of confusion. The bounty task had just refreshed. And the two of them had already made the decision to head towards the target area. Moreover, the distance to the magnetic storm thunder rhinoceros was not far at all. Taking less than 5 minutes at most. Even if someone attacked the magnetic storm thunder rhinoceros first, there was no reason for it to be so quick, right? But now it seems that the magnetic storm thunder rhinoceros has actually been taken down by someone else first. No matter how many people the opponent has. Just don't let me encounter them. Chapter 158, We are useful. We can be bait. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Xia Yang felt like she was about to be so angry she might develop a breast nodule, making her a bit dazed. As the saying goes, once is happenstance. Twice is coincidence, but the third time is enemy action. In the third stage, only 4 second-tier ferocious beasts had appeared on the northern island. Among them, the two sisters had rushed to the scene at the first opportunity. But without exception, each time they had been beaten to it. They had been intercepted 3 times. What humiliation! For her, this was an absolute disgrace. It couldn't be those purple-haired and white-haired girls from earlier, damn it, who could it be this time? Xia Miao's expression was not as agitated as Xia Yang's, but her face was already extremely gloomy. Being intercepted once could be attributed to bad luck. But being intercepted 3 times in a row was something anyone would find hard to swallow. However, while she was angry, her heart was also filled with confusion. At this moment, she could roughly confirm that the ones who had killed the magnetic storm thunder rhinoceros and the earth-rending earthworm before her were definitely the purple-haired girl and the white-haired girl they had seen earlier. But then the question arose, who killed the earth-rending ape this time? The earth-rending ape was a second-tier mid-grade ferocious beast. And even if the two of them attacked with all their might, it would take them at least 10 minutes to kill it easily. Chapter 159, He escapes, he chases. He can't fly away. On the island, Xiang's was swaggered back and forth alone, looking completely different from his previous cautious demeanor. His entire aura was even suppressed to the level of a first-tier 7th stage, as if he was afraid others wouldn't know he was weak. No matter how many points he gained, they were just illusions. If he got eliminated, he would lose everything. It was better to be alive. Being alive is victory. Xiang's were mumbled to himself, trying to spread his aura as far as possible. Sometimes he truly felt fortunate that his academic performance was relatively good. Unlike his second and third brothers. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have already been eliminated by Yishuangyue. Although the condition for not being eliminated was to help Yishuangyue capture high-level candidates, it was still better than losing their lives. Especially after witnessing Yishuangyue eliminate 3 first-tier 8th stages, and 1 first-tier 9th stage, without mercy in a 1v4 situation. Such a powerful team could be easily killed. Let alone the 3 Xiang brothers whose average level was only first-tier 8th stage. Well, I can't go any further. If I go any further, I might not make it to lure the opponent to Yishuangyue before I get eliminated. Seeing that he was reaching the limit, Xiang's were immediately turned around and wandered off. This behavior was like a street performance and quickly attracted the attention of many people. Chapter 160, The 4th Stage. The 2 key bridges. On the island. No, no. Don't kill me. Realizing the opponent was second tier, Chen Lang's expression changed drastically. And his brain raced. I can also be bait, I can too. In just a few seconds, he had figured it all out. The first tier 8th stage that had provoked him, and the one he had just seen were just bait. He was the big fish that had been hooked. As the old saying goes, those who know the times are wise. Faced with a second-tier opponent, he didn't think he had any hope of survival. Since he couldn't win, he could only choose to join. Bah, how shameless, stealing this kind of work. Xiang Yu spat disdainfully. Xiang Qian followed suit, disgusting. Look at your outstanding temperament, you must be a talent from our main base city. Since we both come from the main base city, give me a chance. Seeing the other party unmoved, Chen Lang tried to build rapport. His thinking was quite simple: first, save his life. As for what bait or not, as long as he could act freely, he had plenty of ways. Yi Shuangyue said lightly, unfortunately, I'm not from the main base city. What? Chen Lang's expression froze, his eyelashes trembling fiercely. Impossible. How could there be anyone from Wei Cheng who has advanced to second tier? Even I haven't done it. Chapter 161, Hidden Task. Blood Red Arena and Life and Death Suspension Bridge. Peng City. Central Virtual Network Hall. Through the panoramic view of the island, it can be clearly seen that countless dense red dots are surging towards the two large bridges in the east and west. Each red dot represents a candidate, creating an extremely spectacular scene. As expected, these two bridges are indeed the key to entering the circle. I guessed it wouldn't be simple after the safety zone refreshed in the last round. This is truly more brutal than the last, in the third stage. Candidates could still choose not to participate in the point bounty, but in this round, all candidates had no choice. There were already many candidates on the northern island. And with this move, it was hard to say how many would be eliminated. If I'm not wrong, this round's so-called hidden task must be related to the bridges. Even though the teachers present had a deep understanding of the cruelty of this martial arts exam, they were still shocked by this coincidental poisonous circle. At this moment, a large screen in the panoramic view flashed, and the image suddenly showed a young man with blonde hair and blue eyes. The young man's image was quickly recognized. Look, this is the top of the martial arts exam S100-strong list, William from the main base city. This immediately attracted a lot of attention, and countless eyes turned to look. Chapter 162, Xie Yang, My Points Are Back. Island Map. Northern shore of the West Bridge. The battle at the entrance of the bridge had already reached a white-hot stage. No matter where you looked, you could see flickering white lights. Without a doubt, these were candidates who had been eliminated before even stepping onto the bridge. Roughly estimating, only 1 out of every 3 candidates could successfully step onto the bridge. And this elimination rate far exceeded the third stage. Nevertheless, teams were still bloodthirsty, eager to take this opportunity to eliminate everyone else. However, nothing is absolute. The appearance of certain individuals acted like a tranquilizer, instantly bringing clarity back to many teams. Not good, look. It's the purple-haired witch and the white-haired witch. They have appeared again. Ah! They are coming towards me. I don't want to die, make way for me. I don't want to get eliminated before stepping onto the bridge. You dead legs, run. Don't crowd, don't crowd. Quickly let them pass. Otherwise, we'll all die. Seeing the figures of the purple-haired Jiang Yu Li and the white-haired Jiang Yu Shi, the scene erupted in chaos. The once tightly blocked entrance of the bridge suddenly made way for 2 spots. Chapter 163, Fierce Battle. Blood Red Arena. Island Map. East Side Bridge, Blood Arena. After hearing the introduction of the rules for the Blood Arena, the atmosphere at the scene became quite subtle. Especially for the larger teams. Everyone's expression was not looking good. The reason was simple: once the rules of the Blood Arena were announced, their numerical advantage would vanish. Previously, they had planned to rush into the safe zone as quickly as possible using their numbers, but now everything had changed. The Blood Arena only allowed 1v1 battles. And one had to win 3 consecutive matches to clear the stage, which meant the upcoming battles would rely solely on individual strength. This purely tested personal capability. Even because of this rule, the originally cooperative members of the team began to look at each other with strange expressions. Winning 3 consecutive matches to clear the stage meant that, on average, only 1 out of every 4 could clear, while the other 3 would be eliminated. This resulted in a staggering elimination rate of 75. Compared to this elimination rate, the first 3 stages of the martial arts exam were simply child's play. What should we do? We can only exert our strongest strength when we are together, but if we separate. Xiang Yu's expression became unprecedentedly serious. The 3 brothers could unleash a power close to the first stage, 9th level, when cooperating. Chapter 164, Sacrifice Yourself. Decisive Xiang Zue. 2.5 minutes. From the moment Yishuang Yue touched the blood-red light pillar, and disappeared from the bridge to appear in the blood arena, and then defeated her opponent to return to the bridge, only 2.5 minutes had passed. If we exclude the time announced by the blood arena for the battle to begin and the waiting time, the accurate time was 1 minute. Although the opponent was a first stage, 9th level natural ability user, Yishuang Yue still faced no resistance at all against the second stage, 3rd level. This time, Yishuang Yue undoubtedly became the first candidate on the scene to achieve 2 victories. On the vast bridge, only Yishuang Yue's figure remained. However, in the next second, the blonde-haired, blue-eyed William appeared quietly. Boring, being invincible is really lonely. William smacked his lips and scanned the bridge with a vacant gaze, preparing to see if there were any experts. But as he turned his head, his expression froze, and his pupils uncontrollably dilated. It's her, she's even faster than me. At that moment, William's calm heart quietly stirred. And his perpetually sunny face suddenly twitched strangely. His mood instantly plummeted, and a hint of gloom flashed deep in his eyes. He thought he had dealt with the first stage, 9th level opponent on the blood arena quickly enough, but he never expected. Chapter 165, Life and Death Suspension Bridge opens. Purple hair versus white hair. U City, Viewing Hall. Confused, Xiang Zue, you are confused. As a 4th stage extraordinary, Gao Hua's dynamic vision had reached a very high level. The moment Xiang's figure flashed on the screen before him, he noticed it immediately. Seeing Xiang Zue, he felt quite excited, as it meant Xiang Zue was just 1 round away from clearing the blood arena. But before he could be happy for 2 seconds, he witnessed the scene of Xiang Zue embracing William, and both being teleported to the blood arena. For a moment, shock, disbelief, and incredulity all flashed across Gao Hua's face. Among his 3 disciples, Xiang Zue, Xiang Yu, and Xiang Qian, he had always favored the steady and decisive Xiang Zue the most. But now, Xiang Zue had to face William. With Xiang Zue's first stage, 8th level cultivation, how could he win? More importantly, he clearly saw that his good disciple Xiang Zue seemed to have rushed up voluntarily to protect someone. The person he was protecting was a girl. What a sin! Gazing at the slender back of the long-haired girl in the image, Gao Hua's teeth clenched. But soon, a hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He suddenly realized that this girl's back looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Chapter 166, Life and Death on the Line. Purple hair and white hair win. Life and Death Suspension Bridge. At the moment the countdown ended, the 46 candidates showed no hesitation. It was as if they had already discussed it beforehand. All of them burst forth with the fastest speed towards the suspension bridge. Despite the suspension bridge looking dilapidated and likely to break at any moment, and swaying back and forth in the howling sea wind, everyone did not care at all. All aiming to be the first to cross the life and death suspension bridge. As for why there were 46 instead of 50, the reason was simple. The sisters Xie Yang and Xie Miao had already charged towards Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi. Leave that arrogant purple-haired one to me, you handle the white-haired one. Quick battle. Xie Yang had long found Jiang Yu Li displeasing and threw a fireball the size of a fist towards her. She didn't think a simple attack would defeat her, she was just afraid the opponent would escape. However, Xie Yang was clearly overthinking. As Jiang Yuli had no intention of fleeing at all, her eyes flashing with excitement instead. Facing the fireball that was rapidly approaching. She made no visible movements with her hands, and a lightning arc instantly struck the fireball. Boom! The electric light dispersed the flames, and the fireball vanished in response. Thunder system. After a simple test, Xie Yang felt reassured, looking down at Jiang Yuli. If that's all you can do, then I'm very disappointed. Chapter 167, Sweep Second. Third and fourth. Just one step away from the championship. Main base city. Viewing hall. The scene was dead silent. A few seconds later. A wave of intense gazes focused on Shu Qian. Shock, disbelief, confusion, mockery, and gloating emotions alternated, showcasing a myriad of expressions. Humans are essentially self-serving beings. The vast majority present were high school teachers from the main base city, all feeling proud inside. They had previously complimented Shu Qian repeatedly simply because his class was too strong, not because they were willing. Now, seeing with their own eyes that two of Shu Qian's top students had been eliminated filled their hearts with joy. Especially after realizing that the ones who eliminated Xie Yang and Xie Miao were likely candidates from Wei City, many were waiting to see Shu Qian's embarrassment. The top genius from the first extraordinary university in the Great Xia was eliminated by candidates from Wei City. It was simply too embarrassing. Xie Yang and Xie Miao were actually eliminated. Weren't they both first stage, second level? Could it be that the twin siblings in the image had cultivation even exceeding first stage, second level? The attack-oriented Xie Yang was completely suppressed in combat. That purple-haired girl from the Thunder system was too powerful, but what a pity for Xie Miao, who encountered an ice ability user. Otherwise, she might not have lost. Terrifying. Wei City has produced such a rare genius. I can't even remember the last time this happened. Is a change in the times coming? Chapter 168, Beating William. Like to laugh? I'll make you laugh. Island map. Northern military base. According to routine, Shenla read the rules and then completely vanished, leaving behind candidates looking confused. Despite going through 4 rounds of trials, there are still at least 10,000 people on site. In a sense, the surviving thousands of candidates have already succeeded, having secured their place among the top 10,000 in this martial arts examination. Throughout the Great Xia, apart from a few top extraordinary universities, the doors to other first-tier universities have opened for them. Nevertheless, no one on site wants to be eliminated. The saying there is no first in literature, and no second in martial arts, has deeply imprinted itself in the minds of all people from Great Xia. At this moment, it seems there are still 10,000, but in reality, reaching the top 1,000 is just a small leap away. Everyone has fought hard to get this far. And no one will give up. Oh no, it's the poison circle. The poison circle is starting to refresh. At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding candidates. Around the crowd, a massive semicircular shield was slowly shrinking, with toxic miasma visible to the naked eye outside. While inside was a peaceful scene. This was the first time all candidates saw the full view of the poison circle. The reason is simple. The area of the military base is just too small. Chapter 169, The Martial Arts Exam comes to an end. Sweeping the top 3. Island map. Military base. Yi Shuangyue's punches fell on William's handsome face like raindrops, one after another. Soon, William's handsome features began to distort, visibly swollen like a steamed bun. His swollen eyelids left only a narrow slit for his eyes, and his golden hair was in disarray on his face, filled with panic and pain. The previously confident William, who believed victory was in his grasp, had completely vanished. Given that William was a mental-type extraordinary person, he shouldn't have been able to endure so many punches. However, under Yi Shuangyue's precise control, he still wasn't eliminated despite taking so many hits. Although he wasn't eliminated, his current state was already not far from being eliminated. It truly verifies the saying, some people, although alive, are already dead. Stop. Don't hit. Taking advantage of the brief pause between Yishuangyue's punches, William struggled to squeeze out a sound from his throat, his mind already somewhat unclear. If it weren't for the tearing pain on his face, he might even think he was dreaming. How could he go from being in control just a moment ago to being pinned down and beaten? Yishuangyue remained silent, merely continuing to throw punches. Chapter 170, What? Shuchei is about to break through again. Main base city. Observation hall. With the final update of the martial arts exam rankings, the scene erupted into chaos, with the noise reaching a boiling point. It was even more intense than when the Xia sisters were eliminated or when William was eliminated. If previously only Shuqian was anxious, now everyone was anxious. The issue was no longer about who was eliminated, but rather the face of the major high schools in the main base city. Not only did the top 3 spots in the martial arts exam go to candidates from Peng City, but the 4th and 5th places were also surprisingly taken by candidates from U City. This meant that all the top 5 spots in this martial arts exam were occupied by candidates from Wei City. This was the first time since the establishment of the martial arts exam in the Great Xia Alliance. In past martial arts exams, candidates from Wei City couldn't even break into the top 5, and breaking into the top 30 was difficult, with the top 50 being the limit. But this year, it had completely reversed. Although there were only 5 candidates from Wei City in the top 50, the fact that these 5 occupied the top 5 was remarkable. Shame. A great humiliation. Our main base city, boasting the best educational resources in the entire Great Xia Alliance, couldn't even keep the top 5 spots in the martial arts exam rankings. This year's teachers will surely be nailed to the pillar of historical shame. It's over, it's over. Chapter 171, the top 3 in the martial arts exam passed the preliminary assessment. A few minutes ago. Military base deathmatch area. When only Yishuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi were left on the field, Kamaguru slowly descended beside the 3, embodying an ethereal image. Once on the ground, he flicked his sleeve with one hand, turning his back to everyone, his white robe billowing in the wind that seemed to come from nowhere, truly exuding an aura of celestial grace. Wow, it's Lord Kamaguru! Jiang Yueshi exclaimed, her emotional value reaching its peak. With his back to everyone, Kamaguru's eyes began to move faster, and the wind around him intensified, causing his white robe to make a crackling sound. Yishuangyue and Jiang Yueli exchanged glances, both sensing something unusual in each other's eyes. Cough cough. Kamaguru cleared his throat heavily, his sharp gaze fixed on Yishuangyue and Jiang Yueli. Though he didn't speak, a glimmer of hope occasionally flashed in his eyes. Yishuangyue hesitated for a moment and tentatively spoke, Lord Kamaguru. Kamaguru immediately nodded in satisfaction, and turned to look at Jiang Yueli. Jiang Yueli opened her mouth, her expression somewhat helpless. Lord Kamaguru. Ha ha ha, hello everyone. Congratulations on successfully standing out from millions of candidates to become the top 3 in the Great Xia Martial Arts examination. Kamaguru expressed satisfaction, as he looked up and down at Yishuangyue and the others, at the same time. Congratulations to the 3 of you for officially passing the preliminary assessment. Chapter 172, Coming Again. Shuchei breakthroughs in succession. Peng City. Observation Hall. At this moment, all eyes in the hall were firmly locked on Shuchei. Most people's gazes were filled with shock, confusion, and envy. No way, man. Breaking through right in front of everyone. Is this breakthrough method too niche? Could it be that while others are observing the battle, you are still training? Moreover, ordinary breakthroughs would be fine, but to actually break through to the 4th tier extraordinary. Man, how flashy can you be? How much do you love to show off? As Shuchei's fourth-tier extraordinary aura grew stronger, the teachers around were about to grind their teeth in frustration. Not only did Shuchei's 3 disciples occupy the top 3 spots in the martial arts exam rankings, but he also wanted to break through to the 4th-tier extraordinary. Why do you get all the good things? Is the gap between people really this huge? In an instant, a sour atmosphere threatened to overshadow Shuchei's breakthrough aura. Make way. Everyone, hurry up. Don't disturb teacher Shuchei's breakthrough. Chen Yuliang, who had been immersed in officialdom for many years, reacted quickly and was the first to give instructions. All teachers from Peng City's first extraordinary high school follow orders to protect teacher Shuchei. Wu Dian was not slow to react either and quickly followed the command, preparing to head to Shuchei's side. Chapter 173, Rewards. New breathing techniques and combat skills. Inside the pyramid-shaped space. Oh my god. Why are these 3 still absorbing? Seeing the dwindling amount of creation liquid, Kamiguru was so anxious that he bit his hand. His eyes turning green immediately. With a whoosh, he instantly flashed to the metal container, scratching his head and running back and forth. In his panic, he couldn't maintain his originally ethereal image. His body was still human, but his head revealed its true form. Oh dear, take it easy, even landlords don't have extra rations. With a pop, Kagura's fluffy tail suddenly popped out, swaying back and forth as it moved, resembling a fan. Don't be fooled by its indifferent demeanor. This was actually one of the more precious items among its few treasures. Although these were small perks meant for the inheritors, it still pained Kagura, who adored collecting them. This doesn't make sense. How could an A-grade talent from Blue Star absorb so much creation spiritual liquid and still not be saturated? Kagura paced back and forth around the metal container, its small, black button-like eyes flickering with doubt. The next moment, the glowing triangular prism above shot out 3 beams of golden light, completely enveloping Yishuangyue and the others. At the same time, countless green codes reflected in Kagura's eyes, as if it were reading something. Chapter 174, Lao Deng, what do you see about me? You've broken through again. Why? Kagura's pupils suddenly turned into the shape of black buttons. Its expression slightly confused. Although the initial power of a low-grade heavenly battle technique is stronger than that of a high-grade earthly one, it is after all a flawed version. And its growth potential cannot compare to that of a complete high-grade earthly technique. Although the words were left unsaid, the meaning was already quite clear. Jiang Yueshi seemed either not to understand, or was genuinely foolish, and immediately blurted out, Lord Kagura, why not just give us the complete low-grade heavenly battle technique? Yishuangyue and Jiang Yueli looked at Jiang Yueshi in surprise, then nodded in appreciation. Kagura was taken aback. For a moment, it felt quite reasonable. But soon its cheeks twitched. What are you thinking? You've only passed the preliminary assessment. How could I give you the complete heavenly technique? To obtain the complete heavenly technique, you at least need to achieve good results in the final inheritance, and you are still far from that. In fact, the battle techniques it selected for the 3 were already chosen from the top down based on power, and this was the limit of what it could do. If it weren't for the astonishing talents the 3 displayed while absorbing the creation spiritual liquid, the battle techniques presented to them wouldn't have been these. Chapter 175, Freebie. Ripple Breathing Technique. Martial Arts Exam Factory. In the exclusive lounge. The door was wide open, and Jiang Yueshi stood in the center with her hands on her hips. Her expression changing rapidly. Teacher, you also broke through. In the center of the room, Shuchei sat on the guest sofa, with his hands crossed under his chin, wearing a teasing smile, with obvious energy fluctuations around him. In front of his 3 disciples, he did not deliberately conceal his aura. Having witnessed Shuchei's level, Jiang Yueshi and the others immediately realized a fact. Shuchei had also broken through. I've had some insights recently. Shuchei nodded, a hint of a smile at the corner of his eyes. What did you just call me? I called you teacher. Jiang Yueshi replied sternly, then looked around. My sister and senior sister can testify for me, right? But before she could finish her sentence, she was stunned. There was no sign of Jiang Yueli and Yishuang Yue beside her. This Jiang Yueshi seemed to realize something and stiffly turned her head. Only to see Jiang Yueli and Yishuang Yue standing obediently outside the door. Feeling Jiang Yueshi's gaze, Yishuang Yue shyly lowered her head. Jiang Yueli, on the other hand, was indifferent, her expression full of schadenfreude, as if she was about to write "you asked for it" on her face. Chapter 176. We all use smart light brains. But you use a phone, no wonder you have delays. Is this the intensity of a low-grade heavenly breathing technique? With every breath, Shuche felt a surge of energy, shaking him to his core. Roughly estimating, having initially learned this ripple breathing technique would at least increase his energy absorption speed by dozens of times compared to before. Compared to this absorption speed, what kind of hard days had he endured before? Experiencing the intensity of the heavenly breathing technique firsthand, Shuche suddenly understood why the main base city had so many geniuses, especially the pillars among the fourth tier extraordinary and above. Without any external force, the energy absorption speed of the heavenly breathing technique is dozens of times faster than that of the mysterious breathing technique. The difference may not be obvious before the fourth tier, but after the fourth tier extraordinary, the gap will become increasingly larger. Slowly opening his eyes, he met Jiang Yueshi's expectant gaze. Shuche instantly understood and smiled. I still need to study the battle techniques you three are practicing for a while. But I have optimized this ripple breathing technique for you. However, there are too many points to note. So, when I get home, I will organize the optimization points and send them to your email. There may be a delay in the email, so pay attention to check it when you get back. Okay. Yishuang Yue and Jiang Yueli replied in unison, seeing a hint of joy in each other's eyes. Chapter 177, Going Home, but first, returning home with teacher Shuche. Aunt? Why are you here? With Jiang Yueshi's call, Shuche and the others stepped into the hall. Aunt? Upon seeing Jiang Lianyue in a flowing long dress, Jiang Yueli was also taken aback. She never expected that the beautiful woman waiting for teacher Shuche in the hall was her aunt. Yu Li, Yu Shi. Hearing the noise, Jiang Lianyue turned back with a smile, coincidentally meeting Shuche's surprised gaze. For some reason, Jiang Lianyue suddenly lowered her head. Director Jiang, what a coincidence. You're also here. Shuche quickly regained his composure. Director Jiang, do you have something to discuss with me? It was normal for someone to come to thank him for training the Jiang sisters into the top 3 of the martial arts exam. Jiang Lianyue glanced around and said softly, there is a bit of a matter. All right, let's talk over here. Shuche nodded knowingly and walked aside to create a space for the two to talk privately. It's like this, I might have to go home with you later. Jiang Lianyue's expression remained normal, but her voice grew smaller, and her ears slightly flushed. Huh? Shuche felt as if he had been jolted awake. Go home with me. He nearly had to poke his ears to make sure there was nothing wrong with his hearing. Chapter 178, Confrontation between Zhuangyang and Lisawei. Main base city. The first extraordinary university of Daxia. In the towering, pagoda-like building lobby. In the center of the hall sat an old man dressed in a robe, holding a whisk. The old man emitted no energy fluctuations, but his form was ethereal, as if he did not belong to this space at all. This person was Wu Feng, the executive vice president of the first extraordinary university of Daxia. On both sides of Wu Feng sat several people. The expressions of the crowd varied, but the aura they emitted was at least that of a fifth-tier master. Zhuangyang and Lisawei were among them. Wu Feng scanned the room. The latest news is that the top 100 list for this martial arts exam has been released. And all major universities in the main base city have begun to take action. As the leading university in Daxia, we cannot fall behind. I have already sent dedicated teachers to invite those in the top 100 of the martial arts exam list, but according to tradition, the top 3 must be handled by someone at the director level. Is there anyone willing to volunteer this year? As his voice fell, the audience remained silent. Everyone looked at each other, and no one took the initiative to speak. Clearly, no one wanted to take on this task. Chapter 179, A Mix-Up. The master is Zideng. In front of the entrance of the pharmacy hall, Chen Yuliang looked up at the 3 golden characters of the pharmacy hall. His thoughts swirling with countless emotions, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. He had hardly slept all night trying to figure out how to distribute the research rewards. After returning to the education department during the day, he held an emergency meeting to discuss countermeasures, followed by endless efforts to gather support. He contacted the commander of Pengcheng, various banks, the direct leaders of the education department, and relied on the networks he had built over the years. After much hardship, he finally drafted a feasible plan. Thanks to Pengcheng's outstanding results in the martial arts examination this year, the Pengcheng government, the education department, and even the banks provided significant support. Ultimately, the financial rewards were jointly borne by the Pengcheng government, the Pengcheng education department, and the Great Shear education department, with the banks offering interest-free loans. It seemed that the financial reward issue had been resolved. However, the tricky part was the material reward, the diamond pill. The top 10 in the martial arts exam would receive 1 diamond pill, while the third place would double that to 2. The second place would double it again to 4, and the first place would multiply it by 10 to get 40. In total, that's 46. Adding Shuchei's share makes it 92. Chapter 180, Heavenly Stage Combat Skills. What I want is Avatar. On the 3rd floor of the pharmacy hall, inside the pill room, an awkward atmosphere pervaded the air. You mean, the master I'm looking for is Elder Z, and he's also your teacher? Realizing all of this, Chen Yuliang couldn't help but twitch the corner of his eye, a wave of indescribable emotions surging within him. It felt like leading his child to see the world, only to discover that he himself had never seen it. Yes, why didn't you mention earlier that your master is Elder Z? Uncle Chen, you didn't, he asked either. Chen Yuliang was left speechless, momentarily unable to retort. After all, he was the head of the Pengcheng education department, and had experienced many big scenes. He quickly adjusted his emotions and smiled at Zideng. Elder Z, I didn't expect you to have this connection with teacher Shuchei. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Because of Shuchei, Zideng was in a good mood at the moment. Director Chen, you're being too polite. Just tell me what you need, and on account of my disciple, I'll try to help. That's great. A hint of joy appeared on Chen Yuliang's face. I would like to ask Elder Z to help me refine a batch of diamond pills. Chapter 181, The Competition from Various Universities. In Pengcheng, at the first advanced high school of superpowers. Outside the school, cars from various satellite cities and main base cities had lined up in long queues. Inside the campus, the large grounds were bustling with activity. Most of the crowd consisted of reporters who had come to cover the news and education elites joining the excitement. The 3 candidates from Pengcheng historically sweeping the top 3 spots in the martial arts exam was undoubtedly the hottest news in Pengcheng in the past 2 days. Moreover, today, universities from the main base city and various satellite cities had arrived like sharks sensing blood, all looking to recruit students. This rare scene was hard to ignore. At that moment, outside the highest-level conference room in the school, countless cameras were aimed at the door, ready to capture first-hand news, creating an unusual silence on site. In contrast, the conference room inside was noisy. Student Yi, and the 2 Jiang students. I am Song Wei Feng, the director of the admissions office at Pengcheng Wu University. We Pengcheng people do not deceive each other. To put it simply, as long as the 3 of you agree to come to Pengcheng Wu University, we will not only waive all tuition and miscellaneous fees, but also provide a monthly cash subsidy worth 200,000 and an additional 100,000 worth of training resources. Director Song, you at Pingcheng Wu University are too stingy. 3 students. I am Jiao Hongwei from the admissions office of the neighboring Yucheng Wu University. If you come to Yucheng, we will not only waive all fees, but also guarantee that each of you will receive no less than 5 million in resource subsidies every year during your studies. And you can withdraw it at any time. What do you think? Chapter 182, Perfectly Missed, Arriving at the Great Sheer First University of Superpowers. At this moment, Zhuang Yang was in a bad mood. Ever since he learned that his junior disciple Xu Chei's class had swept the top 3 spots in the martial arts exam, and that he himself had broken through to the 4th stage of the extraordinary, he rushed to Pingcheng without stopping. He was eager to invite junior disciple Xu Chei to join the Great Sheer First University of Superpowers, specifically their pharmaceutical department. Although his main task in coming to Pingcheng was to invite Yishuang Yue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi, the top 3 martial arts candidates, his first instinct upon arriving in Pingcheng was to head to Xu Chei's house, which he had found out about in advance. However, upon arrival, he found no one at home. After managing to contact Xu Dachuan, he received a disappointing message. Xu Chei had gone out of town for the past 2 days. And Xu Dachuan didn't know where he had gone. In desperation, he could only head to the first advanced high school of superpowers in Pingcheng first to take care of business. But what he didn't expect was how fast the other universities were moving. If he had arrived any later, Xu Chei and his 3 disciples might have been snatched up by Lingwu University. Zhuang Yang, it's you. Upon seeing the sudden arrival of Zhuang Yang, Lin Wei's expression changed. He could maintain absolute confidence in the face of the 6 major satellite city universities. Chapter 183, Formation. Talismans. Little Taoist. At the Great Sheer First University of Superpowers, in the staff dormitory, in front of a dilapidated courtyard. Be careful. Just as the light appeared, Chen Yuliang's exclamation rang out. In an instant, Xu Chei sensed something and instinctively turned his head. With a whoosh, a flying knife sliced through the air, making a sharp sound as it whizzed past Xu Chei's ear and embedded itself in the door. Due to its speed, the tail of the flying knife continued to emit a metallic vibration. Xu Chei was secretly alarmed. With his keen intuition, he had not sensed a hint of danger in advance. Although the attack power of this flying knife wasn't particularly strong, and might not even break through his defenses, who would want to be turned into a hedgehog? Before Xu Chei could comprehend what was happening, 2 more sounds of breaking air approached. 2 flying knives, one after the other, clearly aimed to block his escape route. We are here to find Professor Bai. Facing the 2 flying knives, Xu Chei remained calm, explaining while dodging. Professor Bai, it's me, Yuliang, Chen Yuliang shouted loudly. However, the response from the 2 was still the flying knives that shot towards them. This time, it turned into 4 flying knives. The 4 flying knives completely sealed off Xu Chei's space for movement, leaving no room for escape. Chapter 184, Success. 1,000 Shadows Instant Prison Kill. In a dilapidated courtyard. Inside the room, in front of the cabinet. Are you a girl? Xu Chei was stunned as he looked at the pale-skinned girl hiding in the wardrobe with a dodging gaze. Just now, because of the peculiar behavior of the little Taoist in front of him, he quietly activated the breaking illusion. He didn't know until he probed. And he was shocked when he did. The seemingly ordinary little Taoist actually had a problem. This little Taoist was actually just a clone. Clones are an extremely rare special type ability. In the Great Sheer, abilities are generally divided into 4 categories: enhancement, nature, mental, and special. The enhancement category needs no further explanation, as it has the highest awakening ratio. Weaker enhancement types include Little Green Snake and a Universe Chicken. Stronger enhancement types include Heaven Devouring Dao Tai and a great sun glorious dragon. Overall, the lower limit is very low, but the upper limit is very high. In comparison, the nature category has a much lower ratio. However, the lower limit of the nature category is very high, and those awakened in this category have significant advantages in combat. Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi are representatives of the nature category. The quantity of the mental category is even scarcer than that of the nature category. But it also has high strength. Any awakened mental type ability user will have considerable combat power, like William. Chapter 185, Tenfold Eruption. Heaven-defying insight, 10 phantom bodies. Is this 1,000 shadows instant prison kill? Just the initial obscure operation of the combat technique, Shuche quickly felt the difference. Every cell in his body seemed to be instantly reactivated, giving him a sense of relief like encountering sweet dew after a long drought. In the next moment, the originally obscure cycle accelerated, and accelerated again. Within a few breaths, he had completed several major cycles. This time, he swore he really didn't open it. This combat technique felt like it was tailor-made for him. Continuously digesting the key points and insights from the notebook, Shuche revealed a look of joy. He had originally thought that if it was really hard to learn, he would have to activate breaking illusion. But unexpectedly, 1,000 Shadows instant prison kill was so compatible with him that practicing it was simply twice the result with half the effort. It truly was a good seedling. Bai Kongdong looked at Shuche with a complex expression. If Xuan were still here, he would definitely take him as a disciple on the spot. But unfortunately at least Xuan Ji's signature skill has a successor now, right? Chen Yuliang's eyes also flashed with nostalgia. Bai Jiaxuan, the most outstanding genius in the great Xia of the past century. A humanoid tyrannosaurus with SS-level enhancement talent. He is also the son of Professor Bai Kongdong and the father of Bai Chiuyang. Chapter 186. Actually, I have quite a study on formations. Professor Bai. I also have quite a study on formations. Can I give it a try? Shuche's voice was not loud, but the effect was explosive. Swish, swish, swish. Bai Kongdong, Chen Yuliang, the little Taoist, and even the gaze from beside the wardrobe in the next room instantly focused on Shuche's face like magnets meeting a magnet. Teacher Shu. What did you say? Chen Yuliang doubted for the first time whether he was getting old and experiencing auditory hallucinations. I said I can give it a try. Shuche's tone had no fluctuations. Confirming that he hadn't misheard, Chen Yuliang's expression became completely rigid. Taking a deep breath, a hint of helplessness flashed between Chen Yuliang's brows. I only told you that Professor Bai is a formation master. Do you know what level of formation master he is? Shuche shook his head. I don't know. Professor Bai is a level 6 formation master. Chen Yuliang's expression became serious. Among the 6 arts of abilities such as Spirit Plant Master, Pharmacist, Blacksmith, Formation Master, Talismans Master, and Beast Master, the difficulty of Formation Master and Talismans Master is the highest. It is a profession where talent outweighs effort. And there are no more than a handful of level 6 Formation Masters in the entire Great Xia. The formation that even Professor Bai, who has been in seclusion for months, cannot understand, and you, an outsider, dare to claim to study it. Chapter 187. From now on, I am a part of the Formation and Talismans category. In the dilapidated courtyard, outside the secret room. Hearing Professor Bai's hearty laughter, Chen Yuliang's brow twitched twice. And his dark eyes immediately focused on Shuche's face. Did it really work? Shock, disbelief, and joy appeared in succession on his face, making his breath slightly rapid. Although he had a feeling, when the fact was truly presented before him, it still stirred up a huge wave in his heart. This was a formation formed by the fusion of 2 high-quality 6th-order formations, capable of trapping Professor Bai for so long, with power at least on par with the 7th order. It is known that even the city defense formations of the 6 major cities are composed of countless 7th-order formations, forming a pseudo-8th-order formation. This level of formation suddenly has a direction for breaking because of Shuchei's simple words. Although the main force in breaking the formation is still Professor Bai. This is still quite magical. It is like an elementary school student facing an international mathematical Olympiad problem that even the teacher who set the question cannot solve. In the end, the elementary school student casually provides a correct idea for solving the problem to the teacher. It's too absurd. Could it be that Shuchei is not only highly talented in the field of pharmacology, but also a genius in formations? Chen Yuliang's dark eyes kept sizing up Shuchei, and this thought quietly arose in his heart. Chapter 188. A Call for Help from Shudachuan. On the underground high-speed train from the main base city to Pingcheng. In the spacious and luxurious business class, Shuchei and Chen Yuliang were sitting side by side. There were only the two of them in the entire business class, and the atmosphere was strange. Chen Yuliang occasionally glanced at Shuchei, and the frequency was increasing. "Uncle Chen, why do you keep looking at me?" Finally, Shuchei couldn't hold it any longer. Since they got on the train, Chen Yuliang had been sneaking glances at him. Now that the train was almost arriving in Pingcheng, the other party was still staring at him. This feeling was quite uncomfortable. Sorry. Chen Yuliang smiled, his tone somewhat emotional. "To be honest, before coming to the main base city, I really didn't expect so much to happen." This sentence was undoubtedly Chen Yuliang's most genuine feeling at the moment. Before going, he thought very simply. It was just about making an appearance in front of Professor Bai. Persuading him to pass Thousand Shadows instant prison kill to Shuchei to fulfill his promise. But unexpectedly, Shuchei's comprehension was so high that he could cast 10 phantom bodies right after learning Thousand Shadows instant prison kill. Even more unexpectedly, Shuchei's comprehension in the field of formations was even higher, startling Professor Bai awake with just one sentence, pulling him back from the brink of life and death. Chapter 189, Snatching People. Zhuangyang vs. Li Siwei. Tiantonjuan. At Shuchei's home. On the sofa, Shudachuan sat somewhat stiffly, tightly flanked by Zhuangyang and Li Siwei. The two were firmly sandwiching Shudachuan, their gazes locked, and sparks seemed to be colliding in the air. The atmosphere in the entire room was somewhat tense. "Brother Shu. Our family is in the spirit plant business, right?" "What a coincidence. I am quite familiar with Director Chen Yuliang from the Education Department of Pingcheng. How about this? I'll give Director Chen a heads up, and in the future, our spirit plants will be exclusively supplied to the Education Department. What do you think, Brother Shu?" Zhuangyang patted his chest. "Uncle Shu, don't worry, Shuchei is my junior brother, this is just a small favor. Once Shuchei joins the pharmacy department of the Great Sheer First Ability University, I will definitely take better care of him." Before Shudachuan could say anything, Li Siwei scoffed. "HMPH, the Education Department. What kind of scale does the Education Department have? Can they even make a decent offer?" With a disdainful glance at Zhuangyang, Li Siwei tightly grasped Shudachuan's right hand. "Brother Shu, you know the Zhong family in Pingcheng, right? The one in the spirit plant business. The head of the family, Zhong Yingchun, is my buddy. So, Brother Shu, I'll call old Zhong later, and whatever amount of spirit plants you want to grow, Zhong's family will take them all. Don't worry about the price. I guarantee he'll buy them at the highest price." Chapter 190, What? Shuchei has directly become an associate professor. It was as if someone had pressed the mute button. The scene fell silent instantly, to the point that one could hear a pin drop. Zhuangyang and Li Siwei's eyes were locked onto the golden token in Shuchei's hand, unable to utter a word. On the surface, they appeared relatively normal, but inside, they were already stirred by a storm. If they were not mistaken, this seemed to be a special recruitment token that could only be possessed by someone at the level of an associate dean. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, countless thoughts flashed through Zhuangyang and Li Siwei's minds. In perfect synchronization, the two stiffly turned their heads to look at each other. You look at me, I look at you, both seeing deep shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. Why does Shuchei have a special recruitment token of this level? At this moment, this thought had completely occupied their minds. Taking a short, convulsive breath, Zhuangyang's eyebrows jumped uncontrollably. Junior brother, this token. Who gave you this token? Li Siwei quickly added the latter half of the sentence. Shuchei pondered for a moment and replied calmly, it was Professor Bai. As soon as these words were spoken, it struck Zhuangyang and Li Siwei like lightning, directly splitting open their chaotic brains. Chapter 191, The Chicken and Dog Rise to Heaven, Pengcheng is shaken. News of Shuchei being specially recruited by the Great Xia First Ability University spread like wildfire, and in just half a day, it circulated throughout Pengcheng. The three candidates from the class unprecedentedly swept the top 3 spots in the martial arts examination. After the martial arts exam results were finalized, they broke through to the 4th tier extraordinary on the spot. These two achievements combined made Shuchei the center of unimaginable attention. When the news of Shuchei being specially recruited by the Great Xia First Ability University broke, the entire Pengcheng erupted. Have you heard? Shuchei was specially recruited by the Great Xia First Ability University. This is a special recruitment. From now on, he's leaping over the Dragon Gate. Hey! Who doesn't know this news? Your news is outdated. I heard that the Great Xia First Ability University even went to his home to secure the special recruitment. No, that's just a rumor. My cousin works for the official staff. I heard him say that several universities fought over Shuchei. And it was complete chaos on site. Right, I heard that the rewards just for Shuchei are worth tens of millions. Tens of millions. I heard it was over 100 million. In the streets and alleys, in all walks of life, for these few days. All the talk over tea and meals was about Shuchei. Chapter 192, Blocked at the Door. The Liu family completely loses power. Liu family villa. In the study. Bang. As the call rejection tone sounded, Liu Lin slammed the table. The purple sandalwood desk, handcrafted, was immediately shattered by the released energy. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Liu Bo retreated 3 steps in succession, looking at the wooden splinters on the ground, filled with shock. This was his father's most treasured desk, which he usually had to clean himself, and now it had been destroyed by his own hands. This meant his father was really furious. At the same time, it indicated that the situation had become unimaginably severe. How outrageous! How outrageous! Liu Lin clenched his fists, his face filled with gloom, his chest rising and falling. The moment he learned that Lei Ming had officially taken over as principal, he had tried to contact Song Yi. Because the decision from the education department was too sudden, it completely caught them off guard. Before the news was announced, the Liu family had still been in communication with Song Yi, not giving up on this opportunity. Although Shuchei's class achieved the best martial arts exam results in Pengcheng's history, and Shuchei himself was specially recruited by the Great Xia First Ability University, this was still a principal-level appointment. No matter how popular Shuchei was, he was just a teacher, and his influence was very limited. Chapter 193, Actual Combat. Thousand Shadows instant prison kill shows its might. It's you, Shuchei. In the Liu family's study. After a brief moment of shock and disbelief, Liu Bo's eyes were practically spewing fire. He could forget anyone, but he would never forget Shuchei's face. Especially in the days following the martial arts exam. Especially after learning that Shuchei's class swept the top 3 spots, he felt like he was about to shatter. His downfall to this state was all thanks to Shuchei. If it weren't for Shuchei, he believed that Bu Shuyi, Wu Zhongliang, and Jia Jingji could have easily made it into the top 50 of the martial arts exam. If it weren't for Shuchei, his Grandmaster Song would have certainly been promoted to principal. If it weren't for Shuchei, their Liu family's business wouldn't have been targeted. In his dreams, his wind blade had already torn Shuchei apart hundreds or thousands of times. Now, seeing Shuchei appear before him, his blood surged, and his chi flowed wildly. He felt an uncontrollable impulse rushing through his limbs, and his body quickly reacted. It's all because of you, Shuchei, you deserve to die. In less than 3 seconds since Shuchei appeared, Liu Bo unhesitatingly chose to strike. At this moment, he hadn't even considered that the other party had already advanced to the 4th tier extraordinary. It wasn't that he was thoughtless. He just subconsciously believed that Liu Lin would definitely protect him. Chapter 194, Shu Qian. The real medicinal spirit body. At the foot of Yunlong Mountain, 3 completely black armored vehicles were slowly driving. The armored vehicles were long enough to accommodate a small team in each compartment. At this moment, in the rear compartment of the leading armored vehicle, a law enforcement team dressed in uniform was conversing with each other. Captain, are you sure our mission target is correct? Is it really Liu's family, one of the 6 major families? Yes, Captain, the mission target states to bring back the target individual Liu Bo. If there is resistance, we can take necessary countermeasures directly. I'm worried that if we rush into the Liu family to capture him, would the Liu family be willing? If a conflict erupts, that would be troublesome. Several team members looked towards the captain, who was sitting in the center with his eyes closed, resting. Upon hearing this, the team leader slowly opened his eyes. That's right, we have captured Liu Bo. As for whether the Liu family is willing, the corner of the team leader's mouth curled into a slight arc. Do you think that's why we have sent 3 teams this time? Hiss. Gasps of cold air sounded one after another. Team leader, what kind of people has the Liu family offended? Direct descendants of the 6 major families being taken away by our law enforcement team. This has never happened before. One could already imagine that if Liu Bo were taken away publicly, the Liu family's status among the 6 major families would definitely plummet. Chapter 195, Zideng gifts a treasure. Is this even worthy of being called a medicine spirit body? Pengcheng. Pharmacy hall, 3rd floor. Inside the pill room. Good disciple. Are you saying you first injured Liu Bo and then crippled Liu Lin? Zideng frowned as he looked at Shuchei, unsure of what to think. Yes. Shuchei nodded honestly. Zideng shook his head. Foolish, foolish. Shuchei clenched his collar, his voice firm. If I had to do it again, I would still do the same. Really foolish. You may have shattered the opponent's meridians, but they still have hope for recovery. Zideng looked at him with disappointment. If you had told me earlier, I would have given you my secret medicine. Once that secret medicine is used, I guarantee the opponent won't be able to recover for the rest of their life. Sai, you really are too inexperienced and young, you still need to practice. Shuchei's eyes slowly widened. What are you looking at? Is it strange? Zideng snorted coldly. Otherwise, do you think why I, have my current position? If I didn't have the ability to protect myself, I would have been captured and turned into a black pill slave long ago. Shuchei fell silent. His expression extremely colorful. He realized he was still young. It turned out that the profession of a pharmacist had so many intricacies. Indeed, one learns throughout life. Chapter 196. Arriving at the main base city, getting a lesson right after getting off the car. Tiantonjuan. Shuchei's home. With a rooster's crow heralding the dawn, a new day begins. Ah, Your Majesty, don't sleep anymore. Ah, 8 nations. The alarm rang, and before even a second passed, Shudachuan sat up like a carp leaping. Time's up, I need to go make pancakes for my good son. I wonder if I can succeed. Dressing and washing up. 3 minutes later, Shudachuan appeared in the kitchen on time. Ever since the company's spirit plants were all taken over by the Zhong family, he suddenly found himself with free time. Especially after learning that Shuchei was about to leave for the main base city to become a teacher. Every day, he varied the dishes he prepared for Shuchei. Regarding his son becoming a teacher at university, he felt both proud and a bit worried. proud because his son would be going to the top ability university of the Great Shia. This university held very special significance for him. Perhaps because his father, Shu Bai-cheng, never attended university and belonged to the grassroots, he understood the hardships of fighting alone. So from childhood, his father instilled in him the idea of becoming a teacher. Especially a teacher at the top ability university of the Great Shia. Even if he couldn't become a teacher, it would be fine to marry a teacher from the top ability university of the Great Shia. Chapter 197, Little Aunt Shu Wanjuan, directly targeting the Kong family. So the address at Qingfu Road number 38 is the staff dormitory of the top ability university of the Great Shia. Looking at the antique sign under the eaves, Shu Che's expression was complicated. The driver was quite considerate, and didn't he drop him off elsewhere. But this was too coincidental, after going around in circles. He ended up back here. It seems he really has a connection with the top ability university of the Great Shia. After a pause, Shu Che took out the black envelope and carefully confirmed it again. That's right, it is indeed Qingfu Road number 38, it is definitely here. The black envelope in his hand is the letter Shu Wanjuan sent to Shu Dachuan. Shu Wanjuan is Shu Dachuan's sister, also his little aunt. In the letter, his little aunt mentioned that she had some guesses about the truth of their mother's disappearance that night. It was precisely for this reason that he rushed here before the banquet. Building 11, Unit 2, Room 1101. After noting the specific address, Shu Che re-entered the staff dormitory of the top ability university. The second time felt familiar. This time, Shu Che was quite at ease and quickly found Building 11. When he saw the exterior of Building 11, Shu Che fell silent. Setting aside the comparison with the independent courtyard near Professor Bai's residence. Even compared to the surrounding high-rises, Building 11 appeared rather shabby. Chapter 198, Westlake Vinegar Fish and Birthday Gifts. Main Base City. Shu Wanjuan's home. The Kong family. Upon hearing this name, Shu Che was clearly puzzled. Yes, the Kong family. Shu Wanjuan's expression was serious. You know about the FE alliance that has influence across the 5 major alliances, right? The Kong family is one of the 10 great families behind the FE alliance, and even in the main base city, it is one of the top powers. The FE alliance, the Kong family. Shu Che furrowed his brows, the situation seemed to be getting increasingly complicated. Initially, he thought that his mother's injury that night should be somewhat related to the internal issues of the Shu family. But according to his little aunt, this matter seemed to have little to do with the Shu family, and was instead linked to the Kong family. Since you already know about Sister Yanxiu, you must also know that on the night your mother disappeared, a riot happened in the main base city. Shu Wanjuan's expression fell into reminiscence. I remember that night very clearly. All masters, and above in the main base city went to the battlefield. And the city was thrown into panic. Initially, all the core members of our Shu family gathered at the old residence, my elder brother, Sister Yanxiu, second brother, and third brother were all there, and I was following Sister Yanxiu. At first, everything was normal, but in the latter half of the night, Sister Yanxiu suddenly started acting strangely, her expression conflicted, as if she was making some decision. Then Sister Yanxiu said she wanted to go out for some air. And then she disappeared. Chapter 199, Has the Shu family stirred up trouble with the teacher? Main base city. Shu family old residence. The red sun hung high, and sunlight enveloped the entire courtyard, the blue bricks and black tiles shimmering with a warm glow. The main door was wide open, with 2 stone lions adorned with red longevity character silk. The plaque above the door had already been replaced with a big longevity character. The 3-entry courtyard was filled with red lacquer round tables, on which were placed longevity peaches and dried fruits. Although there was still a long time before the birthday banquet began, many people had already gathered around the round tables. As time passed, the number of guests coming to celebrate gradually increased. The first thing the guests did upon arrival was to go to the inner courtyard to present their gifts. The head of the Hui-Chun Hall presented a 100-year-old wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain as a birthday gift, with a cash gift of 888 yuan. The president of the Three Stars Chamber of Commerce presented a pair of glass gold silk jade pillows as a birthday gift, with a cash gift of 888 yuan. The head of the Wu Wanfang family presented a soft sword refined from ancient well cold spring as a birthday gift, with a cash gift of 888 yuan. With the butler enthusiastically calling out the gifts, the gift book quickly filled page after page. Meanwhile, in the inner hall, compared to the lively outer courtyard, the inner hall appeared relatively quiet. Except for the main seat of the Grand Master's chair directly facing the door, and the two seats at the outermost side being empty. All the other seats on both sides were filled. Chapter 200, Second Uncle and Third Uncle, the Kong family and the Song family. Shu family old residence. Inner hall. Let me introduce Shu Che, the biological son of the elder brother. As Shu Wanjuan's voice fell, the scene fell into silence, the atmosphere becoming tense. Although no one spoke, everyone's inner thoughts were in turmoil. Especially Shu Dasong and Shu Dabai. The moment they saw Shu Che, both had their suspicions. After confirming with the younger sister, there were no more doubts in their minds. The Shu Che in front of them was indeed the biological child of the elder brother Shu Dachuan. Is the elder brother not coming? Shu Dasong suddenly asked, looking at the younger sister with a hint of hope. Shu Dabai also looked over, his expression slightly tense. Shu Wanjuan shook her head, no, he is not. Oh? Shu Dasong casually responded, lowering his head and appearing somewhat distracted. Shu Dabai looked slightly disappointed. Xiao Che. Greet your second uncle's family and third uncle's family. Shu Wanjuan reminded softly. Shu Che nodded and stepped forward, second uncle, second aunt, third uncle, third aunt. Song Yun and Kong Saiyun remained silent and did not respond. Kong Saiyun's thoughts were somewhat wandering. She always felt that the name Shu Che sounded familiar, but she couldn't recall it for a moment. Good? Shu Dasong's expression showed a bit of excitement. How is your father's health, is he doing well? Chapter 201, the deadline approaches, Shu Baicheng presents the birthday gift. Shu family old residence. In a certain room in the east courtyard. Mom, what did you say? Shu Che actually came to attend Grandpa's birthday banquet today. Isn't their family always distant from us? Upon hearing this news, Shu Qian was slightly shaken. Although he was very proud inside, it was a fact that Shu Che had overshadowed him in this year's martial arts examination. Learning of Shu Che's appearance, he instinctively felt a strong aversion. It seems you already knew Shu Che's identity. Kong Saiyun raised her teacup, her face growing colder. Your grandfather has already met him and even gave him the key to the old residence. The key to the old residence. Shu Qian's heart sank. His gaze becoming somewhat gloomy. Grandpa actually values him so much. Before this, he was the only one in the Shu family's 3 generations to have the qualification to live in the old residence. But now there's Shu Che as well, which suddenly made him feel a faint sense of threat. Don't worry. Kong Saiyun put down her teacup and snorted lightly, although Shu Che is also specially recruited. At most he is just an ordinary teacher, while you are different. Today I have invited Professor Zhuangyang to come. And you will become his direct disciple in front of all the guests. Your starting line is completely different. Hearing this, Shu Qian slowly nodded. I understand. Chapter 202, Kong Saiyun's 3 birthday gifts. The children's offering of birthday gifts is a part of the birthday ceremony. In ancient times, children presented longevity peaches, longevity noodles, and other offerings to their parents at birthday banquets, symbolizing the wish for their parents' health and long life. With the development of the times, The offerings have long ceased to be limited to longevity peaches and longevity noodles. Meanwhile, in the eyes of some prominent families, presenting birthday gifts has also become a way to showcase the abilities of their children. Although the Shu family is not a top family in the main base city, it is still a well-known family. Therefore, the offering of birthday gifts is naturally indispensable. Upon hearing that the birthday gift segment was about to begin, the guests in the scene showed expressions of interest. Many gazers in the courtyard were focused on the core descendants of the Shu Baicheng family. TSK. The thing Shu madman looks down upon the most is the academic faction, yet unexpectedly both his sons and daughter found partners, who are all teachers. If one didn't know better, they might think it was an academic aristocracy. One must admit that Shu Baicheng's strategy still has its merits. With the support of the Kong and Song families, at least after he dies, the Shu family won't completely fall to the bottom. Support. It was support when Shu madman was still around, but after he is gone, it might not be the same. The guests were generally familiar with the basic situation of the Shu family's descendants. Chapter 203, The Second-Ranked Treasure, Sang Luxian's Hidden. Shu family old residence. Inner courtyard. Kong Xian's 3 birthday gifts instantly pushed the atmosphere of the entire birthday banquet to its peak, becoming the center of attention. Among the 3 gifts, the pine and crane longevity painting was surprisingly the most ordinary one. Not to mention the final big surprise. Just based on Shu Qian being a medicinal spirit body, and being specially recruited by the top ability university in Daxia. The surprise far surpassed that of the pine and crane longevity painting. All the guests present were prominent figures within the main base. Many descendants of families were studying at the top ability university in Daxia. Perhaps there would be a time when Shu Qian would be useful. Therefore, the guests' gazes towards Shu Qian noticeably became more appreciative. As the center of attention at this moment, Shu Qian slightly raised his chin, appearing very calm. But inwardly he was extremely enjoying it. His gaze would occasionally glance at Shu Che, with a hint of provocation. However, his small actions had no effect on Shu Che. Shu Che was clearly still immersed in Kong Xian's last sentence. Brother Zhuang Yang is a professor in the pharmaceutical department. Kong Xian is an associate professor in the pharmaceutical department. Shu Qian had just been confirmed as a medicinal spirit body, and was specially recruited by the top ability university in Daxia. Kong Xian specially invited Brother Zhuang Yang today. And it was already very obvious for whom. Chapter 204, The Zhuanqing Cane and the Qingming Panlong Dan. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless gazes surged towards Shu Che like a tide, focusing on him. Little aunt, little uncle. Once this sentence was spoken, it was hard not to attract attention. It made the guests, who were already questioning his identity, flash with a hint of realization. Sitting in front of Shu Qian and Shu Hai, calling Shu Wanju little aunt. With these 2 conditions combined, Shu Che's identity was already clear. It was all understood. This young man must be Shu Baicheng's eldest son, Shu Dachuan's child, that is, Shu Baicheng's grandson. Shu Dachuan, the eldest son who broke off relations with Shu Baicheng. The one who went out on his own to earn the blood badge title of mercenary. That's right, it's him. Although Shu Dachuan's talent is not high, he perfectly inherited Shu Baicheng's daring and fighting spirit, and earning the blood badge title of mercenary is no small feat. No wonder he sits in front of Shu Qian and Shu Hai, but since he is here, does that mean Shu Dachuan has returned as well? If Shu Dachuan returns, perhaps the Shu family will have a man to shoulder the responsibility. If Shu Dachuan can take on the burden, how can Shu Baicheng do so? There are rumors that Shu Dachuan has already been wasted. Chapter 205, wasn't it said to be a limited edition? Dragon-shaped Dan Fog. A fishy sweet shyness. Could this be the Qingming Panlong Dan? The guests present, well-informed and experienced, might not have tasted the Qingming Panlong Dan, but they had certainly seen it before. Such obvious characteristics quickly made everyone realize that the jade box in Shu Che's hand contained the Qingming Panlong Dan, the top-ranked elixir on the market. Priceless and capable of extending lifespan. The Tsanglu Xian Ji Dan is mainly made from the essence of a 100-year-old ancient pine tree and the blood of the spirit deer king. However, the Qingming Panlong Dan is made from the blood of a 1,000-year-old mysterious turtle and the core of the Kunlun snow lotus. It might be an exaggeration to say it's 1,000 years old, but it is certainly several hundred years old. In short, apart from naturally occurring top-tier materials, all longevity elixirs refined from the alchemy furnace are far surpassed by the Qingming Panlong Dan. Please tell me this isn't true. I almost visit the black market and auctions every year, but in all these years, I have never encountered a single Qingming Panlong Dan. It's definitely true. Apart from the dragon-shaped Dan mist that the Qingming Panlong Dan possesses, many years ago, I witnessed it in person when I accompanied my elders to visit a certain senior. And it was identical. How could a little guy like Shu Che possess such a treasure? The value of this Qingming Panlong Dan is even more precious than the combined value of the Songhe Yang Nian Tu and the Tsanglu Xian Ji Dan. Chapter 206. In the university, you should call him Professor Shu. Shu family's old residence. Inner courtyard. The arrival of Professor Zhuangyang immediately attracted most people's attention. The title of professor at the top ability university in Daxia carries weight in any occasion. Moreover, Professor Zhuangyang is not even 40 yet, making him one of the most promising professors. More importantly, the pharmacy department ranks relatively high within the 6 arts department of the top ability university in Daxia. It is difficult not to attract attention to such a talented and authoritative professor. Old Shu, I apologize for being late due to mundane matters, Zhuangyang said, striding forward with a commanding presence, his voice not loud but clearly reaching everyone's ears. No problem, Professor Zhuang. I'm honored to have you attend my humble birthday banquet. Shu Baicheng replied, visibly pleased. Everyone knew Shu Baicheng valued educators highly, let alone that Zhuangyang was a professor. Thus, Shu Baicheng appeared very happy and immediately turned to instruct, show Professor Zhuang to a seat. The butler behind him nodded in agreement. No rush. Zhuangyang flipped his hand, and a jade box floated into his palm. I heard old Shu is unwell, so this Xuan Shuang Gui Kang Dan has longevity benefits. And I believe it will help you. As the jade box opened, a Dan with a body like ink jade and frost flowers revealed itself. Chapter 207, Goodness. My cousin has become my master. As Zhuangyang finished speaking, the entire inner courtyard fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. At that moment, no matter what identity or status the guests had, they all wore expressions of astonishment. The associate professor of the Formation and Talisman Department at the top ability university in Daxia. In an instant, countless galloping alpacas raced through the minds of the guests. Everyone was still processing the news that Shu Che was Zhuangyang's junior brother when they were hit with this shocking revelation. After a few breaths, the immense shock and disbelief exploded in everyone's hearts, igniting a wave of discussion. This time, it reached a level of uproar. Every person's expression showed a hint of excitement. It was simple. Everyone had originally viewed Shu Che with the eyes of appreciating a junior. But now, it seemed that Shu Che's level was already close to theirs. An associate professor. Shu Che is actually an associate professor in the Formation and Talisman Department. Has the top ability university in Daxia ever had such a young associate professor? Is this reasonable? Given Professor Zhuangyang's status, there should be no need to lie, as such matters could be easily verified. However, didn't Shu Che just get specially recruited into the top ability university in Daxia? Why is he directly an associate professor in the Formation and Talisman Department? Could it be that he is a once-in-a-millennium talent in formations and talismans? Chapter 208, 5th Tier Superior Finger Tiger Cracking Divine Jaw. Shu Family Old Residence. Main Hall of the Inner Courtyard. In the resting area separated by solid wood screens, Shu Che sat face to face with Shu Baicheng, with steaming tea in the center. As the tea boiled, Shu Baicheng smiled and said, "Xiao Che, I am quite curious about how you became an associate professor in the formation and talisman department." Ever since Zhuangyang revealed Shu Che's dual identity, he had been curious. So, after the birthday banquet ended, he couldn't wait to invite Shu Che for tea by the stove. Well, Shu Che was momentarily taken aback, and found himself at a loss for words. If it's inconvenient, then forget it. Noticing Shu Che's expression, Shu Baicheng waved his hand dismissively. It's not that, Shu Che pondered for a moment and replied. I just happened to help the professors in the formation and talisman department solve a small problem. Is it really that simple? Shu Baicheng was a bit surprised. That's an associate professor position. Yes, it really is that simple, Shu Che nodded. Of course. He hadn't mentioned the second half of his sentence, that this small problem was a matter of life and death for Professor Bai. It seems your talent in formations and talismans is quite strong. Shu Baicheng no longer dwelled on that question, poured Shu Che another half cup of tea, and continued to ask. Chapter 209, Hidden in the Beams, FE Alliance Token. Mother's room. Shu Che's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly raced again. Noticing Shu Che's reaction, Shu Baicheng smiled. Yes, the East Wing room in the inner courtyard is where your parents lived back then, and it has been empty all these years. Shu Che's expression showed some confusion. Surprised, are you? Shu Baicheng let out a deep breath, as if speaking to himself or explaining, although your father is unwilling to return. He is after all the eldest son of the Shu family, and this room will always belong to him. Though not explicitly stated, Shu Che understood the implication. Clearly, his grandfather had been waiting for his father, Shu Dachuan, to return all these years. I want to take a look, Shu Che nodded in affirmation, his curiosity growing stronger. The more he learned the truth, the more he felt his mother's identity was shrouded in mystery. All right, I'll take you there myself, follow me. As a rough warrior who never attended university, Shu Baicheng didn't bother with so many formalities. One moment he was brewing tea and chatting, and the next he was leading Shu Che to the East Wing room. The inner courtyard wasn't large. After a few dozen steps to the left after exiting, they arrived at the East Wing room. This is the East Wing room, Shu Baicheng stopped, his eyes flashing with a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 210, Don't call him Director Jiang, call him Lian Yu. FE Alliance. Seeing the letters FE, the first thing that came to Shu Che's mind was the FE Alliance. Not just him, most people within the 5 major alliances would likely think of the FE Alliance upon seeing these 2 letters. The FE Alliance is simply too famous. The FE Alliance, fully known as the Five Eyes Alliance, is a joint business entity composed of the top 10 families from the Daxia Alliance, the American Alliance, the European Union, the Bear Alliance, and the Thousand Islands Alliance. The 10 families behind it hold significant positions within their respective alliances. Because of this, the FE Alliance developed rapidly from the very beginning. Today, it has become the foremost business alliance in terms of wealth and commerce. Although it is a business alliance, the FE Alliance's armed forces are also formidable. People die for wealth, and birds die for food. Every year, a large number of ability users choose to join the FE Alliance. In terms of monetary rewards, the FE Alliance is undoubtedly the most generous. Therefore, among the major forces within the 5 alliances, the comprehensive strength of the FE Alliance ranks in the top 3. Even if these 2 letters do not represent the FE Alliance, they are likely related to it. Chapter 211, Wang Luxiang, buddy, you really should die. Main base city. Kong family ancestral home. Compared to the surrounding ancient-style Chinese courtyards, the 3-story ancient castle of the Kong family with European Union style appears exceptionally out of place. First floor hall. A bronze-carved fireplace is embedded in the obsidian wall, with decorative flames flickering, dyeing the room red. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, an elderly man in a deep grey coat is looking out. The fabric of the coat is stiff, and the shoulder line is sharp, adding an invisible authority to his silhouette. Behind the old man, a butler dressed in a black tailcoat stands respectfully, his gaze slightly lowered. The Celestial Dome secret realm will open in less than 6 months. Can everything be arranged? After a long while, the old man speaks softly, his voice deep and magnetic. Head of the family, everything has been prepared. All secondary ghost tokens have been circulated through various channels, and the news of the secret realm's opening has also spread. Currently, the price of ghost tokens has been driven up very high. The butler's voice echoes in the hall without stirring a ripple. Very good. The old man does not turn around but gently raises his hand. His voice unchanged. The opening of the Celestial Dome secret realm is very important for the entire FE Alliance. We must not make any mistakes. Chapter 212, Taking Office. Associate Professor of Formation and Talismans. Daxia's First Ability University. Fountain Square. Shuche smiles warmly at the beautiful woman in front of him. Did you Li and Yushi not come with you? The beautiful woman is none other than Jiang Lianyue. Jiang Lianyue's expression is slightly strange. They originally wanted to come with me, but when we were leaving, Jiang Qianyang was actually crying at home, so the two sisters decided to come tomorrow. I see. Shuche's expression is somewhat stiff. He really cannot imagine Jiang Qianyang crying. Wait, do you know each other? Wang Luxiang suddenly leans over, completely unaware of being a third wheel. Shuche nods. We are colleagues at the same school. Ah? I see. Wang Luxiang breathes a sigh of relief, his expression regaining liveliness, and he turns to greet her. Hello, I am Wang Luxiang. You can call me my English name, Luxiang King. Nice to meet you. How should I address you? Jiang Lianyue. Jiang Lianyue's smile fades, returning to her cold state. Wang Luxiang is not embarrassed, awkwardly smiling and not caring at all. Time ticks by. The number of people near Fountain Square continues to increase. Chapter 213, Inviting Cow Pie's father-in-law for a drink. Jinji's dad is drunk. Daxia's First Ability University. Fountain Square. Under Wang Luxiang's astonished gaze, Shuche walks step by step toward the enrollment point for the Formation and Talismans departments. Jiang Lianyue's eyes suddenly narrow, her pupils uncontrollably dilating. It seems she realizes something. Her heart racing, and she takes a short, spasmodic breath. Could it be that recalling Shuche's mysterious appearance in the video call 2 days ago has led Jiang Lianyue to a guess? Could Shuche be the associate professor of the Formation and Talismans departments? Although this guess is extremely outrageous, she seems to have gotten used to it with Shuche. After all, no one expected that someone could break through from the first level of Tier 3 to Tier 4 extraordinary in just 6 months. Moreover, he managed to take the top 3 spots in the martial arts exam during his first time teaching the martial arts class. On the other hand, Shuche's strange actions immediately attract a lot of attention. When the newly appointed teachers see Shuche, who is about the same age as them, step forward, their faces are filled with confusion. Dude, they are inviting the associate professor of the Formation and Talismans departments to come up. Why are you here? Especially the few noble youths who had just made fun of him wear expressions of glee. They had just seen Shuche enter the school gate with Wang Luxiang, confirming he was a new teacher. Chapter 214, Wang Luxiang and Gao Huohua's decision. Fountain Square. After Shuche finishes his self-introduction, the scene falls into silence. At this moment, the answer is already very clear. Shuche is indeed an associate professor, and he is a dual-system professor of both Formation and Talismans. Aside from the Formation and Talismans, plus the pharmacy department, all other departments' associate professors look at Shuche with astonishment. They only knew that the Formation and Talismans departments had recently appointed an associate professor, But they never expected that this associate professor in front of them would be so young. Especially the white-haired associate professor of spirit plants, whose expression is extremely complicated. In terms of age, he could easily be Shuchei's grandfather. Yet at this moment on campus, the two, with such a significant age difference, are actually at the same level. For a moment, even he, who is known for his calm demeanor, feels a bit flustered. He suddenly thinks that he has been stuck in the associate professor position for so many years, which feels like a failure. Professor Liu. Fortunately, at this moment, Xu Wanjuan's voice pulls his thoughts back to reality. Professor Liu comes back to his senses, looks deeply at Shuchei, and then turns to the new teachers. All associate professors from each department are in place. I announce that the new teacher elective department ceremony officially begins. Chapter 215, Thousand Appearance Mirror Body, Indestructible Reincarnation Body, Daxia's First Ability University. In the very first year of Shuchei becoming the associate professor of the Formation and Talismans departments, two new teachers have appeared in the two departments after a long time. Wang Luxiang for the Formation department and Gao Huohua for the Talismans department. Logically speaking, for the increasingly declining Formation and Talismans departments, the two should support each other. However, the reality is that the way they look at each other seems rather indifferent. The elective department segment proceeds quickly, concluding in less than half an hour. Next comes the allocation of dormitories and a series of activities such as the welcome banquet. Just as they follow the main group to the faculty dormitory, Wang Luxiang and Gao Huohua exchanged glances, both subtly carrying hostility. Do you know Professor Xu from before? Wang Luxiang deliberately widened his eyes to appear more imposing. Of course, I've known Professor Xu for a long time, Gao Huohua replied, slightly raising his chin and intentionally emphasizing the word long. It was evident how sharp Gao Huohua was to stand out in the resource-poor U city. There was no need for analysis, just a quick glance was enough for him to guess that Wang Luxiang was dissatisfied with him. Moreover, he even knew why Wang Luxiang felt that way. It was simple, because he was just like him. Chapter 216, Binding by Chuyang. Personal Transmission 1. The top supernatural university in the Great Xia. At Professor Bai's home. With a hiss, Shuchei felt a tremor in his pupils and took a deep breath. As a cold sensation filled his chest. S-rank talent, 1000 aspect mirror body. This was the first time he had seen an S-rank talent supernatural user other than himself. However, what shocked him the most was that Bai Chuyang's talent development had not yet reached its limit. Just by developing 2 more avatars, he could activate the SSS rank talent, Immortal Reincarnation Body. Another SSS level. After a brief and intense exhale, Shuchei's eyes sparkled. When he agreed to take Bai Chuyang as his disciple, he hadn't used breaking delusion to investigate. He never expected Bai Chuyang to surprise him so much. Truly, the top supernatural university in Great Xia was a hidden gem. At that moment, Shuchei suddenly felt excited about the new student registration ceremony tomorrow. Perhaps he would encounter another student with SSS level talent. In just a few seconds, countless thoughts flashed through Shuchei's mind. Forcing himself to eliminate the chaotic emotions, he focused on the plan provided by a breaking delusion. The soul-splitting pill assists the soul-splitting array, which can activate the second avatar. Chapter 217, 9 Calamities Celestial Tower. Divine Martial Dragon Tiger Ranking, Flame War God Stage. A light red hue appeared in the pale blue sky. Red light poured down from the gaps in the clouds, enveloping the entire top supernatural university in Great Xia in a halo. On both sides of the school's main gate, large banners were everywhere. Mountains and rivers inherit. All things renew. All faculty and students of the top supernatural university in Great Xia warmly welcome the new students joining our school with the most sincere hearts. Our school always adheres to the spirit of refining the extraordinary into sharpness, forging abilities to carry the way, to build a hall of progress for everyone. Fighting for the rise of Great Xia. battling for the rise of Great Shia. In addition to the banners changing every 3 steps, the Phoenix Avenue was crowded with people. The number of people was far greater than the newly appointed teachers the day before. Even though the top supernatural university in Great Shia is one of the most prestigious institutions in the region, and despite the acceptance rate being less than 0.1 each year, the sheer number of candidates was overwhelming. Over 10 million martial arts examinees go through rigorous screening, with about 3,000 gaining admission to the top supernatural university in Great Shia each year. This year was no exception. The influx of 3,000 students into the campus was indeed a considerable sight. Fortunately, the martial arts arena of the top supernatural university in Great Shia was large enough. Otherwise, it might not have been able to accommodate everyone at the same time. Chapter 218, 100 Mentors, Class Division Ceremony. Divine Martial Dragon Tiger Ranking and Flame War God Stage. Upon hearing these 2 names, Jiang Yueli showed some interest. Just from the names alone, they sounded impressive. She liked it. Jiang Yueshi frowned slightly. It sounds like a place for fighting and killing. Indeed, Xiang's were explained with a smile. The Flame War God Stage is actually a 1v1 combat arena. However, unlike regular combat arenas, the Flame War God Stage is a virtual combat platform. Once the battle begins, it will not stop unless one party is defeated. Not only that, the Flame War God Stage emphasizes absolute fairness, ensuring both combatants are on the same level in terms of cultivation. Yi Shuangyue's eyes sparkled. So, even if a 4th-tier extraordinary fights against a 2nd-tier supernatural user, the arena can adjust their levels to the same. Yes, that's correct, Xiang's were nodded. That's why the Flame War God Stage is known as the most fair competition platform. Impressive, Jiang Yueli's eyes brightened after the introduction. It really was a place for violence. Jiang Yueshi shook her head repeatedly. What about the Divine Martial Dragon Tiger ranking? It can't be a fighting place too, right? Not at all, Xiang Yu quickly chimed in. The Divine Martial Dragon Tiger ranking is actually a points leaderboard that refreshes every month, and those ranked can receive corresponding rewards based on their position. Chapter 219, Class Division Ends, 5 Undetermined. The top supernatural university in Great Shia. Martial Arts Arena. My name is Wu Santong, and I announce that the new student enrollment ceremony and class division ceremony officially begins. On the towering platform, Wu Santong, holding a whisk, had a voice that echoed like a great bell. His voice rolled like thunder, repeating 3 times to drown out the noise in the venue. Soon, there was complete silence, and one could hear a pin drop. Wu Santong scanned the crowd and then smiled cheerfully. Good, very good. This year's new students are finally not the worst batch. I have reason to believe that among you, there will be someone who can break through to the 9th tier and become a martial saint, becoming the 2nd Great Shia ranking powerhouse to emerge from our top supernatural university. The martial arts arena was filled with spirited college students. They could hardly resist such passionate words. One by one, their pupils glimmered, and their breathing quickened, with the atmosphere becoming much more heated. To be admitted to the top supernatural university in Great Shia, everyone there felt proud. At least now, almost everyone believed they could break through to the 9th tier. Wu Santong, observing the expressions of the new students, could barely suppress a smile. Among the vice principals of the top supernatural university in Great Shia, he particularly enjoyed interacting with new students. Chapter 220, Cursed Physique. Words become law inside the martial arts arena. Amidst the slightly noisy atmosphere, it suddenly became tense. In an instant, countless intense gazes converged on 5 figures in the arena, including the light screens in front of them. When the new students saw 3 of the light screens, shock and disbelief erupted among the crowd. The scene erupted into an uproar. Wow, so many mentor invitations. This must be over 50, right? The entire light screen is full. Not just that, didn't you see there's a second page? It definitely exceeds 50. Who are these three? With purple and white hair, they are the purple-haired witch and the white-haired witch. And the one next to them is a humanoid beast. Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters' identities were quickly recognized. Apart from the special candidates, those present who were admitted to the top supernatural university in Great Xia were all finalists in the martial arts exams. After recognizing the identities of the three, many people couldn't help but shiver instinctively. It felt as if the scene of Yi Shuangyue and the Jiang sisters being ravaged was still fresh in their minds. While they were shocked, everyone also felt relieved, since the three were the top three in the martial arts examination. It was only normal for them to receive so many invitations. Chapter 221, The Gathering of 5 Disciples. In a corner of the training field, SSS talent words become magic. Seeing the information provided by breaking illusions, Shu Che's heart shook violently. He had plenty of experience with the backlash of SSS talents. These things weren't important to him at all. What mattered was that Pei Chan actually had the potential for SSS talent. Logically speaking, with his position as an associate professor, he shouldn't need to attend this classification ceremony. He had two main purposes for coming today. One was to recruit his old disciples Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yueshi, along with his new disciple Bai Chuyang. The second was to see if he could pick up any bargains. After all, this was the top supernatural university in Daxia, so the probability of encountering students with SSS-level talents would be higher. However, the results left him greatly disappointed. Although the more than 3,000 freshmen were all exceptionally talented individuals, with the lowest talent being B-level and many at A-level, there were even a few S-level among them. After thinking it over, he still couldn't bear to use up the only remaining spot for his direct disciples. However, luck was indeed unpredictable. With a stroke of fortune, he actually found a rare seedling. Thump! Thump! On the other side, Pei Chan's heartbeat quickened, her expression slightly excited. Chapter 222, The Improvement Plan for the 5 Disciples. In the lecture hall. Crash! Fragments of the incandescent lamp fell from the white hair of Jiang Yueji. Although it didn't cause any substantial harm, it still startled Jiang Yueji greatly. Jiang Yueli looked up, and his brows quickly furrowed into a shape. This lecture hall had clearly been newly renovated, and the incandescent lamp shouldn't be falling so easily. Yueshi, are you okay? Yi Shuangyue asked with concern as she stepped forward. After all these years, it was the first time she had seen an incandescent lamp fall. Hey, it's nothing, just my bad luck. Jiang Yueji quickly regained her composure and waved her hand to indicate she was fine. Bai Chuyang, the little Taoist, expressionlessly observed everything, like an emotionless camera. Pei Chan looked guilty, her mouth opening and closing as if she had something to say. She was too familiar with this scene. Without needing to guess, it was definitely her cursed physique, acting up again. Even if she didn't come into contact with others, this talent would subtly influence the surrounding environment. Being in the same class as her, accidents like being struck by incandescent lamps would undoubtedly be frequent. After hesitating for a few seconds, Pei Chan gritted her teeth and stepped forward to apologize. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Chapter 223, If There's a Problem. Finding senior brother Zhuang Yang is definitely right. In the lecture hall. SSS-level talent. Pei Chan's dim eyes suddenly burst forth with an incredibly brilliant light. But this brilliance almost vanished in an instant, like a shooting star disappearing without a trace. A few seconds later, Pei Chan still shook her head. Teacher, why don't we just forget it? Shu Che made a sound of confusion. Pei Chan sighed softly, lowering her head. Her voice gentle. F-level talent already has a significant impact on others. If it were to be upgraded to SSS level. Her voice grew softer and softer, until it was like a mosquito's whisper, barely audible. However, Shu Che understood the meaning. You really think about others. Shuche smiled warmly, don't worry. If it's upgraded to SSS talent, it won't be the cursed physique anymore. Really? Upon hearing the latter part, Pei-chan suddenly looked up, her cheeks slightly flushed. In her heart, getting rid of the cursed physique was even more important than having SSS talent. If given a choice between the two, she would choose to rid herself of the cursed physique and return to being a normal person without hesitation. Shuche did not respond, his eyes calm and deep. Answering everything. Thank you, Teacher Shu. Thank you, Teacher Shu. Pei-chan bowed deeply, genuinely grateful, already believing in Shuche's words. Chapter 224, Daxia University Exchange Competition Internal Preliminary. Pharmacy Department Office Building. In Zhuangyang's office. Junior brother, come sit. Zhuangyang warmly invited Shuche to take a seat. Behaving very enthusiastically, I thought you had forgotten about your senior brother. Senior brother, you're joking. Shuche chuckled lightly. I just attended the new student classification ceremony. I came over as soon as I settled a few disciples. Oh? You went to recruit disciples, right? Zhuangyang's expression was not surprised. How many did you take in? 5? So many. Zhuangyang's brow furrowed slightly. Logically speaking, you are already an associate professor. There's really no need to take in so many disciples. This will somewhat affect your own cultivation. I understand, it's not a problem. Shuche smiled and did not explain further, but inwardly he muttered, Senior brother. Disciples will indeed affect my cultivation, but they can also speed up my training. If possible, I would like to take in 10 more. Well, as long as you understand. Zhuangyang nodded and did not say much more, glancing at Shuche with a slight smile. Junior brother, you came to find me in such a hurry. It must be for something, right? A hint of embarrassment flashed across Shuche's face, so he decided to be straightforward. Senior brother, your eyesight is sharp. I do have something to consult with you. Chapter 225, The Nirvana Pill is in hand. Senior brother, explode some gold coins. If that's the case, I think we can give it a try. Shuche's voice was quite calm, but it sounded like thunder to Zhuangyang's ears. Students who could enter the top supernatural university almost never lacked talent, over the years. The students who won the battle spots in their second year had reached at least the 7th level of the second stage. And some were even outstanding talents, who had broken through to the 3rd stage. Feeling that Shuche's idea was somewhat fanciful, Zhuangyang attempted to persuade him. Yishuang Yue, Jiang Yueli, and Jiang Yuezhi were personally invited by him to Pengcheng, and he was very clear about their situations. The 3 of them were undoubtedly top tier among this year's martial arts examination candidates, with their second stage cultivation far ahead. If given another year, he believed that the 3 would definitely secure a top 3 finish in next year's internal preliminaries. But unfortunately, this year's preliminaries were just a month away. He really couldn't think of any possibility for Yishuang Yue and the others to win a battle spot. Second stage, 7th level, 3rd stage. Senior brother means that the strongest in previous preliminaries only broke through to the 3rd stage. Zhuangyang's words not only had no effect, but also made Shuche's thoughts become completely lively. His confidence seemed to have grown even stronger. Yishuang Yue was now already at the 5th level of the second stage, while Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yuezhi were at the 4th level of the second stage. Chapter 226, Cave Number 5 and the Night Spirit Cat. As dusk fell, the setting sun melted gold. Daxia's top supernatural university. Beastmaster Department. Unlike the Spirit Plant Department, Pharmacy Department, Forging Department, Array Department, and Talismans Department, the Beastmaster Department has a very unique office location. While other departments have grand multi-story buildings in the center of the campus, the Beastmaster Department only has a few shabby prefabricated rooms. The other department buildings are situated at the heart of the campus, while the prefabricated rooms of the Beastmaster Department are built at the foot of the back mountain. Those who are in the know recognize this as the office of the Beastmaster Department. while those who don't might mistake it for the residence of a mountain guardian. The setting sun casts a slanted light on the prefabricated rooms, creating long shadows on the ground. The shadows happen to envelop more than 10 figures in front of the rooms. In front of the crowd, the bald-headed Lisaway speaks aloud. Everyone here is a new teacher, who just joined the Beastmaster department this year. I believe you all have some understanding of our department. What I want to say is, although our office location may not be as impressive as the other 5 departments, we have the unique advantage of being able to practice at any time. At this point, Lisaway gestures to the dense green mountains behind him, his voice booming. Lingyan Mountain, one of the few primitive high mountains within the main base city, has nurtured more than 200 types of spirit beasts below the 4th rank after so many years of cultivation. And there are also more than 10 types of spirit beasts above the 4th rank, enough for each of you to find the most suitable contract spirit beast for yourselves. Chapter 227, Special Teacher Qualification Review. That night, in the west wing of Shuchei's old residence, the scent of agarwood wafts from the bronze incense burner. At the table, Songyun silently refills a cup of tea for Kong Xian and says softly, "Sister Kong, let us skip the pleasantries and get straight to the point." If she remembers correctly, it is only the 3rd time that Kong Xian has entered her room since marrying into the Shu family all those years ago. She wouldn't believe that there was nothing important to discuss. Younger sister is indeed clever. Kong Xian rarely compliments her. Then her expression turns serious. The reason you went to the array department back then should be for the position of associate professor, right? Songyun's expression changes slightly, becoming somewhat subtle. Sister Kong brings this up now. Are you here to mock me? It's no secret in the Shu family that she went to the array department for the associate professor position. But the problem is, the associate professor of the array department is now Shuchei. Bringing up this old matter at this time is like slapping her in the face, isn't it? Younger sister has misunderstood. Kong Xian's long fingers lightly trace the teacup, her voice seemingly carrying a different kind of magic. What I mean is, are you really willing to let that position be taken by that brat Shuchei? Chapter 228, Shuchei, you know nothing of my efforts. The Top Ability University of the Great Xia. Today is the first day of the new semester. However, many students are surprised to find that their mentor seems to be acting a bit off. Just a moment ago, they were full of vigor and joy. But in the blink of an eye, they look troubled. It seems like something major has happened. In fact, that's exactly the case. For the teachers, the changes in the teacher qualification review rules undoubtedly have a huge impact on them. At noon, the officers of various departments and the teachers' area in the campus network have been buzzing with discussions. What's going on this year? The teacher qualification review rules that Haven T changed for years suddenly changed without any warning, and the timing was even moved up by half a year. It's baffling. Truly baffling. Who knows? The fact that it was moved up by half a year isn't even the main point. The main point is that this new rule seems to be stricter than before. Previously, there were only cultivation requirements, but this year, they've added requirements for the 6 abilities and students as well. The qualification review for ordinary teachers is manageable. There's no need to elaborate on cultivation. Achieving a secondary title with extraordinary strength at the 4th rank is relatively easy among the other 5 abilities. Plus, with the 9 Tribulations Sky Tower, as long as students break through to the 2nd rank and pass the 1st level of this tower, it's quite feasible. Chapter 229, Continuous Breakthrough. 4th rank, 8th level. Staff residence. In the small apartment. As the system sound fades, a massive energy capable of splitting mountains and stones instantly pours into Shuchei's body, causing his pupils to constrict and his gaze to brighten. Haha, I knew the special training would be useful. Feeling the meridians expanding by a circle in an instant, Shuchei can't help but show joy. The breakthroughs of Xiaoyezi, Xiaozimao, and Xiaobaimao were all within his expectations. What truly delights him is that this time, the cultivation return multiplier is nearly 100 times. Originally, he was not far from breaking through to the 4th rank. 7th level. Now, with nearly 300 times the cultivation return, he might just break through to the 4th rank, 8th level in one go. Breathing heavily. Shuche silently sits cross-legged and operates his breathing technique to absorb energy frantically. With his current cultivation, he can already control the energy precisely without leakage. 4th rank. 7th level 60. 4th rank, 7th level 80. 4th rank, 7th level 92. 4th rank, 7th level 93. Just as he is about to break through to the 4th rank. 8th level, the energy completely overflows. Sigh, the energy required for the promotion to 4th rank extraordinary is too great. I'm still a bit short. It seems I have to wait a few more days. Shuche opens his eyes, his expression slightly disappointed. Chapter 230, Forging. A little knowledgeable. The top ability University of the Great Shia. In front of the Forging Department office building stands a gigantic hammer-shaped sculpture. The sculpture is predominantly dark gold, with fiery red intricate patterns on both sides of the hammerhead. Just by looking at it, one can feel a violent sense of power. At this moment, a figure dressed in a dark robe is seen approaching from a distance. It is none other than Shuche, who just came out of Professor Bai's house. Vice Principal Xia and Teacher Song. Recalling the names mentioned by Bai Chuyang, Shuche looks contemplative. He is unsure of who Vice Principal Xia is. But this teacher Song must be Song Yun. Song Yun wants to become an associate professor in the array department and the talismans department, but Professor Bai is unwilling. In the end, the associate professor positions in the array department and the talismans department fell to him instead. Connecting this with the sudden announcement of the new teacher qualification review rules by the school, it's easy to come to a conclusion. This new teacher review rule is clearly targeting him, and Song Yun must be involved. Understanding everything, a chilling glint flashes in Shuche's eyes. You've calculated quite well, Aunt San, but you might be disappointed. Chapter 231, Successfully Integrating the Array into the Battle Soldiers. Forging Department. Forging Room 28. The air is scorching, and the room is filled with a hot atmosphere, making even a single breath feel burning. With a crisp metallic clank, a dagger missing its hilt is thrown onto the operating table. Under the flickering firelight, one can clearly see the cold light patterns on the back of the dagger blade. Due to limited materials, I can only forge a smaller dagger. Wang Mang's voice carried a hint of regret. This is the best weapon I've crafted. Upon hearing Shuche say he had a slight understanding, he almost immediately decided to take out the combat weapon he had forged. On one hand, he felt that Shuche was not an outsider. On the other hand, he also had a try-it-and-see attitude. Given that Shuche was so young and already an associate professor in the Formation and Talismans department, perhaps he really could help. Uncle, your craftsmanship is truly impressive. Shuche stood up and stepped forward, his gaze falling on the neatly arranged patterns on the back of the blade, unable to hold back his admiration. If this were to participate in some so-called knife forging competition, it would surely dominate the field. But the intensity isn't enough. I can only make up for that in this regard. Wang Mang forced a smile. Xiaoche, take a look at this dagger of mine and see if there are any areas that need improvement. Chapter 232, Successful Fusion of the Gravity Formation. Co-creator. In the hot forging room, the little Taoist Bai Chuyang entered the room, bowing slightly to Shuche, Shu Shifu. After receiving a message from Shuche, she rushed over immediately. Shuche nodded and then looked at Wang Mang, smiling. Uncle, this is my disciple, just tell her your requirements directly. To combine formations with combat weapons requires 3 major steps. The first step is for the formation master to customize a micro-formation based on the size of the combat weapon. The second step is for the blacksmith to engrave according to the drawings provided by the formation master. Once the micro-formation is engraved on the weapon, The formation master still needs to activate it on site. Such professional matters naturally require Bai Chuyang to step in. Of course, he wasn't simply calling her in to do manual labor. Although Bai Chuyang was exceptionally talented and self-taught in merging formations and talismans to greatly enhance their power, this fusion also has drawbacks. The drawback is that setting up the formation takes a long time, much slower than ordinary formations. This means that Bai Chuyang's combat power is strongest only at home. If she were to compete in a ring, her combat effectiveness would drop a level. But now, if formations and combat weapons can truly merge, then Bai Chuyang's strength will see a tremendous boost. Chapter 233, Spiritual Plants. Coincidentally, I know a bit about them. In the faculty dormitory building 11, at Wang Mang's home. Come, Xiao Che, you sit on the sofa for a while, I'll go prepare. After warmly inviting Xu Che to take a seat, Wang Mang quickly put on an apron and rolled up his sleeves to enter the kitchen. Isn't your aunt off work yet? Xu Che looked around and showed a hint of surprise. The First Ability University doesn't have evening study sessions. And there are very few major classes each day. The role of the mentor is mostly to answer questions, and things are relatively relaxed. It's uncommon for someone to still be busy at this hour. Your aunt has been quite busy these past few days. Wang Mang explained as he continued his tasks. To be precise, the spiritual plant department has been quite busy lately. I heard it has something to do with the town's spiritual plants, but I don't know the specifics. Xu Che nodded, not thinking too much about it. Click. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Almost as soon as Wang Mang finished speaking, Xu Wan Jun, looking fatigued, kicked the door open. No, to be precise. She kicked the door open while holding a square box wrapped in black cloth, obscuring its contents. Xiao Che, you're here. Upon seeing Xu Che, her eyes lit up. And the fatigue around her eyes dissipated considerably. Chapter 234, Registration for the Campus Preliminaries. All 5 direct disciples enter the arena. The so-called Intercollegiate Exchange Competition, officially known as the Daxia Alliance University Ability Exchange Competition, has reached its 80th edition since the establishment of the martial arts examination system by the Daxia Alliance. The first place in each exchange competition is almost always crowned with the title of the strongest of their generation. Not only do they attract significant attention, but their school's reputation also receives a tremendous boost. In the first 79 editions of the exchange competition, Daxia's First Ability University has won an astonishing 39 titles, leading by a wide margin. Following closely is Daxia Spiritual Martial University with 20 titles, and next is the Laikong Ability Academy with 19 titles, making the 3 major universities in the main base city winners of a total of 78 championships. Gradually, this intercollegiate exchange competition has evolved into a rivalry among the 3 major universities. As the leader among these institutions, students at Daxia's First Ability University naturally have great enthusiasm for this exchange competition. Therefore, once the registration notice was issued, it immediately attracted a large number of participants. Of course, most of them are second-year students. After all, in the absence of third-year seniors, second-year students are undoubtedly the main force. Throughout the years, with only a few exceptions, most of the battle slots have been won by second-year students. Chapter 235, Achieving First Stage Level 5 with just 10 minutes of practice each day. At Daxia's First Ability University, in the Qianqiu Wanxiang Pavilion, 2 figures, one tall and one short, slowly walked in front of the tower-like pavilion. They were Xu Che and Pei Chan, just coming out of the tiered classroom. Just moments ago, Jiang Yueshi's words had suddenly inspired him greatly, leading him to think of combat techniques that would be more suitable for Pei Chan. If all goes well, perhaps the duo of Jiang Yueshi and Pei Chan could really secure a spot in the campus preliminaries. The Qianqiu Wanxiang Pavilion is not only for spiritual plants, but also for exchanging materials and pills, all the collected martial arts techniques within the school are here as well. Buzzing. Accompanied by two strange vibrations, a flash of white light appeared before Shuchei and Pei-chan. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a circular space filled with martial arts techniques. Similar to the library of the First Ability High School in Pengcheng, this place uses panoramic virtual technology. However, the difference is that the space before them is many times larger than the library of the First Ability High School. The variety and quantity of martial arts techniques within sight completely outclass the library. Truly, as one of the best institutions in the main base, this is extravagant. After scanning through the basic information of several martial arts techniques, Shuchei's expression showed a hint of shock. Chapter 236, Pei-chan's terrifying concept-level ability. Are you saying that you only practice for 10 minutes each day to reach first stage level 5? Shuchei's breath quickened, his gaze locked onto Pei-chan. Aha! Feeling Shuchei's unmasked intense gaze, Pei-chan nervously picked at her fingers, her voice sounding as if it was squeezed from her throat. Upon hearing Pei-chan's admission, Shuchei fell silent once again. His facial expression seemed frozen like a sculpture. Although his expression didn't reveal much, his inner thoughts were boiling like hot oil. He had seen many talented geniuses with potential. Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Li, Jiang Shi, and Bai Chiuyang are all immensely talented individuals with unlimited potential. But at this moment, compared to Pei-chan, these talents seem somewhat insignificant. With only 10 minutes of training each day, that amounts to just over an hour of training in a week. The total training time in a month doesn't exceed 5 hours. Calculating this way, the total training time over half a year does not exceed 30 hours. And 30 hours is merely the training duration of 2 days in the Top Ability High School's martial arts examination class in Pengcheng. This means that Pei-chan, with just 30 hours of training, is equivalent to an ordinary person's 6 months. It's important to note that students who can get into the Top Ability University in Daxia are all outstanding. Chapter 237, Enough Talk, I'm in a Hurry. The Daxia Alliance University S-Ability Exchange Competition. The day after the campus preliminaries opened for registration, the atmosphere within the school remained vibrant, with discussions showing no signs of dwindling. However, alongside the discussions, many students who hoped to secure a combat slot were ramping up their training. In this First Ability University, where geniuses abound, talent alone is useless without hard work. It was visibly apparent that the number of students heading to the Fire God Martial platform and the Nine Tribulations Tower had significantly increased. Early that day, even before dawn, many students had already gathered at the Fire God Martial platform. The campus preliminaries still employed the arena battle format, making the Fire God Martial platform the best testing ground. Fortunately, the intelligent computer system of the Fire God Martial platform is exceptionally powerful, otherwise, there would certainly be long queues even in the early morning. In the rest area, many students were chatting with each other. Hey, Ironhead, you're here so early. What do you think, will you win or lose today? You should have 30 consecutive wins by now, right? What are you thinking? 30 consecutive wins aren't that easy. Besides strength, it also depends on luck. Who can achieve 30 consecutive wins without being a genius among geniuses? I'm still a bit short. Chapter 238, 31 wins, 6 draws, 1 loss. Yi Shen. At the Fire God Martial platform. Urban Ruins, Night. Yuan Man, vs. Yizi, number of spectators. 331 number of spectators. 345 number of spectators. 401, just as the match began, the number of spectators exceeded 400. As the news continued to spread, more and more students rushed to the Fire God Martial platform to watch the battle. Without the senior students from the third year, Yuan Man was already recognized as the strongest on campus. Watching such a strong fighters battle would surely be beneficial. Yuan Man was unaware of the various reactions from the outside world, and even if he did know, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he simply didn't have the energy to think about anything else. A fierce gale rushed towards him, tightening his back and raising the hair on the back of his neck. What incredible speed! As he watched the outline of the black-clad man's fist grow larger, Yuan Man made a quick decision. He didn't dodge or block. Instead, he sank his waist and planted his stance, throwing a powerful punch with his right hand. The fist cut through the air, emitting a whistling sound as it met the obviously smaller fist in front of him. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a dull sound. Immediately, an invisible sound wave rapidly spread, sending debris flying within a 10-meter radius. Chapter 239, Jiang Yushi, Little White Hair, achieves enlightenment. At the Daxia First Ability University. As the Nine Tribulations Tower is renowned alongside the Fire God Martial platform, the number of people inside the tower also increased significantly after the campus preliminaries opened for registration. Although it wasn't as bustling as the Fire God Martial platform, it was undoubtedly much more lively compared to the previous 2 days. While the Nine Tribulations Tower couldn't provide a 1v1 combat environment, it maximized the potential of individuals. Each level of the Nine Tribulations Tower presents extremely severe challenges. If the Fire God Martial platform helps students improve their combat skills, then the Nine Tribulations Tower hones their overall combat and survival abilities. From the moment one steps into the Nine Tribulations Tower, the battles will not cease unless one dies. Second level of the Nine Tribulations Tower. Desert. Tomorrow's sun hangs high. His Jiang Yushi's chest heaved violently as she gasped for air. Her combat suit was in tatters, exposing her skin, which was covered in scars, some of which had already scabbed over. Her hair, as white as snow, was stained with blood and had even twisted into a tangle. Her body swayed precariously, as though she could collapse to the ground at any moment. Although she was still standing, she was on the verge of exhaustion. Chapter 240, Recording Successful. By Chiryang's Offensive and Defensive Flag. In the Consciousness Connection Room of the Nine Tribulations Tower. Hey, elder sister, what is your progress? Jiang Yushi, despite her tired appearance, was filled with excitement in her eyes. Although her progress only reached 80, after today, she would completely make up for her lack of group attack skills. And she believed that she would definitely catch up to her elder sister this time. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuli, who also looked fatigued, glanced at Jiang Yushi with a flat expression and said monotonously, 80. The ninth wave of fierce beast attacks was too intense. I held on for a long time, but didn't succeed. Hey, I'm also at 80, elder sister. I've caught up to you. Hearing Jiang Yuli's progress was also 80, Jiang Yushi's eyes curved into crescents. Suddenly, her waist didn't ache anymore, her legs didn't hurt. And she felt much more energetic. This proved that her hard work was not in vain, and her suffering was worthwhile. Oh? Jiang Yuli responded lightly. But then her mouth couldn't help but curl up. But I have a feeling I'll surpass 90 within a week. Huh? Jiang Yushi expressed her confusion with a nasal tone. Because I feel like I'm close to breaking through. You should head back. I can still practice a couple more times. After saying this, Jiang Yuli reconnected her consciousness and began to challenge the Nine Tribulations Tower once more. Chapter 241, The Shocked Professor of the Forging Department. Forging Department. In the center of 3 towering high-temperature reaction furnaces stands a building. Compared to the high-temperature furnaces, the building seems quite ordinary. However, in a certain conference room within this seemingly ordinary building, a very important evaluation is taking place. It is the annual internal rank assessment of the Forging Department. Almost all the veteran teachers, except for the newly hired forging teachers, participated in the assessment. The assessment is divided into 3 levels: Level 2 title to Level 3 title, Level 3 title to Level 4 title, and the most important, Level 4 title to Level 5 title. The first 2 levels hardly attract much attention, As long as one can forge qualified battle soldiers, they can almost be promoted. The truly important one is the level 4 title to level 5 title assessment. Other departments don't know. Under the request of Professor Zhong Baichui from the Forging Department, only teachers with a level 5 title are qualified to apply for the position of Associate Professor. As a result, the competition for level 5 titles every year is brutal and strict. This year is no exception. As the evaluation just began, Professor Zhong, who has a sturdy physique and broad shoulders resembling a double-door refrigerator, looked very grim. A decayed wood cannot be carved. A good level 5 alloy is thus wasted. Who needs a gun head that requires requenching? Chapter 242, The God-Splitting Jaw shows its might. Fatly defeating a level 6 master. With hurried steps, Professor Zhong rushed to Forging Room 28. Due to his speed, he had already left the 4 evaluators far behind. If he could, he would even want to fly directly into Room 28. After witnessing the dagger crafted by Wang Mang, he now eagerly wanted to meet him more than anyone else. The idea of integrating formations with battle soldiers is something he has studied for too long. Unfortunately, until now, there has been no breakthrough. He even started to wonder if his idea had gone astray. However, the appearance of this level 5 dagger undoubtedly gave him a boost. Although the dagger's level is not high, the gravitational formation on it is one of the simplest formations. But this is enough to prove that his idea is feasible. He has a premonition. As long as he can figure out the trick of integrating the dagger with the formation, the forging department will undergo a great change. Not only the forging department, but the formation department will also usher in a new glory. Here it is. As his thoughts drifted, Room 28 came into view. In his eagerness to meet Wang Mang, Professor Zhong even forgot to knock on the door. Teacher Wang. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw a small metallic flag flying towards him. Chapter 243. Actually, I have always been quite interested in the forging department. Room 28 of the forging department was his idea. As soon as Wang Mang called out the main character, the air in the room suddenly became tense. In just a few seconds, an awkward atmosphere rapidly spread throughout the scene. Clearly, the reaction furnace in the forging room was not on, but the temperature was rising rapidly. Strangely, this temperature seemed to affect people differently. Xu Che and the little Taoist Bai Chuyang were unaffected. Only Professor Zhong and Wang Mang were affected. Wang Mang's hand-wiping sweat became more frequent. Professor Zhong's complexion continued to redden, and his gaze flickered, as if he was pondering something. Ha ha ha. Just when the awkward atmosphere in the room reached its peak, Professor Zhong's hearty laughter suddenly rang out like a bell. It turned out this was the handiwork of Associate Professor Xu. Impressive, impressive. Professor Zhong turned back to look at Xu Che. This time with an incredibly enthusiastic smile. I have long heard that the Formation Department and the Talismans Department have produced a genius Associate Professor. Today, seeing is indeed believing. Associate Professor Xu is truly a remarkable talent. This statement seemed to carry some kind of magical power. As soon as the words fell, the air in the room suddenly stiffened again. Unlike before, this time, everyone's expressions were extremely interesting. Chapter 244. At home, I call you uncle, but at school. All right, then it's settled. Welcome to join the big family of the forging department. The strange look in Professor Zhong's eyes quickly transformed into excitement. To reach the level of a professor, he is not foolish. If Xu Che only had talent in the forging department, he would still invite him to join, but wouldn't he promise the position of associate professor? The reason for this decision is largely because Xu Che is also an associate professor in the formation and talismans departments. Although he and Professor Bai both belong to the top power university in Daxia, Professor Bai's qualifications are much older than his. He absolutely trusts Professor Bai's judgment. In short, there is one point, it is definitely not a loss. He hopes for Xu Che's guidance in the future. Xu Che's eyes lifted with a hint of a smile. At this moment, his thoughts coincided with Professor Zhong's. The core idea is the same, it is definitely not a loss. Becoming an associate professor in the forging department. The allowance provided by the school is nothing. The important thing is the internal benefits of the forging department. As Professor Zhong said, although the forging department is relatively hard, it is definitely the richest among the 6 departments. Just the ability to purchase various rare materials at a discount is invaluable. If he had this identity earlier, obtaining the meteorite this month wouldn't have been so troublesome. Chapter 245, Insufficient Nirvana Pills, The Incredible Physique of the Jiang Sisters. Night falls. Faculty housing, Shuchei's home. 0 times. Shuchei rubbed his ears hard, thinking he had misheard. For a moment, his facial expression was extremely interesting. It's the first time he encountered such a situation since binding the inheritance cultivation return for so long. Even 10 times would be acceptable, isn't 0 times an insult. Shuchei felt a slight headache and rubbed his forehead. At this moment, he had already guessed why the 0 times return occurred. It was most likely due to the last time he tested battle skills on Pei-chan. This talent really holds a grudge, doesn't it? Shuchei's throat moved. And he instantly gained a deeper understanding of Pei-chan's talent. Shaking his head, he shook off the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Shuchei raised both hands. Feeling the abundant energy within him, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. The energy required to break through from the 4th stage 8th layer to the 4th stage 9th layer is astonishing. Although this breakthrough in inheritance didn't allow him to break through as well, it provided nearly half of the energy. Once a few of his direct disciples break through, reaching the 4th stage 9th layer should not be a problem. By then, it would be time to challenge the 5th stage master. Taking a deep breath, Shuchei exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, his eyes shining brightly. Chapter 246, Setting off to the Spirit Plant Department, seeking to purchase volcanic crystal nuclei. The top power university in Dacia. Spirit Plant Department. Unlike the simple beast taming department, the steady forging department, and the fragrant pharmacy department, the spirit plant building is completely covered in spirit plants. From a distance, it looks like a castle made of spirit plants. In front of the department's main door, there is also a statue. It is called a statue, but it is actually a lotus made from trimmed spirit plants. The lotus has 9 petals. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, black, and white. The colors of the petals are different, looking lifelike. Anyone walking through the school cannot help but take a glance. Shuchei is no exception. Because this mimics the treasure of the spirit plant department, the pure vein lotus. With 9 different petals. It truly deserves to be an 8th stage treasure. His gaze fell on the pure vein lotus made from spirit plants, and Shuchei was secretly amazed. Although Shudachuan is a spirit plant merchant, and he has seen many spirit plants since childhood, he has never seen an 8th stage spirit plant. He originally had little curiosity about the pure lotus, but after seeing the 11 realistic pure lotuses with his own eyes, he suddenly felt an urge to see them in person. Pure lotus, he murmured inwardly, his gaze becoming introspective. The name pure lotus shouldn't be chosen casually, right? Chapter 247, The Sky-High Price of Volcanic Crystal Cores, 50,000 points per gram. Plant Spirit Department. By the pavilion. Professor Chong's expression changed. No longer the calm demeanor he had before. Slowly turning around, he repeated, "You mean, Associate Professor Shu, who discovered the cultivation method for the 2nd generation lotus seeds, wants to purchase volcanic crystal cores?" "Yes." Shu Wanjuan nodded firmly, her mood slightly anxious. It was the first time she had seen such an expression on Professor Chong's face. After receiving a definite answer, Professor Chong's gaze became introspective as he fell into deep thought, remaining silent for a long time. Shu Wanjuan stood with her head lowered, waiting quietly. About half a minute later, Professor Chong waved his hand. Please invite Associate Professor Shu. With his qualifications, he didn't need to give face to anyone other than the principal and a few others. Even if a deputy minister-level leader came to purchase volcanic crystal cores today, he would refuse without hesitation. The pure lotus is not only the treasure of the plant spirit department, but also a precious asset of the top ability university in the Great Shia. His refusal was reasonable, and no one could say anything about it. However, the name Shu Che made him hesitate. The problem of not being able to cultivate the second-generation lotus seeds had troubled him for a long time. As a top-tier level 7 plant spirit master in the main base city, even he had no clue. Chapter 248. Are you interested in becoming an associate professor in the plant spirit department? Inside the pavilion. 50,000 points per gram. Professor Chong's voice was not loud, but it sounded like thunder in Shu Che's ears. It almost made Shu Che feel the need to check his hearing. Professor Chong, are you referring to grams or kilograms? Shu Che took a brief breath, feeling a bit dry in the mouth. Grams? Professor Chong repeated without a hint of hesitation. Shu Che's face twitched, and his scalp felt a bit numb. 50,000 points per gram? This price is simply outrageous. According to Brother Zhuang Yang, these volcanic crystal cores are the main material for refining the Nirvana lotus pill. 6 Nirvana lotus pills require at least 1 kilogram of volcanic crystal cores. At 50,000 points per gram, wouldn't 1 kilogram be 50 million points? Calculating this number made Shu Che's head buzz. 50 million points could buy the entire plant spirit department. Professor Chong, this price. Shu Che's facial expression changed rapidly, as he wanted to say something, but couldn't find the words. I understand your meaning. The smile on Professor Chong's face became more pronounced. The volcanic crystal core itself isn't that expensive. The high cost comes from the extraction and transportation from the Thousand Island Alliance. This price is already very favorable. Chapter 249. To be honest, I've always been very interested in plant spirits. Plant Spirit Department. Associate Professor. Shu Che's throat bobbed, and his eyelids twitched. He stared at Professor Chong with a slightly strange expression. Until he confirmed that the other party wasn't joking, a hint of strangeness arose in his eyes. In just a few seconds, a bizarre expression appeared on his face. Most importantly, there was even a hint of vigilance mixed in. Professor Chong, are you serious? After a moment of thought, Shu Che confirmed. Of course. Professor Chong raised his eyebrow. Now that I've spoken, I'm naturally serious. Upon hearing this, Shu Che's vigilance intensified, and his expression toward Professor Chong seemed somewhat off. Ahem, Professor Chong, I don't think there's any need for the associate professorship. Under Professor Chong's slightly shocked gaze, Shu Che quickly shook his head in refusal. Are you kidding? I'm here for the volcanic crystal cores. While the position of associate professor in the plant spirit department is quite attractive, the volcanic crystal cores are more important. If he agreed to become an associate professor in the plant spirit department, how could he still obtain the volcanic crystal cores? Moreover, becoming an associate professor in the plant spirit department meant he would have responsibilities toward the department. If he wanted the horse to run, he first had to feed it well. The mere benefit of the volcanic crystal cores wasn't enough to entice him to step out. Why doesn't he, Associate Professor Shu, want to accept? Chapter 250. It's just Nirvana lotus pills. Can't we just refine another batch? In the pharmaceutical department building. On the 3rd floor, inside the conference room. The atmosphere in the conference room was a bit strange at the moment. Zhuang Yang sat in the main seat, his rugged brows occasionally furrowing, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Beside him were Associate Professors Kong Caiyun and Zhong Lei. Further back were all the level 4 teachers in the pharmaceutical department. Xu Qian, as Zhuang Yang's disciple and Kong Caiyun's biological son, though sitting at the back. was also part of the meeting. Professor Zhuang, you must be very clear about the rules in our pharmaceutical department. Any elixirs in the public pharmacy must be approved by more than half of the department's teachers with level 4 titles, or above to be withdrawn. Your actions seem a bit out of line, don't they? Associate Professor Zhong Lei smiled as he looked at Zhuang Yang. Although he had a smile on his face, his words were anything but polite. Associate Professor Zhong Lei appeared to be much older than Zhuang Yang. His deliberately grown goat beard was already turning grey, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were obvious. His age made him the oldest in the entire pharmaceutical department. If it weren't for Zhuang Yang's emergence as a genius, the position of professor in the pharmaceutical department would surely have been his. Ever since Zhuang Yang rose to power, he sometimes felt resentful in his heart. Relying on his seniority, he usually wasn't very polite to Zhuang Yang. Chapter 251, It's not that simple. Just apply for a title in the pharmaceutical department. Inside the pharmaceutical department's conference room, Xu Che burst in. Looking around, he first gave a deep look at the goat-bearded associate Professor Zhong Lei, then lingered for a few seconds on Kong Saiyun and Xu Qian. Finally, he glanced at Zhuang Yang and blinked secretly. Today, he came to find Brother Zhuang Yang, originally to ask him for help in refining Nirvana lotus pills. Unexpectedly, while passing by the conference room, he accidentally heard the keyword Nirvana lotus pill. After stopping for a moment, he quickly figured out the ins and outs of the matter. No wonder Brother Zhuang Yang seemed a bit hesitant when he gave him the Nirvana lotus pills before. It turned out that the pharmaceutical department had such rigid rules. Just now, after hearing Associate Professor Zhong Lei's aggressive remarks, he charged in without hesitation. After all, the root of this matter was still Brother Zhuang Yang helping him. Out of emotion and reason, he wouldn't just stand by. One more thing, the 1 kilogram of volcanic crystal cores in his spatial ring gave him enough confidence. Junior brother. Suddenly seeing Xu Che appear, Zhuang Yang instinctively furrowed his brow. The situation is tense at the moment, isn't it just asking for trouble to show up now? But seeing Xu Che's expression, his tightly wound nerves inexplicably relaxed a bit. But it was only a slight relief. Chapter 252. I have decided to apply for the Level 5 Pharmacist Title Assessment. Isn't this simple? I just need to apply for the Pharmacology Department title. In the conference room, Xu Che's straightforward statement once again attracted the attention of everyone present, including Kong Saiyun and Xu Qian, as well as Zhuang Yang and Zhong Lei. Faced with the intense gazes of the crowd, Xu Che remained expressionless and turned to Zhong Lei, saying lightly, "Since this Vice Professor Zhong claims I do not have the pharmacology department title, can I apply for the title assessment now?" Upon hearing Zhong Lei's stern statements, he initially thought it was a serious issue. After all this, it turned out to be just a matter of title. Isn't this simple? As a dignified associate professor in the fields of array, talismans, forging, and spiritual plants, and being a direct disciple of the level 7 pharmacist Zi Deng, and the junior disciple of Professor Zhuang Yang, applying for a level 1 pharmacist title shouldn't be that difficult, right? Zhong Lei opened his mouth, but was momentarily at a loss for words. In his original plan, he didn't intend to bring up the title issue. But seeing Zhuang Yang successfully extricate himself, he blurted it out in a moment of desperation. However, he never expected that this would give Xu Che an opportunity. After all, he was Zhuang Yang's junior disciple. Obtaining a level 1 pharmacist title would be quite simple. Chapter 253, 1v10. On-site identification of flaws and defects. In the pharmacology department conference room, I have decided to apply for the level 5 pharmacist title assessment. After listening to Zhong Lei explain the conditions for the level 5 pharmacist assessment, Xu Che made his decision without hesitation. Previously, the surprise that made Zhong Lei's pupils shrink was purely due to astonishment. The fact that the level 5 assessment does not require hands-on alchemy was simply fantastic. For others, Identifying all the flaws in the pills of level 4 pharmacists on site might be quite difficult. But for him, this was practically a gift. Even a powerhouse like Zideng could have flaws detected in his alchemy, let alone these level 4 pharmacists. Wasn't this like catching a turtle in a small jar? Easily done. Shu Che's voice was not loud, but it rang in everyone's ears like a thunderclap. Shock, confusion, and disbelief flashed across everyone's faces in turn. Most people could not understand why Shu Che, who clearly passed the level 1 pharmacist assessment, would want to apply for the level 5 assessment directly. Wasn't this just increasing the difficulty for himself? This choice was too confident. He really wants to go for the level 5 assessment. In the crowd, Shu Qian's head buzzed. And his expression was as if he had swallowed a fly. Chapter 254, Don't come one by one, let us all go at once. Pharmacology Department. Public Alchemy Room. A sudden, unannounced level 5 pharmacist assessment officially began. The protagonist of the assessment was Shu Che, who appeared calm amidst the crowd. At this moment, Shu Che's expression was completely unperturbed, showing no signs of tension. He looked nothing like someone being assessed, rather, he seemed like an outsider. Vice Professor Shu. Will you choose one randomly, or go in order? Seeing Shu Che's delayed response, Zhong Lei couldn't help but ask. Since the goal was to identify flaws or defects in the pills, they would need to observe the entire alchemy process. There were 10 level 4 pharmacists at the operation table, so they needed to establish an order. If they couldn't find any flaws in the pills produced by the first pharmacist, there would be no need to bother the others. Randomly. Shu Che said this. And his expression matched his words. As long as he could identify the flaws, it didn't matter who went first or last. It seemed that Vice Professor Shu was indeed very confident. Zhong Lei chuckled awkwardly and directly instructed the oldest among the 10, Bian Guanglei, you go first. Yes. The slightly graying Bian Guanglei quickly stepped forward. Seeing him come forward, Zhuangyang's eyes twitched slightly. Chapter 255, Failure. 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 1 against 9. Don't take turns. Let's all do it together. In the public alchemy room, Shu Che's voice was calm, as if he were discussing something trivial. Little did he know. This statement had explosive effects. It was akin to detonating a kilogram of TNT in the public alchemy room. Everyone present was shaken by Shu Che's outrageous statement. Especially the level 4 pharmacists at the operation table. They had just been astonished by Shu Che pointing out the flaws in the Yuan Neng Dan without even looking. The next moment, they heard Shu Che's explosive remarks. All together. Wasn't he talking about them? If they understood correctly, Shu Che meant for all 9 of them to refine pills simultaneously while he pointed out the flaws. Was he that bold? After a brief moment of shock, the remaining 9 level 4 pharmacists exchanged glances, each seeing the displeasure in the other's eyes. Regardless of the reason, Shu Che's words implied that he was not taking them seriously. Individually, they might be outclassed by Bian Guanglei, but together, it was a different story. 1 against 9. Even if a spirit of medicine came, it wouldn't work. At this moment, regardless of faction differences, Shu Che's words ignited the fighting spirit among the 9 level 4 pharmacists. Chapter 256, Associate Professor of the Pharmacology Department secured. Professor Position 1. When Shu Che accurately pointed out the flaws in the 9 batches of pills, the room fell silent. The 9 level 4 pharmacists behind the 9 batches of pills were completely silent, their shock immeasurable. Although Shu Che's remarks were sharp and the flaws he pointed out seemed particularly outrageous at first glance, upon a little reflection, it became clear that Shu Che was not talking nonsense. The issues he highlighted were indeed completely overlooked by them. Realizing this, an inexplicable emotion spread among the few of them. Although Shu Che's observations had yet to be confirmed, the way they looked at him now carried a deeper understanding. While all 9 level 4 pharmacists were mentally shaken, the most astonished were Zhong Lei and Kong Saiyun. Just as Shu Che pointed out the flaws in the 9 batches of pills, Zhong Lei instinctively glanced at Kong Saiyun. There was no other reason. It was simply because both were associate professors in the pharmacology department, and neither could match Shu Che's level. When they assessed for the level 5 title, each of them took over 10 hours. Although they ultimately passed, their speed was on a completely different level than Shu Che's. They faced only one level 4 pharmacist at a time, and it was not easy to identify flaws and defects in a short period. Chapter 257 My Closed-Door Disciple is a medicine spirit body in Zhuangyang's office. Junior brother. Are you saying that this 1 kilogram volcanic crystal core was given to you for free by Professor Chong, and that he also gave you a 1 cubic meter spatial ring? In his own office, Zhuangyang opened his mouth wide without restraint, his eyes bulging. If he hadn't seen the 1 kilogram volcanic crystal core with his own eyes, he would never have believed it so quickly. Professor Chong had been a professor in the spiritual plant department even before he became a professor in the pharmaceutical department. In the entire main base city, there was no one more respected than Professor Chong as a spiritual plant master. Because of this, Professor Chong held a very high position in the school. Coupled with his eccentric personality, no one had ever managed to exchange even 1 G of volcanic crystal core from him. But the current situation is that Professor Chong not only gave Shu Che a full 1 kilogram volcanic crystal core for free, but also a precious spatial ring. This is simply unbelievable. Basically, yes. Shu Che nodded, but there is one difference. Zhuangyang expressed his confusion with a nasal tone. Shu Che answered truthfully, to be precise, it's a 2 cubic meter spatial ring. Zhuangyang's mouth opened, and a vein on his forehead throbbed violently. Chapter 258 Facing opponents of the same level, I'm far from being a match for Yi Shen. At night, dark as ink. Faculty housing. Ding detected that the direct disciple, by Chiuyang's cultivation, has broken through from second stage 5-fold to second stage 6-fold. Triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding congratulations to the host for drawing a 50x return. Cultivation return in progress. Hearing the prompt sound in his ear, Shu Che slowly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth gradually curling up. With Bai Chiuyang breaking through to the second stage 6-fold. His progress finally caught up with Jiang Yu Li and Jiang Yu Shi. Among the 5 direct disciples, apart from Yi Xuanyue, who is at second stage 7-fold, and Pei Chan, who is at first stage 6-fold, the remaining 3 all reached second stage 6-fold. This level of cultivation among freshmen is absolutely crushing. However, among second-year students, it barely reaches the average level. If he were to participate in the internal preliminary competition in half a month, it would be difficult to win a spot to compete. Luckily, there is still time. He believes that before the internal preliminary competition, the few of them will have significant improvements. Just as Shu Che was deep in thought, a familiar voice rang in his ears again. Ding detected that the direct disciple, Pei Ichan's cultivation, has broken through from first stage 6-fold to first stage 7-fold. Triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Chapter 259 4th stage 9-fold. Success. The top supernatural university of Dacia. In the quiet cultivation room, Yi Xuanyue tightly closed her eyes. Her long black eyelashes occasionally trembling. Clearly, she was not at peace inside. Just now, she had unhesitatingly accepted Yuan Man's challenge. For her, winning streaks were not the goal. Improving herself was the most important thing. In this battle, she still defeated Yuan Man. However, compared to the last time, the price she paid this time was obviously greater. If it weren't for her firm will, she might have ended up in a draw. Although it was brutal, the effect was very obvious. The cultivation improvement brought by devouring a large amount of blood food had been fully honed and mastered. This meant that it was time for another breakthrough. With a surge of energy, Yi Xuanyue's hair floated up, and the corners of her clothes were blown, making a rustling sound. However, the energy fluctuation only lasted for 2 seconds before fading away. Second stage eightfold. Suddenly opening her eyes, Yi Shuangyue's gaze shone brightly with a hint of joy. Since the start of the semester, she had never relaxed. Every day, apart from eating and sleeping, all her time had been devoted to the Fire War God platform. Hard work pays off. She was finally close to breaking through to the third stage. Second stage eightfold was not enough. I want to push for the third stage. Chapter 261 Day Countdown to the Preliminary Competition, Another Breakthrough. As the countdown to the Intercollegiate Exchange Competition's internal preliminary competition reached 1 week, the atmosphere on campus strangely calmed down. Although those who could enter the top supernatural university of Asia were exceptional, it was impossible to achieve significant breakthroughs in just a week. With the big battle approaching, many who felt they had no hope of gaining a spot had completely returned to normal. Those who felt they had a chance also relaxed their training intensity. After all, being constantly tense puts a lot of mental pressure on them, so it's very necessary to relax appropriately. However, not everyone chose to relax. For example, the recent campus sensation, Yi Shen. On the Fire War God platform, almost every day, someone saw Yi Shen online. This had been going on for almost a whole month, since the ID Yi Shen became known. Such high-intensity, continuous training sparked discussions in a small circle. As time passed, the discussions never ceased. It was clear that everyone was confused and shocked by Yi Shen's behavior. How can someone so strong work so hard? It's unbearable for others. The most important thing is, can the mental energy handle such high-intensity continuous battles? Chapter 261 The Focus of Attention, Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian. With 1 day left until the internal preliminary competition, the atmosphere on campus heated up again. Basically, in every place where students gathered, discussions were taking place. Most of those who signed up were analyzing how far they could go, while those who didn't sign up were analyzing how far others could go. In the first cafeteria, as the saying goes, a person is iron, and food is steel. Missing a meal makes the heart anxious. Moreover, the energy needs of supernatural beings are huge every day. Therefore, when meal times arrive, the cafeteria quickly becomes lively. Saying that the cafeteria is the most crowded place in the school at this time is not an exaggeration. Amidst the bustling crowd, the 3 Xiang brothers appeared quite ordinary. Although the 3 were tall and very similar in appearance, they did not attract much attention. In the top supernatural university of Asia, there were plenty of people larger than the 3. Not to mention Yuan Man, with his explosive muscle mass. Even the muscle groups of the brothers Du Ziting and Du Xiaoman far exceeded the 3. Under normal circumstances, from the moment they entered the cafeteria to the moment they left, there wouldn't be a single splash. But today, things suddenly changed. Xiang Yu, Xiang Qian, I'm full. I'm going to train more. Finishing lunch as quickly as possible, Xiangs were stood up and left. Chapter 262 We will definitely win. We will definitely win against the Jiang sisters. Xie Yang and Xie Miao almost replied without hesitation. The confidence in their eyes was no less than William's. Oh? You two are so confident. Shu Qian couldn't help but take a deep look at the two, his expression slightly surprised. Although both of them had made rapid progress, having broken through from the first level of the second stage to the third level of the second stage during this period, they had yet to break through to the fourth level of the second stage, which was very close. Their progress was noticeably inferior to William's. However, judging by the current situation, their confidence was not weaker than William's. Of course, Xie Yang's gaze was cold. We haven't been idle for so long. As long as we face the Jiang sisters again, we are confident we will win. Win? Shu Qian raised his eyelids, his surprise deepening. Meanwhile, his curiosity had reached its peak. William also looked over curiously at this moment. Actually, it's not 100, but we still have a 90 chance, Xie Miao immediately spoke up. The Jiang sisters will definitely participate in the doubles match. We have already devised a meticulous plan targeting their abilities, and we can completely suppress them. Right? Xie Yang's tone was clearly a bit unwilling. Last time, we lost mainly because we were unfamiliar with their abilities. Knowing that they are lightning and ice types, we won't lose again. Chapter 263, Song Yun's Rash Plan. In the office of the Array and Talismans building. There's a reason for this. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Okay, thank you, Uncle Xiao. I'll bring you 2 bottles of good wine tonight. Song Yun cautiously hung up the communication, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. Although Uncle Xiao had a good relationship with the Song family, the other party's status was still there. Every time she contacted him, she felt a lot of pressure. However, she was glad to have explained the general situation clearly, completing her agreement with Kong Caiyun. If nothing unexpected happens, Xu Che's appointment as an associate professor in the pharmaceutical department should be issued soon. Xu Che, you really are difficult to deal with. Leaning back in her chair again, Song Yun furrowed her brow tightly, feeling increasingly frustrated. Because of Xu Che, she had already used Uncle Xiao's connections several times. It's not a big deal to use connections, but the key is that until now, she hadn't gained any benefits at all. This left her feeling extremely unbalanced. Just thinking about this made it impossible for her heart to remain calm. Sigh. With a faint sigh, Song Yun forcibly suppressed her annoyance and instinctively began to browse the campus intranet. Just then, a striking headline caught her attention. Chapter 264, Voting Results Released, Yishen undoubtedly first. The arc of the sunset gradually blurred. As the campus preliminaries approached, someone quickly initiated a vote on the campus intranet. The voting content was very simple and straightforward, to vote for which 5 people could finally win the spots in the campus preliminaries. This vote quickly attracted a lot of attention, with high participation. Soon, the list of the top 5 was freshly released. However, once the list was announced, many people were taken aback. The first place on this list was not the third stage Yuan man, but Yi Shen. Although everyone was surprised by this result, not many had objections. This result could be said to be both unexpected and reasonable. After all, Yi Shen had defeated Yuan man twice at the same level, so it was very reasonable for him to rank above Yuan man. As for the second place, it was naturally the recently promoted Yuan man. There was almost no doubt on campus about whether Yuan man would get a combat spot. Unless Yuan man was very unfortunate to encounter the third stage Yi Shen. No one thought he would lose. But is Yi Shen a senior or a sophomore? Will Yi Shen participate in this campus preliminary? No one knows the answers to these questions. The third and fourth places were also not surprising to everyone. Chapter 265, The Campus Preliminary Competition begins. In front of the Fenghuoshenwu stage, a high platform made of white jade stood majestically, built at an unknown time. As the highest authority for today's campus preliminaries, the martial arts school undoubtedly sat in the center. To the left of the martial arts school sat an elderly man with grey eyebrows, drooping at the corners of his eyes, yet with sharp eyes. To the right was a middle-aged man dressed in a scholarly robe, with a handsome face and slightly white hair at his temples. Beside the two were various mentors and several associate professors from the school, including Xu Che, Song Yun, Xu Qian, Wang Luxiang, and Jiao Huohua. Below the stage was a crowd of students sitting neatly in rows. Although only about 500 students had registered for the campus preliminaries, the number of spectators present far exceeded that. Moreover, as time passed, more and more students continued to arrive. University is a time of youthful passion. Such intense combat competitions naturally attract a lot of attention. At this moment, although the preliminaries had not yet started, the crowd below was buzzing with voices, discussing incessantly. Look, not only has the martial arts school come today, but even Principal Xiao has come. Wow, it's rumored that Principal Xiao is a woman killer. It seems he really is handsome. I know the Principal Xiao on the right. But who is the one on the left? Is he also our school's principal or professor? Why haven't I seen him before? Chapter 266, Crushing. Jiang Yueli vs. William. At the Fenghua Shenwu Stage Square. William vs. Jiang Yueli. Yuan Man vs. Gao Tong. The battles will start in 10 seconds. And the battle scenes are completely random. Countdown begins. 10. 9. The announcement from the Fenghua Shenwu stage echoed, and everyone present heard it clearly. The students below brightened up. It's starting, it's starting. The first round of battles is about to begin. Wow, the first group has a total of 10 rounds of battles. I really don't know who to watch. Of course, it goes without saying, it's definitely Yuan Man, Yuan Shen, and Lurinjia, as well as Xiao Longdao. These few have such bad luck to encounter them. I feel like running into Du Ziting and Du Xiaoman is also quite unlucky. Right. And the two of Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian must not be weak either. The announcement sounded like boiling water dropping into hot oil, instantly heating the atmosphere on site. William against Jiang Yueli. At a certain edge of the high platform, Xu Qian furrowed his brow at first but quickly relaxed. At the same time, a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although William was a bit disappointed that he didn't face Yi Xuanyue, facing Jiang Yueli was still good. Chapter 267, The Prestige of Reputation, Winning Without Fighting. At the Fenghua Shenwu Stage Square. A huge light screen was evenly divided into 10 pictures. A total of 10 battles were being broadcast live simultaneously. It is not an exaggeration to say that at this moment, at least 99% of the audience's attention was on the 10 screens. The battles had just begun, and the students below could no longer help but become battlefield reporters. The scene was too chaotic. I could hardly keep up. Forget it, let's watch Yuan Shen's battle first. Yuan Shen's opponent is quite strong, but unfortunately, luck doesn't seem to be on their side, and it looks like they will lose soon. Lu Renjia and Xiao Longdao also have an absolute advantage, and should win quickly. Well, it seems that the first to resolve their battle will still be Yuan Man. Just then, the screen in the upper left corner suddenly dimmed. Immediately after, 4 bright red characters filled the entire screen. Jiang Yueli wins. The atmosphere in the audience suddenly froze. Many students showed a hint of surprise on their faces as they stared at the words. Clearly, no one expected that the first to resolve their battle would be Jiang Yueli. It seems that it hasn't even been a minute since the countdown ended and the match officially began. This speed is even faster than Yuan Man. Chapter 268, Jiang Yueshi and Pei Yichan vs. Xie Yang and Xie Miao. Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian win. When the victory prompt for Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian appeared on the square's screen, both on and off the stage, the entire venue strangely froze for about half a second. Half a second later, the audience erupted in a frenzy. What? No way, dude. Did I see that wrong? They surrendered directly. Is that even allowed? After all that build-up, it ended like this. I thought it would be an intense battle, but instead, it turned out to be a big letdown. Refund me. To concede without even fighting is too lame. I was ready to study the strengths of Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian. Refund? What the hell, are you out of your mind? Chen Qian and Yang Piu's cultivation levels are just below average, so it's normal for them to concede against Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian. Before this, the match between Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian hadn't attracted much attention. Many people merely glanced at it, saw that the battle hadn't started, and lost interest. But when one side suddenly conceded, it immediately drew a lot of attention. This was the first time someone had conceded in the first group's 10 matches. Especially since the conceding side was a sophomore. At this moment, not only the students in the audience, but even the mentors on stage showed expressions of surprise. Chapter 269, Bad Luck Strikes, Pei-chan shows her power. Poison Gas Swamp. I-chan, I'll lower the strength of the ice wall, their attacks will be very fierce. So you must be careful. After a brief discussion, Jiang Yueshi quickly made a decision in her heart. Before starting the action, she still turned back to remind her. Okay. I will. Pei-chan nodded, but her long eyelashes furrowed slightly. But they haven't attacked yet. Don't worry, they will soon. Jiang Yueshi didn't explain much and fixed her gaze on Xie Yang and Xie Miao ahead. Taking a deep breath, her eyes flashed as she cranked up her firepower. Hey. You two with the red and blue hair over there, haven't you eaten? What's the difference between this and scratching an itch? I'm almost falling asleep. In the dim, silent depths of the forest, Jiang Yueshi's words were particularly jarring. Visibly, Xie Yang and Xie Miao's faces instantly flushed a couple of shades red. Almost in the blink of an eye, rushing water and flames rapidly converged in front of the two. See, isn't that better? Jiang Yueshi turned to Pei-chan and gave her a light wink. Gulp. Pei-chan swallowed hard, unable to help but nod. The look in her eyes when she looked at Jiang Yueshi quietly added a hint of admiration. Chapter 270, Jiang Yueshi and Pei-chan vs Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian. On the Fenghua Shenzi martial arts stage square, hissing sounds of people gasping for air echoed one after another. The students watching the match looked at each other, seeing extremely complex expressions on one another's faces. Is this even possible? At that moment, countless people had the same thought in their minds. The last match had left many people stunned. They had seen battles resolved quickly and decisively. They had seen evenly matched opponents achieve victory at a critical moment. They had even seen long, drawn-out fights end in a dramatic comeback, or even voluntary concessions. But to be eliminated directly due to bad luck. This was the first time they had seen it. Looking back at all the battles on the Fenghua Shenzi stage in recent years, this was the first time. I know the poison gas swamp scene. In my impression, these swamps generally don't activate like this. After all, I've participated in over 300 battles. And I've only encountered a swamp randomly devouring once. The swamp devouring isn't the point. I've encountered that too, but generally, it happens infrequently. To see such rapid devouring like this now is simply unheard of. Could it be that the Fenghua Shenzi stage has a bug? This devouring speed is too fierce. Even Yuan Man wouldn't be able to handle it. Chapter 271, Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian concede. The finals begin. When the list of matches for the 6th round of the first group was released, the spectators in front of the Fenghua Shenzi martial arts stage quickly discovered a shocking fact. That is, there were actually 7 freshmen in this group. To know, this 6th round can already be considered the semifinals. As long as they win this match and then win the final match, they will definitely secure a spot in the competition. Even if these 7 freshmen are all eliminated in this round, the achievements of this year's freshmen will far exceed any previous class. Realizing this, the sophomore students watching the match felt dizzy. What? Are this year's freshmen really that strong? 7 of them made it to the semifinals. That's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? I remember that last year, only Yuan Man made it to the semifinals. Didn't they say that freshmen were still far behind us? Now it seems there is a big gap, but we are the ones falling behind. Yi Shuangyue and Jiang Yuli are practically little Yuan Mans. So far, they've been cleanly resolving their opponents, and the key is that they are freshmen. This is simply monstrous. Sure enough, there are no weaklings in the top 3 of the martial arts exam. This by Chiuyang is also quite remarkable. I've been keeping an eye on him for a long time, and every time I think he will be eliminated, he manages to advance. Chapter 272, Duo Team Finals. Jiang Yueshi and Pei-chan vs Du Brothers. After the semifinals concluded and the finals match list and order were announced, the scene resembled a painting titled Shock. Some covered their mouths in surprise, some widened their eyes, and others looked bewildered, each expressing their shock in their own way. Compared to the finals list, the fact that Xiang Yu and Xiang Qian faced Jiang Yueshi and Pei Yichan without a fight seemed rather ordinary. Because among the 10 who made it to the finals, 5 were freshmen: Yishuang Yue, Jiang Yu Li, Bai Chiuyang, Jiang Yueshi, Pei Yichan. 5 freshmen made it to the finals. This is the first time in the history of the First Ability University's preliminaries. Quick, let me pinch myself and tell me this isn't real. Can a freshman really make it to the finals? What does that make us? Useless. I admit it, I am useless number 1. I lay it all out. I am useless number 2. At this rate, they won't really let freshmen win the spots for the intercollegiate exchange competition this year, will they? No way, no way. We can't be witnessing history. The top 3 in this year's martial arts exam are really impressive. Even if just one of them secures a spot, they'll definitely make a name for themselves on campus. Chapter 273, Avalanche. Jiang Yueshi and Pei Yichan win. Fire God Martial Arena. Frozen Snowfield. If you have the ability, defeat me, I haven't lost yet. Jiang Yueshi's complexion suddenly flushed with a sickly red, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Despite the environmental advantages, Du Ziting's cultivation was not much worse than hers. Without effective defense, she was actually heavily injured, and her strength had dropped significantly. More seriously, the continuous pain was eroding her nerves, causing her to break out in cold sweat. For someone who has always been afraid of pain, this was akin to torture. If it were before, she might have admitted defeat in this battle. But now, she had no intention of backing down. Not just for Xu Shi, but for Pei Yichan as well. At this moment, an incredibly strong thought filled her mind: at least take down Du Ziting and avenge Pei Yichan. No wonder they are the top 3 in this year's martial arts exam. Impressive. Du Ziting clenched his collar. Out of respect, we will defeat you with our strongest move. After speaking, Du Ziting glanced sideways at Du Xiaoman. Du Xiaoman instantly understood and nodded slightly. In an instant, a heavy rock armor covered her body again, revealing only a pair of pitch-black eyes. After the change, she slowly squatted down, hugging her head. Chapter 274, Luringia, damn it. What kind of formation is this? My God, they really made history. The double spots for the intercollegiate exchange competition were indeed taken by freshmen. Out of a total of 5 spots, freshmen have already occupied 2. This. Freshmen have secured spots, and I'm just sitting here watching. I was wrong. I'm not useless, I'm even less than useless. I have to say, the Du brothers are really unlucky, right? Just as they were about to win, they encountered an avalanche. This is catastrophic. Encountering an avalanche isn't even the most absurd part. The most absurd part is that Jiang Yueshi was completely unharmed. Could she be the child of destiny? You can't say. Jiang Yueshi's identity might indeed have some explanation, haven't you noticed? Her opponent seemed to have particularly bad luck. The scene was chaotic, like a bustling market. Everyone's hearts were shaken by this unexpected result. Before the preliminaries, Du Ziting and Du Xiaoman ranked 5th and 6th in the voting for spots in the exchange competition. Just behind Yi Shen, Yuan Shen, and Xiao Longdao and Lu Rinjia. Although their ranking doesn't seem high, they were undoubtedly the first among the duo teams. Chapter 275, Bai Chiuyang wins. Secures 3 spots. Damn it. What kind of formation is this? Lu Rinjia jumped to dodge a fireball attack, his face filled with horror. Although he wasn't hit at the moment and still had decent stamina, he was terrified because he realized he couldn't break out of this disorienting mist formation. The current mist formation was completely different from those he had encountered before. He had faced illusion-type formations in previous rounds, but he could easily break them with his strength. None had trapped him for more than 3 minutes. But now, it had long exceeded 3 minutes, and he still had no clue. It would be one thing if it were just that. Illusion-type formations were merely auxiliary formations, without any offensive capability. As long as one was willing to spend time, they could find some clues. But the problem now was that he had no intention of looking for weaknesses in the formation. Because this was not an ordinary illusion-type formation. This illusion-type formation also had offensive capabilities. How is one supposed to handle that? Whoosh! In Luringia's thoughts, 2 runes flickered in the sky, followed by 2 fireballs crashing towards him. The number of fireballs has increased. Luringia, with rich combat experience, quickly noticed this detail. Chapter 276, Sky Island Battle. Jiang Yuli vs Xiaolong Dao. Bai Chuyang wins. The 4 glaring big characters on the giant light screen declared Bai Chuyang's victory without a doubt. On the high platform, Shua, Xiaozan and Professor Liang both looked at Wu School as soon as they learned this result. Just a second ago, Wu School speculated that Bai Chuyang might win, and the next second, he really did win. Is it really as simple as that? Wu School, I didn't expect your understanding of formations to be so deep, impressive. Professor Liang sighed sincerely, and his evaluation of Wu School immediately rose a bit. Wu School, how did you judge that Bai Chuyang would win? Xiaozan looked puzzled. Oh, I just said it casually. Wu School waved his hand, seemingly unwilling to elaborate. But unable to withstand the 2's burning gazes, after pondering for a moment, he quickly found a reason. Actually, my reasoning is very simple. If Bai Chuyang's formation were weak, then the second stage 9th level Luringia would have broken it long ago. The fact that he hasn't broken it for so long definitely means he encountered some problems. And when facing a formation master, the longer you drag it out, the more dangerous it becomes. The sentence wasn't finished, but the meaning was already clear. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaozan and Professor Liang exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of strangeness in their eyes. Chapter 277, Look. The sky over Sky Island has darkened. As the 3rd match of today's preliminaries, the match between Jiang Yuli and Xiaolong Dao garnered a lot of attention. Since the announcement, the atmosphere has remained lively. Discussions about the outcome of the 2 have been ongoing. It's crazy, before this, I never even thought about whether Xiaolong Dao could win, but now, I'm actually wavering. Is it just my illusion? Or does it seem like Jiang Yuli might also win? You're not the only one feeling that way. Bai Chuyang, who performed mediocrely, could win. So it wouldn't be surprising if Jiang Yuli, who has been consistently strong, wins too. No, this is different. Xiaolong Dao is much stronger on the offensive end than Luringia. He has the ability to end the match instantly. Jiang Yuli's attack power also seems quite strong. I think the match between the 2 should be able to determine a winner very quickly. Xiao Shen must win. For the glory of the second years. If we lose to the freshmen again, we won't be able to lift our heads for the whole year. Go, Xiao Shen. If you win, I'll give you a monkey. Amid the noisy cheers, a wave of support quickly surged. The second-year students were truly anxious. Out of 5 competition spots, 3 had already been taken by freshmen. Chapter 278, Jiang Yuli wins. Secures the 4th combat slot. Above the Sky Island, the light has completely dimmed. Countless thunderclouds gather to form a grey-black barrier. The cloud layer, shrouded like a veil, flickers with electric arcs, filling the air with a sense of danger. It seems as if something terrifying lurks within the clouds, ready to overturn this realm at any moment. The strongest form, indeed formidable. Keeping her gaze fixed on the phantasm of Xiaolong Dao, Jiang Yuli's lips curled slightly. This is the strongest blow I can muster. If you can withstand it. At this point, Jiang Yuli's voice abruptly stopped, her smile widening, but unfortunately, you can't. While Xiaolong Dao unleashed his strongest form, she was not idle. She had been using her abilities to guide the surrounding thunderclouds. Her intention was the same as Xiaolong Dao's, both aiming for a quick resolution. However, the difference was that Xiao Longdao's strongest form could not last long, while she was fully aware of the immense power of her strongest strike in this moment. A single group of thunderclouds was insignificant. 3 or 5 groups had limited power. But when over 10 groups of thunderclouds fused together, a qualitative change was triggered by the quantitative increase. In an instant, all thunderclouds within and around the sky island were drawn together like magnets encountering a magnetic force. Chapter 279, Exposure. Yi Xuangyue, the Leaf God. Whether before the preliminaries, during the preliminaries, or now, the matches involving Yuan Man always attract significant attention. As the leader among the sophomore students, the only one to break into the third tier, Yuan Man is almost synonymous with the strongest representation of the sophomore class. As the final match of Yuan Man was about to begin, the discussions in the venue suddenly focused on him. Unsurprisingly, the most discussed topic was whether Yuan Man could win and maintain the last glory of the sophomore class. Before the other 3 finals began, the sophomore students would never discuss this before Yuan Man's match. But after 3 consecutive losses, they had to take this issue seriously. They've lost 3 in a row. Surely they won't lose this last match. After all, this is Yuan God. What are you thinking? Are you joking? Yuan God is different from Lu Renjia and Xiao Longdao. He is at the third tier. Who can eliminate him? That's right. Unless this Yi Xuangyue is indeed the Leaf God, otherwise it's impossible. What a coincidence, Yuan God's opponent also has the surname Yi. It startled me. I really thought she was the Leaf God. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Leaf God is way more domineering than her. Chapter 280, Fierce Battle. I only used 50 of my strength. On the Fenghua Shenzhen platform square, a massive light screen displayed the scene. You guessed it right. In response to Yuan Man's question, Yi Xuangyue quickly provided an answer. From the very beginning, she had no intention of hiding it, it was just that no one had asked until now. As soon as she spoke, it was like dropping a bomb in a tranquil lake. Yi Xuangyue's voice was not loud, but through the live broadcast screen, it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. It was as if the entire venue had pressed the pause button, and silence fell instantly. The sophomore students watching below exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. The dialogue between Yuan Man and Yi Xuangyue nearly shattered their worldview. Yi Xuangyue was actually the Leaf God. The Leaf God was not some senior in their third year, but a freshman in her first year. Such explosive news brought unimaginable shock. Expressions of shock, confusion, disbelief, and other complex feelings appeared one after another on the faces of the sophomore students. For a moment, the scene resembled a portrait painting, with each person expressing their astonishment in their own way. The Leaf God. Yi Xuangyue. It's insane. The two are actually the same person, how crazy. Who just said Yi Xuangyue might be the Leaf God? That person's words were spot on. Chapter 281, at this moment, just like then, Yi Xuangyue wins. On the combat arena, Yuan Man's face gradually stiffened, and his right eyelid twitched inexplicably. He had initially planned to hide his strength at the start, and then use words to disrupt his opponent's mindset. But unexpectedly, he ended up losing more than he gained. He didn't know if Yi Xuangyue's mindset was affected, but his own mindset was indeed influenced, and the impact was significant. He knew how terrifying Yi Xuangyue's talent was and how strong her combat power was. But the problem was, he was at the first level of the third tier. Isn't it said that the gap brought by a higher realm is enormous? Why didn't that difference manifest in their previous battle? They were evenly matched just now. As his brain continued to churn, a hint of anxiety flashed across Yuan Man's face. The persistent twitching of his right eyelid made him feel somewhat uneasy. His instincts told him to end this quickly, otherwise, it would be very dangerous. With this in mind, Yuan Man forcibly cast aside his chaotic thoughts and let out a sharp cry, "Take this." As his voice dropped, his figure vanished from his original spot. His trajectory was clear, and it even seemed slower than Lu Renjia's. But it was elusive, closing in on Yi Xuanyue at a strange angle. At this moment, the distance between the two was less than half a meter. Chapter 282, Securing all slots for the college exchange competition. On the Fenghua Shenzhen platform square. As the voice of the martial arts school rang out, it declared the end of the preliminaries. Regardless of what everyone thought in their hearts, the final result was that 5 freshmen secured all the slots for the college exchange competition. Moreover, these 5 freshmen were all Xu Che's disciples. In an instant, Xu Che and his 5 disciples, who had just walked out of the Fenghua Shenzhen platform, became the focal point of the entire venue. Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yuli, Bai Chiuyang, Jiang Yueshi, and Pei Yichan remained, while the others could disperse. The martial arts school's gaze swept over Yi Xuanyue and the others before it turned back to Xu Che. Pondering for a moment before quickly adding, "Please have Associate Professor Xu Che stay for a moment." With the martial arts school's command, the crowd in the square began to exit one after another. As the students left, their gazes almost inevitably turned towards Yi Xuanyue and the others. Expressions of surprise, unwillingness, shock, admiration, awe, and infatuation appeared in succession. As the mentors left, they also looked towards Xu Che. Most of them were filled with envy in their eyes. Achieving such results, Xu Che's future promotions would surely be a streamlined process. Xu Che was not idle either. He quickly approached Yi Xuanyue and the others. A faint smile appearing on his face. "Good job, each of you performed very well this time." Chapter 283, News spreads. Yi Xuanyue and the others gain fame. The sun rose as usual. The hour hand pointed to 8 o'clock. The annual college exchange competition preliminaries had concluded, and the results quickly spread throughout the campus. Although there were quite a few students who went to watch the battle at the Fenghua Shenwu platform yesterday, many students still did not watch it live. After a night of fermentation and transmission, the news that the freshmen completely defeated the sophomore and snatched 5 battle slots has spread like wildfire. Whether it's on the campus network or at offline gatherings, wherever people gather, discussions abound. The names of Yi Xuanyue, Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, Bai Chiuyang, and Pei Yichan have become well known on campus. Of course, the most notable name is undoubtedly Yi Xuanyue. As the champion of this year's martial arts examination, Yi Xuanyue's attention was already high. Recently, the title Yi God has gained significant exposure on campus. The fact that Yi Xuanyue is Yi God has created a situation where 11 is greater than 2. Nowadays, on campus, Yi Xuanyue's reputation even overshadows Yuan Man. She has subtly become a leader among the freshmen and sophomores. The vast majority of students recognize Yi Xuanyue's strength. After all, Yi God has 2 records of defeating Yuan Man head-on at the Fenghua Shenwu platform. In Professor Bai's courtyard, Xu Shi, is this the soul-splitting pill? Seeing the blue pill in Xu Che's hand continuously emitting energy fluctuations, Bai Chiuyang's voice was rarely tinged with excitement. The thought of soon obtaining a second avatar made her have no reason not to be thrilled. All this time, the reason she could progress so quickly in formations and charms was due to the extra avatar. Before meeting Xu Shi, she thought her talent was among the best. But after encountering Xu Shi and interacting with Yi Xuanyue and the Jiang sisters, she realized that her talent might not be that impressive. Not to mention comparing herself to Yi Xuanyue, her progress was even slower than that of the Jiang sisters. Although the difficulty of advancing in formations and charms is inherently high, she still felt a bit lost. Now, with the soul-splitting pill and the soul division array finally in place, as long as she successfully obtains the second avatar, she believes her new formation will surely be successful. Her own strength will definitely usher in an explosion. That's right, freshly made. Xu Che smiled. After Yi Xuanyue and the others left the Fenghua Shenwu platform yesterday, they went straight to Qianqiu Wanxiang Pavilion, quickly exchanging the 3 main materials: ghost face mushroom, mandrake. And corpse fragrance taro. Boom. Hearing the continuous system prompt sounds in his ears, Shuche rarely swallowed. What is surprise? This is what surprise is. If his expected harvest was 80 points, then the current harvest is 120 points. He wasn't particularly surprised that Bai Chuyang's talent successfully rose from S level to SS level. After all, he had been busy with the soul-splitting pill and the soul division array for so long, and this was a guaranteed reward. What surprised him was that Bai Chuyang's cultivation actually skyrocketed from the second stage 7th level to the third stage 1st level. Her cultivation directly surpassed Yi Shuangyue, becoming the first among the 5 direct disciples to break through to the third stage. This is enough to prove how terrifying the SS level talent, Wanjing is. It's definitely not just about having an extra avatar. In the blink of an eye, various thoughts flashed through Shuche's mind. The next moment, a gasp of cold air sounded. It wasn't amazement, it was sheer delight, accompanied by the 100-fold cultivation return brought by Bai Chuyang's continuous breakthroughs to the third stage. Shuche felt as if his entire soul had been massaged, feeling incredibly relaxed. There was no pain like the previous expansion of meridians. Everything was as smooth as flowing water. The terrifying energy did not dissipate in the slightest, it was all absorbed into his body without a drop left. Shushi helped me achieve this. Bai Chuyang turned her gaze to Shuche, her eyes filled with gratitude. The benefits of condensing a second avatar are hard to describe unless experienced firsthand. The most intuitive change is that her understanding of formations and charms has instantly jumped several levels. This has caused her cultivation to explode from the second stage 7th level to the third stage 1st level. During this time, she didn't even feel the shackles of breaking through to the third stage. More importantly, this is only the beginning. She can sense that there are many undeveloped abilities within the second avatar. Once fully developed, she believes her strength can achieve an even greater leap. Professor Bai turned to Shuche, his expression particularly complex. He had previously suspected that Bai Chuyang's second avatar might be related to Shuche. Now that he has confirmation, he feels a deep sense of emotion. A month ago, because of a word from Shuche, he successfully found the opportunity for a breakthrough. Therefore, it was the best choice to leave Bai Chuyang in Shuche's care during his closed-door training. However, he never expected that the results would be this good. To be honest, even if he had not gone into seclusion and personally guided Bai Chuyang, it would have been impossible for her to progress this quickly. As night fell in the faculty residence at Shuche's home, although it was late, Shuche still hadn't rested. He was sweating despite not practicing the breathing technique. His expression particularly focused. At this moment, he was trying to optimize the ripple breathing technique and Thousand Shadows instant kill. At the 4th stage of the extraordinary level, he had no way to optimize these two inferior heavenly techniques and battle skills. Now that he had just broken through to the 5th stage master, he immediately had the ability to optimize. However, with his recent entry into the 5th stage, he couldn't optimize too much. At least, he wasn't yet capable of elevating the two inferior heavenly techniques and battle skills to mid-tier heavenly level. But based on this progress, he was sure he could achieve it before reaching the 6th stage master. After more than half an hour passed, Shuche finally wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and stopped optimizing. Not bad, both the operation speed and power had significantly improved. He tried operating the breathing technique and battle skills in succession, and Shuche's expression was quite satisfied. This result was completely within his expectations. After all, mid-tier heavenly techniques and battle skills are incredibly precious. If it were that easy to optimize and complete, he would truly be financially free. By then, purchasing low-tier techniques and battle skills and optimizing them to mid-tier, or even top-tier heavenly level for sale, would be extremely satisfying. In the Beast Mastery system at the back mountain, Little Black, Little White, do you dare to come again? Are you itching for a beating? accompanied by a sharp voice. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop by 2 degrees instantly. The moment they heard the sound, Haiten and Shueqiu shivered all over. Reflexively, they covered their heads and butts and retreated backwards. Haiten hid behind Li Suwei, while Shueqiu hid behind Jiang Lianyue. Oh 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 oh. The two monkeys locked eyes and bared their teeth, seeing deep fear in each other's eyes. Just thinking about the silver fox's torment made them tremble. Rustle. A sudden breeze stirred, causing the leaves nearby to rustle. Immediately after, a tall figure, nearly 2 meters in height, appeared, its entire body covered in lazy, silvery fur. The amber vertical pupils glimmered, revealing a human-like mocking expression. Most astonishingly, it had a total of 8 tails behind it. Silver Fox. It was I who asked Haiten and Shueqiu to bring me to find you. Li Suwei, as a beast-taming professor, took 2 steps forward to speak. In terms of strength, he naturally surpassed the Silver Fox. But the Silver Fox was the strongest spirit beast in their beast-taming department, and if provoked, the entire back mountain would be in chaos. Chapter 289, A Shiver Down the Spine. Evolved 8-tailed Silver Fox Bloodline. Shu Che. Brother Shu. Oh oh oh, ah. Jiang Lianyue, Li Suwei, Haiten, and Shueqiu all looked towards the newcomer. The first 2 had a flash of joy in their eyes, while the latter 2 beasts showed a hint of surprise. One reason was that they had never seen Shu Che before. The other was that Shu Che was actually riding on Baizu, Li Suwei's contracted spirit beast. Once upon a time, Baizu was a little tyrant in the back mountain, with strength comparable to or even surpassing the 2. Although it later recognized Li Suwei as its contracted spirit beast, its pride remained unbroken. It could be said that apart from Li Suwei, it had never seen anyone Baizu would willingly carry. Ara Baizu, with its glossy black mane, first snorted at Haiten and Shueqiu. Then cautiously looked at the Silver Fox. During this time, it didn't even glance at Li Suwei. Those who understood knew it was Li Suwei's contracted spirit beast. Those who didn't might think it was Shu Che's contracted spirit beast. Haiten and Shueqiu exchanged doubtful glances at Li Suwei. Li Suwei's old face flushed, turning away, looking somewhat embarrassed. On Baizu's back, Shu Che first nodded in acknowledgement, and then carefully scrutinized the nearby 8-tailed Silver Fox. Chapter 290, 8 Tails and 9 Tails. Silver Fox Breakthrough. Brother Shu, I can understand everything else, but can the task you assigned to Haiten and Shueqiu actually be done? Seeing the excited expressions on Haiten and Shueqiu, Li Suwei's heart thumped. Although he didn't say it outright, he felt that Shu Che's final suggestion was somewhat unreliable. No matter how he looked at it, it seemed too far-fetched. Even though he was a well-informed beast-taming professor, it was still the first time he had heard of such a method of evolutionary bloodlines. Professor Li, you can rest assured, I have a plan in mind. Shu Che did not appear surprised by Li Suwei's reaction. If it weren't for seeing all the information provided by a breaking illusion, he would probably have doubted this method as well. He knew very well that this method was an indispensable part of the process. All right. Seeing Shu Che's confident expression, Li Suwei did not say more, raising his head to look at the bright moon and asking, when do we start? Shu Che took a deep breath. His voice clear, right now. As his voice fell, the spirit-gathering array roared to life. The operation of the array was like sounding the charge. And the relevant personnel immediately began to act in an orderly fashion. Inside the array, the Silver Fox did not hesitate, immediately activating the bloodline method to communicate with the moonlight. At this moment, it was the night of the full moon, plus the assistance of the spirit-gathering array. Chapter 291, Are you interested in joining my beast-taming department, as an associate professor? At the top of the back mountain of the beast-taming department, Brother Shu. Are you interested in working in my beast-taming department? Li Suwei struggled to tear his gaze away from the Silver Fox, immediately focusing intently on Shu Che. The fervor in his eyes was completely unmasked. Witnessing the silver fox evolve from 8 tails to 9 tails, from 5th rank to 6th rank, as a beast-taming professor, he felt more excited than anyone else and understood what this meant. It meant that other spirit beasts, with bloodline inheritance, could also evolve. It meant that Shuche was practically a divine existence in beast-taming. Previously, after Shuche became an associate professor in the array and talisman departments, his desire to invite Shuche had diminished. But now, that thought suddenly resurfaced and reached its peak. If Shuche joined, the beast-taming department would surely thrive. Huh? Shuche looked slightly taken aback, completely not expecting Professor Li's thought process to be so quick. Shouldn't they be marveling at the silver fox's transformation right now? How did it turn to him? Don't worry, Brother Shu, as long as you come to my beast-taming department, you're guaranteed to be an associate professor. Seeing Shuche's slightly strange expression, Li Suwei quickly followed up with an offer. Forget about the levels of titles, he went straight to the point. Chapter 292, Assemble. Head to Cave 5. Yes, it's the 9-nether mystic cat. Shuche's gaze instantly locked onto the 9-tailed silver fox. His eyes suddenly shining with a strange light. Do you know where the 9-nether mystic cat is? The heart that had been sinking suddenly surged up. The underworld spirit cat had always been just his speculation regarding the 9-nether mystic cat, with no one to confirm it. Now, this statement from the 9-tailed silver fox was equivalent to validating that claim. More importantly, since the 9-tailed silver fox could say this name, it might actually know the hiding place of the 9-nether mystic cat. Li Suwei's gaze also turned towards the 9-tailed silver fox, sensing that the situation was not simple. The 9-tailed silver fox shook its head. I don't know where the 9-nether mystic cat is. A hint of disappointment flashed in Shuche's eyes. Although I don't know, someone does. The 9-tailed silver fox lazily lay down, but its back remained steady without a tremor. Who? Shuche immediately called out, his tone somewhat urgent. If he could get accurate information, it would save a lot of effort. The 9-tailed silver fox hesitated at first about whether to answer. But seeing its newly evolved 9 tails, it quickly made up its mind to speak. Howling Moon Sky Wolf. Howling Moon Sky Wolf. Shuche and Li Suwei repeated in unison, their eyes immediately showing confusion. Chapter 293, The Plan of the Owl, the Egg of the Howling Moon Sky Wolf. The sun slowly rose, casting long shadows from the supply base of Cave 5. As a new day began, everything felt renewed. As the only supply base for Cave 5, it had already become lively early in the morning. In the rest hall, variously dressed supernatural beings came and went. Although the scene was chaotic, it also had a touch of everyday life. This was the characteristic of the rest hall. The ability users heading to dungeon number 5 were always tense, and many could only feel at ease in such an environment. While relaxing their nerves, they could also chat, joke, and boast, creating a lively atmosphere. Sigh, I said. Have you heard? It's said that the core area of dungeon number 5 has been a bit unsettled these past few days, with many ferocious beasts scattering for some unknown reason. I said, Tai Dan, your information is way too outdated, right? There are already rumors that the Howling Moon Wolf inside dungeon number 5 has gone mad. No way, right? The Howling Moon Wolf is highly intelligent and hasn't made an appearance for many years. How could it suddenly go crazy now? Who knows? But the news is quite detailed, and some even say the Howling Moon Wolf has been seriously injured. Regardless, it's best to be cautious in the near future. If we encounter a mad Howling Moon Wolf, we might not even know how we died. Chapter 294, What a level, even the spirit beasts are stronger than me. Very good. Kong Shao's gaze kept shifting between Jiang Lian Yu, Yi Shuang Yu, Jiang Yu Li, Jiang Yu Shi, and Pei Yi Chen. He automatically ignored the little Taoist priest by Chiu Yang, and completely overlooked Shuche in the center. Hearing the exclamations in the hall made him seem disdainful. He thought to himself, what kind of beauties could there be in this godforsaken place? These people just lack experience. However, when he turned around, he realized he was wrong. Very wrong. Even with his broad knowledge and picky taste, he could find no fault with the beauty of the individuals before him. Young master. Noticing Kong Xiao's gaze, Uncle Hai gently shook his head. Don't cause unnecessary trouble. As Kong Xiao's guardian, he was extremely familiar with Kong Xiao's recent expression. Being from the side branch of the Kong family, Kong Xiao was naturally inferior to the direct line, which had twisted his inner self since childhood. Kong Xiao's recent gaze indicated he was interested. Under normal circumstances, the women he focused on would likely suffer misfortune. He wouldn't usually care, but today was special. Before the final netting operation, he didn't want to stir up trouble. All right. A hint of disappointment flashed in Kong Xiao's eyes. Then he looked longingly a few more times and couldn't help but lick his lips. Chapter 295, Make a Move. Instant kill the 5th stage Lava Rhino King. Dungeon No. 5. In a certain area of the outskirts, the sound of metal clashing was constant. From a distance, one could faintly see electric light and icy mist, and even clearly feel the fluctuations of the formation. In the center of the noise and phenomena were Yishuang Yu, Jiang Yu Li, Bai Qiu Yang, Jiang Yu Shi, and Pei Yi Chen gathered together. Each had their eyes alertly scanning the surroundings, their hands never pausing in movement. Surrounding them were countless corroded iron ants. Each corroded iron ant was about the size of a teddy bear, looking quite ferocious. However, each individual corroded iron ant probably wouldn't even be considered a first-stage ferocious beast. But when they were grouped together, they became a formidable force. A mass of them could reach the 3rd stage level. This was the most common type of ferocious beast in Dungeon Number 5. But for Yishuang Yu and the others, it posed a considerable challenge. After all, among the 5, only Bai Qiu Yang's avatar had reached the 3rd stage. Yishuang Yu and the Jiang sisters were still some distance away from the 3rd stage. As for Pei Yi Chen, she was even farther from it. Although dealing with corroded iron ants was quite challenging, the group's performance was commendable. Yishuang Yu rolled up her sleeves, and with each attack, the clear sound of metal clashing resonated. Chapter 296. Yishuang Yu breaks through to the 3rd stage. Jiang Lian Yu's pupils slightly dilated, and her eyelashes fluttered faster. She silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, her voice faintly dry. 5th stage cultivation. This disorganized sentence fully expressed her internal shock. In an instant, she realized how absurd her previous thoughts were. She had been very worried that Xu Che would get hurt. Now it seemed that her earlier concern was completely unnecessary. Instead of worrying about Xu Che, she should have been worrying about the Lava Rhino King. A single strike defeated the 5th stage mid-tier Lava Rhino King. Xu Che's current strength far exceeded her expectations. That's right, I said there was no need to worry. The 9-tailed silver fox's eyes twinkled with intelligence, her gaze shimmering. From the moment she first saw Xu Che, she had keenly judged his strength. Yet at this moment, she still felt somewhat surprised. She had determined that Xu Che could definitely defeat the Lava Rhino King, but she hadn't expected him to win so decisively. Jiang Lian Yu did not respond. Slightly dazed as she nodded, her gaze lowered, lost in thought. Though her expression seemed calm, her heart was already in turmoil. After successfully contracting the 9-tailed silver fox, and receiving feedback on her cultivation, she felt she was not that far behind Xu Che. Chapter 297, The Jiang Sisters Break Through. In Dungeon Number 5, there were numerous small teams. Xu Che's team was undoubtedly a rather unique one. However, there were quite a few teams as special as Xu Che's. The team Kong Xiao was in was one of them. Other teams, whenever they hunted ferocious beasts, generally would take the materials from the beasts. But Kong Xiao's team did not. It was as if they didn't care at all about the materials that could be exchanged for money. Not even taking a glance at them. In fact, this was true. For ordinary ability users, the selling price of 5th stage ferocious beast materials was quite substantial. But for Kong Xiao, that little money was not even enough to pay Li Yang and Li Tai. What he wanted was far more precious than 5th stage ferocious beast materials. Bang! Next to Kong Xiao and Uncle Hai, Li Yang and Li Tai, dressed in battle uniforms, unleashed their full firepower. One was a 5th stage master, while the other was a 4th stage extraordinary on the verge of breaking through to the 5th stage. With the two of them present, no surrounding ferocious beasts, whether below or above the 5th stage, could come close to Kong Xiao. Uncle Fu, are we moving a bit slowly? At this pace, it might take us half a month to reach the core area of dungeon number 5. Watching Li Yang and Li Tai in battle, Kong Xiao's expression showed a hint of impatience. Chapter 298, Opportunities in the Spirit Plant Valley. Spirit Plant Valley. Wow, is this Spirit Plant Valley? So spectacular, so many people. Jiang Yushi widened her eyes at the scene before her, filled with disbelief. Behind Jiang Yushi, everyone had similar expressions. They were all shocked by the sight in front of them. Rather than a valley, Spirit Plant Valley resembled a great rift. The oval-shaped crack extended deep underground, with mist obscuring the bottom. Accompanying the mist were waves of strange energy fluctuations. The energy fluctuations rose and fell in a rhythmic manner, as if the valley was breathing. At this moment, people were already gathered at various positions above the rift. One by one, everyone looked eagerly toward the valley floor, their eyes filled with desire. As a unique magical place of cave number 5, the appearance of strange energy in the Spirit Plant Valley is extremely irregular. To encounter it by chance excites everyone present. Although encountering energy fluctuations in the Spirit Plant Valley does not guarantee obtaining spirit plants, there is no danger to life in trying, so who knows, they might get lucky. Therefore, upon receiving the news that the Spirit Plant Valley had opened, almost all the nearby teams rushed over, including Shu Chei's team. It was completely random. Everyone had a chance, right? Chapter 299, The Jiang Sisters Break Through Again. Entering the 3rd stage. Oh my god. 2 more spirit plants. So fast. Who is that short guy? So lucky, it looks like the spirit plants are actively seeking him out. No, these 2 spirit plants suddenly turned around. The sudden turn of events left many people present with their jaws dropped. The unexpected change in direction of the 2 spirit plants caught almost everyone off guard. This scene was just too dramatic. Don't just stand there, reach out quickly. In just a 1/10 of a second, Shu Chei's eyes lit up as he immediately reminded. Unable to contain the smile on his lips. He had thought this time they would likely return empty-handed, but unexpectedly, there was a surprise. The 2 spirit plants, one purple and one white, were flying directly toward their team. How could they refuse such an opportunity? Not just Shu Chei, but the expressions of Jiang Lianyue and the others were also filled with excitement. There was no need for Shu Chei to remind them. They had already stretched out their hands in preparation to catch the spirit plants. Little spirit plants, come to my pocket. Jiang Yueshi reacted very quickly, her eyes shining as she waved at the spirit plant emitting white light. She could clearly feel that this spirit plant was very important to her. This aura. Her gaze was fixed on the spirit plant emitting purple light, and Jiang Yueli's expression was slightly excited. Chapter 300, Kong Xiao follows, Shu Chei breaks through. Boom. Boom. As the energy around Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi continued to fluctuate, the 2 sisters both broke through to the 3rd stage. They did it. Jiang Yueshi exclaimed first. Her eyes filled with joy that she couldn't hide. This breakthrough was undoubtedly the easiest one yet. Everything seemed to fall into place effortlessly, with no obstacles or pain at all. She had thought she was still far from breaking through to the 3rd stage. However, the surprise came so suddenly. With the frost moon vine of the ice attribute, the breakthrough was as easy as drinking cold water. Crackle. Jiang Yueli did not speak. But there was a flicker of lightning in her pupils. She opened her hands, and arcs of electricity flickered in her palms, rapidly condensing into a purple lightning ball. The entire process took less than a second. ZZZZZ. Crushing the lightning ball, Jiang Yueli's inner fighting spirit surged. She couldn't wait to find a fierce beast to fight and validate her current strength. With Jiang Yueli and Jiang Yueshi successfully breaking through to the third stage, Yi Shuangyue and others also expressed their happiness. Especially Pei-chan, who wore a heartfelt smile on her face. Although the spirit plants did not fly toward her, she was still very happy. Chapter 301, Kong Xiao retreats, searching for the howling moon wolf. Retreat! 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 At the same time that the nine-tailed silver fox killed the dark golden deer in seconds, Uncle Hai's hoarse yet penetrating voice rang out, exploding in the ears of Li Yang and Li Tai. Having witnessed the death of the dark golden deer, the two of them had already developed a sense of retreat. After all, they were just mercenaries, not risking their lives for Kong Xiao. Hearing Uncle Hai's call, they immediately turned and retreated without hesitation. In an instant, apart from the corpse of the dark golden deer, there was nothing else at the scene. So boring. The nine-tailed silver fox looked at Li Yang and Li Tai fleeing and muttered in dissatisfaction, its dark golden vertical pupils locking onto Uncle Hai. Among the four people on the opposite side, only this person made her feel a slight sense of threat. Uncle Hai stepped forward to protect Kong Xiao, finally releasing his sixth-stage cultivation, without any concealment. The nine-tailed silver fox had just broken through to the sixth stage, while he was a first-level sixth stage with a short lifespan. The confrontation between the fox and the man had a somewhat confrontational feel. Damn it! This beast actually belongs to their team. Staring intently at the corpse of the dark golden deer, Kong Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, and his voice sounded as if it was squeezed out from his throat. Above his head, a faint black smoke was rising. Chapter 302, The Howling Moon Wolf is in danger. Xu Che saves the day. In the core area of cave number 5, outside a huge nest. Strangely, despite the presence of so many fifth-stage fierce beasts in the core area, there was not a single one near the nest. Even if a fierce beast passed by, it would quickly leave with its tail between its legs. This was because the master of this nest was the howling moon wolf. It had been famously present even before the formation of cave number 5. Uncle Hai, are you sure the howling moon wolf is inside? Kong Xiao bit his lip tightly. His voice laced with disbelief. Isn't this its nest? How dare it appear here? He had guessed that the howling moon wolf would definitely hide after being injured. Yet, he did not expect the hiding place of the howling moon wolf to be so careless. This is the cunning nature of the howling moon wolf. Uncle Hai squinted. The so-called most dangerous place is the safest place. The intelligence of the howling moon wolf is far greater than we imagined. If it weren't for my previous precautions, I might not have thought that it would hide here. Kong Xiao looked enlightened, then quickly urged, Uncle Hai, what are we waiting for? Let's act quickly. I must get this howling moon wolf egg. Chapter 303, 5 Directly Transmitted War Supernatural. Howling Moon Wolf's Nest. It's you again. As Xu Che and his group appeared, Xu Che's voice echoed in the cave. Kong Xiao's gaze almost instantly locked onto Xu Che. His jaw clenched tightly. I spared you last time, and now you dare to come over. You really are looking for death. Seeing that they were just one last move away from successfully exterminating the howling moon wolf, the appearance of this meddler made Kong Xiao feel very frustrated. Kid, do you really want to oppose us? Do you know our identities? Uncle Hai's gaze was restrained, his voice as cold as the winter of December. His hands under his sleeves suddenly clenched tightly, ready to strike at any moment. The previous retreat was to avoid delaying the task of killing the howling moon wolf and obtaining the wolf egg. But now it was different. The team in front clearly intended to protect the howling moon wolf, which was pure opposition to them. If it weren't for the nine-tailed silver fox being right in front of him, he would have already made his move. Faced with the verbal provocations from Kong Xiao and Uncle Hai, Xu Che still ignored Kong Xiao and turned his gaze to Uncle Hai. Speaking, no matter what your identities are, since I am here, you won't be able to harm the Howling Moon Sky Wolf. His expression was calm. But Xu Che felt a bit fearful inside. Chapter 304, What a coincidence, you have a phantom body too. Have you forgotten about us? Just as Li Tai was about to rush towards the Howling Moon Sky Wolf, Yishuang Yue, Jiang Yu Li, Jiang Yu Shi, Bai Chuyang, and Pei Chan slowly surrounded him. The one who spoke was the senior sister Yishuang Yue. Jiang Yu Li's palm flickered with thunder, and his combat intent surged in his eyes. Jiang Yu Shi was enveloped in a cold aura, protecting Pei Chan in front of her, ready to form an ice wall the moment a fight broke out. Bai Chuyang's eyes moved, and the formation flags in his sleeves were eager to move. Despite facing an obviously injured opponent with the weakest aura among them, the group did not back down. Humph! Li Tai looked around at Yishuang Yue and the others, and a sneer escaped from the corner of his mouth. His expression quickly turned to one of ridicule, as if looking at fools. Even though he was heavily injured, he still had 4th-tier extraordinary combat power. Yet none of the 5 in front of him were 4th-tier extraordinary. Did they really think they could stop him with such strength? Do you think you can stop me with just you few? Li Tai posed, his smile growing colder. I am a dignified 4th-tier extraordinary. If I were to be attacked by you little ones, before Li Tai could finish his sentence, Yishuang Yue interrupted him. Before the words had even left her mouth, a series of dazzling thunderballs had already struck towards him. Rodents. Chapter 305, 5 Inherited Extinction Extraordinary. Cough cough. The Howling Moon Sky Wolf coughed painfully twice, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. The pain stimulated her to weakly open her eyes. She saw the 9-tailed silver fox engaging in combat with the 6th-tier fighter, who called himself Uncle Hai, exchanging blows back and forth. A hint of worry flickered in the Howling Moon Sky Wolf's eyes. In her prime, she could have easily swatted away a 6th-tier human like Uncle Hai with a single claw. But now, the situation had reversed drastically. With her remaining strength, she feared she wouldn't last even one move against him. Because of this, she felt anxious. Although the 9-tailed silver fox had high talent and successfully broke through to the 6th tier, defeating the opponent would be difficult. If the 9-tailed silver fox couldn't escape first, the rest of the team would likely face even greater difficulties. Realizing this, the Howling Moon Sky Wolf slowly turned her massive head. Her gaze first landed on the formation that had appeared out of thin air in the arena. The energy within the formation surged, and the light waves shifted, making it unclear for the time being. After observing for a few seconds, her gaze shifted to Jiang Lianyue and Kong Xiao, who were locked in a staring contest. Though they appeared to be meditating without moving, the Howling Moon Sky Wolf could sense 2 powerful mental energies clashing against each other. The battle between 2 psychic-type ability users seemed calm, but was exceptionally dangerous. In a fight between enhancement-type or natural-type ability users, one could at least see the opponent's moves and retreat if things went wrong. Chapter 306, Innate Killing Saint Body. Crush them to ashes, by Chuyang. Inside the formation, Li Tai's body was pierced by dense rock spikes, suspended in mid-air, with crimson blood dripping down from the spikes. Drip. Drip. In the dead silence of the formation space, the sound of blood dripping was clear in everyone's ears. Thud. Thud. The sound of footsteps echoed as Xu Che walked slowly to the front of Yishuang Yue and the others. Taking a brief, spasmodic breath, he silently gave a thumbs up, impressive. During his speech, he felt a sense of pride. Although he was confident in the strength of his 5 direct disciples and believed they could hold on until he arrived to rescue them, he never expected that under their cooperation, they could actually kill a 4th-tier extraordinary. Even if it was an injured 4th-tier extraordinary, it was still a formidable opponent. It should be noted that Yishuang Yue, Jiang Yu Li, Jiang Yu Shi, and Bai Chiuyang were only 3rd tier. Pei Yichan was even only 2nd tier. If this news were to spread, it would surely cause a sensation. If Lingwu University heard about it, they might directly choose to forfeit in the upcoming intercollegiate exchange competition. Without this formation, we wouldn't have been able to do it, Yi Shuangyue said humbly. Yes. This formation is amazing. It not only traps the enemy, but also has fireballs and rock spikes. Chapter 307, Kong Shao is dead. Yes, I am Kong Shao. A genuine member of the Kong family. In the lair of the Howling Moon Sky Wolf, despite being choked by Shu Che with one hand. His face turning red like a monkey's, but Kong Shao revealed a hint of arrogance as he spoke. For so many years, he had taken pride in this identity. This identity brought him numerous benefits. Without being a member of the Kong family, he would never have had a 6th-tier protector. Nor could he have contracted a 4th-tier spirit beast at such a young age. Not only that, but this identity had also shielded him from countless disasters. Without this layer of identity, the dirty deeds he had done over the years would have been enough to get him executed 8 times over. And this time, he also believed that his identity as a member of the Kong family could save his life. Rest assured, as long as you let me go, I will not hold you accountable for anything you have done to me. If you don't believe me, I can swear. Seeing Shu Che deep in thought, Kong Shao hurriedly spoke. Though he said this, he internally gritted his teeth and swore that if he survived, he would definitely crush the person in front of him to ashes. Not just him, he wouldn't let anyone else off either. Those who had seen him in a cowardly state would not escape. The Kong family. Shu Che's face slowly revealed a hint of intrigue. Chapter 308, Contracting the Little Sky Wolf. The light rain gradually stopped. The dark clouds dispersed, and the sunset poured down from the dome, illuminating the lair of the Howling Moon Sky Wolf. A gentle breeze blew, and everything appeared so tranquil and harmonious. If one ignored the bodies of Kong Shao and Uncle Hai on the ground, Shu Che looked down at the 2 corpses with an expression neither sad nor happy. No matter the reason, the enmity with the Kong family had been established. However, he did not regret this outcome. If given the chance to do it again, he would still act the same way, especially after witnessing Kong Shao abandon Uncle Hai. Swish! Swish! All eyes in the scene focused on Shu Che's face, each expression varying. The 9-tailed silver fox's fluffy tail swayed unconsciously, her vertical pupils focused on Shu Che, as she couldn't help but lick her lips. She had already prepared to strike at any moment, but unexpectedly, she found no opportunity to act. Just now, Shu Che's psychological tactics left her astonished. A few words had effortlessly resolved the situation against a 6th-tier powerhouse that even she struggled to defeat. Killing required not just strength, but also cunning. It was terrifying. For a moment, the 9-tailed silver fox looked at Shu Che with a hint of wariness in its eyes. Winning, Jiang Lian Yu could clearly feel her heart racing. Her cheeks flushed. The reflection of Shu Che's chiseled profile was visible in her pupils, her gaze growing more fervent. Chapter 309, Terrifying Potential, Extraordinary Before It Even Hatches. I want you to agree to contract the Little Sky Wolf. The Howling Moon Sky Wolf's voice was still weak, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Sky Wolf, you, the 9-tailed silver fox's ears perked up suddenly, its expression slightly astonished. It clearly remembered that the other party had previously asked it to take the Little Sky Wolf away, also mentioning that if it encountered a suitable human, it could contract the Little Sky Wolf to them. But looking at the current situation, the Sky Wolf obviously seemed to have a preference for Shu Che. No. Not just a preference, but a strong one. To obtain information about the 9 Yuan cat, one must first contract the Little Sky Wolf. Listen, look. It seemed to imply a desire for Shu Che to contract the Little Sky Wolf. Was this still the Howling Moon Sky Wolf that had previously looked down upon humans? Its eyes darted around, finally landing on Shu Che's face. Staring at Shu Che's somewhat bewildered expression, it instinctively licked its lips. To make the Howling Moon Sky Wolf put aside its pride, Shuchei's potential was far greater than it had imagined. Huh? Shuchei was also a bit astonished. He almost wanted to dig into his ears to confirm if there was a problem with his hearing. He had thought the Howling Moon Sky Wolf would take the opportunity to propose some difficult conditions, such as healing potions or precious materials. He never expected the other party's condition to be so simple, actually asking for a contract with the little Sky Wolf. Chapter 310, Promotion. SSS level talent, words follow the law. More than 10 kilometers southwest of the Howling Moon Sky Wolf's lair, there stood a small mountain. This mountain was called the 100 Caves. The name sounds very imposing. But in reality, the small mountain isn't large and doesn't have 100 caves. Even though there aren't 100 caves, one can see entrances leading deep inside the mountain everywhere they look. As for where these entrances ultimately lead or whether they are connected, probably only the beasts living in the 100 caves know. At the foot of the 100 caves, 7 people and 1 beast stood. They were Shuchei and his group, who had followed the clues given by the Howling Moon Sky Wolf. At this moment, the 7 people and 1 beast looked up at the 100 caves. And no one spoke. The 9 Yuan cat is here. How are we supposed to find it? Jiang Yueshi blinked, being the first to break the tranquil atmosphere. Their group, along with the 9-tailed silver fox, only made 8 in total, and at most, they could enter 8 caves simultaneously. Assuming none of the caves were interconnected, they would need to explore 7 or 8 times to search through them all. If they encountered interconnected caves, the time spent would multiply. Although Yi Xuanyue and Jiang Yuli didn't speak, their brows were already furrowed. Clearly, they also couldn't think of a good method for the time being. I can cast a tracking array, but the range is limited. I estimate it can only probe 3 caves simultaneously. Chapter 311, Evolution. SSS level ability, 9 Calamity Response Dragon. At the peak of the 100 caves, behind Shuchei, the image of the sunlight Huang Long was rapidly changing. In addition to the obvious double wings sprouting from its back, many thorny scales appeared out of nowhere on its back. Its head and claws became longer and more slender, its snout sharper, and its dragon whiskers more agile. Within moments, a rugged primal aura emerged. At this moment, looking again, the Huang Long image had drastically changed. Its brow was high, teeth sharp. Its forehead was prominent, neck slender, belly large, tail tip long, and limbs strong. At a glance, it was intimidating. Indeed. Feeling the changes in his body, especially seeing the dragon patterns flourishing on his surface, Shuchei clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly. He was 90% sure that his talent had evolved again. Since his talent evolved to S-level, Sunlight Huang Long, there hadn't been any changes for a long time. This time, seeking the 9 Yuan cat to help Pei Yi-chan promote her talent, he had been pondering whether this action could evolve his own talent again. Now it seemed, without a doubt, it had succeeded. Taking a deep breath to clear his chaotic thoughts, Shuchei felt somewhat anxious, and immediately verified it. The next moment. Name Shuchei, level 5th stage, 2nd level, ability, enhancement system SSS level ability, 9 Calamity Response Dragon, Chapter 312. The power of words follow the law begins to show. Only able to maintain for an hour a day. Shuchei instinctively furrowed his brows, his expression slightly disappointed. But he quickly relaxed. The fact that the 9 Yuan cat could allow Pei Yi-chan to temporarily elevate her talent from F level to SSS level was already incredibly extraordinary. Being able to maintain it for an hour was quite good. At least within that hour, Pei Yi-chan would be a genius with SSS level talent. Moreover, she would be a genius among geniuses. If S-level talent ability users are the backbone of the Great Shia, then SSS-level talent ability users are the pillars of the nation that support the land. Each one is a rare treasure for the Great Shia. Even if Pei Yi-chan could only maintain it for an hour, if this talent were to be known by the Great Shia Alliance, she would likely be immediately regarded as a key training target to be protected. Continuing to look down, Shuchei's brows were now tightly knit. Not because he couldn't optimize the heavenly grade superior breathing technique Wuchang Jueyin Jing, but because of the conditions required to permanently elevate his talent to SSS, words follow the law. The other sure soul-calling flower. His eyes narrowed slightly as Shuchei fell into thought. This name is undoubtedly that of a spiritual plant. He was born into a family of spiritual plant merchants, and had never heard of this name. Chapter 313, University Exchange Competition Rewards Source Spirit Secret Realm. As the moon sets and the sun rises, the great sun hangs high. The first ability University of Great Shia. In the spiritual plant department, in a lakeside pavilion. Wait. What did you just say? Professor Chong's originally calm expression suddenly changed, even his tone shifted. Other sure soul-calling flower. Yes? Shuchei gently nodded, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. After returning from the number 5 demon cave, he immediately sought Professor Chong to inquire about this other sure soul-calling flower. After witnessing Pei Ichan sending numerous colorful centipedes flying with a wave of her hand, his desire to permanently elevate her talent to SSS level grew even stronger. His intuition told him that what Pei Ichan's words follow the law talent was currently displaying was just the tip of the iceberg. As Pei Ichan's strength improved, the potential of the words follow the law talent would inevitably be further developed. At that time, Pei Ichan's achievements would surely not be low. Ahem. Professor Chong coughed lightly, not answering directly, but continuing to ask, I wonder where Professor Shu heard this name. An ancient book obtained occasionally. Shuchei remained calm and unflustered. I see. Professor Chong examined Shuchei for a few seconds and finally shook his head with a smile. Forget it. Actually, this soul-calling flower from the other shore is a holy medicine. Chapter 314, The Opportunity to Advance to S-rank abilities. Is the blood food energy already saturated? Shuchei's gaze deepened, and his expression became slightly serious. Before this, he had vaguely sensed that the effectiveness of the blood food was gradually decreasing. According to previous experience, the blood food from a low-tier 5th grade beast was enough for Yi Shuangyue to break through to the 3rd tier. But the result was that only the medium-tier 5th grade blood food allowed Yi Shuangyue to barely break through. After pondering for a moment, Shuchei gradually felt relieved. The saturation of blood food energy might not be entirely a bad thing. If it were not saturated, as the cultivation level increased, Yi Shuangyue's advancement would no longer be as smooth as before. Breaking through to the 3rd tier already required medium-tier 5th grade blood food. Then wouldn't breaking through to the 4th tier require medium-tier 6th grade food? Similar to spirit beasts, the difference between 5th grade and 6th grade beasts seemed to be just 1 tier. But the gap was like a chasm. Moreover, 6th grade beasts already possessed intelligence not inferior to humans, making them not only powerful, but also difficult to capture. Therefore, relying on beast blood food for evolution would become significantly more challenging. Overall, this saturation of blood food energy might just be an opportunity. Blood marrow essence and star-eating essence. Along with a large amount of blood energy, ignoring the breathing techniques and combat skills, Shuchei quickly focused on the method to evolve his S-rank talent. Chapter 315, No Points, Just the Pure Vein Lotus Petals. In the conference room, the atmosphere was tense and solemn. The long conference table was polished to a shine that could reflect shadows. The martial arts school head sat at the short edge of the table, with Xiaozan on his left and an elderly man with a goatee, and a rosy-faced middle-aged man on his right. Shuchei was surprisingly at the very end. After a moment, the martial arts school head finally opened his eyes wide and said cheerfully, I believe everyone has seen the email. The intercollegiate exchange competition is about to begin, but our school's rewards have yet to be determined, which is quite unreasonable. I called everyone here today to discuss the school's reward plan. I believe everyone is familiar with the process, so let's share your opinions. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaozan's gaze sharply locked onto Shuchei, and his brows slightly furrowed. Martial school head, today's meeting is a decision-making meeting, and according to the rules, Vice Professor Shu shouldn't have the qualifications to attend. The moment he entered the conference room, he had noticed Shu Che. Given his status, he shouldn't have needed to target Shu Che directly. However, thinking of the recent school preliminaries, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. The atmosphere in the conference room was slightly strange. The goateed elder and the rosy-faced middle-aged man both showed interest, but wisely remained silent. Chapter 316, Appointment of Pharmaceutical Department Associate Professor and the Black Market. Shu Che spoke clearly, his voice resonating in everyone's ears. Xiao Zhan's decision made him somewhat displeased. Although he believed the 5 direct disciples had a high probability of winning the championship, no one liked being targeted. He initially thought of arguing, but found himself agreeing instead. Xiao Zhan's move clearly indicated he did not believe Yixuan Yue and the others could win the championship. Since that was the case, why not go along with it? Since he wanted to raise the championship reward, he might as well add some fuel to the fire. Coincidentally, the Jiang sisters needed the pure vein lotus petals. So he decided to give it a try. It would be great if he succeeded, even if he didn't, it wouldn't be a loss. Pure vein lotus petals. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan's brows furrowed slightly. He never expected Shu Che's condition to be this. Although pure vein lotus petals were not as precious as lotus seeds, they were still classified as 6th-tier spiritual plants. Their value was certainly higher than 32,000 points. Shu Che's request essentially raised the reward once again. This surprised him. Why did Shu Che not oppose and instead continue to up the ante? Did Shu Che have such confidence that his disciples would definitely win the championship? While feeling surprised, he also felt a sense of entanglement. Because treasures of this level, like pure vein lotus petals, only required 2 associate professor signatures to decide. Chapter 317, The Black Market. Blood Marrow Stone and Blood Marrow Essence. The night was as dark as ink, and the cold moon resembled a hook. In the central area of the main base city, behind the towering skyscrapers, there hid a special area. The buildings here were styled from before the Great Catastrophe, deliberately not incorporating modern high-tech facilities. It was precisely because of this style that it attracted many nostalgic customers to check in. At the end of the slightly dim street, a bar's sign flickered with a ghostly blue light. Likely due to unstable voltage, the light flickered on and off continuously. The flashing light reflected the bar's dilapidated sign, which seemed like it could fall at any moment. Yet, in such an environment, 2 men in combat uniforms, wearing masks with a red cross on a white background, stood at the bar's entrance. Whether they were security or doormen, they were completely out of place in this environment. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, a sound of footsteps approached from afar. Soon, 2 figures appeared. The one in front, broad-shouldered and wearing a black skull mask, was followed closely by another who wore a white skull mask. "Brother, what are you doing here?" Shu Che, beneath the white skull mask, looked around with curiosity. The scene before him, if it rained a little more, would completely resemble a cyberpunk setting. Chapter 318, 2-star Big Shot and Raw Stones. Isn't it blood marrow essence? Shu Che lifted his eyelids and immediately realized he had misheard. Upon hearing the words blood marrow, he instinctively thought of blood marrow essence. Shortly after the meeting discussing rewards for the intercollegiate exchange competition concluded, he sought out senior brother Zhuang Yang and arrived at the black market. He hadn't yet had the chance to consult Professor Zhong about the specifics of blood marrow essence and star-eating essence. "Do you have blood marrow essence here?" Shu Che shifted his gaze from the blood marrow stone and continued to ask. His intuition told him that there must be some connection between the blood marrow stone and blood marrow essence. "Heh?" The stall owner looked at Shu Che with suspicion, his tone impatient. "Hey, are you here to mess with me? If I had blood marrow essence, why would I set up a stall? Wouldn't it be better to go to an auction?" And blood marrow essence. If you ask me, you might not even be able to afford this blood marrow stone. Kid. Shuchei's brows furrowed slightly. How much is the blood marrow stone? Oh? You really want to buy it? Upon hearing Shuchei's inquiry about the price, the stall owner's tone softened considerably. How much? Shuchei repeated. With a slap, the stall owner slammed the blood marrow stone on the table, extending 5 fingers slowly. Shuchei tentatively said, 500,000. Rolling his eyes, the stall owner declared emphatically, 5 million, not a penny less. Chapter 319 Boss, do you sell the scraps? Black market. In front of a stall with a vendor wearing a monkey mask. Senior brother, I want to give it a try. Shuchei raised his eyes and spoke concisely. Try what? Zhuangyang glanced at the pieces of rough stones in front of the stall and instantly realized, you want to play with rough stones. Shuchei nodded. Junior brother. This is not something to play around with. Zhuangyang became slightly anxious, his tone urgent. This stuff is a big pit, a sky pit. Don't listen to the vendor's nonsense. If it were that easy to find blood marrow stones, why would he dig them himself? Let me tell you. No one can see what's inside a rough stone before it is cut open, at least not with the current technology. Even though cutting one can lead to huge profits. How many can actually get rich overnight? Most end up bankrupt from playing with rough stones. Zhuangyang spoke earnestly, genuinely afraid his junior brother would get trapped. Playing with rough stones is like gambling, it starts with small bets, but once you're in deep, it's hard to turn back. Senior brother, don't worry. I'm just playing around. Shuchei smiled slightly, his eyes glimmering, I'll just take a look. All right, but don't get too carried away. Zhuangyang still felt uneasy and advised. Okay. Chapter 320 Picking up a big leak. Star-devouring crystal. Boss, do you sell the scraps on the ground? Shuchei's voice wasn't loud. And he deliberately changed his tone to sound a bit hoarse. But when this reached Xiaozan's ears, it felt somewhat grating. For no particular reason. Perhaps because he had struck out with 10 pieces of rough stone, he felt uncomfortable. At the same time, he found it a bit amusing. He had bought 10 pieces of rough stone and ended up cutting nothing. Did this white skull man think he could pick up his scraps? He could hear the calculations from afar. Realizing this, Xiaozan stopped in his tracks to watch everything. You want to buy scraps? Upon hearing this, the vendor's eyes behind the mask moved back and forth, scrutinizing Shuchei. Unfortunately, the white skull mask hid everything. Yes. Why buy scraps? Can't you just sell whole pieces? The vendor seamlessly promoted his rough stones. He couldn't see the twitching corners of Xiaozan's eyes beneath his mask. Stop, stop, stop. Shuchei interrupted. I don't have much money. I can only buy scraps to play with. I see. The vendor still looked at Shuchei with suspicion. How much can you offer? Chapter 321 The matter settled, fleeing in fear, Xiaozan. Star-devouring crystal, yes, that's right. Star-devouring crystal, oh my god. The vendor suddenly froze, his entire body stiffening as he stared at the starry blue under the water knife, his voice trembling slightly. Fearing he might be mistaken, he even rubbed his eyes vigorously with his sleeve, although nothing could be seen through the mask. After a third of a second, when he saw the unique blue light really appearing on the cut surface of the waste material, he couldn't help but swallow hard, feeling a dryness in his throat. His head buzzed as if he had been hit by a heavy blow. A second later, shock, ecstasy, disbelief, complexity, jealousy, and other expressions appeared on his face in succession. It really came out. A top grade ore actually emerged from the waste material. It was even more precious than blood marrow stones, on par with star-devouring crystals. Although it was only the size of a quarter mango, its price was still exaggerated. His gaze flickered as if he thought of something. And the vendor's face suddenly changed between green and white. He suddenly remembered that this piece of waste material had been sold by him for 2,500 dacia coins. 2,500 dacia coins. Taking a short, spasmodic breath, the vendor felt his heart chill. If he had cut it himself, wouldn't he have made a fortune? Chapter 322 Picking up a big leak. The value of the token. Black market. Among the dense crowd, Shu Che and Zhuang Yang walked side by side with very low presence. Junior brother. At this moment, Zhuang Yang suddenly turned sideways. I just had a dream. I actually dreamed that you spent 2,500 dacia coins to buy a piece of rough stone waste and cut out a star-devouring crystal. Haha. Wow. How could I have such a beautiful dream? A piece of waste cutting out a star-devouring crystal. You have to know this star-devouring crystal. As he spoke, Zhuang Yang's voice weakened significantly and finally stopped abruptly. His gaze was fixated on the blue glowing stone in Shu Che's hand, and his eyes blinked rapidly. Is the star-devouring crystal that senior brother dreamed of this one? Shu Che couldn't help but smile, the corners of his mouth curling up. Boom! It felt like his head was struck by lightning, and a lot of details suddenly flooded in. His eyes slowly widened, and his mouth gradually opened. His facial expression instantly becoming rich. He remembered everything. It was all real. Junior brother Shu Che didn't spend 2,500 dacia coins. He spent 50,000 dacia coins. He didn't buy a piece of rough stone waste. He bought a total of 20 pieces of rough stone waste. But it was true that a star-devouring crystal emerged from the waste. Chapter 323 12 million. 3-star member. With a click, the door of the quiet room was quickly pushed open. Before Shu Che could look over, a very enthusiastic voice rang out, "Hello, sir. I am the supervisor of the exchange department. You can call me Old Pu." As soon as he finished speaking, a plump man wearing a red triangular mask cheerfully sat down in front of Shu Che. Why was he cheerful? Because the man's exposed eyes had already curved into crescent moons, looking as warm as could be. Shu Che instinctively looked at the plump face that couldn't be completely covered by the mask and raised his eyelids. Let's get straight to the point. How much can you offer for the token? Of course. Old Pu's expression remained unchanged as he tentatively asked, but before I give a quote, I want to know if you have any other tokens on hand. Shu Che instinctively frowned, his expression darkening. Please don't misunderstand. Old Pu quickly explained, what I mean is, if there are more tokens, our offer will increase accordingly. Just give me a direct quote. Shu Che did not engage further. All right then. A flash of disappointment quickly crossed Old Pu's eyes, but he adjusted himself quickly. He reached out to take the token from Shu Che's hand, examined it for a few seconds, and slowly spoke. I can offer you 6 million. Chapter 324 Huge gap, 5 million for 10 pieces. Black Pavilion. As the auction time approached, the number of people in the loft gradually increased. At this moment, 2 figures slowly walked in one after the other from outside. The one in front wore a star mask, dressed in a beautiful brocade robe, holding a folding fan, exuding the demeanor of a graceful young master. A middle-aged man, with a slightly hunched figure wearing an old dog mask followed closely behind. Although both were wearing masks, their identities were clearly different, likely indicating a master-servant relationship. The moment they appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of many in the loft. In a black market like this, carrying a servant indicates a high status. As soon as the young man with the star mask stepped over the threshold, staff from the Black Pavilion immediately approached. Esteemed 3-star member, may I ask if you wish to enter the auction? According to regulations, you may bring 3 people into the VIP room. Would you like to enter now, or go to the exclusive lounge to rest for a while? Upon hearing this, gasps of cold air filled the loft. All eyes focused on the young man with the star mask. And the expressions behind the masks varied, but were almost simultaneously filled with shock. This is a 3-star member. Such a young 3-star member is indeed rare. There are 5 levels of membership in the black market. The easiest to obtain, the 1-star membership, only requires a deposit of 10 million. Chapter 325, The Grand Auction begins. In the 1-star member lounge, Zhuangyang occasionally looked up towards the 2nd floor, and then down at the time, muttering about why they hadn't arrived yet. Xu Chei's time at the 2nd floor exchange was longer than he had anticipated. Although the auction had not yet started, he was still quite anxious. As time went by, the number of people in the 1-star member lounge had decreased from many to few, as most of these 1-star members had already entered the auction hall. 1-star members do not have exclusive seats, they are all in the ordinary hall. To find a good position closer to the front, they had to enter early. But Xu Chei had yet to show up, and he could not leave alone. If he waited any longer, he might end up sitting in the last row. Fortunately, he didn't have to wait much longer. Soon, he saw Xu Chei coming down the stairs. "Junior brother." Zhuangyang quickly waved. "You're done with the exchange, right? How were the prices?" Xu Chei smiled. "It's fine. Actually, it's better to exchange anything below 10 million outside the Black Pavilion, but you didn't have the time." After a brief expression of sentiment, Zhuangyang didn't waste time and quickly got to the point. "Let us go, junior brother. I'll take you to the auction. If we're late, we want to get good seats." Chapter 326, Securing the Blood Essence. In the VIP room of the auction. "Sir, here is your exclusive bidding device. Everything in the room is complimentary. If you need anything, just ring the bell, and I will be outside waiting." The staff led Xu Chei and Zhuangyang in and bowed to introduce them. "You go ahead and do your work, call for you if needed." Xu Chei waved his hand. "Understood." The staff quickly left and gently closed the door. After the other party left, Zhuangyang's eyelids twitched. He quickly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the VIP room to look ahead. Less than 5 meters in front was the auction stage. And below were the sparse 2-star members. Of course, further back were the densely packed 1-star members. Zhuangyang inhaled sharply, turning stiffly to look at Xu Chei. His lips moving. Though he didn't speak, his meaning was very clear. Xu Chei smiled. "Senior brother, as you can see, I am already a 3-star member." Zhuangyang couldn't hold back and scolded with a laugh. "You brat, I certainly know you are a 3-star member. I wanted to ask." Xu Chei quickly answered, "Of course, it's because the account balance has reached 100 million. Zhuangyang's brow twitched a couple of times, and his expression darkened. He certainly knew this. He wanted to ask why there was 100 million in the account. Chapter 327, The Unyielding Kong Sheng. In the VIP room, "Congratulations, sir, on successfully bidding for the blood essence. Please check your item." The staff bowed and presented a palm-sized jade box. The jade box was warm and translucent. And the box itself was quite valuable. Taking a deep breath, Xu Chei slowly received the jade box. As he gently opened it, his pupils immediately reflected a blood-red color. Zhuangyang couldn't help but gasp, his eyes wide like copper bells. The blood essence, about the size of half a mango, was entirely a dazzling blood red, with not a trace of impurity visible within. Under the room's lighting, one could even clearly see the internal structure of the veins. If the blood essence stone could be compared to cinnabar ore, then the blood essence is the cinnabar crystal. In terms of content and concentration, they are simply not in the same league. Even someone who knows nothing about ores can easily recognize that the blood essence is far more precious. Xu Chei maintained a calm expression, but the glimmer in his eyes could not hide his inner excitement. This was not only because of the blood essence before him, but also because of the star-devouring essence in his spatial ring. After a trip to the black market, he had unexpectedly gathered 2 rare ores. Although the process was tortuous, the final outcome was good. Now, with the blood essence and star-devouring essence, Yi Shuangyue's talent evolution progress was already halfway completed. Chapter 328. The storm is rising, the eve of the university exchange competition. In the morning, the rooster crowed. And the world turned white. The sunshine poured down as usual, and life seemed no different from before. However, the atmosphere at the first supernatural university in Dacia was gradually heating up. Because tomorrow was the day the university exchange competition would kick off. Although this year's venue was at Lingwu University, it was still within the main base city. Today on campus, discussions about forming groups to go to Lingwu University to watch the matches were everywhere. Although many people were not optimistic about this year's freshman team, these were words spoken behind closed doors at their own school. Once outside the school gate, they would undoubtedly support their school's team unconditionally. This is beyond doubt. If not, there wouldn't be so many people planning to go to Lingwu University. Even second-year students were more enthusiastic about going to watch than first-year students. So many people going was not just to support Yishuangyue and the others. What if they were bullied at Lingwu University, where they were unfamiliar? Thus, the topic of going to watch at Lingwu University became increasingly heated, even gradually extending from offline to online. At this moment, no one knew how many people would actually show up tomorrow. As the representative competitors from the first supernatural university in Dacia, Yishuangyue and the others felt no special feelings, still maintaining their original training rhythm. Chapter 329, Rules. What rules? Everyone defends the arena. The sun rose as usual. Just as the sunlight fell, it was covered by thick clouds. Occasionally, a few dark clouds floated by, completely blocking out the sunlight. However, this weather did not dampen the students' enthusiasm. The campus of Lingwu University was bustling with activity. The viewing teams and cheerleaders from 15 universities in the main base city had all arrived. In the large open martial arts arena, with the addition of the Lingwu University viewing team, a total of 17 teams completely filled the viewing seats, creating an extremely spectacular scene. Universities are indeed the age where hormones and a sense of honor burst forth. Today's intercollegiate exchange competition is very important for the students. It concerns their confidence in the coming year. Winning first place at school will give them more confidence to boast online. If the school's performance is at the bottom, then future statements will have to be made anonymously. However, everyone knows in their hearts that among the champions of the intercollegiate exchange competition each year, there are really only 3 strong contenders. The first is naturally the top ability University of Dacia. The second is the Lingwu University beneath their feet. The third is the Liakong Ability Academy, commonly referred to as the 3 Great Families. Since the establishment of the intercollegiate exchange competition, the champions have always emerged from these 3 universities. Chapter 330, one word, reckless. A showdown of strong contenders. Complicated. Too complicated. My head hurts. After hearing Liang Yu's introduction to the finals rules, Xu Che felt his head buzzing. The scoring system of 3 points for defending and winning with a total of 24 points made him a bit dizzy. It wasn't that his IQ of 79 couldn't comprehend it, but he felt it was unnecessary. They could simply draw lots for direct matchups, and the losers would be eliminated. It would be simple, convenient, and efficient. However, soon, the corners of his lips slowly lifted, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, like-minded people think alike. The thoughts of the 5 direct disciples coincided with his. While others were still discussing the rules, they had already entered the passage and occupied 4 platforms. Jian Yueshi and Pei Ichan occupied platform 4. Bai Chiuyang occupied platform 3. Jian Yueli occupied platform 2. Yi Shuangyue occupied platform 1. No need for so many twists and turns. Simple, direct, and brutal. No wonder they are my disciples. Xu Che nodded in satisfaction. However, while he was satisfied, the other spectators on site were not calm. Someone in the viewing seats shouted, and then it spiraled out of control. The scene buzzed like a vegetable market. Arrogant. They simply don't take Lingwu University seriously. Senior Li and Senior Wang will teach them a harsh lesson. Chapter 331, Words Have Power, Silence. Lingwu University. Training Field. Panoramic Virtual Space. Platform 4. This match, Jiang Yueshi and Pei Chan vs Wu Dazhe and Pang Long, now begins. As the announcement sounded, the duel officially began. Perhaps because this was the first match of the finals, both sides were relatively cautious. Even though the match had started, both sides still looked at each other, neither daring to make the first move. "Are you ready?" Jiang Yueshi asked, glancing at the odd combination of one fat and one thin in front of her. "Ready?" Pei Ichan timidly nodded, then gently touched the Jiuyo Zhuangguo cat hidden in her hooded sweatshirt. Meow. The Jiuyo Zhuangguo cat emitted a quivering sound from its throat, its vertical pupils flashing with a ghostly light before retracting its head. At the same time, Pei Chan gently lifted her head, her eyes calm and deep. Her momentum completely different from before. Jiang Yueshi's eyes brightened. She knew that the Queen of Words had returned, although it could only last an hour. Winning this duo match was enough. "Hey, I'm talking to you over there, yes, you, little white fur, why learn to defend the platform at such a young age?" At that moment, Wu Dazhe's frivolous voice echoed in the arena. Who is speaking? Chapter 332, First Victory. 3 points. Well, old Dong, you've hidden deep enough. From the strength of this decayed mastiff, this student Wu Dazhe is at least a third-tier summoner. On the high platform, Liang Yu glanced at Dong Gongfa. His tone slightly unnatural. In today's intercollegiate exchange competition, he initially did not regard Liakong Ability Academy as an opponent, only seeing the Top Ability University as a threat. After all, Liakong Ability Academy has long been ranked third, posing no significant threat. But he never expected the opposing contestant had hidden their strength until the finals. And they were a third-tier summoner. The key was that he had not received any prior information about this. What puzzled him even more was that he had not heard of any third-tier summoners in the second year of Liakong Ability Academy. It seems that there is not just this summoner. If I'm not mistaken, this student named Pang Long is also third-tier. Wu Kao Yuyo spoke up, looking at Dong Gongfa with profound meaning. One third-tier summoner, one third-tier tank. Liakong Ability Academy must be well prepared this year. He. The two of them have barely just entered the third tier. Dong Gongfa lowered his head and waved his hand, but his eyes were very bright. You're too modest, old Dong. If nothing unexpected happens, the first victory in this finals should belong to your Liakong Ability Academy. Chapter 333, This is not a proper formation. It's a side path. Dude, have you started the timer? The match time doesn't seem to have exceeded 10 minutes, right? Ending so suddenly. Definitely not over 10 minutes, I'm sure, because that's not even longer than my time spent being constipated. Strange. Why has Wu Dazhe from Liakong Ability Academy suddenly stopped speaking? Otherwise, the match shouldn't have ended so quickly. Is it that he doesn't want to? Clearly, he can't. Didn't you see him clutching his throat, unable to speak? A summoner who can't speak is utterly useless. It can only be said that the duo from the Top Ability University had incredibly good luck. Is it really just luck? Not to mention Jiang Yueshi's instant strike on Wu Dazhe and Pang Long's final blow. Even if Pang Long was distracted, it was still a third-tier attack intensity. Aren't the contestants from the Top Ability University all freshmen? No, they are already third tier. You're all wrong, the strongest one should be Pei Chan. I've seen the match data of the two. With Pei Chan in their team, their luck will be extraordinarily good. Jiang Yueshi and Pei Chan's sudden victory slightly shocked the audience. No one expected the match process to be so dramatic. Clearly, Wu Dazhe and Pang Long, who had already held the advantage, suddenly lost all their upper hand. Chapter 334, 2 victories in a row. Another 3 points. Evil cultivator, you're an evil cultivator. This is simply a side path. Inside the formation, Wang Qianming trembled all over, his eyes bulging as he looked at the flashing runes in mid-air. Up to now, he had not received any damage. The reason for his agitation was precisely because of this scene. As a gifted formation master, he had always progressed step by step since childhood. Therefore, he simply could not accept the fusion of runes into formations. In his eyes, this was a desecration of traditional formations. It was a great disrespect. I thought you had some talent. But I didn't expect you to rely on such a side path. You don't deserve to be a qualified formation master. Wang Qianming continued to output. The veins on his forehead bulging, clearly a bit exasperated. Seeing Bai Chiuyang modify the formation in such a way made him, who prided himself on being orthodox, extremely uncomfortable. As if he had eaten a fly. HMPH, noticing that Bai Chiuyang was slow to respond. Wang Qianming sarcastically laughed. Do you think your idea of merging runes and formations is innovative? Let me tell you, this has been tried long ago. The historical records of formations once recorded that at the beginning of the establishment of the 6 arts system, many tried to merge runes with formations. But the results were neither here nor there. Chapter 335, New Move, Thunder Prison. I absolutely hate watching formation masters compete, as soon as they start. It's all about the elusive formations and nothing can be seen, just staring blankly. Is anyone going to the bathroom? The battles of formation masters are long and tedious. It probably won to be decided in less than half an hour. It's only been a few minutes, and I'm almost falling asleep. Formation masters are all so sly, they don't even let us watch the battles. The spectators were chatting casually, clearly dissatisfied with the battle. Quite a few people actually got up to go to the bathroom, treating this segment of the battle as garbage time. However, just as they were leaving, the announcement of Bai Chiuyang's victory quietly came through. The scene fell silent, and the atmosphere became tense. A few seconds later, an uproar erupted among the crowd. Why do I feel like this battle ended even faster than the first one? Is it just my imagination? No, it's not. Based on my years of experience with constipation, this match indeed took less time than the last one. Didn't they say battles of formation masters are long and tedious? What's going on now? Isn't the focus supposed to be that the first ability university still successfully defended their title? Isn't Wang Qianming the ace of Lingwu University? Our formation department teachers hold him in high regard, calling him a rare talent in 100 years. And he just lost so cleanly. Chapter 336, Hat Trick. 3. No martial virtue. Li Qianni's eyebrows twitched, feeling both anxious and angry. In his mind, masters would always introduce themselves before a duel. He had always adhered to this rule. But he never expected Jiang Yueqi to be so impulsive. Not saying a word before attacking. In an instant, the initiative was lost. Even so, Li Qianni remained calm. His gaze remained locked on the actively charging Jiang Yueqi. His eyes narrowing slightly. He had been somewhat curious about Jiang Yueqi's strength. But upon sensing the intensity of the 2 purple light clusters constantly emitting net-like lightning, he immediately confirmed that Jiang Yueqi was definitely also at the 3rd tier. A natural system ability user actually charged forward on their own. Li Qianni, with his rich combat experience, had his brain cells continuously dying and being reborn to provide computational power for strategies. Soon, he came up with the most reliable answer: retreat. If it weren't for Wang Qianming's loss in the previous match, he would never consider retreating at this moment. But in this round of challenges, he was already the only hope for Lingwu University, so he had to play it safe. With a decision made in his heart, Li Qianni immediately retreated to avoid the sharp edge. He didn't know when it began, but the pride in his heart had been unknowingly worn down bit by bit. Chapter 337, Fall asleep immediately, rapid victory. 3. When the announcement of Jiang Yueqi's successful defense echoed, the entire martial arts arena was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. After a few moments, shock and disbelief exploded in everyone's hearts, followed by a wave of discussions. Oh my goodness, what did I just see? Another successful defense. The first ability university must have accumulated 9 points by now, right? With points leading by a wide margin, the first ability university ISNT really going to make history, are they? A first-year lineup winning the intercollegiate exchange competition. I don't care about the points, I only care about how long this match took. What about the constipation guy, how long did this match last? I'm here. The specific time is uncertain, but it was definitely shorter than the previous match. It's really a matter of inches, if Li Qianni hadn't retreated at the start. The duel surely wouldn't have ended so quickly, he was afraid. They say Li Qianni's wood thunder is known for its strong attacks. But why do I feel like Jiang Yueqi's purple thunder is even fiercer? Can it not be fierce? The guy's hair is all purple. The viewing area for the 14th school, which had no chance of being in the top 3, was buzzing with voices. Thankfully, there was no roof over the viewing area. Otherwise, it would have been blown off. Chapter 338, Everyone successfully defends. Leading with 12 points. Luo Jing, go for it. Luo Jing, leak oil. Yi Shuangyue, go for it. Yi is awesome. Yi must win. Before the battle between Yi Shuangyue and Luo Jing began, cheers from the First Ability University and the Rift Ability Academy echoed back and forth. As the recognized strongest member of the team, Yi Shuangyue's strength was widely acknowledged by the seniors. Meanwhile, Luo Jing was precisely the one most favored by the students of the Rift Ability Academy. Thus, both sides were not giving an inch, each expressing their support for their respective contestants through action. Even before the fight began, the atmosphere on site had already heated up. Martial School, Dong School, it seems that these two students from your school are very popular. On the high platform, Liang Yu glanced around and spoke softly, his expression somewhat complicated. To be honest, he didn't want either of them to win. Whether Yi Shuangyue or Luo Jing emerged victorious, they would both become formidable opponents. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as a tie in arena battles. If he had to choose, he still secretly hoped that Luo Jing from the Rift Ability Academy would win this match. Not for any other reason. If the First Ability University scored 3 more points, their hopes of winning the championship would become even slimmer. Chapter 339, Lingwu University and Rift Academy forfeit. With the announcement ringing out, it officially declared the end of the first round of defense battles. The announcement not only saved Dong Gongfa from extreme embarrassment, but also tore open the stiff atmosphere on the scene. Like a balloon losing air, the accumulated emotions at the scene instantly burst forth, and a clamor erupted once again. This time, the noise far surpassed any previous instance. The first arena's battle ended far too hastily. Saying it was thunderous, but with little rain, does not do it justice. It gave a feeling of being all bark and no bite. The atmosphere before the match was the strongest among the 4, and was the most anticipated. But the result was the quickest to end. No, it was even faster than that, it ended before it even began. The two contestants hadn't even started to engage when Luo Jing fell. It was so sudden, so decisive, with no warning whatsoever. This is just too lame, right? Did it just end after a quick brush? Was it even 10 seconds? This time, we don't need the constipation guy, I can tell you. Definitely not more than 10 seconds. Damn, these 4 rounds of defense battles are getting faster one after another. Are they in a hurry to get off work? Why do I feel like Luo Jing was scared senseless? Chapter 340, Winning the Championship. Consecutive champions. Lingwu University withdraws. SKY withdraws. The withdrawals of these two universities caused quite a stir, but it was limited to the student audience. The leaders of the major universities were not surprised by this choice. The strongest members of Lingwu University, Li Qianni and Wang Qianming, had already lost, and sending the remaining three to challenge was no different from giving up. The same was true for SKY. The strongest, Luo Jin, Wu Dazhe, and Pang Long, had lost, and sending the remaining two to challenge was simply inviting humiliation. The number one ability University of Daxia had already accumulated 12 points, making it exceedingly difficult to catch up. Rather than that, it was better to go all out to secure second place. Although this approach was somewhat frustrating, there was no better option. This was the optimal solution. With no challenges, Yi Shuangyue on the first stage won, successfully defending the stage and earning 3 points. With no challenges, Jiang Yuli on the second stage won, successfully defending the stage and earning 3 points. With no challenges, Bai Chuyang on the third stage won, successfully defending the stage and earning 3 points. With no challenges, Jiang Yueshi and Pei Yichan on the fourth stage won, successfully defending the stage and earning 3 points. The second round of the stage battles ended, with the number one ability University of Daxia being the first to accumulate 24 points. Chapter 341, For Daxia, We Have No Choice. Lingwu University's training ground. On the white marble high platform. This year's university exchange competition is truly different from the rest. After quickly reviewing the match replay, Leng Yangshi shifted his gaze to the martial arts school and smiled. As expected of the number one ability university, you have created a new history. The history of the freshman team winning the championship. As the deputy director of the Daxia General Education Office, he had seen many geniuses over the years. However, he hadn't encountered many who achieved such accomplishments in their freshman year. Now, with 5 appearing at once, he felt genuinely pleased. It was all due to the students' hard work. The martial arts school humbly acknowledged this, then changed the subject. Of course, the achievements of these 5 are also closely related to their mentor. Oh? Leng Yangshi immediately became interested. I wonder who their mentors are. At the same time, Ma Hong, Dong Gongfa, and others perked up, their eyes shining. The mentor who could guide Yi Shuangyue, and the others must possess real talent. If they could recruit 1 or 2 of them, the school's teaching quality would surely improve. Director Leng, it's not several mentors, but 1. The martial arts school's smile widened as he pointed to the edge of the high platform. Yi Shuangyue, and the other's mentor, is Associate Professor Xu Che. Chapter 342, The Elite Competition of the 5 Major Alliance Universities. Let's congratulate Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yuli, Jiang Yushi, Bai Chuyang, and Pei Yichan from the number one ability University of Daxia for winning the championship in this university exchange competition. We also congratulate Lingwu University and SKY for successfully taking the second and third places. Let's give them the warmest applause. In the center of the award stage, Leng Yenshi's passionate voice echoed throughout the training ground. Clap, clap, clap. The rhythmic applause rose to the sky. Most of the audience's attention was focused on the 5 winners, each with different expressions. However, the vast majority of eyes gleamed with unabashed envy. With the title of University Exchange Competition Champions, no matter which faction they joined in the future, they would undoubtedly be given important roles. Moreover, all 5 were still freshmen. This meant they could continue to participate in the next university exchange competition. This indicated that they had essentially reserved the next championship in advance. As the applause gradually subsided, Leng Yangshi scanned the crowd with a serious tone. Everyone, the annual elite competition of the 5 major alliance universities is coming soon. I hope all of you can actively sign up for the selection. Chapter 343, Arriving at the Source Spirit Secret Realm. As the first light of dawn broke in the east, a new day began. Early in the morning, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yuli, Jiang Yushi, by Chiuyang. And Pei-chan arrived at the lecture hall, waiting quietly. Time passed by second by second. About half an hour later, Shuchei's figure burst in. Teacher Shu. The five said in unison. Please sit down. Shuchei waved his hand and got straight to the point, since the Source Spirit Secret Realm opens at noon. I've brought the school's rewards for you in advance. With that, Shuchei flipped his hand, and a five-colored radiance immediately emanated. Red, purple, white, grey, and black petals of light flowed, looking particularly extraordinary. Teacher Shu, what is this? Yi Shuangyue's eyes lit up with realization. Pure pulse lotus petals. Shuchei stated succinctly, handing a petal to each of the five disciples. His gaze swept around before landing on Yi Shuangyue, by Chiuyang, and Pei-chan, and he said lightly, Shuangyue, Chiuyang, Yi-chan. The pure pulse lotus petals have limited effects for you three. You can sell or exchange them, understand? Understood, the three nodded in unison. Shuchei's gaze continued to focus on the Jiang sisters, his tone becoming much more serious. Chapter 344, Sucking 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 Sucking. It should be possible, right? Leng Yanche's voice was somewhat hesitant, quickly adding, I'm talking about the five with sea-level permissions. Of course I know that, why would you even mention it? Chen Tuan rolled his eyes. I think it's unlikely for the five with sea-level permissions, let alone the other 10. Although one card is the smallest energy unit in the Source Spirit Secret Realm, it's important to note that this is the Source Spirit Secret Realm. This one card is pure energy perfectly matched to one's attributes. Even a fourth-tier extraordinary being can hardly absorb several cards of energy in 24 hours. Let alone those below the fourth tier. If it weren't for the impressive reactions of the few just now, he wouldn't have even asked this question. Indeed. Leng Yangshi was about to express a sentiment, but suddenly remembered that Yi Shuangyue and the others were just freshmen. After a moment of thought, he blurted out, maybe it really is possible. Winning the university exchange competition in their freshman year indicates their high potential. With such high potential, absorbing one card of power isn't impossible. Oh? Old Chen curiously looked at Leng Yangshi. What made you suddenly so confident? Chapter 345, Group Incident, Significant Decrease in Energy Purity. In the Source Spirit Secret Realm. Inside a certain quiet room on a volcanic rock wall. Such pure and magnificent energy. Feeling the energy continuously flowing towards him, and his cultivation gradually improving, Li Qian's eyes sparkled. Before this, he had already had some understanding of the effects of the Source Spirit Secret Realm. However, after experiencing it in reality, he found that the Source Spirit Secret Realm was far more precious than he had imagined. In just this short moment, it is worth half a day, or even a whole day's worth of cultivation. Thinking of this, a faint sense of regret welled up in Li Qian's heart. If only he could cultivate here for 24 hours, how wonderful that would be, but unfortunately, there are only 7 hours. However, he quickly took a deep breath, cleared his mind of all thoughts, and focused all his energy on absorbing energy. He had already made up his mind before coming here. Even if there were only 7 hours, he would not let himself fall behind Jiang Yueqi and the others in energy absorption. Come on. Li Qian silently urged himself. And the energy within his body began to circulate faster, with blue arcs of electricity flickering in and out. In a very short time, the occasional flickering of the arcs had become a norm. From a distance, Li Qian's entire body looked as if he was wearing a garment made of blue thunder. Those who understood would know that this was an external manifestation of extraordinary abilities due to absorbing energy too quickly. Chapter 346, Evolution. S-Class Ability, Heavenly Deer Swallowing Stars. Come on, old Leng, once the fish is on the table, we definitely have to drink the fish head wine first. In the private office of the Secret Realm Defense Department, Zhong Tuan was constantly pouring wine for Leng Yangshi. I can't drink anymore. Leng Yangshi's face was flushed as he waved his hand repeatedly. Old Zhong, your little words are so eloquent, I really can't argue with you. But I really can't drink anymore. Sigh, the fish is a treasure all over, and no one can miss out on drinking. Zhong Tuan waved his hand. Deep feelings require a big gulp. All the feelings are in the wine. I'll drink, you can do as you wish. Saying this, he tilted his head back and downed 2 liang of fragrant white wine. Leng Yangshi looked helpless, and in the end, he could only grit his teeth, close his eyes, and swallow it down. Just as he was thinking of having a couple of bites of food to cushion it, Zhong Tuan's eyes lit up. Old Leng. The fish head is for you. According to the rules, you should raise 3 cups first. But today we don't have so many rules, 1 cup is enough. Leng Yangshi's face turned bitter. Old Zhong, give me some face, can I just sip it? Fine. Old Leng, you really are going to sip it? I gulp. Leng Yangshi downed another 2 liang of wine. Just as he put down the wine glass, he saw Zhong Tuan picking up the wine glass again. Life's joys must be fully enjoyed. Raise this glass and let us drink. This is the 3rd cup. The so-called 3 stars shining brightly. Come. Chapter 347, Purple Sky Calamity Thunder. Xuanming Ice Domain. S-Class Talent, Heavenly Deer Swallowing Stars. It worked. Xu Chei's eyes suddenly shone with a strange light. After several months, Yi Xuanyue's talent finally rose to S-Class, and she was not far from SS-Class. Heavenly Deer Swallowing Stars. Repeating the name of the talent in his mouth, Xu Chei's gaze flickered. Judging by the name of the talent alone, it is likely still a devouring type. But the exact strength is still unknown, and will have to wait until Yi Xuanyue returns to see. While pondering, Xu Chei's skin faintly shimmered with a golden light. With each breath, his chest rose and fell, and an invisible momentum emerged. Clearly, he was absorbing the energy feedback brought by Yi Xuanyue's cultivation improvement. The Source Spirit Secret Realm is truly a great place, directly raising 2 levels of cultivation. Feeling the continuous influx of energy, Xu Chei's smile grew wider. If he remembered correctly, he had broken through to the 5th stage and 2nd level before heading to the number 5 Demon Cave. Even with the cultivation speed of an SS-class talent, under normal circumstances, he would need to settle for several months before continuing to break through. But at this moment, he could clearly feel his cultivation rapidly rising, getting closer to a breakthrough. If the progress of the breakthrough were to be converted into 10 increments, then this wave from Yi Xuanyue was equivalent to adding nearly 4 increments. Chapter 348, Another Breakthrough. 5th Stage 4th Level. After listening to the report from the technical backbone, Zhong Tuan suddenly smiled. But the smile was as bitter as can be, and soon a trace of regret emerged in his heart. He somewhat regretted saying the words that allowed them to absorb energy. This is simply too exaggerated. The 5 of them absorbed more than 20 cards of energy in less than 12 hours. Let alone 4th stage extraordinary. Even 5th stage masters wouldn't he be able to absorb like these 5. If it weren't for confirming that only 5 people entered these 5 secret rooms, he would suspect that there was a team inside. Zhong Tuan, at this speed, the next 6 layers are likely to be affected soon. The technical backbone reminded in a low voice. Zhong Tuan, there are still many people outside protesting right now. The officers also seized the opportunity to speak. Zhong Tuan fell silent. He truly didn't know what to do. Should he continue to let these people absorb or forcefully stop them? After a moment of thought, Zhong Tuan turned to look at Leng Yangshi. Though there were no words, Leng Yangshi quickly responded, Old Zhong. There is no regulation on the energy absorption limit in the Source Spirit Secret Realm, don't make a mistake. While saying this, Leng Yangshi himself felt a bit guilty. The few people from the first Extraordinary Ability University team were simply too good at absorbing energy, even draining the energy from the upper layers. Chapter 349, The Power of S-Class Talent. The sun had just risen in the east, and the time pointed to 8 o'clock. At the first Extraordinary Ability University of Daxia, In a certain tiered classroom. Name Yishuang Yue, level 3rd stage 4th level, ability, enhancement system S-class ability, heavenly deer swallowing stars, technique, ripple breathing method, combat skill, 8 desolations burning blood battle technique, defects of 1. Insufficient energy absorption, unable to trigger SS-class talent evolution for now. 2. Due to incomplete technique, strength decreased, current strength is low-grade heaven stage. With a total of 30 points of key meridian operation missing. 3. Due to incomplete combat skills, strength decreased, current strength is low-grade heaven stage. With a total of 25 points of attack methods missing. Plan 1. Rare attribute metal, ores combined with blood food can significantly accelerate talent evolution speed. 2. Optimize and complete the breathing method, given the host's strength. Currently can complete 10 points, marked, specific optimization plan. 3. Optimize and complete the combat skill, given the host's strength. Currently can optimize 5 points, marked, specific optimization plan. What are heavenly deer swallowing stars? Looking at Yishuang Yue in front of him. Shu Che's eyes flickered with a mysterious light. His eldest disciple's talent is still as straightforward as ever, and the S-class talent is just as simple and straightforward. Chapter 350, Goal, Sky Dome Secret Realm. 0 consumption. Shu Che's expression slightly froze, his eyes showing a hint of shock. Good heavens, 0 consumption. Doesn't that mean he directly gained a permanent buff? This is a characteristic that only 4th stage extraordinary can have, and Jiang Yueshi has it now. One word, abnormal. But when he thought of Jiang Yueshi's S-class talent name, he felt relieved. The Zhuanming Ice domain sounds just like a domain, doesn't it? Overall, it appears that the direction of the enhancement of both their talents is very compatible with their own abilities. Jiang Yueshi's attacks have become stronger, while Jiang Yueshi's sustained combat ability has also been greatly enhanced. It can be considered a win-win situation. Overall, participating in this university exchange competition was definitely worth it. Alright, let's put that aside for now, we will resume when it's time to fight. Shu Che waved his hand, by the way. I have some thoughts on the breathing techniques and combat skills you three are currently practicing. I will send you the specific improvement directions to your email later. Alright. You can go about your activities now. Yes. Yishuang Yue and the Jiang sisters nodded in unison, their eyes brightening as they left. Shu Shi is still so humble. Every time he says he has ideas, it actually means optimizing the breathing techniques and skills. What surprised the three of them is that every time Shu Che optimizes, they can feel a significant improvement. Chapter 351, The Position of Associate Professor in the Beast Taming Department. Beast Taming Department, Back Mountain. The pale yellow morning light spilled through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the mountainside. The entire forest seemed to come alive at once. Hummingbirds foraging, wolf-like creatures hunting, ant colonies working, and monkeys fighting. At this moment, a flourishing beast-taming department welcomed a guest. None other than Shu Che. This visit was solely for the little celestial wolf egg. In the office of the board room. Shu's little brother is here to see Associate Professor Lian Yu, right? Upon seeing Shu Che, Li Siwei rubbed his shiny forehead with a mischievous smile. Shu Che. Associate Professor Lian Yu. Shu Che was a bit confused. When did Jiang Lian Yu become an associate professor? Looks like my sister-in-law hasn't told you yet. Li Siwei grinned, that's right. This associate professor title is currently still internal and hasn't been reported to the school yet. It's normal for my sister-in-law not to tell you. Shu Che. He felt a bit lost. Hi, it's like this. Li Siwei took a sip of tea and explained, isn't the teacher qualification review coming soon? It's not wise to become an associate professor at this time, so I decided to wait until the review is over before promoting my sister-in-law. Chapter 352, Arriving at the Secret Realm, Are You Feeling Frisky? Originally, the little celestial wolf was supposed to hatch soon, but due to the energy infusion at the end, the time has been extended. The nine-tailed silver fox's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Obviously, seeing the little celestial wolf egg reminded him of the howling moon wolf. Seeing this, Jiang Lian Yu stepped forward and gently patted the nine-tailed silver fox's head to comfort him. Within 3 months. Upon receiving this answer, Shu Che's expression froze momentarily. The first time he heard this number, he felt it was somewhat familiar. ISNT 3 months around the time for the teacher qualification review. Thinking of this, his expression became slightly strange. It seems like everything that is about to happen is converging into one timeline. Professor Bai's re-emergence is calculated to be in about 3 months. The hatching day of the little celestial wolf is also around 3 months. Additionally, apart from the appointment of the associate professor in the pharmacy department, the appointments in the forging department and the spiritual plant department are also set to be announced in about 3 months. So everything is coming together. You don't need to do anything, the celestial wolf egg is currently in good condition. The only thing to pay attention to is that when the little celestial wolf hatches, it must eat all the eggshells. This is very important. The nine-tailed silver fox quickly regained its usual demeanor, its fluffy tail curling around the little celestial wolf egg and presenting it to Shu Che. Chapter 353, FE Token. Tianshu Token. Location of the Sky Dome Secret Realm. Temporary camp area. Is it shut down? Shu Che's brow involuntarily twitched twice, and an inexplicable emotion suddenly rose in his heart. The fur on the back of his neck stood up before quickly settling down. But this small reaction made Shu Che's expression quickly turn serious. His perception had always been very sharp, and he hadn't felt this way in a long time. Even without this feeling, he sensed something was off. The smart holographic brain is not just a product of the Da Xia Alliance, but a cutting-edge communication tool used by the entire human alliance. Over the years, he had never heard of the smart holographic brain losing signal. Although this place is remote, it shouldn't cause the smart holographic brain to shut down. With this in mind, Shu Che narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surrounding team, quickly noticing something surprising. Everyone else's smart holographic brains were also in the off state. But strangely, these people seemed unconcerned about the smart holographic brain shutting down. Frowning gradually, Shu Che observed while looking for a camping spot, quietly collecting useful information from around him. The atmosphere in the camp was thick with a sense of the supernatural, with small groups drinking and chatting everywhere. Chapter 354, The Legacy Hidden in the Sky Dome Secret Realm. Only after seeing the Tianshu token did Kong Fansen's calm expression show a hint of fluctuation. Looking at the Tianshu token in Louis's hand with significant meaning, he said, "Louis, this token is from the Shaodao family of the Thousand Islands Alliance, right?" "That's right." Louis's expression was slightly unnatural, and he quickly added, "It was voluntarily given by the Shaodao family." As soon as he finished speaking, Carl, Vasily, and Kong Sheng exchanged faint looks of disdain. They called it a handover when it was clearly a theft, pretending to be so grandiose. Now, who in the FE Alliance doesn't he know that the current head of the Shaodao family is a puppet supported by the Shawin family? Kong Fansen nodded expressionlessly, a glimmer of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. Although the Sky Dome Secret Realm was first discovered by the Kong family, all FE Alliance families contributed during the initial development. However, that year's outcome was quite disappointing, bringing out only 5 tokens and the news of the legacy. After a competition, their Kong family, along with the Shawin family from the European Alliance, the Reed family from the American Alliance, the Ostrov family from the Bear Alliance, and the Shaodao family from the Thousand Islands Alliance, each obtained the right to hold a token. And these 5 tokens are the Tianshu tokens. Chapter 355, The Secret Realm is Open. Sword Rain Mercenary Group. Late at night, with stars filling the sky. Scarface. Are you sure that person in that tent is the one who wore the white skull mask in the black market? Kong Sheng looked at a solitary tent not far away through binoculars. Compared to the other clustered tents, this one appeared particularly strange. Yes, young Master Kong. It's definitely him. I've been observing for a long time. Scarface spoke with conviction. Very good. Kong Sheng nodded, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Young Master Kong, should I go over and take him out now? A glint of cold light flashed in Scarface's eyes. Just as Kong Sheng was about to nod. He quickly shook his head. No, Grandpa instructed that everyone coming to the Sky Dome secret realm to seek treasures is a talent. Killing him now would be a waste. Forget it, anyway, the Sky Dome secret realm will open tomorrow, let him live a little longer. Recalling what Grandpa said about the Qianshu Ling card being able to influence the Qiansheng secret realm to some extent, he prepared to test the waters with the other party. The scarred face bowed. Kong Shao, you are merciful. Hearing this, Kong Sheng's expression was quite pleased. He turned around and gently patted the scarred man's shoulder. Uncle Scar. When I become the head of the family, I will definitely not treat you poorly. The scarred man trembled and immediately kneeled on one knee. I will go through fire and water, never shying away from death. Chapter 356, The Qiansheng Secret Realm Full of Danger. Kong Sheng heard a middle-aged man, with a hunched back, and a scar call the man in the star mask Xingchen. Xu Che immediately understood. Kong Sheng was indeed the man in the star mask from the black market that day. And the scarred middle-aged man behind him was definitely the servant wearing the old dog mask. Their configurations were exactly the same as Kong Shao, both surnamed Kong. Kong Sheng and Kong Shao must know each other. Did he guess that Kong Shao was killed by me? Retracting his gaze and glancing at Kong Sheng with peripheral vision, Xu Che's eyes flickered. However, after a moment's thought, he quickly shook off that idea. If Kong Sheng knew this, he wouldn't have acted that way on the black market that day. Overall, the biggest reason still lies with the star-devouring essence. Does he want to stage a killing and treasure-seizing act? Xu Che couldn't help but sneer. This thought was not without basis. Based on his impression from this one encounter with Kong Sheng, combined with his experience fighting against Kong Shao, he felt that the possibility was infinitely large. It's starting. It's starting. There is fog, there is fog. At this moment, an excited voice suddenly came from within the bamboo forest. Looking towards the sound. The bamboo forest area looked like it was covered with dry ice, continuously emitting white mist from the ground. Chapter 357, The Wonderful Use of the Fe Ling Card. A man-eating flower. Witnessing the entire process of Xiang Wenqian's fall, Xu Che's brow twitched slightly. He had guessed that this Qiansheng secret realm would definitely be unusual. And the danger level should not be low. But he did not expect the danger level to be this high. A mutated, enlarged purple sunflower could devour a living person in just over 10 seconds. Although he didn't know Xiang Wenqian's exact cultivation level, from the speed, the other party was at least at the 4th tier transcendent level. Such a cultivation level would already have a considerable status in the outside world. But in this Qiansheng secret realm, he didn't even last a minute before he ran out of breath. This was simply too exaggerated. The scene of Xiang Wenqian being devoured by the purple flower was naturally not only witnessed by Xu Che. Many people's speeds were only slightly slower than Xiang Wenqian's. Almost at the moment Xiang Wenqian stopped struggling, the fastest group also arrived beside the purple flower. However, at this moment, the greed on their faces had already transformed into fear. Damn it, the purple flower actually eats people. Something's wrong, run. What is going on? Wasn't it said that the Qiansheng secret realm had no dangers at all? How could this be? Last year, it wasn't like this. Chapter 358, Colorful Glows, Random Teleportation. The Fe Ling card is indeed not simple. Quickly taking out the UQ Ling card for comparison, Xu Che clearly felt a deep gap. Compared to the two, the UQ Ling card was like a dead object, while the Fe Ling card was different. Since entering the Qiansheng secret realm, The Fe Ling card seemed to have gained consciousness, with strands of light flickering continuously around it. When his skin touched the Fe Ling card, his consciousness seemed to merge with the surrounding environment. With a thought, he could control the crystal-armored mole. But strangely, it seemed that he could only influence the crystal-armored mole for now, and not the purple flower, or the Lingshan multi-leaf grass. Nonetheless, Shuche still discovered that the secrets of the Fe Ling card went beyond this. He couldn't tell if it was an illusion. But he always felt that the more extraordinary ability users died around him, the stronger the energy fluctuations of the Fe Ling card in his hand became. Thinking of this, a shiver of horror flashed through Shuche's heart, and a terrifying idea exploded in his mind. Could it be that those who entered the Qianqiang secret realm were being used as nourishment? Once this thought appeared, it quickly occupied his entire mind. The more he pondered, the more he felt it was possible. Low risk and high rewards. Intelligent light brain shut down. In previous years, some who ventured into the secret realm went missing. Chapter 359, Genius. Genius is just the threshold to see me. Brothers, charge. Control everyone in the Iron Sword Mercenary Corps. Witnessing everything Jiang Gecheng did, Lei Long's eyes lit up. Seizing this opportunity, he took the lead to charge towards the Iron Sword Mercenary Corps. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Kill. The giant axe mercenary corps momentum surged, and the sound of killing filled the air. In contrast, the Iron Sword mercenary members were completely in a daze. The captain, Ouyang Yunfeng, was actually shot through the heart by the most promising Jiang Gecheng in the corps. In an instant, their Iron Sword Shadow Corps lost 2 top combat powers. With such a blow, the headless Iron Sword Mercenary Corps was unable to mount any effective counterattack. In less than half a minute, their decline was evident. The giant axe mercenary corps led by Lei Long almost effortlessly took control of the entire scene. Only then did Ouyang Yunwei pull herself out of the previous scene, letting out a sharp cry from deep in her throat. Stumbling back, she fixed her gaze on Jiang Gecheng, tears instantly soaking her eyes, her voice filled with deep fear. "Senior brother, what are you doing? Why are you attacking father? Why? Wake up, senior brother. Have you been controlled by someone?" Chapter 360, Senior, can you take me as a disciple? A gentle breeze blew, rustling Shuche's clothing. At the same time, it also woke Lei Long, who was in a daze. "Kid, you're looking for death." Glancing at Jiang Gecheng, who was lying on the ground, unaware of his fate, Lei Long's mind felt like it exploded. The swordsmanship genius he had worked so hard to recruit, Jiang Gecheng, was now knocked out like a passerby. This was difficult for him to accept, and a strong sense of regret rose in his heart. If he had known it would be like this, he would have gone up himself. Now it was troublesome. Go. Everyone attack. Leave no survivors, kill him. Learning from experience, Lei Long did not dare to be careless any longer, calling his teammates behind him to surround Shuche. Those who qualified to enter the Qianqiang secret realm were all elites within the mercenary corps. Among the more than 10 people, half were at least 4th-tier transcendent cultivation level. Coupled with Lei Long's 5th-tier cultivation, they formed a formidable fighting force. If it were in the outside world, Shuche would definitely turn and leave. A hero does not suffer immediate losses. But at this moment, he was in the Qianqiang secret realm. Moreover, he had the Fe Ling card. Retreat was impossible. He should not even think about it. Lei Long, do you really think you have me cornered? Want to take a look behind you? Shuche tactically stepped back 2 paces, his voice calm and collected without a hint of anxiety. Chapter 361, What did you just say? I didn't catch that. You want to take me as your master? Shuche suddenly stopped, thinking he must have misheard. Please accept me as your disciple. Ouyang Yunwei repeated the bowing action. After just 3 times, her fair forehead was marked with blood from the sharp stones. Shuche looked down and examined her for 2 seconds before shaking his head. Sorry. I have no intention of taking on a disciple. First, after this secret realm, he would return to the First Ability University of Daxia. And he simply did not have the conditions to take on a disciple. Secondly, Ouyang Yunwei's current identity was the successor leader of the Iron Sword Mercenary Corps. What significance would it have for him to take her as a disciple? Ouyang Yunwei's bowing action suddenly became much stiffer, but she did not stop. Instead, she bowed even harder. Bang! 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 Dark red blood dripped down her nose, but Ouyang Yunwei didn't even frown. The other party was the only straw she could grasp at the moment, and she was unwilling to miss this opportunity. Shuche remained silent. He neither left nor expressed his stance. As long as Shuche did not speak, Ouyang Yunwei continued to bow. Soon, her delicate face was covered with a layer of blood, looking terrifying. The continuous heavy strikes also left her brain increasingly blank, with waves of intense dizziness washing over her. Bang! After yet another merciless impact, Ouyang Yunwei's head buzzed, and in an instant, she lost all thoughts. Chapter 362, The Cracking Sky Bow. Hand it over. Kong Sheng. After finally finding the main target, and about to kill and seize treasures, the henchman beside him was teleported away right under his nose. He naturally knew that the colorful rays had teleportation properties, but the probability of being hit by it was just too low. Although the scarred face could sense his aura, it would still take time to rush back. The Celestial Dome secret realm was so vast that, with bad luck, it could take half an hour. His plan to rely on the scarred face to take action was completely ruined. Fortunately, he was still confident in his own strength. His expression changed slightly, but soon found a countermeasure. Hand over the star-devouring essence, and I can pretend I never saw you. Kong Sheng's voice remained steady and confident. Did you understand this time? With the scarred face absent, he did not want to make a move unless necessary. He had to maintain good physical condition to deal with the upcoming inheritance. If he could resolve the issue without a fight, that would be best. After all, when the scarred face arrived, the other party would still die. What if I say I didn't understand? Shuche remained unmoved, sneering, young Master Kong Sheng. You know my identity. Kong Sheng instinctively frowned, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the folding fan in his hand, revealing a look of realization. Chapter 363, Teleported again. Shuche's kick carried some anger. Even a similarly ranked enhancement type ability user would not fare well from that kick, let alone the nature type Kong Sheng. Crack! First came a chilling sound of bones breaking, and Kong Sheng's chest immediately caved in. Then, like being struck by a 100-ton truck, his expression quickly twisted, his eyes bloodshot and on the verge of popping out. Before he could let out a scream, his whole body flew back like a cannonball, resembling a kite with a broken string. After flying in the air for several seconds, he fell to the ground and slid on the surface. He crashed through more than 10 hydrangea plants before finally stopping. For a moment, he was completely still. Cough cough. A few seconds later, Kong Sheng suddenly turned to the side and coughed violently, as if he were about to cough out his lungs. His once delicate face was now covered in dirt, contrasting sharply with his previous arrogant demeanor. This is a good thing. I wonder if I can use it. Weighing the golden longbow in his hand, Shuche's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. The weight and feel of the longbow were very suitable, he liked it a lot. Looking down at Kong Sheng, Shuche's eyes narrowed with a sharp glint. He held the longbow up to his chest with his left hand and tried to draw the bow with his right. Chapter 364, Inheritor, Welcome your arrival, Keikakik. Damn! It can't be this coincidental, it's unreasonable. Kong Sheng hid behind the meteor shield, his brain continued to operate, as if white smoke was rising from his head. Clearly, his mind was in a high-speed mechanical state. The scene of the scarred face being struck by the colorful rays kept amplifying and swirling in his mind, completely occupying his thoughts. The first time being struck by the colorful rays could still be attributed to bad luck. But being struck twice in a row by the colorful rays, what could the probability be? Something's off, very off, there must be a problem in this. As his thoughts surged, Kong Sheng quickly realized something was wrong. Previously, he and the scarred face had not encountered a single colorful ray on their way. Yet, coincidentally, the scarred face was struck by the colorful rays and teleported away just as he was about to act twice. To say there was no issue at all would be hard to believe. And these two unexpected events were all related to one person. That person is Ding. Just as Kong Sheng's expression kept changing, a tremendous impact suddenly surged through the meteor shield. In an instant, Kong Sheng felt as if he had been hit by a 100-ton truck, and the shield slammed into his face, causing his body to stagger backward. Stagger, stagger, stagger. Chapter 365, Inheritance Stabilized. Inheritor. What inheritance? When Shuche opened his eyes again, the scene before him had undergone a tremendous change. Before him was a closed space shaped like a pyramid. The rest of the space was filled with fog, making it impossible to see clearly. With only the passage directly in front exposed. Wasn't Ti chasing Kong Sheng? Where is this place? Shuche frowned, instantly recalling the previous scene. Just as Kong Sheng's energy shield was about to run out, he noticed the Heavenly Ruins token in his hand and the one in the other party's hand were both glowing. Before he could figure out what was going on, he was teleported in. Because he had experienced this teleportation power more than once, he was quite familiar with it. Raising his hand, Shuche suddenly froze. He then realized that the Heavenly Ruins token he had been gripping tightly had disappeared. Inheritor, are you ready? Just as Shuche curiously looked around to figure out what was happening, that hoarse and deep voice rang out again. Who? Shuche looked up in the direction of the voice, his eyes suddenly narrowing. The speaker was a virtual projection whose face was not clearly visible. Although he couldn't see it distinctly, he could vaguely discern that the face within the light was likely that of an old man. Chapter 366, 5 Elements Body Refining Array. You are the second one. Celestial Dome Secret Realm. Place of Inheritance. Above the sky, colorful rays continued to shine, creating a splendid sight. But right below the sky was a scene of hell on earth. The scattered body parts and corpses piled up everywhere are quite horrific. Looking around, there are hardly any human figures in sight. Occasionally, a few figures can be seen, all with vigilant expressions and hurried movements. The population density within the secret realm has decreased significantly compared to before. At this moment, those who are still alive are not foolish, almost everyone is acting discreetly. Some are either hiding in place without moving, or avoiding all plants and fierce beasts while searching for an escape route. However, among them, a woman with a black satin mask is behaving very strangely, while others prefer to keep their distance from plants and especially fierce beasts. This woman actively uses the narrow terrain to lure the beasts. Although she only deals with one at a time and is quite clumsy, she continues to persist. Puff! The blood-colored long sword pierces through the head of the Shadow Claw Lynx, and blood drips down the blade. The Shadow Claw Lynx lets out a cry and dies under the blade. At the same time, a faint energy slowly flows into Ouyang Yunwei's body along the blade. Clenching her teeth, Ouyang Yunwei's expression is both painful and pleasurable. She keenly senses that the energy absorbed from killing the fierce beasts in the celestial secret realm is completely different from that obtained from killing humans. Chapter 367, The Illusory Realm. The inheritance is steady and spicy. What? Second? Impossible. Kong Sheng's eyes widen in disbelief, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. Gulp. His dry throat suddenly rolls, and Kong Sheng's gaze flashes. Then what about my time, is it the shortest? No, you are still second. The dignified voice of Tata Kai resounds. Who is faster than me? Louis? His body is as fragile as glass, it's impossible. Carl? That's not right either. Carl's all dead muscle can't be faster than me. Could it be Vasily? No way, although he's a reinforcement type. I have a trump card. Kong Sheng's mind continues to churn, his expression dark and uncertain. But soon, a flash of lightning suddenly crosses his mind, and a figure quickly flashes through his thoughts. Shu Che, holding the celestial token. Upon realizing this, his thoughts burst forth like a dam breaking. He instantly recalls the moment when the other party withstood the attribute arrows with his body. It's him, it must be him. Kong Sheng immediately makes a judgment in his heart. Anyone daring to take my opportunity, I will make sure you die. Kong Sheng feels unwilling and speaks harshly. But recalling the scene of being hunted, he wisely shuts his mouth. Without the scarred face, he really lacks confidence. Chapter 368, The Final Inheritor is Determined. You don't need to enter the third round. Illusory Realm. Inside the inheritance channel where Vasily is located. Ever since the red-nosed Vasily entered the illusory realm, he hasn't moved at all. The expression on his face quickly changes from bewilderment to joy, and finally he bursts into wild laughter. The blue-gold version of the Ross class. Or a collectible version, great, great, great. What, there's actually a 79-degree Yalich. Heaven, this is heaven. Drink, drink casually. I'll pay for everything. What? I'm just a waiter. Compensate you. Who do you think I am? Wrong, bro, wrong. Vasily's complexion changes dramatically. Although he hasn't opened his eyes, his body language shows extreme excitement. Clearly, he is now deeply trapped in the illusion and cannot extricate himself. Compared to Carl and Louis, the slight advantage accumulated from the first round's 5 elements body refining array has instantly vanished. At the same time, inside the inheritance channel where Carl is located, Carl's expression shows signs of struggle. No, my American alliance is the strongest, how could we lose, that's impossible. I'm not a slave. How could I be a slave? I shouldn't be a slave. This doesn't feel right, this feels very right. Chapter 369, Tatakai. The remnant soul of the Source Lord. Because someone has already passed the third round, the final inheritor is determined. The voice of Tatakai is not loud, but it sounds like a thunderclap in Kong Sheng's ears. Someone has already passed the third round. He recognizes every single word when read separately. But together they feel so unfamiliar. Didn't it say that he and another person passed the second round at the same time? From receiving this news to applying for the third round, it definitely took no more than 3 minutes. In just 3 minutes, someone could pass the third round. Isn't this a joke? After his expression shifts between green and white, Kong Sheng's eyes instantly turn red. I don't believe it. Tell me who passed the third round first. Watching a cooked duck fly away is something he can hardly accept, and his heart is bleeding. He seriously suspects that someone cheated. Because he himself had cheated. Regarding Kong Sheng's request, Tatakai pays no attention whatsoever. Seeing that Tatakai is about to restore its mechanical demeanor, Kong Sheng hastily blurts out, I am from the Kong family. My grandfather is Kong Fan Sen. Tatakai, transformed into a sphere of light, shakes, oh. The Kong family has indeed contributed significantly to the restoration of the secret realm's formation and the energy required to open the inheritance. This inheritance should belong to our Kong family. Chapter 370, Creation Spiritual Liquid. The inheritance is open. Who? On the surface, Shu Che shows no unusual signs. But internally he is experiencing a stormy upheaval. Seeing the information given by breaking the illusion, all his doubts seem to be instantly resolved. There is no more question. Sure enough, his intuition was correct, the so-called inheritance indeed has problems. The enthusiastic Tatakai clearly has ulterior motives. What guardian of the levels? Tatakai is evidently the remnant soul of the Source Lord. The so-called inheritance is not about finding an inheritor at all, but about selecting a soul vessel. Understanding all this, the purpose of the trials in the first 2 rounds gradually becomes clear. The first round's 5 elements body refining array is clearly screening for physical strength. The second round, the illusory realm, is screening for soul strength. As for the third round, perhaps it is because he performed too well, and the other party is already eager to proceed. In fact, Shuche is not wrong in his guess. Tatakai has indeed been impatient for a long time. When Shuche first appeared, he was deeply enamored with his strong physique. After the first round, this emotion peaked. If it weren't for verifying Shuche's soul strength, he would have wanted to end the trials early after the first round. When Shuche and Kong Sheng advanced together to obtain first place in the illusory realm, Tatakai was more excited than ever before. Chapter 371, Can it still be absorbed? Thanks to the great Zerniasja for the divine certification. Loyalty. In the depths of the celestial secret realm. In the center of the tree-shaped blood array, within the blood core. At the farthest point of the vast inheritance space. Tatakai is firmly guarding the sealing plate within the creation spiritual pool. The material of the board is very special, with high ductility and strength, making it the best material for sealing. Of course, the strength of the material is ultimately limited. By analogy, it can only trap ability users with a cultivation level not exceeding the 6th rank. However, this is completely sufficient for Tatakai. Given his current soul strength, he might only be able to seize the body of a 6th rank powerhouse at the cost of his life. This is also why he has set the cultivation level of the inheritor to below the 6th rank. However, a body with a 5th rank cultivation is a bit too low for him. Fortunately, he has a way to deal with it. Ever since he awakened and established contact with the Kong family, he has been preparing for this body seizure. Aside from a few rare treasures, all his other accumulations, including various heavenly materials and earthly treasures sent by the Kong family, have been refined into the creation fluid beside him. According to his estimates, this creation fluid is enough for a 5th rank first level powerhouse to advance to the 6th rank. Keep absorbing, faster, I can hardly wait. His gaze was fixed on the depth of the creation fluid at the bottom of the pool, and Tata was filled with excitement. Chapter 372, I want to be human. I want to be human. In the center of the creation fluid pool, in the dark enclosed space. Soon, I'm finally about to break through to the 6th rank. Feeling his continuously rising cultivation, Shuche's eyes sparkled. He felt like he had been in the creation fluid pool for at least over a month. But he didn't feel tired at all. The wonders of the creation fluid far exceeded his imagination. The fluid not only could enhance cultivation, but also could constantly replenish physical strength and mental energy. Each time he broke through, he felt no hint of a bottleneck. At the speed he was absorbing the fluid now, breaking through to the 6th rank was only a matter of time. Unknowingly, his cultivation was almost catching up to senior brother Zhuang Yang. 6th rank master. At the first ability University of Daxia, this level was already competitive for a professor position. The good times didn't last long. Not long after, Shuche furrowed his brows, sensing something was off. Just now, the speed at which his body absorbed the creation fluid suddenly slowed down. Consequently, the progress toward breaking through to the 6th rank also slowed down. After carefully sensing, Shuche quickly discovered the crux of the issue. Mystery solved. It turned out that the creation fluid was running low. It ran out so quickly. Tatakai was too stingy. Shuche muttered a few words softly, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the little wolf egg beside him, his expression slightly guilty. Chapter 373, Tatakai falls, gains the source armor set. Ah! A sharp explosion echoed, and Tatakai screamed as he retreated frantically. Wherever the golden light shone, phantom black smoke emerged. The already weak momentum dwindled again. You. Why do you still have consciousness? Ignoring the stabbing pain from his soul, Tata Kai looked at Shuchei in shock and disbelief. Seeing Shuchei's soul awaken with his own eyes, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. For this moment, he wouldn't even mention the time cost he had invested. Just the creation fluid had consumed all his accumulations. The reason he insisted on doing this was that all these accumulations would ultimately benefit him. But now that Shuchei's soul had awakened, didn't that mean he had worked hard for nothing? No, to be precise. This was called losing the chicken while trying to catch the rice, and it was also losing both the wife and the soldiers. He had lost out tremendously. Impossible. I clearly saw you consume the star energy crystal. You shouldn't have any consciousness left unless. Seemingly recalling something. Tata Kai's body trembled as he shrieked, "Did you purify the star energy crystal?" However, before he could finish his sentence, he shook his head vigorously. Impossible. There are no star energy crystals on Blue Star. You can't have a purification method. It's impossible. Chapter 374, Young Master Kong. I'm back. Is this the source armor set? Looking down at the body wrapped in black armor, Shuchei felt an unprecedented sense of security. Even though he knew nothing about the source armor set, he could confirm that it was a treasure. It was something that Tata Kai would keep as a last resort. Which speaks volumes about its preciousness. As his thoughts wandered, the connection between his mind and the source armor grew tighter. As if receiving some kind of message. Shuchei's eyes flashed as he raised his right arm. The black armor covering his right arm rapidly grew and wriggled, and within half a second, a claw-like gauntlet tightly wrapped around his right fist. Shuchei's gaze intensified, and he raised his left arm. Similarly, within half a second, a black, eerie curved blade gradually formed in his left hand. With a thought, the left hand's curved blade transformed into a long sword, while the right hand's gauntlet morphed into a butterfly knife. Then, various weapons appeared in the palms of both hands in succession. As long as he had a conceptual outline in his mind, the source armor could fully simulate it. Impressive. With the source armor set, doesn't that mean he wouldn't need to buy weapons in the future? Although he had heard about this feature from Tata Kai before, experiencing it personally was still quite exciting. He could change whatever he wanted. This could save a lot of money. Saving money was secondary. The significant advantage brought by this feature was enormous. Chapter 375, Instant Kill. The source armor set shows its might. Scarface. Kong Sheng looked far out with an excited expression. He swore this was the most wonderful sound he had heard since entering the celestial secret realm. Young Master. Scarface's expression was also far from calm. Seeing Kong Sheng safe and sound, the stone that had always been hanging in his heart finally fell. If young Master Kong was fine, then his life was guaranteed. Quickly, help me kill him. There's no teleportation power here. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Quickly taking a few steps to shield Scarface in front of him, Kong Sheng pointed at Shuchei, feeling completely at ease. This place was in the collapsing inheritance space, and the colorful rays of light couldn't reach here at all. As long as Scarface was here, he would be completely invincible. Yes, young master. Scarface clenched his fists, the fighting spirit in his eyes almost overflowing. After being teleported away twice in succession despite getting ready, he had accumulated a lot of anger. The moment he saw Shuchei, this anger surged uncontrollably to his brain. Although the opponent was wearing armor that looked quite valuable, he didn't care at all. Although his cultivation was suppressed, if he exerted all his strength, he could still unleash 6th rank cultivation. It could be said that he was almost invincible except for the Guardians of Louis and a few others. Chapter 376, The European Union's Shaving Family. Being stepped on the ground by Shuchei, Kong Sheng's eyes were filled with fear. It's you. It's you who obtained the Source Lord inheritance. It must be. Your cultivation level was clearly not this high before, and you didn't have this set of battle armor. Why do you have the Celestial Ruins token? Why? Who are you really? It seems that all the questions in his heart must be asked out loud. Kong Sheng's tone was urgent, and his face kept turning red. He believed in his own judgment. Shu Che remained silent, gradually increasing the pressure under his feet. His voice growing colder. Did you mishear? I'm the one asking you, not the other way around. Creaking, Kong Sheng's chest continued to sink, his expression painfully contorted. You? Kong Sheng raised his hand, struggling to point at Shu Che, his mouth opening and closing as if he didn't know what to express. You're quite the tough guy. Shu Che's expression was indifferent, continuing to exert force beneath his feet. He didn't expect Kong Sheng to be so bold. Kong Sheng's eyes bulged, his brows twitching. As if he had something to say. You go ahead and ask. After a long pause, Kong Sheng finally managed to complete a sentence, his expression somewhat aggrieved. When did he say he wouldn't answer? That's unfair. Shu Che. Cough cough. Chapter 377, Return Journey. A-class ability, blood quenching and soul absorption. Celestial Vault Secret Realm. As the blood core at the site of inheritance collapsed, the entire secret realm was gradually crumbling. Countless spatial fragments shattered and folded into one another. Beasts, spirit plants, and everything that was sucked in was ground to ashes. At this moment, the surviving teams or individuals were in a state of collapse. After managing to adapt to the dangers of the Celestial Vault Secret Realm, it suddenly began to collapse without any warning. If they were to die from a spatial rift, it would have been better to have died from the start. Looking around, the entire Celestial Vault Secret Realm was filled with frantic fleeing figures. Ouyang Yunwei was one of them. However, unlike others, Ouyang Yunwei didn't appear as flustered. Although she was also fleeing for her life, her expression remained relatively calm. But upon closer inspection, one could see the deep fatigue hidden in the depths of her eyes. Logically, she should have run out of strength long ago. The only reason she was able to survive for so long was due to a lingering obsession with killing. Over the past month, she had lost count of how many beasts she had killed. At first, she could only rely on the terrain to kill them one by one. After becoming proficient, the killings gradually accelerated. Chapter 378, 5 Direct Disciples break through in succession. Ding detected that the direct disciple, Yishuan Yue, has broken through from the 3rd stage 4th level to the 3rd stage 7th level. Triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 100x return. Cultivation return in progress. Ding detected that the direct disciple, Jiang Yuli, has broken through from the 3rd stage 4th level to the 3rd stage 6th level. Triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 99x return. Cultivation return in progress. Ding detected that the direct disciple, Jiang Yushi, has broken through from the 3rd stage 4th level to the 3rd stage 6th level. Triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 100x return. Cultivation return in progress. Ding detected that the direct disciple, Bai Chuyang, has broken through from the 3rd stage 4th level to the 3rd stage 6th level. Triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 98x return. Cultivation return in progress. Ding detected that the direct disciple, Pei Ichan, has broken through from the 2nd stage 7th level to the 3rd stage 1st level. Triggering cultivation return. Extracting multiplier. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a 32x return. Cultivation return in progress. Chapter 379, Teacher Qualification Review Advanced. The 3rd layer of the 9 Calamities Tower. The stars are sparse at night. In the wilderness near the Celestial Vault Secret Realm. The Teacher Qualification Review starts a week early. After carefully reviewing all the information from top to bottom, Shu Che frowned slightly. His intuition told him that this matter was definitely not that simple. As far as he knew, the teacher qualification review had always been at the same time each year. Why was it advanced this year? Could it be deliberately targeting me? For some reason, Shu Che's mind immediately conjured up the image of Xiao Zhan. It shouldn't be, right? Thinking this, Shu Che carefully looked at the time the school notice was released, and his brow relaxed a bit. Calculating, the teacher qualification review would start tomorrow, just in time. He was just about to respond one by one, but soon, as if he thought of something, his hand froze. It was already late. And he estimated that everyone was asleep. By the time they saw the information, he would have already arrived, making it unnecessary. With this in mind, Shu Che didn't hesitate and soared into the sky, heading straight for the direction of the First Ability University of the Great Xia. However, what Shu Che didn't know was that at this very moment, in the lounge below the Nine Calamities Tower, a special meeting was taking place. The teacher qualification review would start tomorrow. Although they couldn't contact Shu Che for the time being, nor did they know what the final outcome would be. They needed to do everything that should be done in advance. Chapter 380, Taking a Step Back, What's the Big Deal About Being Fifth Stage? The First Ability University of Great Xia. At the grand main entrance. Professor Shu, long time no see. A long-faced guard greeted him with a smile as he let him through. It has been a while. Shu Che casually nodded and walked towards his residence. After Shu Che left, the long-faced guard immediately left the booth, claiming to have a stomach ache. Once he saw that no one was around, he quickly pulled out a communicator and edited a message. Just now, Shu Che has arrived at the school. After finishing all this, the guard returned to his post, his expression returning to normal. Just 10 minutes later, Kong Saiyun and Song Yun hurriedly arrived at the school. The first thing they did upon arriving on campus was to head to the other courtyard to find Xiao Zhan. Knock knock knock. At this moment, the time was still early, and the knocking sounded exceptionally empty. Come in. A few seconds later, Xiao Zhan's voice came from the other courtyard. Song Yun immediately exchanged glances with Kong Saiyun, and then stepped into the other courtyard one after the other. Upon entering the room, they saw Xiao Zhan sitting calmly in the main seat. Uncle Xiao. Song Yun greeted him familiarly. Principal Xiao. Kong Saiyun slightly bowed, his attitude relatively respectful. Have a seat. Xiao Zhan's gaze swept over Song Yun, and directly landed on Kong Saiyun. What brings you here unexpectedly? Although Kong Saiyun stood behind Song Yun. Chapter 381, Shu Che's Support. 4 System Professors. The sun rose high, golden light pouring down. Today's campus atmosphere was slightly tense. Generally speaking, the most stressful time for students every year is the final academic test. But for teachers, the most stressful time is the annual teacher qualification review. In a sense, this is the final exam for teachers. Upholding the principles of fairness, justice, and transparency, the teacher qualification review is completely open every year. Whether teacher or student, even the lady serving food in the cafeteria with Parkinson's can watch the proceedings. Students are usually supervised by their mentors during exams. Now, they finally have the chance to see their mentors take the exam, and they all show great enthusiasm. The qualification review has not yet begun. But many students have already gathered at the central fountain square to watch the excitement. University is great. In my lifetime, I can actually witness teacher evaluations. How thrilling. The junior students are still too young. Your mentors must be new mentors, right? Ordinary mentor evaluations are not difficult at all. There are almost no failures. Once your mentors become elite teachers, you will really suffer. It's all tears. In order to pass the elite teacher evaluation, the mentors are already struggling. And they even force us to break through the second level of the 9 Tribulations Tower. Chapter 382, Principal Shen's Attendants, Half-Step Martial God. The 9 Tribulations Tower and the Fire God Martial Platform stand in stark contrast. The central area is the central square. As the time for the teacher qualification review approaches, the number of people in the central square continues to increase. In one corner of the crowd, Song Yun suddenly tugged at Kong Xian's sleeve, looking a bit surprised. Kong Xian showed a puzzled expression and expressed her confusion with a nasal tone. Did you not notice just now? Professor Zhuangyang greeted Xu Che, and that's fine. But Professor Li Sui was also chatting and laughing with Xu Che. Considering the relationship between Li Sui and Zhuangyang, it's understandable that he would take the initiative to greet him. But why did Professor Zhong also take the initiative to greet Xu Che? As far as I know, Professor Zhong is not such a friendly person, yet he was smiling when he greeted Xu Che. And then there's Professor Chong from the plant department, whose qualifications even the principal wouldn't dare to neglect, now actively greeting Xu Che. Why do I feel a bit uneasy about this? In fact, she wasn't just a bit uneasy, her heart was racing uncontrollably. Xu Che himself is an associate professor in the formation and talisman disciplines, backed by Professor Bai. Chapter 383, The Curtain Rises. The brutality of the Associate Professor Qualification Review. With a command from Principal Shen Lian, the annual Teacher Qualification Review officially commenced. The first to take place is the most extensive Ordinary Teacher Qualification Review. The requirements for the Ordinary Teacher Qualification Review are threefold. 1. Personal cultivation must reach the 4th level. 2. Besides the main specialty, one must choose one of the other 5 abilities to obtain a secondary title. 3. At least one student from the class must pass the first level of the 9 Tribulations Tower. From any perspective, the Ordinary Teacher Qualification Review is not difficult. As long as one teaches seriously, even new teachers hired this year can easily pass. And indeed, that has been proven true. New teachers like Gao Huahua and Wang Luxiang passed the review without any surprises. Teachers like Jiang Lianyue and Xu Qian, who have excellent performance, faced this level of review with absolutely no pressure. Even for elite teacher reviews, their chances of passing are high. If it weren't for the requirement that at least 2 students from their class must pass the 2nd level of the 9 Tribulations Tower, they might have really succeeded. The Ordinary Teacher Qualification Review had the most participants and took the longest time, lasting about 2.5 hours before it was fully completed. Every teacher who passed the review brought cheers from their respective classes, raising the emotional value to the maximum. Chapter 384, Unstage Evaluation. Pharmacy Department, Plant Department, Forging Department. The failure of Associate Professor Zhong Lei's qualification review indeed cast a shadow over the scene. Although there have been previous failures in the Elite Teacher Qualification Review, the value of elite teachers and associate professors is worlds apart. In the eyes of the students, associate professors are indeed a lofty presence. Especially with Zhong Lei being quite old, he clearly looks like a veteran professor. If such an old professor couldn't pass the review, how high could the difficulty of this year's Associate Professor Qualification Review be? Not only the students, but also the teachers and waiting associate professors had rather grim expressions. Although they all understood that Zhong Lei had obtained the associate professor position purely by seniority, his 5th level cultivation was indeed real. Such cultivation would be considered a strong figure in the outside world. Yet in the school, such a strong person couldn't even pass the review. This inevitably made them empathize, feeling a sense of sorrow for the rabbit and the fox. Regarding this outcome, the professors from various departments didn't have any special reactions. Only Zhuangyang showed a mixed expression of joy and worry. The joy was that Zhong Lei was removed from the associate professor position, meaning he would have complete control over the pharmacy department. The worry was that the first person in the school to fail the associate professor qualification review was indeed the associate professor from his own pharmacy department. Chapter 385, No Level 3 title, but still an associate professor. Xu Che's voice was not loud, but it immediately caused some unrest at the scene. The students were fine as they didn't fully understand what this meant. However, the teachers and associate professors were all shocked. It's important to note that the requirements for the Associate Professor Qualification Review are that, besides the main specialty, one must choose 2 of the other 5 abilities to obtain the Level 3 title. What does it mean to have 3 titles? Could it be that all 3 titles were obtained? It's known that Zhong Lei, who has been in the school for many years, only managed to obtain Level 3 titles in the plant and forging departments. Could a newly hired associate professor, who has been in the position for less than a year, really achieve this? For a moment, most of the teaching staff held a skeptical attitude. Among them, Zhong Lei reacted the most intensely. How is that possible? The failed review had left Zhong Lei in a daze. Even Xu Che breaking through to the 5th level couldn't wake him up. But Xu Che's earlier statement completely brought him back to reality. He was left laughing in anger. In terms of cultivation talent, he admitted he was not as good as Xu Che. Even within the entire teaching system of the First Ability University, his cultivation talent wouldn't rank high. Otherwise, he wouldn't have only reached the associate professor position at this age, now none. Chapter 386, A Shocking Revelation. Professor Zhong and Professor Chong stand firm. What is a shocking revelation? Professors Zhong Baichui and Chong Qiubai provided a perfect demonstration. Their sequential speeches were like oil droplets splashing into boiling water, completely igniting the scene. Looking around, the audience was filled with faces that appeared almost dazed. Whether students or teachers, everyone had turned into a uniform expression of shock. Not a Level 3 title, but an associate professor. So Xu Che is not just an associate professor in 3 disciplines, but in 5 disciplines. This is too dramatic, right? This is no different from a student who hasn't even graduated from high school suddenly declaring they have graduated from university. The only difference is that the scene before them is even more shocking. The difference between a Level 3 title and an associate professor title is not trivial. It is truly a world of difference. Moreover, this involves the school's wealthiest forging department and the respectable plant department. Not to mention that it was Professors Zhong and Chong from the forging and plant departments personally explaining this. This clearly shows that support is being given to Xu Che. The most important thing is that the teacher community knows that Professor Zhong and Professor Chong have never gotten along. Yet now, both of them are unusually speaking out for Xu Che. It's insane. Simply insane. Professor Xu is amazing. The associate professor from the 5 systems is amazing. Chapter 387, The 5th Level. Not yet, but will pass soon. The statements from Professors Zhong and Chong exploded on sight like incendiary bombs, setting off an air raid alarm that echoed through the sky. Once again, the scene was in an uproar. But it was the elite teachers and associate professors who were excited, including many professors. Anyone who knows anything about the forging and spirit plant departments understands the value of these 2 statements. Moreover, the higher the attainment, the more shocking it is. The idea of inscribing formations on battle soldiers was proposed and experimented with many years ago. The results were naturally unsatisfactory. Those in the know understand how difficult it is to inscribe formations on battle soldiers. Simply put, inscribing formations is not difficult. You just need to carve the patterns onto the battle soldiers. The real difficulty lies in ensuring the formation takes shape. Even the slightest error can cause the formation to explode, and in serious cases, the battle soldiers would be rendered useless. Various forging practitioners outside had long given up on this unrealistic idea. Only the university's forging department, which is research-oriented, has not given up on this topic. It was thought that the final fate of this topic would also be fruitless. But now it seems that this problem has been solved. And the one who solved this problem is none other than Xu Che, the associate professor from the Formation and Talismans Department. Chapter 388, No Way. Still going to challenge the 6th level. Central Square. On the high platform. Wait. Just as Xu Che was about to step towards the 9 Tribulations Tower, Xiao Zan's emotionless voice rang out. Shu Che suddenly stopped in his tracks. The notification for the teacher qualification review was issued half a year ago. It seems a bit inappropriate for Associate Professor Shu to challenge the Nine Tribulations Tower now. Noticing that Zhong Lei had already left, Xiao Zan's tone inevitably rose a few notches. In fact, the qualification review for associate professors is not very strictly regulated, and there will be some special considerations. After all, this is the qualification review for associate professors, who hold a certain status within the school. For example, Zhong Lei did not pass the 5th level of the Nine Tribulations Tower, but the host would still give him a chance. Simply put, the enforcement measures are very flexible. If everyone were to challenge the Nine Tribulations Tower on site like Associate Professor Shu, it would undoubtedly take a long time. Especially since there is also the Professor Qualification Review to follow. Xiao Zan continued, showing no mercy. If possible, he wouldn't want to do this either, because it seems too targeted. But he has no choice. Seeing that Shu Che is only one step away from passing the Associate Professor Qualification Review, he is anxious. Chapter 389, I, Shu Che, hereby apply for Professor Qualification Review. No way. Is Professor Shu going to challenge the 6th level of the Nine Tribulations Tower? The exclamations were like a giant rock crashing into the crowd, instantly stirring up a commotion. Oh my goodness, it really is the 6th level. Professor Shu chose to continue challenging. So fierce, looking at this momentum, Professor Shu seems ready to rush through all 6 levels in one go. He should just want to give it a try, right? I looked at the requirements for the teacher qualification review. It seems that only the professor position requires passing the 6th level of the Nine Tribulations Tower, right? It doesn't seem like a mere attempt. The way Professor Shu Che challenged the first 5 levels felt like he wasn't even trying his hardest. Maybe, just maybe, he really can do it. Who would have believed that Professor Shu Che could become an associate professor of the 5 systems? Impossible, absolutely impossible. The position of associate professor with 5 abilities is more related to talent, but the Nine Tribulations Tower is linked to strength. If Professor Shu Che really succeeds, wouldn't that mean his strength has already reached the 6th level master? That's right. How old is Professor Shu Che? How could he possibly break through to become a master? If that were the case, Professor Shu Che would probably be able to walk around the school with ease in the future. After a brief moment of shock, everyone quickly calmed down. Chapter 390, Little Celestial Wolf Hatches. 6 Systems Associate Professor. I, Shu Che, hereby apply for Professor Qualification Review. Shu Che's voice was not loud, but it clearly echoed throughout the entire central square. This simple statement seemed to carry some magical power, directly extinguishing the fervent celebratory atmosphere on site. The students all stared wide-eyed at each other, each covering their ears, thinking they had misheard. Huh? After finally passing the 6th level of the Nine Tribulations Tower, shouldn't this be the time to enjoy the cheers? The first associate professor in the entire school to pass the qualification review. If nothing unexpected happens, he should also be the most outstanding associate professor. Not only has he become an associate professor of the 5 systems, but he also has the impressive achievement of passing the 6th level of the Nine Tribulations Tower. With such accomplishments, why apply for Professor Qualification Review? That's not rational. It should be known that the requirements for the Professor Qualification Review are. Oh? Soon, the students on site began to react. It seems that these requirements are not so difficult for Professor Shu Che after all. The requirements for the Professor Qualification Review are only 3. 1. Personal cultivation must reach 6th level master. 2. Apart from the major, the other 5 abilities must have 4 courses with a level 4 title. 3. Pass the 6th level of the Nine Tribulations Tower. Chapter 391, Xiao Zan, who gave you the guts? Ahem. Surrounded by countless eager gazes, Lisa Wei did not feel the slightest discomfort. Afraid that everyone wouldn't understand, he took a step forward to explain, there may still be people who don't know. So let me emphasize that our beast taming department has 2 promotion systems, one of which is related to contracted spirit beasts. Simply put, anyone who can contract a 4th level or higher spirit beast, along with my recommendation letter, can immediately become an associate professor of the beast taming department. Coincidentally, I had already reported the recommendation letter for Associate Professor Shuche, so. His voice paused and then reappeared. His tone suddenly firm. Shuche becoming an associate professor of my beast taming department is legal and compliant. Li Suwei always had a smile on his face. On one hand, he was happy that Shuche had finally joined the beast taming department. On the other hand, he was happy that Shuche passed the assessment. But deep in his eyes, there was a hint of confusion. According to the information he received, wasn't the little celestial wolf egg contracted by Shuche only 4th level? How did it become 5th level now? Does that mean that the contracted spirit beasts of Shuche and Jiang Lianyue, both associate professors, are stronger than his as a professor? If the 2 join forces, wouldn't they be able to overshadow him? Chapter 392, Professor Bai, I will remain calm, but not right now. The sunny central square suddenly darkened. A hoarse voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to distinguish the source. The square seemed to be enveloped by some kind of light screen. And a strange wave quickly spread throughout the scene. Grandpa, it's Grandpa! Bai Chiuyang exclaimed in surprise at once. The moment she heard the voice, she recognized it as her grandfather's. Realizing this, a rare smile appeared on Bai Chiuyang's face. Grandpa had been in seclusion. His safe exit from seclusion meant a breakthrough. After being stuck for so many years, he had finally broken through to the 7th rank of the National Guardian level. Professor Bai. Shuche looked up at the sky. His expression slightly joyful. He knew that Professor Bai might come out of seclusion early, but he didn't expect it to be so timely. He even wondered if Professor Bai had already exited and was quietly watching all along. However, none of that mattered now. Feeling the strong fluctuations emanating from Professor Bai, Shuche felt much more confident. With his keen perception, he had already determined that Professor Bai's cultivation had fully recovered and had broken through to the 7th rank. There was no need for further judgment. Only 7th rank National Guardian level experts could fly. The next moment, the figure of Professor Bai slowly appeared in the sky that Shuche was staring at. Chapter 393, Firebeacon Martial Arts Arena, Shuche vs. Xiaozan. Cough, cough. Xiaozan lightly coughed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression a mix of shock and anger. He was shocked that Bai Kongdong could break through Principal Shen's blockade. He was angry that Bai Kongdong had injured him in front of so many people. If it weren't for his strong defense, it wouldn't have been as simple as internal injuries. This left him feeling very embarrassed. Although his carefully prepared attire was still intact, he looked disheveled. From when Professor Bai made his move to when Principal Shen intervened, and finally to Professor Bai's successful strike, everything happened in just a few seconds. Before anyone could react, they saw Xiaozan being knocked far away and even getting injured. Although the crowd appeared calm on the surface, their minds were already in turmoil. A professor violently beating the vice principal. This was not something one could see every day. Compared to the students who were merely watching the spectacle, the teachers and professors had a clearer understanding of the situation. Professor Bai had already shown mercy. As a formation master, Professor Bai was more skilled in formations. However, he had just used his fists to strike Xiaozan, relying purely on physical strength. Was this not showing mercy? If Professor Bai had activated a formation attack, Xiaozan would have been in real danger. So strong, is this what it means to be at the National Guardian level? Chapter 394, Xiaozan, I'll give you 3 moves. Shuche, all right. Firebeacon Martial Arts Arena. In the middle of the boundless blue sea, a few scattered islands sat alone. On the largest island in the cluster, 2 figures slowly emerged. It was Shuche and Xiaozan, ready to spar. Both sides were limited to a maximum cultivation level of 6th rank, 2nd layer. The battle would begin in 10 seconds, as an ethereal and emotionless voice announced. 6th rank. 2nd layer. Xiaozan's eyes suddenly narrowed as he regained his focus. After carefully examining Shuche, who was 50 steps away, he chuckled, "Professor Shu. No wonder you are so confident. It turns out you have already broken through to the 6th rank, 2nd layer. Impressive." The scene and sound of Xiaozan were being transmitted in sync to the giant screen in the central square. This message clearly reached everyone's ears in the central square. Unsurprisingly, this news sparked quite a stir again. Shuche had actually reached the 6th rank, 2nd layer. This meant Shuche had not just recently broken through to the 6th rank. He had broken through to the 6th rank much earlier than everyone had imagined. On the high platform, Professor Bai, who had just taken his seat, twitched his eyebrows, and a strange expression appeared on his face. When he first met Shuche, the latter was still at the 4th rank of the extraordinary realm. Chapter 395, Talent Overwhelms. Shuche wins. Central Square. The scene had quieted down again, though it was hard to tell how many times that had happened. However, this time was different. Almost everyone wore expressions of intense shock. Whether they were students, professors, or associate professors, even the vice principal and Professor Bai rubbed their eyes, thinking they must have seen wrong. What was going on? Xiaozan, who possessed the Azure Dragon battle armor and had domain suppression, was actually knocked away by Shuche with a single blow. Huh? Professor Bai instinctively straightened up and grasped his collar. He was very familiar with the combat technique Shuche had just used. It was the 1,000 Shadows instant prison kill that he had personally taught Shuche. He knew the power of the 1,000 Shadows instant prison kill. That blow from Shuche already bore the shadow of Bai Jiaxuan, with tremendous destructive power. However, what puzzled him was just this point. Although this blow had incredible destructive power, it shouldn't have been enough to force Xiaozan into a position where he could not resist. He had seen clearly that Xiaozan had been knocked away without even being able to put up a fight. How was this possible? Professor Bai's gaze became introspective as he fell into thought. While he was undoubtedly an expert in formations, he had little experience when it came to physical confrontation. Chapter 396, Professor Qualification Review Passed, Fastest in History. In the central square, there were faces filled with astonishment. The scene resembled a still-life painting, with everyone expressing their shock in their own way. Although the teachers and students had already been shaken several times today, this time they were still caught off guard. This was because the battle ended too quickly. Not only did it end quickly, but the outcome was also beyond most people's expectations. The victor was actually Associate Professor Shuche. No, he should now be called Professor Shuche. Gulp, the sound of swallowing echoed. Gulp, gulp, the sounds of swallowing rose and fell. The continuous sounds of throat swallowing were like the chirping of cicadas in summer, persisting in the air. The swallowing sound seemed to have flipped a switch or acted as a fuse, completely igniting the atmosphere on site. Xiaozan lost. Xiaozan actually lost. Doesn't this mean that Professor Shu is stronger than Xiaozan? Is Professor Shu going to be directly promoted to vice principal today? Did I just see wrong? Why did I see dragon-shaped phantoms appearing behind both Xiaozan and Professor Shu, and I felt that Professor Shu's was even stronger? You didn't see wrong. The book overview of cultivation levels states that the manifestation of phantoms is a reflection of a master-level talent. Additionally, you are not mistaken. According to the third law of conservation of force, under the premise of equal cultivation levels, Professor Shu's talent is indeed stronger. Chapter 397, On-Site Promotion. Professors of Formation and Talismans. This time, no one interrupted the host's words. As the host's voice fell, it completely announced the end of Shuche's qualification review. Shuche not only became the first in the entire school to pass the Associate Professor Qualification Review, Dramatically, he became the first to pass the professor qualification review. Although the qualification review is not yet over, Shuche has already secured today's MVP. As he heard the answer, Shuche slowly exhaled. And the tension on his face gradually eased. Just before the host announced the results, scenes of his recent battle with Xiao Zhan replayed in his mind. Xiao Zhan, being a vice president at such a young age, truly has remarkable skills. The final move, the Ascending Dragon Fist, was the strongest attack he has encountered so far. Even with the advantage of his innate restraint, winning was not easy. Without the innate restraint, it would have been even harder to win. However, none of this matters now. In the end, the victor is the victor. People will only remember the final winner, and not care about the so-called process. Additionally, there are many benefits to winning this match. First of all, there will be no more disputes regarding the professor review. Another important point is Chapter 398, Brother. Do you think I look good in a wedding dress? Central Square. After Principal Shen's concluding speech, the teacher qualification review was officially declared over. Shuche undoubtedly became the biggest winner today. After the event, Shuche's expression was somewhat stiff. The reason was simple. Whether they were teachers or associate professors, they all deliberately passed by him to greet him. It was as if all the faces looking down from the tree were smiling. At this moment, there were hardly any people he could see the backs of. Therefore, all he saw were smiling faces. Especially the teachers, each one more enthusiastic than the last. Congratulations, Professor Shu. Congratulations, Professor Shu. I'm Xiao Chen from the Forging Department, and I'm brothers with Wang Mang. Please take care of me in the future. Professor Shu. Do you remember me? I'm Xiao Mai from the Spiritual Plant Department. I was the one who received you when you came with Wan Jun last time. I knew you could do it, Professor Shu. By the way, I'm Xiao Wang from the Pharmaceutical Department. I was the one who mixed up the twin snake berry and twin snake grass during your level 5 qualification assessment. Professor Shu. Is your contract beast the Howling Moon Wolf? So cool. Can I pet it if I get the chance? By the way, my spiritual beast is also a spiritual wolf. If you need breeding, I'm obliged to help. Chapter 399, Professor Bai's Heart Not in the Abyss Secret Realm. Principal Shen, Professor Bai. At this moment, Shuche was unaware of everything Jiang Lian Yu was doing, just arriving at the high platform. Indeed. Principal Shen looked at Shuche with great interest. You have surprised me quite a bit today. First of all, although he had already seen through Shuche's actual cultivation level being at the 6th level, he did not expect Shuche to have such high talent in the 6 arts of abilities. Secondly, he did not anticipate that Shuche would easily pass the 6th level of the 9 Tribulations Tower. Finally, he never expected Shuche to win against Xiao Zhan in an almost overwhelming manner, and to possess SS-level talent. No matter how one looks at it, he is definitely a child of fortune. Shuche stood with his hands down, not showing any special emotion in response to Principal Shen's praise. He had prepared for this professor qualification review for quite a long time. Success was already within his expectations. The professor qualification review stirred up waves. But it was still under control. Shuche, is your talent really SS level? At this moment, Professor Bai interjected, asking the most concerning question, has your talent evolved a second time? That's right, by chance, my talent has indeed evolved, and it is currently at SS level. Chapter 400, regarding my closed-door disciple is a medicine spirit body Pingcheng. Pharmaceutical Hall. The moment he saw the email, Zideng immediately called back to Zhuangyang. Within 3 seconds, the video call connected. How long did it take you to answer? Zideng opened with a barrage of words. I said. Did you eat the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? How could you tease your junior brother? Don't think about getting the 13 treasures pill from me in the future. Zideng puffed up his cheeks, feeling both angry and slightly belittled. Shu Che becoming a professor. What a joke. He knows his little disciple is very talented. Passing the level 5 qualification assessment at such a young age is impressive. But there's still a long way to go before becoming a professor. The semester hasn't even ended yet. How can he be promoted to professor now? What? I clicked to connect the moment the application came in. Zhuang Yang's expression was obviously still confused. But in just a few seconds, he quickly understood everything. Seeing his mentor's face turn red, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Oh, thank you, master. How could I dare to lie to you? I'm not kidding. My junior brother really passed the professor qualification review and became a professor. And it was announced by Principal Shen himself, just today. Chapter 401, Explosive Gold Coins. News about the 9-turn reincarnation participating in the soul-tracking crystal main base city. The first ability University of Daxia. Central Square. Oh? You are going to the Thousand Islands Alliance to participate in this year's newly held teaching elite competition of the 5 major alliances. Principal Shen suddenly showed interest. Coincidentally, he was very familiar with the teaching elite competition of the 5 major alliances. In simple terms, the purpose of this competition is to coordinate resource allocation among the 5 major alliances. And the place that needs resources the most is naturally the front lines. As the president of the First Ability University of Daxia, and one of the frontline commanders, he was already aware of the competition when it began to take shape. The Education Department's Director Leng invited me, Shu Che answered truthfully. In this year's university exchange competition, several of my disciples successfully won the championship. The martial arts school, which had remained silent all along, added a sentence. Oh? Principal Shen's eyes lit up. I didn't expect Professor Shu's teaching quality to be so high. He is truly a rare talent. Although he hadn't paid attention to any university exchange competitions for many years, he understood the significance of winning the championship in the first year of college. Thinking of this, a sudden thought flashed through Principal Shen's mind. It's one thing to have high cultivation talent, but the talent in the 6 arts of abilities and teaching talent is also so high. Chapter 402, Killing Intent enters the body. Use violence to counter violence. Principal Shen, if I have a way to delay your injury or heal you, can you help me exchange for the 9-turn reincarnation ginseng? Under Principal Shen's calm gaze, along with Professor Bai and the martial arts school's curious eyes, Shu Che slowly spoke these words. His voice was not loud and was even intentionally lowered, but to Bai Professor and the martial arts school, it sounded like a thunderclap. Shu Che, be careful with your words. What nonsense are you talking about? Professor Bai hurriedly scolded on the surface, but cold sweat was pouring down inside. What delaying injury and healing? Principal Shen is half a step into the martial god realm. How could such a strong person be easily injured? Furthermore, even if they were injured, it wouldn't be something people like them could solve. The martial arts school was also in a state of agitation, their expressions changing rapidly. Shu Che's audacity was truly a bit too much. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly froze. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Principal Shen, and to his surprise, he saw Shen's pupils abruptly constrict. This discovery shook him to the core. This kind of expression was something he had never seen on Shen's face before. Could it be that the martial arts school was thinking of some possibility? The expression was unprecedentedly serious. Professor Bai, please allow Professor Shu to continue, Shen said, his voice as calm as a still pond. But it inexplicably sent chills down people's spines. Chapter 403, The Launch of the Elite Teaching Competition of the 5 Major Alliance Universities. Absolutely not, absolutely not. As soon as Shu Che finished speaking, the martial arts school shook his head like a rattle drum. The Downzhong acupoint is too close to the heart. Luring in the evil energy inside is incredibly dangerous. Even if he successfully condenses the energy fake core. The fake core will definitely explode after absorbing the evil energy for a long time. Wouldn't that be even more dangerous then? After hearing Shu Che's so-called method, he was almost scared out of his wits. Not to mention whether Shu Che's method would work. Not doing this would at least keep Shen's body safe in the short term. If they did this, who knows how long Shen could last. Professor Bai also frowned deeply. Shu Che, is this method a bit too radical? From his years of experience, this method could potentially succeed. But the problem is that the means are too extreme, completely a way of harming the enemy while self-damaging. This method might be able to lure all the evil energy from various parts of the body to one place. In a sense, it achieves the effect of purifying the evil energy. But the issue is that gathering the evil energy together is also very dangerous. Although the body temporarily returns to normal, it is equivalent to always carrying a ticking time bomb. Don't rush, I haven't finished speaking, Shu Che said, his expression not showing much fluctuation, his tone still calm. Chapter 404, Optimizing the Cultivation Method. A comprehensive enhancement plan. The top supernatural university of the Great Xia. In a certain lecture hall, Yi Shuangyue, Jiang Yueli, Jiang Yueshi, Bai Chiuyang, and Pei Chan were all present. The only reason they could gather these busy people was that Shu Che had sent out a class notification. Speaking of which, since the start of the semester, they had gathered for class only a handful of times. Other instructors would want to have classes every day, but not Shu Che. He would only call for a meeting when there was something important. Usually, they were free-range and very casual. Shuangyue, Yueli, Yueshi, Chiuyang, Yi-chan. Each of you practice the breathing method and combat skills once, Shu Che said as he glanced around. Before reaching the Master Realm, he still couldn't completely restore the low-grade breathing method or combat skills. Now that he had completely entered the Master Realm, it should be possible. Yes? The five responded in unison, and immediately acted according to Shu Che's request. At once, the small lecture hall was filled with a surging undercurrent. Yi Shuangyue radiated a powerful blood energy, resembling a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. Jiang Yueli had the air around her crackling with thunder, her sharp momentum like a soaring sword. Jiang Yueshi was surrounded by a chilling aura, with frost hanging in the air, as if even the air had become frozen. Chapter 405, Live Teaching of the 6 Arts of Supernatural Abilities Competition. What are the competition events for the Teaching Elite Competition of the 5 major Alliance universities? Director Leng got straight to the point, and Shu Che instinctively repeated, the 6 Arts of Supernatural Abilities. Yes. Since this is the first elite teaching competition of universities this year, the competition events have been discussed for a long time before being finalized. The moment the events were confirmed, I thought of you, Professor Shu. Shu Che humbly replied, just call me teacher. Hey. I heard about Professor Shu being promoted to Professor of the Formation and Talisman Systems, so you don't need to be modest. Leng Yangshi continued without giving Shu Che a chance to speak. Professor Shu, I have a meeting later, so I'll get straight to the point. This year's elite teaching competition is divided into 2 events, the first being the 6 Arts of Supernatural Abilities competition. Shu Che raised his eyelids. A hint of surprise flashing in his eyes, the 6 Arts of Supernatural Abilities. He truly did not expect that the elite teaching competition would include the 6 Arts of Supernatural Abilities. But after a moment's thought, he quickly understood. The 6 Arts of Supernatural Abilities is not only a compulsory subject for teachers in the Great Xia, but also applicable to other major alliances. The only difference is that each alliance's 6 arts has its own characteristics. This project was also decided after much discussion. As all universities in the 5 major alliances have departments for the 6 Arts of Supernatural Abilities, with each having similar levels. Chapter 406, Refining the Evil-Repelling Pill. The atmosphere in the pharmacy department today was somewhat unusual. Just a few minutes after Shu Che entered the pharmacy department building, the entire department's atmosphere became heated. All pharmacists with a level 4 title or above were required to drop everything they were doing and gather immediately. However, in the face of such an almost domineering demand, no one expressed any dissent. Not only because this was an instruction from Professor Zhuangyang himself, but also because the purpose of gathering was to observe Professor Xu Che's live pharmacy work. Although they could only watch this one step, and not the whole process, it still excited the pillars of the department. After all, this was their pharmacy department's Professor Xu Che, the genius who passed the level 5 title assessment in one go. Even if they could only observe for a little while, they would still gain a lot. In the public pharmacy room, senior brother, what's going on? Looking at the pairs of eager eyes outside the door, Xu Che raised his eyelids. A bad premonition began to stir in his heart. It's like this, junior brother. You don't often get the chance to make medicine yourself, so I naturally want these people to learn well and reinforce your position, Zhuangyang smiled. Rest assured, they are just watching the pharmacy process and won't leak any secrets. Go ahead. Show them something shocking. Chapter 407, Rapid Progress. Purification Success Rate 100. Outside the public pharmacy room, swish, swish, swish. All eyes turned to Zhuangyang at the same time, and everyone's expressions were extremely vivid. Confusion, disbelief, incredulity, and other expressions alternated on their faces. All raw materials failed purification. A failure rate of up to 100. Is this correct? Xu Professor is a man who passed the level 5 title assessment. It shouldn't be like this. Such a failure rate only occurs with newcomers who have never practiced. At this moment, although no one spoke, the questions were practically etched on their faces. Feeling the complex gazes of the crowd, Zhuangyang suddenly fell silent. His mouth opened, but he couldn't say a word. Not only were others confused, but he was also bewildered. At this moment, he couldn't help but rush in to ask Xu Che what was going on. For Xu Che, this situation shouldn't be happening. Look, Professor Xu is starting again. Fortunately, at that moment, a gasp drew everyone's attention once more. Zhuangyang felt a slight relief and looked again. Inside the public pharmacy lab. Sure enough, making medicine personally was not that simple. Xu Che was completely immersed in the world of drug making, oblivious to the complex expressions of the crowd outside the door. Chapter 408, Misunderstanding, Professor Xu has great righteousness. Outside the public pharmacy lab. Gulp. Someone swallowed hard. In the quiet scene, this sound seemed to flip a switch. Gulp. Gulp. The sound of swallowing echoed one after another. The fourth-level pharmacists present stared wide-eyed at each other in shock. They were clearly deeply shaken by Xu Che's actions. This shock was far more intense than before. The previous doubts were instantly swept away without a trace. 100 success in purification. Is he even human? Not to mention them. Even Professor Zhuangyang couldn't achieve that. For a moment, deep bewilderment flashed in everyone's eyes. Why was Professor Xu able to achieve 100 success? Yet his previous success rate was so low. This doesn't make sense. What on earth is going on? Among the crowd, Zhuangyang's expression was no better, as he too was confused. Xu Che's previous 100 failure rate surprised him, and was hard to believe. But now, the 100 success rate was even more shocking. Before Xu Che began refining, he estimated that the other success rate should be around 60. This success rate was something he guessed only after learning that Xu Che had become a professor. Chapter 409, Purification 6 Techniques. The pharmacy department goes crazy. Huh? What is this? What new purification technique? This was the first thought that sprang up in Xu Che's mind. Before he could fully enjoy the joy of his first success, he was met with this scene, leaving him utterly baffled. What does this have to do with anything? In his imagination, he never expected the crowd to show such enthusiasm. He instinctively turned to Zhuangyang in search of answers. Junior brother, I feel ashamed. Zhuangyang's expression was slightly rueful. Senior brother, I underestimated you. I didn't expect everything you did was to research new techniques. Xu Chei's confusion deepened. What is this? He had only refined a single erosion elixir, and hadn't thought much beyond that. Junior brother, don't be modest. Zhuangyang thought Xu Chei was shy, and smiled. The reason you failed consecutively in purification before was to research new techniques. We all understand that. Yes, Professor Xu, we all see your good intentions. Professor, please teach us the new technique. We haven't learned it yet. Professor, we all want to learn the new purification technique. The pharmacists outside spoke with the same determination. Xu Chei fell completely silent, a strange light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 4:10, Creating a Frenzy, Exploding Across the School. Incredible. Professor Xu Chei solves the pharmaceutical purification problem, the 6 techniques emerge, the industry kneels. A new god is born in the pharmaceutical world. Professor Xu Chei's 6 techniques of purification shocks the professor group, even the dean can't sit still. Overturning. Pharmaceutical genius Professor Xu Chei creates the 6 divine techniques. Upgrading the means of pharmaceutical purification once again. Instantly renowned. Professor Xu Chei's 6 purification techniques debuts, causing a seismic shift in the pharmaceutical world. One explosive headline after another popped up like mushrooms after rain. There are many night owls, and at least half of the university campus is among them. The exaggerated headlines and sensational hype captured the attention of all faculty and students browsing the internal network. Upon clicking in, everyone quickly understood. Although the titles were exaggerated, they were not overstated. As today's hottest topic, Xu Chei, who is a professor in the Formations and Talismans department, actually made a grand entrance in the pharmacy department as his first act after taking office. Not only did he teach publicly, but he also researched 6 new purification methods. Moreover, this purification technique has a much higher success rate than previous methods. Anyone with knowledge of the pharmaceutical process knows what this means. Over the years, the purification techniques in pharmaceuticals have remained stagnant. Chapter 4:11, Researching cultivation techniques for spiritual plants. Not impossible. Inside the spiritual plant department building. When Xu Chei approached the spiritual plant department, he quickly noticed something was off. Today was clearly a workday, yet the building was sparsely populated, hardly anyone in sight. Could there be a special event today? Just as Xu Chei was wondering about this, he caught sight of a familiar face out of the corner of his eye. Coincidentally, it was the girl who had welcomed him last time in the spiritual plant department, Xiaomai. Professor Xu. As soon as Xu Chei noticed Xiaomai, she also spotted him. Upon seeing Xu Chei, Xiaomai immediately approached, her face showing a hint of joy. Hello, is there an event in the spiritual plant department today? Why are there hardly any people around? Thinking he was just there to pick up a volcanic crystal nucleus, he hadn't informed his aunt Xu Wanjuan. Nor had he given a heads up to Professor Chong. Doesn't he, Professor Xu, know? These 2 days mark the spiritual plant department's semi-annual major examination. Xiaomai's voice was somewhat surprised. But she quickly seemed to realize something. I almost forgot that you are our spiritual plant department's associate professor, and don't need to participate in the major exam. Major exam? Xu Chei asked, slightly puzzled. He had never heard about it from Professor Chong or his aunt. Xiaomai explained at the right moment, our spiritual plant department is different from other departments. The cultivation time for a spiritual plant usually starts from 6 months. So the major exam is held every 6 months to ensure that if there are any issues with the spiritual plants, there is time to make up for them. Chapter 4:12. Is Professor Xu serious? After a brief moment of shock, Professor Chong immediately pressed on, his tone involuntarily rising a notch. Just a moment ago, his teasing tone suddenly turned excited. What spiritual plant department doesn't have as many mature techniques as the pharmaceutical department, with much depending on experience? The idea that new techniques aren't easily researched was all forgotten after Shu Chei's statement. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: a new cultivation technique. If Shu Chei can research a new cultivation method, he would wake up laughing in his dreams. Professor Chong's expression was such, let alone the nearby fourth-level spiritual plant masters. Almost the moment Shu Chei said he could try, everyone froze as if under a spell, their faces turning into a uniform look of blankness. They naturally knew the news about Shu Chei on the campus network. They had even been discussing it among themselves before coming for the major exam ratings today. There are whispers about why Professor Shu Chei didn't come to the spirit plant department first. Some even joked that it would be great if Professor Shu could help the spirit plant department develop new things. But who would have thought it would be spot on? Professor Shu really came, and it seems he truly intends to research new cultivation methods. Chapter 4:13, A Favor Returned, Reputation Soars. It's useful. Really useful. The nutrient absorption speed of the golden rice has increased by 300. A simple sentence is like a thunderclap. It immediately ignited the atmosphere at the scene. It worked. The golden rice indeed possesses the robust vitality of the iron vine. This is incredible. Is this the energy grafting method? Never heard of it. Never heard of it. The industry is going to be shaken. With such a cultivation method coming out, the existing spirit plant cultivation system is bound to enter a new era. I originally thought that Professor Shu's talent in spirit plants should be the lowest, but now it seems I was wrong. Professor Shu is clearly a natural spirit plant prodigy. I heard that Professor Shu's family has been in the spirit plant business since he was young, truly a family of spirit plants, haha. I got it. I understand how to solve the problem of the broken rhizomes of the colorful begonia. I can graft the resilient dragon's bloodvine onto the colorful begonia. At the scene, there were excited faces turning red. Every face was filled with excitement and barely concealed emotion. As spirit plant masters, their gratitude towards Shu Chei had reached its peak. Although Professor Shu only demonstrated the energy grafting method once, it was equivalent to revealing the key points and core of this method to them. Chapter 4:14, Kojiro Kuroshima, Surpassing the Master. Thousand Islands Alliance. One of the 5 major alliances of Blue Star. As the name suggests, the Thousand Islands Alliance is composed of islands of various sizes. During the time of great disaster, plate movements led to ocean currents. Under the influence of these currents, numerous islands on Blue Star eventually converged into one area. Thus, this cluster of islands was formed. It is somewhat exaggerated to say there are 1,000 islands. Most are tiny reefs the size of sesame seeds. Overall, only about 100 or 200 islands can support a large population. Among these habitable islands, 100 are particularly dazzling. These 100 islands are arranged in a circular pattern. Looking down from the sky, they shine like pearls. Some islands are perpetually shrouded in mist. Some islands have snow-capped mountains covered in snow year-round. Some islands are filled with colorful corals. Others are filled with towering divine pillars. In the very center of these 100 islands lies a circular island. Compared to the 100 islands, the circular island is not large, but the radiance above it far exceeds that of the 100 islands. It appears as if the 100 islands are merely satellites of the circular island. Chapter 4:15, The Terror of Half-Step Martial Gods. As dusk falls, the sun melts like gold. Inside the pharmacy building. Public pharmacy room. Finally done. After a busy day, Master Shu let out a long sigh of relief. He immediately slumped into a chair like a deflated balloon. Since entering the pharmacy room, he hadn't had a moment's rest. He was either purifying or refining. Or on his way to purify and refine. Looking at the 6 pills in his hand that continuously emitted devouring power, Shu Chei finally smiled. Heaven rewards the diligent. After nearly a day's effort, the corrosive pill needed by Principal Shen has been refined. Adding the one refined yesterday, there are exactly 7. All right, time to leave. Glancing at the night sky outside, Shuche prepared to depart. As he stepped out of the pharmacy room, he opened his smart light brain. It's common sense to turn off communications while refining medicine. Even if he had help from Po Wang, he needed to stay focused at all times. Beep beep beep. As soon as he opened the smart light brain, a series of messages flooded in. The first one was a message from Professor Chong. Professor Chong. Shuche clicked to view it with slight confusion, and soon he was stunned. The message from Professor Chong was only a short sentence: the great gift has been sent. Please check. Chapter 416, 3-Needle Fixation Method. Beast Mastery Department Teaching. The First Ability University of Daxia. Beast Mastery Department. In the early morning, the dawn light just breaking. While the spirit beasts in the back mountain have not yet woken up, the open space directly in front of the back mountain is already filled with people. Without exception. These people are all teachers with beast mastery titles. At this moment, most of their gazes are filled with confusion as they look towards Lisa Wei at the front. It is obvious that they are very surprised by this assembly. In the Ability 6 Arts Department, the Beast Mastery Department has never had so many rules. Such a large-scale assembly only happens during the start of the school year or major tests. Observing everyone's reactions, Lisa Wei suddenly smiled. I know everyone is probably very confused about this early notification for assembly, so I won't keep you in suspense. Today I have invited Professor Shuche to come to our Beast Mastery Department to share his experiences. Wow! As soon as this news came out, the scene was filled with exclamations and discussions. Professor Shu is coming. Oh my God! Why didn't you say this earlier? If I had known, I wouldn't have dressed so much. Thank goodness I came today, otherwise, I would have missed out. Professor Shu has been quite popular at school these past few days. First, he created the 6 purification techniques in the pharmacy department, then he researched the energy grafting method in the spirit plant department. Will he? Chapter 417, Carl's Bet in the Americas Alliance. Daxia. The Beast Mastery Department of the First Ability University. Shuche is wholeheartedly sharing small tips on beast mastery. Meanwhile, a piece of news quietly spreads to the Americas Alliance. This news is about the newly developed energy grafting method from the First Ability University of Daxia. Compared to the European Union, the Bear Alliance, and the Thousand Islands Alliance, the Americas Alliance was the first to receive this news. This is because the Americas Alliance places significantly higher emphasis on spirit plant techniques than the other major alliances. Although all 5 major alliances are promoting the Ability 6 arts, due to historical, geographical, and cultural issues, each has its own strengths. The Thousand Islands Alliance has advantages in beast mastery due to its integration with the original Australasia continent. Additionally, the Fuso lineage has precedents of using human subjects for drug testing, giving it a considerable advantage in the pharmacy field. The Bear Alliance has advantages in body size and mineral resources, making it very strong in forging. The European Union has developed its own characteristics in talismans, with powers subtly surpassing those of the other major alliances. Daxia, due to its lineage, has the deepest attainments in formations. As for the American Alliance, due to abundant rainfall and dense forest vegetation, research on spiritual plant cultivation is very advanced. Chapter 418, Principal Shen's Promise, the 9 turns reincarnation ginseng is in hand. Beast Mastery Department, in the open space at the back mountain. The sun slowly tilted from the east to directly overhead, and the temperature on the surface of the body rose sharply under the nearly direct sunlight. Even though it was not yet midsummer, it was definitely uncomfortable in terms of body sensation. However, none of the beast masters in front of the open space showed any signs of impatience. Instead, they were all mesmerized, their faces filled with a thirst for knowledge. Shuchei's teachings were so dry that they opened a new world for each of them. After listening to Shuchei's lecture, they finally understood how profound the art of beast mastery is and how many things need to be noted. Well, the above 3 methods can significantly increase your chances of contracting spirit beasts. Of course, theory is just one aspect. The most important thing is still practice. In the front of the crowd, Shuchei spoke loudly, "My sharing ends here, and I hope everyone gains something." After saying this, Shuchei felt relieved inside. Several hours of practical theoretical explanation were indeed exhausting. "Thank you, Professor Shu." The scene was briefly quiet for a moment, then a uniform response came. The next moment, eager applause suddenly erupted. The applause was loud and rhythmic, almost surpassing the entire back mountain. Judging by the expressions, everyone was genuinely grateful, their feelings almost overflowing. Chapter 419, Professor Zhong, "Professor Shu, I missed you so much." Damn, how did he come out of Principal Shen's office? At his level, he shouldn't have any interaction with Principal Shen. Is it because he became the professor of the Formation and Talismans department? Or is it due to the rumors circulating on the campus network in the past few days? Inside the office, Xiaozan furrowed his brow, muttering something. His expression not looking good. If Shuchei was promoted to professor, that would be fine, but if it was because of the news on the campus network. He pursed his lips, and Xiaozan's gaze lowered, lost in thought. After pondering for a moment, as if he suddenly thought of something, he quickly opened the campus network. A quick glance at the trend of the posts made Xiaozan's face turn green. He seemed somewhat incredulous as he rubbed his eyes, and his expression became even worse. Each of the top-ranked posts deeply stimulated his eyes. The Beast Mastery Department is in chaos. Professor Shuchei has created a god-level operation, subduing a rampaging spirit beast with 3 needles. The final move is too amazing. After the Pharmacy and Spiritual Plant departments, the Beast Mastery Department has officially fallen. Professor Shuchei sweeps through 3 departments, and the music therapy method is revealed for the first time. Battle. The campus storm changes suddenly. Professor Shuchei strikes again. A food therapy method shocks the Beast Mastery Department. Chapter 420, Professor Zhong, do you think this counts as mastery? In the Forging Department. Professor Zhong, no. Faced with the overly enthusiastic Professor Zhong, Shuchei quickly sidestepped. This was indeed a bit too much. Haha, isn't this a bit too excited? Professor Zhong laughed heartily. Not at all embarrassed, and the smile on his face became even more apparent. I thought you wouldn't come until tomorrow. I even specifically requested a collective meeting for the Forging Department tomorrow. Wait a moment. I will notify everyone to come to the department to hear your teaching as quickly as possible. Professor Zhong was swift in action, and as he spoke, he prepared to make contact. Wait. Shuchei raised his eyelids. Professor Zhong, I haven't even started forging, how can I teach? To be honest, the main purpose of my visit this time is to learn forging techniques. In the system of 6 arts of abilities, spiritual plants and beast mastery rely more on experience. The pharmacy and forging departments focus more on techniques. To achieve good results in the teaching elite competition of the 5 major alliances, it is very important to get hands-on experience. Learning forging techniques. Professor Zhong was taken aback. Shuchei, I was invited to participate in the teaching elite competition of the 5 major alliances, and there is a forging project in the competition. Professor Zhong suddenly understood. So that's it. That's why you've been visiting the pharmacy, spiritual plant, and beast mastery departments in the past few days. Chapter 421, Methods to Improve Engraving Success Rates. In the exclusive forging room. Professor Zhong, I'm done, do you think this counts as mastery? Shuchei's voice was not loud, but it still made Professor Zhong's expression freeze. Mastery. Suddenly opening his eyes to look at the forging stage. As his gaze focused, Professor Zhong jumped up from his chair. Quick steps brought him to the forging stage, his gaze fixed on the raw body in Shuchei's hand. His voice noticeably dry. "Is this what you just forged?" With his keen eye, he could naturally see that the raw body in Shuchei's hand was already close to perfection. To achieve this in just one attempt was outrageous. Even he, who was once hailed as a genius in the forging department, took a whole day to successfully forge a raw body, and it was still far from perfect. What he mentioned about mastering it in 3 days did not include forging a perfect raw body. Shuchei's actions brought him an enormous shock. "Yes?" Shuchei nodded. Then smiled. "Professor Zhong, how long did you say it took you to master it back then?" "This?" Professor Zhong's face turned bitter, and he fell silent. Originally, he thought that mastering it in 1 day was already impressive, but he didn't expect Shuchei's talent to be even more monstrous. Chapter 422, Public Opinion Resurfaces. Professor Zhong takes action. In the forging department, Shuchei was introducing one by one in front of Professor Zhong. "This technique I call the gravity formulation. As the name suggests, by using this technique to engrave the gravity array, it can significantly increase the success rate of engraving. According to my estimates, the success rate of engraving on a first-tier combat soldier should be around 80, but as the combat soldier's level increases, the success rate will drop significantly. Of course, the 4th-tier combat soldier is a watershed. The success rate is extremely low above the 4th tier, and should not be considered. His sample size for the experiment was too small to continue optimizing. After all, 4th-tier combat soldiers and those below are completely different entities." 80, Professor Zhong nodded absently, not expressing his opinion. At this moment, there was only one number in his mind, 80. Although this is just a first-tier gravity array, which can at most make the weapon lighter, but an 80 success rate still shocked him. Their forging department has researched for so long, and the overall success rate of engraving is only around 40. 80 compared to 40 is an increase of more than double. The second technique is called the toughness formulation. Similarly, by using this technique to engrave the toughness array, the success rate can be significantly improved. Chapter 423, Beast Mastery Genius. The Rocky Family of Oceania. Breaking news. The storm rises again. Professor Shuchei's improved 3-style forging method causes a sensation. Explosion. The sudden gathering of the entire forging department is actually because of him. Overflowing talent. Professor Shuchei is expected to become the first person under the vice principal. Exclusive. Professor Shuchei's forging department engraving technology has entered a new stage. Posts on campus are emerging one after another, with titles consistently exaggerated. The comments are still heated, and Shuchei's reputation has reached new heights. The discussions among everyone are enthusiastic, but far from the previous reactions. This is largely because most people had guessed that Shuchei would definitely go to the forging department. On campus, faculty and students have almost become accustomed to Shuchei's actions. After all, this is already the 4th department he has joined. However, the outside world is stirred by Shuchei's actions today. Thousand Islands Alliance. Thousand Star Island is located near the center, about 10 kilometers away from where Junichiro is located. There is a small grassland. Surrounding the lake in the center of the grassland, tents are connected together. This area completely belongs to the Oceania family, which is one of the 2 major families of the Thousand Islands Alliance, equal in strength to the island family. At this moment, inside the largest tent facing the lake. Chapter 424, Bear Alliance, Forging Genius Vasily. While the Dacia Alliance and the Thousand Islands Alliance are deep in the night, the core city of the Bear Alliance welcomes its first rays of dawn. In the central area of the core city, at the National Wuda University, in the forging department. Bang! 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 When the sun rises, the sound of forging in the forging department has already been ringing for quite some time. Unlike the forging department in Dacia, the forging department of National Wuda University has no forging room at all. because there are simply too many people. Looking around, all you see are muscular men working shirtless at their respective workstations. The workstations are crisscrossed like a giant chessboard. Each person, without exception, is wielding a giant hammer that is bigger than their heads. Although the hammerheads are large, their control is not weak at all. Each strike is just the right amount of force. On average, they can complete the forging of a blank in less than half an hour. Almost every blank in front of the workstations has been casually piled into small mountains. It looks like every piece of blank is quite good, and if forged further, it would definitely make a good battle armor. However, not every blank has the chance to be forged further. Most of these blanks are destined to be remade, with only a few perfect ones being picked out. This is the daily training of these blacksmiths. Chapter 425, Brothers, Come Quickly. Professor Shu is going to answer questions live. Early in the morning, as dawn breaks, the air is damp and cool. A new day has begun. The first supernatural university, which had been quiet all night, is quietly waking up. However, someone has woken up early. That is Shu Che. In the public pharmacy room of the pharmaceutical department's building. When the first ray of sunlight shines straight onto the workstation, Shu Che has already been busy for quite a while. Dean Shen hoped he could refine another course of the erosion elixir to take away. Here he is, working hard for it. He is not doing it for the so-called merits or ranks mentioned by Dean Shen. He simply loves pharmacy. It's a natural passion, there's no way around it. Really? Clack. Clack. Time passes by second by second. The sun quickly rises from morning to noon. But Shu Che is still not done, in fact. He seems busier than in the morning. The erosion elixir requires one dose every 7 days, totaling 7 pills. With the experience from the last time, this time he refined 3 pills in one batch. Logically, 3 batches should be enough to complete the 7 pills. And indeed, it is true. The extra erosion elixirs that Dean Shen needed have long been refined, and he even made a few extra. The one he is currently refining can no longer strictly be called the erosion elixir. It is more appropriately called the breaking elixir. Chapter 426, Exceptional Promotion. Vice President Candidate. On an ordinary afternoon, in a certain lecture hall of Daxia's first supernatural university, a unique QA session is being held. The attendees are all teachers from the formation and talisman departments, and each one has an uncontrollable excitement on their faces. 30 years of ups and downs. And now this great fortune has finally fallen upon them. What everyone unanimously refers to as great fortune is naturally the live QA session led by Professor Shu Che. That's right. Shu Che ultimately did not refuse the request from Gao Huohua and Wang Luxiang. After all, it was just a QA. And he could easily handle it. However, he quickly regretted it. Too many, absolutely too many. Although there are not many teachers electing to take the formation and talisman courses. Almost none of the new teachers are fresh faces, they are all veterans. After so many years of cultivation, they naturally have many questions. At first, everyone was still relatively restrained, and the questions were not too difficult. But as one question after another was perfectly answered, the atmosphere on site immediately underwent a subtle change. The questions asked became increasingly tricky at a visible speed. Once they discovered that Shu Che could still answer perfectly, they fell into a frenzy. Long-standing questions, elusive solutions, and unresolved industry problems. Chapter 427, Dark Scheme. This is a damn dark scheme. Xiao Zhan is in a bad mood today. To be precise, his mood has been poor recently. Ever since he lost to Shu Che on the Fire God Martial stage, he feels like he has fallen into a strange loop. Almost every day he hears news about Shu Che. It's either Shu Che creating the 6 styles of purification in the pharmacy department, or Shu Che researching the Yuan force grafting method in the spirit plant department. Besides these, There's also the 3 needles to control madness from the beast taming department, and the 3 styles of engraving from the forging department. Almost every piece of news makes him feel bad for half a day. Because of this news, he even finds it hard to concentrate at work. From time to time, he would open his smart holographic computer to check for news on the dark web. As the sun sets and the workday comes to an end, Xiaozan has no thoughts of overtime and leaves the office right on time, wanting to take a breather. Recently, the name Shuche has nearly stressed him out, and he has long wanted to go out for a walk. Just as he pushes open the door, his pupils suddenly constrict into a slit, and an incredulous expression gradually stiffens on his face. In his line of sight, Shuche is actually coming down from the top floor where Dean Shen is located. Moreover, he has a smile on his face, obviously in a good mood. Why is he here again? What right does he have? He is just a newly appointed professor. Chapter 428, Isnt Hisoba. Ridiculous. What right does Dean Shen have to give Shuche a green light? Damn it. Dean Shen can't be losing his mind, right? Could it be that Shuche is his illegitimate son? After a brief moment of surprise, a surge of anger suddenly erupted in Xiaozan's heart. On the surface, he was angry and furious, but in reality, it was just impotent rage. He knew that this matter could no longer be changed. Principal Shen didn't often make decisions, but once he did, no one could change them. At the Great Sheer First Ability University, Principal Shen held absolute power. Bang! A slap slammed on the table, and the veins on Xiaozan's neck and arms bulged as he felt extremely frustrated. In just 5 minutes, he had just confidently stated that Principal Shen would not interfere in school affairs. Yet, Principal Shen immediately took action. It couldn't even be called interference. It was a direct decision. Moreover, this decision was somewhat irregular. According to the school's original requirements, to become a candidate for vice principal, one must not only reach the master level in cultivation, but there were also a series of other requirements, such as teaching experience and various other conditions. Although these conditions were relatively simple, the teaching experience requirement would hold Shuche back for several years. Chapter 429, Xiaozan challenges Shuche. Unregulated combat. That night, the bright moon hung high, and the stars twinkled. What seemed like a serene night was anything but calm. The cause was a pinned post on the campus forum. The content of the post was simple, but its impact was explosive. First of all, the poster was not an ordinary person, but Vice Principal Xiaozan. Furthermore, this post was actually a challenge. As the Vice Principal of the Great Sheer First Ability University, Xiaozan publicly challenged Shuche. The time was set for 2 months later, and it would be an unregulated combat. Unregulated combat meant that both sides could use any combat soldiers, battle armor, or auxiliary equipment. As soon as this news broke, it immediately attracted the attention of a large number of teachers and students. The vice principal challenges the newly appointed professor. Such an occurrence had never happened before. As a result, the post quickly gained popularity, and the comments below increased at a visible rate. Xiaozan actually challenged Professor Shuche. If this post hadn't been verified by Xiaozan, I would definitely think it was fake news. This is unprecedented. It seems that the last defeat hit Xiaozan quite hard. The higher-up challenging the low-up naturally loses some momentum. Chapter 430, Shuche, ready for battle anytime. Oh no. Junior brother, you've acted impulsively. Seeing the few big words in response from Shuche, Zhuangyang's brows twitched violently. From any angle, he felt that Shuche's actions were very irrational. Don't worry, senior brother, unregulated combat is actually more beneficial for me. Shuche smiled but didn't say explicitly. Currently, only he knew about the source armor set. Moreover, he had a strong feeling that there was a big secret behind this source armor set. However, Shuche interrupted, and I think if I defeat Xiaozan again, my chances of being elected vice principal will be even greater, right? This statement was more to comfort his senior brother. In fact, he didn't think that way at all. He didn't see Xiao Zhan as a significant threat. He wasn't even afraid of the unregulated combat now, let alone 2 months later. Perhaps by then, his own cultivation level would surpass Xiao Zhan's. At that time, it would not be Xiao Zhan, but him who would suppress his cultivation level on the fire and divine martial platform. While this reasoning made sense, Zhuangyang nodded. He felt that something was off, but couldn't articulate it. After several seconds of thought, he finally spoke. Chapter 431, Little Leaf, Little Purple Hair. And Little White Hair breakthrough successively. In the blink of an eye, 2 or 3 days had passed. Principal Shen quietly left the school and returned to the front lines alone, carrying an extra course of erosion elixirs. Aside from Xu Che and a few vice principals, no one else in the school was aware. Principal Shen's departure seemed like a dividing line, splitting time into 2 halves. Before he left, discussions about Xu Che and the challenge were everywhere on campus. After he left, the discussions gradually ceased and eventually returned to tranquility. The entire campus returned to a peaceful state, resembling a serene passage of time. Thus, days passed one by one. Xu Che finally settled down to consolidate his cultivation. He also continued to study the 6 arts of abilities and teach his disciples without neglecting any of his work. Among the 3, teaching his disciples took the least time, mainly guiding Pei Yichan. The other 4 had their own training plans, so he didn't need to worry too much about them. Time passed, and 3 weeks went by again. At this moment, only 1 month was left until the elite competition of the 5 major alliance universities began. One day, in a martial arts quiet room, Yi Shuangyue suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sparkling. It's coming. I'm about to break through. Just a little more. Since Xu Che requested her to improve her cultivation at any cost, she finally felt the sensation of a breakthrough. Chapter 432, Jiang Yueshi's Extraordinary Breakthrough Method. I'm at the 3rd stage, 7th level. In front of the fire and divine martial platform, the 2 sisters exclaimed in unison for the 3rd time. This time, both of them couldn't hold back. Jiang Yuli widened her eyes, her expression filled with disbelief. How did you suddenly break through? What on earth is going on? At this moment, her feelings were undoubtedly complicated. In her view, she should have broken through faster than Jiang Yueshi. This was not blind confidence, it was based on evidence. In the past month, she had gone to the fire and divine martial platform for trials far more often than Jiang Yueshi. While Jiang Yueshi was cultivating in the quiet room, she was at the fire and divine martial platform. While Jiang Yueshi was sleeping in the dormitory, she was still at the fire and divine martial platform. Clearly, her efforts were greater than Jiang Yueshi's. Why did they break through at the same time? Hey! If you don't believe me, I really broke through to the 3rd stage, 7th level. Jiang Yueshi tilted her chin up slightly, a sly glint flashing in her eyes, sporting a very annoying expression. How exactly did you do it? Jiang Yuli keenly noticed the unusual glint in her eyes and immediately pressed for an answer. It's a secret. Jiang Yueshi proudly turned her head. Want to know? Beg me. Jiang Yuli's expression darkened. She raised her hand and hit Jiang Yueshi's forehead twice. I told you to keep it a secret. Chapter 433, Rewards for the Elite Competition of the 5 Major Alliance Universities. All right, perfect. Realizing that Bai Chuyang and Pei Yichan had also broken through, the corners of Xu Che's mouth curved up even more. 5 direct disciples breaking through simultaneously was not much different from 5 joyous events. Moreover, Pei Yichan's return multiplier had indeed become 64 times. Next time, it would definitely be aiming for over 100 times. However, soon Xu Che clicked his tongue and felt a bit emotional. What a pity. Although the return multipliers from these consecutive breakthroughs were good, they were still quite a distance from promotion. The fourth tier extraordinary is indeed a hurdle. The disciples are still at the third tier, while he has already reached the sixth tier master level, and the gap in cultivation is quite significant. It seems necessary to quickly cultivate a few individuals to reach the fourth tier extraordinary. After a moment of contemplation, Shuche got up and left the room, clearly heading towards Professor Bai's small courtyard. The matter of going to the Abyss secret realm of the Thousand Islands Alliance could not be delayed any longer. Shuche's residence was not far from Professor Bai's house. A few minutes later, he knocked on the courtyard door. Before he could say anything, the door opened automatically. "Come in." Although he couldn't see Professor Bai's figure, the voice directly entered his ears, as if it could penetrate the void. Shuche's pupils shrank. Professor Bai's strength had indeed increased. Chapter 434, The Opportunity to Advance to the 7th Tier National Level. Is it the high-grade heavenly tier breathing technique? The opportunity to advance to the 7th Tier National Level. At the moment that Leng Yensha's words fell, two exclamations sounded almost simultaneously. The first exclamation came from Shuche, while the second came from Professor Bai. In the next moment, their gazes met, both seeing a deep sense of shock in each other's eyes. However, their points of surprise were completely different. Shuche was shocked by the high-grade heavenly tier breathing technique. For him, it was exactly what he needed right now. The upper limit of the ripple breathing technique is only the mid-grade heavenly tier. If he could obtain the high-grade heavenly tier breathing technique, his advancement speed would further increase. More importantly, the high-grade heavenly tier breathing technique could also be passed on to Yishuang Yue and a few other direct disciples. Although the cultivation of a few direct disciples had already improved quickly, who could refuse to progress even faster? The faster his disciples progressed, the stronger he would become as their master. Meanwhile, Professor Bai was completely stunned by the opportunity to advance to the 7th Tier National Level. As someone who had just broken through to the 7th Tier National Level, and having waited many years for this breakthrough, he understood better than anyone the value of advancing to the 7th Tier National Level. Chapter 435, The Teleportation Array. Departing for the Thousand Islands Alliance. Understood. Until he walked out of Professor Bai's small courtyard, Shuche's mind was still echoing with his strong and resolute answer. After Professor Bai's explanation, he finally understood how precious this so-called opportunity to break through to the 7th Tier National Level was. It was much more important than the high-grade heavenly tier breathing technique. Within the 5 major alliances, many families had secretly developed over the years, and there were quite a few core disciples who possessed the high-grade heavenly tier breathing technique. However, very few could ultimately break through to the national level. This means that my 9 tribulations Yinglong Phantom requires at least 100 source stones to fully solidify. After a moment of contemplation, Shuche couldn't help but smile. It's still too early to think about that, let's first aim for first place. With this in mind, Shuche no longer hesitated. He quickly sent a message to his 5 direct disciples. Gather at the central square tomorrow morning to depart for the Thousand Islands Alliance. As the moon set and the sun rose, 2 days later, several figures appeared in front of the central square. Is everyone ready? This trip to the Thousand Islands Alliance will last at least 1 to 2 months. After the training camp, we will directly participate in the elite competition of the 5 major alliance universities. Shuche glanced over the 5 direct disciples carrying large bags and small bags. When his gaze landed on Jiang Yueshi, a hint of confusion gradually appeared in his eyes. Chapter 436, Jiang is still as spicy as ever. The first lesson upon landing in the Thousand Islands Alliance. Thousand Islands Alliance. Central Star Island. Central Watchtower. Standing at the highest point of the watchtower and overlooking the surroundings, Shuche felt a bit dazed. He seemed to be shocked by the scene before him. Or perhaps he didn't expect to arrive at the Thousand Islands Alliance from the Great Shire so quickly. Coming back to his senses and gazing into the distance, Shuche nodded slightly. Before coming, he had scoffed when he heard that the Thousand Islands Alliance was made up of thousands of islands. Now that he saw it, his impression had changed significantly. Although it was far from having 1,000 islands, the scenery was still quite nice. It should be quite pleasant to come here for a vacation, provided one ignores the unique sea monsters of the Thousand Islands Alliance. Wow, is this the Thousand Islands Alliance? It's much more beautiful than it looks online. Taking pictures here must be amazing. Jian Yueshi had fully recovered and was chattering away. However, no one paid her any attention. Everyone was admiring the beautiful scenery from this high point, except for Professor Bai and Bai Chuyang. Returning to the Thousand Islands Alliance. A hint of sadness could not help but show in Professor Bai's eyes. For him, the Thousand Islands Alliance was the place where his son had fallen. If he could, he would never want to set foot in the Thousand Islands Alliance again. In contrast, Bai Chuyang's expression was even more complex.